better is by fortifying our speechcraft in addition to dexterity, but this is where we run into a slight problem. It is incredibly difficult to get a spell with the fortify skill effect. Sure, there are a few spell tomes that can fortify a skill, but spell tomes are only found as rare random or locked behind thousands of more gold for another DLC house. We don't need to get lucky though, because there's actually one other way that we can get this effect, and it doesn't even require us to get a spell. Just south of Skingrad is the Apprentice Stone, where we pray to it and get a greater power that enhances our illusion and alchemy. The requirement for spellcrafting is that you need to own the spell effect of what you want to add, but it doesn't specify that the effect needs to come from a spell per se. Since greater powers also
Oh shit.
effects, we can use them as a sort of workaround for spellcrafting, and make sure to tuck this information into your rank folds because we'll absolutely be abusing this mechanic in the future. So, with the Apprentice Stone power, we can craft a new Riz spell that maxes out dispositions, as well as gives us the best prices when haggling, and never mind, we're too low level to cast it. It shouldn't be too difficult to grind our way to level 50 restoration though, so we craft a spell to help level us up as quick as possible, and go ahead and start another side quest in the Imperial City. We get word of a little vampire problem in the city, and after meeting with the very secretive vampire-killing organization, the the Order of the Virtuous Blood, their leader, Saradur, tasks us with tracking down and killing a known vamp. Okay, and in here, there's going to be a spooky vampire. That's a sound me chewing on my finger does. I know what you are, you bloodsucker. Bear your fangs from me. Saradur says your fangs.
Shit.
After learning that we got totally duped, we agree to let Roland live, and we track Saradur down to his vampire lair in Memorial Cave. This place is riddled with vamps, but instead of just running past them all, we decide to exterminate the place for 2 reasons. The most obvious reason is that we need to level up our destruction for the arena, but an added bonus is that we can harvest a ton of vampire dust, which will be very useful in just a second. So, after clearing each room in the cave, we reach the boss chamber where we find Saradur waiting for us. Save us. Take that, you motherfucker. Take that jab to the face. Oh my god. I need to lead every single fight with just a left jab to the jaw. With Saradur defeated, we return to the Order where Roland has become the new leader, and on top of the cool enchanted gift he gives us, he also offers to buy all of our vampire dust for 250 gold a pop. This nets us an easy 2,500 gold, and after a couple more minutes of restoration grinding, we're now high enough level to cast our upgraded Riz spell. And now with our awesome Riz, we can head to Merchant Scenes, get his new merchandise, and I can cast my Super Ultra Mega Riz spell now, and this should make you fall in love with me. Nope, it didn't change your disposition at all. Okay, I'll just grab it. Now that she's in love with us, she gives us the deets on this corrupt Imperial Watchman, but before eating that can of worms, we use our influx of gold to purchase 4 of the 5 remaining upgrades for Crosscrank's Fire. With all of the level ups we've gotten recently, we're able to squeak out an arena win. However, this next combatant is by far the most difficult in all of the arena. He's got a shield that gives him a 100% magic resist, which not only completely negates our spells, but also the enchantment on our base, meaning there's practically no way for us to do damage to it. But what if we can win the fight without damaging him? I know how to beat this guy. Now this is like the one guy that can completely counter me. However, I do have one counter to him. You'll see. You'll all see. Okay, we got it. So, in Crosscrack's Spire, if you purchase the edition for the vault, there's like pretty much nothing in the vault. There's like a bunch of chests with sacked pants and a lot of garbage like that. However, hidden in a corner there's two gravestones. One of them gives you some crappy power. However, the other gives you a very particular bottle of whiskey. I'll go ahead and drink it now. Oh, what? Okay, the bottle of whiskey, yep, that's fine. The whiskey, what? The whiskey, oh. I'm tall as hell. Hey, okay, so the whiskey summoned Dromora Markinez. Yeah, I am taller now. It does look like I'm much taller. Okay, thank you. Daedric Lava Whiskey. Wait, you think that we're like brothers in another life? Wait, are you my long lost brother that I've always been searching for? We were separated at birth, and now we're finally together. Oh! Oh! Kevin! No, not Peter. Not Longman Peter. Unfortunately, this is just a visual bug, and we aren't actually taller, which would have been awesome because that would have increased our movement speed by a ton. However, we still defeated the most difficult combatant, leaving just 2 fights between us and becoming the Grand Champion. Speaking of the Grand Champion, after having a quick chat with him, my, what odd eyes you have. He tasks us with figuring out his 23andMe results at his dad's castle out west. After making our way to Crowhaven, we kill his shirtless father and take his journal, revealing that he's a vampire. Wow, that must really suck. We tell the Grand Champion that he's a soulless monster spawn and his whole life has been a lie, and he begs for us to kill him right then and there, but we've still got one more fight beforehand. We're finally high enough level to craft a much better destruction spell, as well as a weakness spell to butter him up, and with them, we're ready to fight the best the yellow team has to offer, and with the help of good old Porkchop here. Despite the awesome upgrade and the awesome sidekick, this fight is difficult. Armor rating is ass? No, what do you mean? What do you mean my armor rating is ass? You tell me that 6 is bad? 6 is like one of the highest ones I've got. Chaos Punch, Ray, Magic, Chaos Punch. Yeah, like I said, that's a 1v1. Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Who DKURIAM. After stuttering and ruining the pop-off, we're just about ready for the final fight, but we make sure to level up beforehand. And we now have 100 speed, our very first attribute at 100. This is amazing. Hey, 100 speed, we're going to be moving so much faster than we realize. This is incredible. We got it pretty early on. We're only level 10. Only 4.5 hours. This increased speed is going to compound for so much time save. That is huge. Before we can enter the arena for the last time, all we gotta do is pick our nickname. We're gonna be and now we're finally ready to face the climax of the arena. Or that defies death. The Grand Champion, the Red Prince. Me. Wait, that's me. I'm the messenger of death. I'm the messenger of death. Since we did that quest for him, if he doesn't which is very good for a few different reasons. On top of fortifying our athletics, it also has a weird feature of having incredibly low health, meaning that it breaks very easily. You may be wondering, why is it a good thing that your armor breaks easily? But worry not, dear viewer, for the answer is very simple. Since we need to level up all of our skills to 100, our armor breaking means that we have more opportunities to level up our armor ability. So it helps us passively level it over the course of the speedrun. Now that we're the grand champion, we're free to move on from the arena and get back to the city quest. Ah, shit. Yes. Yeah. Sure. What? You can't let me punch my best friend? What the hell? What's the point of any of this if I can't just sock him in the head? Now that we've got everyone's favorite Starfield NPC at our side, we pick back up with the Corrupt Watchman quest, and after convincing some victims to come forward, Audens Avidius gets arrested off screen, and the Imperial City has become just a bit safer. With that out of the way, we head to the port so we can rent a room on a ship. What? 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 No, I don't want to riz you. Why'd you guys just turn mad at me? You touched their boat? I don't think, I just got like near their boat and they just got so mad at me all of a sudden. Loot their ship? I guess I might as well. Oh, the Argonian account. Whoa. Don't mind if I do. Decibus Scotti emerged from the dirt freeze, exhausted from running, his face and arms sheathed in red flesh flies. The river also held in its adhesive depths his files on the Black Marsh account, which is 16 pages long. What? That's not how I remember it. I thought there was like the like sexy Argonian that wanted to like do it with her boss or something. That's so much less interesting. What does it talk about, like Black Marsh politics and stuff? Now that we're done with that little sidetrack, we should be good to go to start this next quest on the Bloated Float. Here on the Bloated Float, we rent a room for the night, and after getting some shut-eye, we wake up to find that the ship has set sail and is under the control of a pirate gang known as the Blackwater Brigands. We pick off each pirate one by one until the gang leader surrenders, and now that we've rescued the captain of the ship, he steers us back home, completing the quest, and we move on to one of my least favorite quests in the entire game, the Collector. I think that the worst thing about Skyrim are all of the fetch quests, but thankfully the dungeons are at least unique and easy to navigate. This is a stark opposite from Oblivion, where pretty much every quest is unique and interesting, but the dungeons in this game are truly abysmal. The Collector combines the worst part of both worlds, requiring us to find 10 alien statues in some of the most confusing and intricate dungeons this game has to offer, and it doesn't even do us the service of giving us quest markers. We just need to get in, get the alien statue, and get out. The problem is that I don't know how to navigate these dungeons. After we around for a bit, we find the first statue, and after heading back to the Imperial City to pawn it off, we soon get approached by Jalring here to tell us about his master, Umbacano. Umbacano is just a nice young man who wants to expand his collection, and if we do this 9 more times, it will give us a very generous sum of gold. While we're out grabbing these statues, now's a great time to mention my channel memberships. Whoop whoop! Do you want to see how I rank every quest in this video? Well, for the low price of $1, you get access to a tier list video where I do just that. But wait, there's more. You also get access to my entire backlog of exclusive content, including the Skyrim quest tier lists, my favorite additions in Creation Club, and a bunch of behind-the-scenes extras. Or for $5, you can get all of that and your awesome name in the end credits of the video. Okay, back to the fetch quest. After naturally harvesting 4 of these free-range statues, we sell them to Umbacano for 500 apiece, and since we've proven our treasure hunting ability, he gives us a special job. He wants us to locate a special alien carving and one of his other contracted treasure hunters points us in the direction of the ruins of Malada. It's not too difficult to grab the carving we need, however, things get a bit tricky when we try to leave. Once we make it out, we get ambushed and learn that the treasure hunter from before was just using us to get the carving himself. He then sticks his bodyguards onto us, but thankfully we're strong enough to take them out on our second try. Ooh. Where's this you? Claude and Merrick is fleeing for their life. They look safe. Wait, nope, get back here. Get back here, I want to kill you. You tried killing me. Your killing has been observed by forces unknown. You think that's fine? Okay, let's hope that he doesn't have to live. After exercising lethal self-defense, we head back to Umbacano, who gives us 1,100 gold and another quest, but we need to save the latter for later. Once we do it, we can no longer finish the collector, so we set out to find the 5 remaining statues, but first, it's time for another level up. Being smart doesn't hurt, and a little luck now and then is nice, but the key is patience and hard work. Sure, whatever you say, game. We go ahead and level up our luck and intelligence before having a chat with a mystery man. Sure. Jesus, Lucian. Oh my god, Lucian! Mr. LeChance here must have been hiding behind the rocks when we murdered that treasure hunter because he saw everything and now wants us to join his murder cult, the Dark Brotherhood. Sorry, Lucian, we'll join your cult later. We've got a fetch quest to finish. After about another hour of alien ruins, we finally grab the 10th statue, which we sell to Umbacano, who gives us an extra 5,500 gold for completing his collection. This means we're now free to complete his final quest, beginning with retrieving a magical alien crown from a rival collector. Using very legal means, we nab the crown of Nenalada, and now we just need to escort Umbacano through the Nenalada ruins. Okay, run through everything. I don't want to fight anyone. Fighting people takes too long. Finding the right path. Umbacano died. Don't say R.I.P. Bozo. That's rude. Okay. I have to actually guide him throughout this. After escorting him through the ruins, he uses that carving we grabbed for him earlier to unlock a secret path to the throne room, where he dons the crown to become the powerful, evil king of Nenalada, who we kill in 2 hits. Despite turning him evil, I'm sure this helmet's safe for us to wear, and don't we just look so darling with it on? With that incredibly annoying quest line out of the way, and a mountain of money burning a hole in our pocket, we head to the Office of Imperial Commerce to purchase our very first player home. That's not all there is to it though, because we also need to dump a few grand to purchase all the upgrades as well, and once we do, we're now the proud new owners of this ugly shack that's not even in the city walls. Great. There's still one more quest in the Imperial City, so we can't start it until we become a vampire in the Dark Brotherhood, so we'll get back to that later, and in the meantime, we're finally ready to branch out to the other cities, starting with the run-down scuba capital of Cyrodiil, Breville. Breville only has 4 quests, and this is a common theme throughout Oblivion opposite to Skyrim. Many cities in Skyrim had a plethora of quests, like Riften with 45, but the large majority of them were very one-dimensional and frankly not super interesting. Oblivion takes a complete opposite approach, with the largest city only having 2 quests, but most of them are are in-depth and multifaceted, meaning that less quests doesn't necessarily mean that it'll take us less time to finish. As soon as we arrive, we get approached by Ursan, who wants us to track down her missing hubby. A bit of investigating reveals that this loan shark, Kurdan, has taken him hostage, and will only release him if we retrieve a special axe from Fort 3. Well, like the good little hero we are, we take a quick boat ride to this island port, where we find the husband, who reveals that, like him, we've just fallen into Kurdan's trap. The gate out is locked, and we're now live prey for Kurdan's hunters. The only way to escape is by fighting our way through the port until we find the key, and with it, we're now free to rescue the husband and get off the island. Yes, magic is absolutely hilarious. Wait, hey, what's going on out here? I can't move. What the hell was that? What? I won your game. You... Yeah. Okay, get up. Hey, that opened up the door. Yippee! Is that finish the quest? My god, I hate that stupid bell. Yes, hello. Ursan, Aileron, Axe of Virgil. I missed something. We actually didn't miss anything, and this was just another classic Bethesda bug. The only way to solve this is by reloading, and we ended up losing about 30 minutes because of this. On lap 2, we actually get a different bug that causes the gate opening lever not to spawn in, but thankfully we've got a recent autosave to save us. The rest of the quest plays out pretty much the same, except for the fact that Kurdan's random gear just so happens to have a chameleon enchantment, and after we kill him, we head to the tippy top of the fort, where we find a chest with 2 bottles of the rare Shadow Banished wine. We'll need 6 bottles total for an innkeeper way, so this 2-in-1 deal isn't too shabby. Okay, the door's open, we can take the boat off the island, and go tell Ursan that her husband's dead. Yes, finally. Finally, I've been so excited to do this. Letting Ursan know that her husband has been brutally murdered completes the quest, and we waddle on by to the Mages Guild, where this cutie needs help rescuing her friend. And Antier, as we can see back there, is locked in an eternal slumber as his research with the dream magic has gone awry. Obviously, the only way to save him is by putting on this special amulet and following him into the dream world, where we have to complete a series of trials to restore the essence of his being. Obviously. Doing so wakes both of us back up in the beautiful city of Brazil, completing the quest, and we can't get the next quest until learning about it from rumor, so we wait until the daytime to ask around. Remember that I just, talked to someone, and they gave me the quest last time. Wait, what? Oh! Hey, Audens, you will perish. Oh my god. Okay, we've completed Imperial Corruption. Audens was mad at us and wanted to get revenge. Okay. Audens, you really... That was some good work. Oh my god. Okay, let's wait till the daytime so that someone can tell us about the forlorn watchman. While asking around about any hot goss, we speak with Count Regulus, who sells us a house in the city for a measly 4,000 gold. Like every other house, we need to purchase all of the upgrades, and once we do, we're now the not-so-proud owners of this run-down house, and not too long after, we speak with a guard who spills the beans on this forlorn watchman. Apparently, there's a ghost that's been showing up nearby, looking quite forlorn, and seeming to watch something. Using our expert detective skills, we determine that he's forlorn because he's dead, and that he's watching in the direction of his final resting place, and following his eyesight takes us to an old shipwreck where, after fighting through some enormous raids, we find his skeleton all chained up. Releasing him apparently frees his ghost or whatever, and we learn from a nearby map the location of his hidden treasure, where looting it completes the final quest in Reveal. Before moving on, we do another cycle of harvesting ingredients for alchemy, which takes us to level 15, and with it, our second level 100 attribute. And boom! 100 intelligence. That is a second level 100 stat. That's what I'm talking about. Unattainable stat for brother IRL. Let's go. With that out of the way, we're ready to move on to the port hub of the country, the beautiful coastal city of Anvil. Talking with some of the locals reveals that there was some kind of attack on the chapel that killed a bunch of people, but I don't really care about that. What I do care about is Varule, who has a classic haunted ship problem, and after heading below deck to take out the ghosts and retrieve her beloved crystal ball, she rewards us with a sword that we will never ever use. We also have a quick chat with Newheim Portly, who has a quest for us, but not until we start the Fighters Guild, so we'll come back to Newheim later. Asking around for some rumors moves us in on something spooky going on in a manor for sale in town, and we also learn about an all-female gang who's been preying on some of the local married men. Thankfully, we've come with a plan, so we head to a tavern with our best war outfit on, because we're about to bait out these sirens. Hey! Wait, what the? That's not sad, it's cool. I'm like a solo hero. It's not sad. Wait, a night of fun. Okay. We have a certain desire, that is right. Whoa, Faustina. It's Signy home record. Whoa. Two baddies. She looks like the Titan that ate Aaron's mom. Okay, in Whedon Farm, I'm ready for me and a special night with Signy. Yes, hello, Faustina. Oh. Again, hot here, is it just Faustina? I'm afraid. Wait, why would I say no? Yes, I want to have fun. No, say yes. Let me take off my clothes. I'm here for Goggins. No, I'm not here for his ring. I want to have sexy fun time. Fine. I'm doing this to progress the speedrun, but just know that I support you. Like, I'm a feminist and everything. I support your efforts as an all-female gang. After killing these sirens, the lady who told us about the gang barges in and reveals that she's actually a member of the guard and was just using us as a way to deal with them. Sure, happy to help. Back in town, we purchased that manor for the extremely low cost of 5,000 gold, which is an absolute steal, and we head on over to enjoy some shut-eye. Why are you laughing at that? Oh, enemies are nearby. Ah, enemies! It's haunted! Haunted! Oh, jeepers! After getting Eddie Murphy with this haunted mansion, we track down the dude who sold it to us, who's fled to the Imperial City, and we convince him to help lift the curse. While we're here, we start the first and certainly not last wave of looting the crates and barrels in the market district in hopes to find two incredibly important, incredibly lame items, calipers and tongs. For no reason other than to annoy and cause pain to players since 2007, Bethesda added a quest in the Shivering Isles expansion requiring us to get any combination of 100 calipers and tongs. This is annoying on its own, but it's magnified by the fact that neither can be purchased anywhere, meaning that all 100 need to be looted, so we need to keep our eyes peeled for these tools. Back in Anvil, we head into the basement of Luigi's mansion and re-kill a bunch of ghosts until we lead Velwyn to a secret door with some weird markings on it. After getting up close and personal with it, he's able to open it before getting the heck out of here, and he might have been onto something because within the secret room, we find a very dark, and very evil presence. I don't think I was supposed to do that. Okay, let's kill this guy. Success! Killing that undead lich cleanses our new house, and once we return to Belwyn, the quest completes, and we're able to move on from Anvil and finally get one of the most useful items in the game, the skeleton key. As we make our way through the swamps of Blackwood, heading to the shrine to Nocturnal, we hit our very first level 100 skill, Destruction, leaving just 20 skills left. Once we make it to the shrine, we have a chat with Nocturnal, the Daedric Princess of Shadows, and after an annoying, unskippable dialogue, she sets us on a quest to retrieve her eye, which has been stolen by a pair of thieves within the city of Leawood. After barging into a bunch of homes, we find a pair of Argonians that are particularly standoffish on the topic of the eye, so we need to do some detective work to learn more. Okay, give me a sec. You are acting like a creep, not gonna lie. I'm not acting like a creep, I'm just sneaking around trying to eavesdrop. Tidewater Cave. Thanks to exposing their whole plan, we head on over to Tidewater Cave, and this area is useful not only for the Nocturnal quest, but for some reason all the trolls here just so happen to carry a bunch of calipers. Well, I don't want to fight the gift horse that feeds me, so we grab all the calipers we can in addition to the eye that we came here for, which we trade to Nocturnal for the prized possession of the thief, the skeleton key. Now, me personally, I don't actually need it, and I could unlock any lock in the game without breaking a single lockpick, but the skeleton key does speed up the process quite a bit, as we're only limited by how fast we can spam the auto-click button. And that was the very first Daedric quest. Nocturnal is down. We are sitting at 10.92% complete, not including any of the skill grounding. Okay, with that done, we're heading to Ruma. The city just south of Skyrim, yet somehow colder than Solitude and Morthal, is probably my least favorite of the 8 cities, but just because I don't like it, doesn't mean that we can skip it. Once we arrive, we get stopped by Big Mouth Tolkien here, who's asking for our company at the request of Countess Narina. Apparently, she's like Umbacano, but with Akabiri artifacts instead of alien, and also probably not trying to become an evil lich, so I gotta hand it to her there. She wants us to recover some ancient stone necklace from somewhere called the Neil Pass, but she doesn't actually know where that is. Following a series of clues gets us there easily enough, but this is where it gets tricky. Within the Pale Pass is the non-journal quest, A Ring of Keys, which is just another treasure hunt inside of the treasure hunt we're already doing, but it's much more annoying because we don't have any quest markers telling us where to go. Nonetheless, we Indiana Jones that son of a gun, and the final clue takes us to a chest with the incredibly strong ring, the Circlet of Omnipotence, fortifying all of our attributes at once. With that out of the way, we're free to continue on and grab the artifact we're here for. Okay, let's kill these guys. Oh. After killing these deceptively sneaky ogres and a few skeletons, we find a ghostly Akabiri commander who opens the path to the coveted Draconian Madstone, and returning it to the Countess completes the quest. We then waltz on into some random dude's house, where we find a murdered vampire, but of course one thing from my time in the Imperial City, it's that any vampire story has more to it than meets the eye. Apparently, there's been a few vampire attacks nearby, and some vampire hunter named Raynell came through town, and this is the result of his hunt. After doing a little investigating on this Raynell fella, we find a journal detailing how he was part of an adventuring group along with the vampire who, it turns out, isn't actually a vampire at all. The group found a rare artifact in a nearby cave, and Raynell is just killing off the other adventurers to keep all the treasure for himself. We head to the cave mentioned and find him lurking around, and after an epic final fight, we loot the legendary amulet he killed for, the mundane amulet that's worth 3 gold. What? Returning to the murdered dude's wife reveals that he put a spell on the amulet that would remove its powers if he ever died, because he, rightfully so, didn't trust Raynell, and after she says the magic word, it returns to the incredibly useful phylactery of life fortifying. Yes, I can see. I see you have a very large Hey, just forget, our Nora here because her boyfriend after killing a dog. Well, she's not actually upset because of the arrest. She's upset because he hid a bunch of stolen gold before he got caught. She wants us to head to the jail and learn where he hid it, but there's just one snag. He won't trust us until we get locked up with him. Yeah. Go to jail. Now there were some buddies who trust that we're not working with the police and revealed that it was actually Nora who killed the guard, and if we kill her, he'll tell us where he stashed the gold. Killing her outright would be considered murder, so we actually just say we're gonna kill her, and she takes us outside where the guards do the dirty work for us. Bringing her amulet to Dorinder proves that she is truly dead, and he tells us where to find the hidden chest with a bunch of goodies. We don't have relevant gold for the Luna house, so we backtrack to Anvil because we actually missed another non-journal quest here. Maybe we have to go inside to see what Lara Bella. Okay. There's a chest. Hey, a bunch of. Wait. This is the reward for the quest we're about to start. Oh, we got that dusty already. Hey, give me a second here. Not really my speed. Not enough pictures. So that was the reward of this quest. I think I should actually reload this non-journal. It's really weird on how the quest actually goes through. On the second run through, you go around the ship, killing a bunch of pirates that have apparently been smuggled and cheap. And once the smugglers are dead, this is the boss chest the honest way to complete the quest. This means we can roll on to a new town, dazzling city of status, Chain Hall. God, this city looks so pretty. Thank you, Todd Howard, for the remaster. Asking for rumors around town reveals that a woman's husband has gone missing, and after talking with her, she reveals that her husband is a renowned painter. He often locks himself in his studio to work, but one day he locked himself in and never came out, vanishing without a trace. We investigate the studio and find the painting he was working on is actually a portal to the world he painted, and we jump into it like it's Super Mario 64, past one of the most unique and beloved areas in the entire Elder Scrolls series. Participating rather than working out violent, showing comments like the Englishman, something is different about this. Holy cinema. Oh my god. which allows them to enter the painted world and paint it on the inside. This is all well, except for the part where a thief followed them into this world and stole the paintbrush, painting a bunch of trolls to guard him, and then ending up getting killed by said trolls. We make our way through painting, killing the trolls in our path until we find the dead thief. And once we retrieve the paintbrush, we're able to escape with pride back to the boring real world. Speaking with more locals puts us in the know on yet another corrupt guardsman, this time the captain of the Chainmail Guard, Ulrich Leland. He's been fining the citizens for exorbitant amounts of money, but we can't pin anything on him until we have a witness. Thankfully, the local drunk is a late to target, and after telling him the plan, he's all in and we follow him to his house. I run into you. Maybe go faster. Get out of the way, asshole. You won't win this. Damn, pig. Take your 26 gold though. Better on me than on you. Hey there. Mysterious note for finding the thieves guild. What? What did I steal? Apart from the gold on that dead guy's body. No, that gold wasn't company stolen. I just completely forgot about how we had to steal those calipers to get thrown into prison, and this put us on the Thieves Guild radar, but sorry thieves, you're gonna have to hold the horses. Lavona here has one more idea on how to stop Ulrich. She's just gonna give them a stern talking to. Idiot. Yeah, get him. Get ratted, nerd. After turning Ulrich into Swiss cheese, we let the proper authorities know about what happened, and this completes the quest. At this point, we're way too poor to purchase a house in the city, so we need to put on our boots and pull up our overalls because we're about to start farming. You're not even just stealing the farmer's hard work. To be fair, we are right next to the botch, so it's kind of like assumed that this farmer has died a horrible death like the day of your invasion. So it's fine. Okay. And now we fast travel to Crosscrack Spire because, little known fact, Crosscrack Spire has an alchemy station, and the alchemy station gives you a fortified alchemy buff, and it is the only fortified alchemy buff in the entire game that actually does fortify your alchemy. You can like fortify it with spells, but it doesn't actually affect anything with your alchemy. The only thing that will affect it is this buff that we get from standing on this area. After optimizing all of the ingredients we just harvested, we sell all 500 restored fatigue potions we made, which not only gets us a ton of gold, but also a ton of mercantile experience. This is another very welcome change in the remaster, as the original game gave you a set amount of experience per transaction. This means that we would need to sell each potion one at a time to get the maximum possible experience, and it would be incredibly tedious. This change makes it so you get experience based on the value of the transaction, which not only makes more sense, but it also makes our lives much easier. Okay, my mercantile mastery increased. I can sell any object to any vendor. Well, that makes things really nice for me because the railway here is my favorite vendor, so I can just go ahead and sell all of my garbage. Things are finally coming Yeah, it means that I don't, like, when I was doing the Skyrim 100%, when I was, like, potion grinding, I had to run all across Skyrim and visit Riften and Whiterun and Solitude and Windhelm just to sell all my damn potions. With our new Windfall, we're able to purchase the Chadenall House and all of its upgrades, which is the last quest we can do here at the moment. We can't complete this quest until we progress the main story, meaning that we can hop on over to the second largest city in terms of quests, Coral. After wandering around, we get approached by good old Dharma, who mentions that her mother went to store in town, and I'm sure that's the last time we'll interact with her. In the local inn, we find a man who begs for our help saving his farm, joined with his two sons, the Emperor. I'm sure that they don't mind harvesting all of their ingredients on the farm that we're trying to save. If anything, it'll make it feel less bad if we can't end up saving the farm. Because like what is there to save? You know, I've already looted everything that there is. Hey everybody. What happened to all your crops? Now that the boys are back in town, we have to defend the farm from waging goblins, topped off with a wave of jumbo-sized goblins, and returning to the father completes the quest, and since we kept both of his sons alive, he gives us the very familiar sword Chogrit as a reward. Also in the Grey Mare is one Reynold Germain, who seems to be upset that there's a man in Chadenall impersonating him, and he offers us a whopping 50 gold to investigate. After popping our way back to Chadenall, we learn that nobody's impersonating him. He's actually being mistaken for his long-lost twin brother, Gilbert. Reuniting the two completes the quest, but their story doesn't end there. Aww, it's so sweet. The three brothers, we're back as a family. And there's Frankie Jonas off to the side. The whole reason they were separated in the first place was because their childhood home was overrun by ogres, and now it's our job to recover it for them. Doing so is relatively easy, and we let the Germain brothers know that they can return to their home. Okay. Comment to Risu, that's my bad. I didn't mean to explode right in the face. The ogres are gone. Let's go. Phew. Wipes the sweat off my brow. The Germain brothers had returned safely to Weatherlia. Yippee! Is there anything cool here that I can do? Inside, all we find are the young bones of what's most likely their dead family, and a single pair of calipers, but again, there's more to the story. We won't learn anything for a couple of days though, so we go ahead and start farming again to fund the remaining houses we still need to purchase. I don't have rabies. What are you doing over there? Looking for a stroll? Okay. Oh. That's what he was running from. Oh my god. Okay. Let's kill this Minotaur. After collecting myself, we go ahead and craft a bunch of potions that we then sell, meaning we've got enough money to go back to Bruma and purchase the house here along with all of its upgrades. Hey, calipers. It was all worth it. That was buying a house in Bruma, the final Bruma quest. Boom. Knocked out. Your house sucks, don't say that. So, I think that we head over to Chloral again. Candace, the castle. How do we start this one? Over at Castle Chloral, we speak with the Countess, who tells us about an ongoing investigation to find who stole a portrait of her late husband. She's narrowed it down to 2 suspects, and it's our job to do some detective work and shoot the culprit. Yada yada yada. This quest is pretty much just all dialogue, so after talking to a bunch of people and finding a few clues, we're ready to accuse. Aha! I have enough to make an accusation. Hello, Chanel, if that is your real name. Yes, I accuse you of a crime. What if I pay you to tell me if you got the crime? Yes, I accuse you. Okay, I just 500 gold and everything less. Letting the Countess know of our findings completes the quest, and while patrolling the streets, we get approached by Fathus Urlas, who claims to know something secret about the father of the Germain brothers. Apparently, the father worked as a thief for Fathus, got greedy on one mission, and kept a stolen sword for himself, but when their home was invaded, the owners took the sword back to their cave. Now, we're tasked with finally delivering the sword to Fathus, so after taking out a bunch of mean green pinning machines, we loot the honor blade and return to Coral, completing the quest and finishing the Germain story once and for all. Talking with the aptly named local writer Tastus Scribonia, we learn about two locals that she ships together, and this is the beginning of a very short non-journal quest to set them up. Much like a middle school relationship, they become boyfriend-girlfriend without ever actually talking to each other, and not too long after, we learn about something mysterious afoot. Remember that Argonian Dharma who approached us when we first landed in Coral? Well, apparently she never returned from a delivery trip to the nearby town of Hector, and we need to find out what's up.
Huh, I wonder if she just left town for some reason, with Hector for no reason. That's probably the case. There's probably not like a deep shadow over Hector or anything if I had to guess to go through them.
For whatever reason, all of the townspeople hate us, and apparently have never even heard the syllables dar and on in the same sentence, but after a little investigating, we find a secret attached to some underground tunnels. Listen, you just hear him sniffing? Is he trying to sniff me out? Okay, we need to escape. Let's get out of here, Dharma. We have to defend Dharma from the evil super sniffer citizens of Hector just long enough for her to reach her course, which she then rides back to Coral, and meeting back up with her at her mom's store completes the quest, and nets us a 5-point increase to our mercantile skill. With this, the only remaining quest, again, is purchasing the house, and with all of our gold spent buying the house in Bruma, we'll get back to that later. This means that we're able to move on from this boring city Coral, and on to one of my favorites, the beautifully green city of Layla. Our first stop is in the castle, where the Count tells us about an annoying orc who's claiming to be a knight. Confronting her, Mazoga doesn't tell us much, just that she wants to speak with a local Argonian man, Hugomna. And those of you with a sharp eye, I remember him to be one of the thieves who stole the Eye of Nocturnal. Mazoga squeezes the location of the Newbon gang out of them, and she wants our help confronting them, but really, we're just here for emotional support, because she'll get real mad at us if we interrupt their fight. When she's done hacking and slashing, she reveals that this gang killed her best friend, and she became a self-appointed knight to bring justice upon them. Returning to the Count completes the quest, and he then offers us a deal. If we can kill a notorious band of bandits, he'll officially knight us, and Mazoga to be Knights of the White Stallion. We let Mazoga know the needs of the sitch, and we head to some alien ruins near the city where the Blackbow bandits are holed up. Defeating them is pretty trivial at this point, and again, returning to the Count completes the quest and summons our knighthood, but our job here isn't quite done. Once we've become a knight, we now have a non-journal quest to continue hunting down these Blackbow bandits with Mazoga, which is slightly annoying because she only makes her rounds at certain times of certain days. So after a lot of waiting, we managed to kill the bandits at 3 different locations. Some of those to the town marks off the level, and since we have to wait like a full week to complete the quest, all of the farms have refilled their crops, giving us enough ingredients to finally hit level 100 alchemy. If anything, yours is 8 weeks. Because of my oh, hey, level 100 alchemy. We can now keep a single ingredient, so we can effectively double all of our team potions. We can also use up all of these other ingredients. Other ingredients, other what we do is just make sure we don't use our ectoplasm and we don't use our concrete. Now, we are starting at gotta grab a bunch of Garrett's tears that are scattered around the glade, and returning to Sagrasa with all five, they get word of underneath the city. And Buzz has a problem with scamps following her, and this is because of her staph infection. A staff that she recently bought had a particularly unique curse placed on it, causing this scamp phenomenon. A unique curse. There is no likely suspect is. No idea. Thankfully, there's a trial before us nearby, so maybe we'll learn more if we get there. This is scampless behavior. You can't scam. I literally have scamps. You can't say this is scampless behavior when I actually have 5 scamps at my behest right now. After making our way to the cave, we find the shrine to Shia Korath, and dropping the staff here cleanses us from the ever scam curse, meaning all we gotta do is purchase the house in the city to mark off Leowin for good. You know what that means? That's right, more farming. I guess these. Excuse me. Who are you? Oh, Glarthir. Not right now, Glarthir. No, Glarthir, I don't. No, Glarthir, I just. Fine, Glarthir, fine. I just want to pick my braid. Sure, I'll meet you behind the great chapel. Sure. Let me get back to this. We craft a buttload of potions that we sell for a buttload of cash, letting us buy the Leowin house and its upgrades, which, to be frank, is a buttload of fun. This marks off the very last Leowin quest, meaning we can move on to the very final city, the rich and elegant Skingrad. Skingrad, despite not technically having the least amount of quests, has by far the least amount of content. This is because of the 5 quests here. 3 of them are just quests dealing with the house we buy. One of them is Nerd Roots. And the final quest is to help out Glarthir with his gang stalking problem, which we need to meet him at midnight for behind the chapel. He claims that multiple people in the city are spying on him, and he wants us to spend multiple days tracking their movements to verify that his paranoia is justified, but doing so is very slow, so we have other plans. Quest completed, I have killed Glarthir. Okay, that was paranoia. Hi there. Okay, nice job, team. With that out of the way, we make our way to the cellar of one of the local inns, where we speak with a nice fella named Sindirion. If that name sounds familiar, it's because we encountered his old raggedy bones in Skyrim when making our way to Blackreach, and now we can finally put a face to that skull. He's got a simple little quest for us. You know, Nerdroot, the cool glowing plant that goes. Well, he's doing research on them, and he just wants a few samples. 100 of them to be exact. And the best part about it is that, unlike the crops we've been stealing, Nerdroots don't respawn. Great. After about 10 minutes of just wandering around and picking any Nerdroots we find, I get bored and just decide that we'll get the rest later, and after a quick potion cycle, we're rich enough to purchase the manor in Skingrad as well as its upgrades, but this house has more to it than meets the eye. Hidden within the house is a dusty old letter explaining that if we can solve the inscribed riddle, then we'll be granted riches beyond our wildest belief. 2 bodies have I, though both joined in one. The more I stand still, the quicker I run. Oh, the answer is obviously garlic. In the basement, we find a bunch of priceless bulbs of garlic, as well as a dusty old hourglass tucked away, and inside are a bunch of flawless gems. And now there's only one thing left for the house. Aja, a Cologne Traders, wants to be a maid at our new crib, and we hire her for $150, starting and finishing her related quest in one fell swoop. After another half hour of Nerdroot hunting, we're not even halfway there, so I decide to just save it for the very end, and we get to move on to the final section of World Side Quests, the villages and inns. There are 11 side quests scattered around the Cyrodiilian countryside that with any cities, and while most of them are simple pest control, there are a few interesting ones, such as the case of Shetcombe Farm. Earlier, I joked about the owner of this farm being killed by the siege of Kavach, but it turns out he actually is missing, and using some clues we find in the house, we learn that he went to a nearby cave and searched for some great being known as the Sunken One. After making our way through sandstone caverns and fighting a bunch of monsters, we unfortunately find the farmer dead as a doornail. His final journal. On Slide's corpse, I've located his last journal entry. It seems he fell here, believing he was truly going to meet his god and give an offering to him to help all of Tamriel. His death is sad, a sad end to such a well-intended sojourn. Hey, a bunch of stuff. Good thing that god didn't exist. The Sunken One. Your god is trash. Okay, we have three, count 'em, three Voidsels, which, if you guys don't know, is really cool for us for a reason that I'm about to show you. Watch. Okay, are you guys watching? Watch this. Here at Frostcrag Spire, using the three, count 'em, three Voidsels that we have, we can, bum, get our very own Storm what should his name be? It should be something like super cool. His name is gonna be Electric Shock, the man who lights up the world. How's that? We retrieved some jumbo potatoes that an ogre stole from Sajira at Bear Hill Inn, and over at Shardrock, we kill a family of bears that have been killing Farmer Thorley's sheep. Okay, I'm sorry that you exist in this world where you have to live like that. I'm not gonna rob you. Here at Harm's Folly, this sad sack Korik is all mopey that his wife was murdered by goblins and tasks us with retrieving her beloved amulet from them. This takes a few tries, but eventually we kill the mind goblin and grab the amulet, and return to Korik completes the quest. Thank you. I appreciate that. 6 full. Why does this farmer have 6 flawless diamonds? You don't. I feel like you don't need to be doing all this. You could probably, like, I don't know, get a house in Skidgrad or something. The Roxy Inn has been losing potential customers because of a necromancer who's taken up residence in a nearby cave, and after dispatching her, I get war flashbacks from Skyrim because the High Elf Lillian gives us the quest No Stone Unturned. Thankfully, we're not looking for unusual gems again. He just wants us to retrieve his lost research on Wilkin stones, and once we do it, we head to the Imperial City Market District to pawn off all of our garbage, where we master our third skill, Mercantile. If you remember way back to the beginning, one of the first quests we did took us to Fort Grief, where we grabbed 2 special bottles of wine, and thankfully they respawn, meaning that we'll need 1 more for the innkeeper and Way. After making a quick pit stop at Fort Irony for a couple of drinks, we bring the 6-pack to Brusa, completing her quest, and we then retrieve a stolen mace from some bandits for Mava at Whitman. Next up is another interesting quest, where it appears that Ayleswell has become a ghost town. Okay, what are we doing here? Probably going to the inn. Oh, hello. Okay, everyone in the town is invisible. I need to go figure out why everyone's invisible, and then solve them so that they're not invisible anymore. Okay, watch this. Boom. I just skipped everything. Making that jump skipped nothing, and walking around here is yet another invisible dude, Amkatar. After some interrogation, he reveals that he turned the town invisible as a test run for a new invisibility spell he's working on. Despite not seeming very apologetic, eventually he hands us a reverse invisibility scroll, which we use while standing in the middle of the town to revisify everyone. Huh. I guess Ails well that ends well. As a reward, the innkeeper gives us a permanent free room whenever we need it. Sure. Thanks. With that out of the way, there's only one village quest left, and it might be my favorite one. Over at Crest Crest Ridge Camp, we find a family who had their farm taken over by goblins, and they need our help taking it back. However, unlike the Portal quest where we just fought goblins with the brothers, this is much bigger than that. And this is where I introduce to you one of the coolest parts of Oblivion, the Goblin War. Okay, there's not actually that much to say about it. I just thought it sounded cool. Essentially, there are a bunch of goblin tribes across the country, and each tribe hates all the other tribes. Their skirmishing just so happened to bring Cropsford into the line of fire, so it's our job to stop the fighting. Thankfully, we don't need a green bloodbath. All we gotta do is steal one tribe's totem staff, and this demoralizes them from any more battling. We return to Crestbridge Camp to tell them the good news, but this doesn't quite finish the quest. Over the next few weeks, the family will rebuild their farm, and we can't mark off the quest until they're up and running again, so this means there's only one thing left for us to do. We've got to pick back up what we have been putting off. Foraging! Why does yours do that? Why do I have that much hair on? We've already exhausted all of the easy-to-find nerd routes around the Imperial City, so we decide to wander around the Blackwood area where they're most prevalent, but it's easier to get turned around and lost here. While doing this, we also grind our restoration skill, getting us to level 100 not too long later. We're actually getting nerd route much quicker than I thought we were going to. Hey! Level 100 restoration, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, with 100 restoration, we're now able to cast Sonic Speed. Holy cow, look at us. Look at us go. Okay, now we just need to run around and find the rest of this nerd route. Now that we've become the Flash, picking up the rest of these nerd routes becomes a breeze, and after a very short 15 minutes, we return to Sindirion and Skingrad and hand them to him, which he's able to use to create his grand elixir of exploration, completing the final Skingrad quest. With all of the cities taken care of, and no more villages in need of our help, it's time for us to move up the ranks and become the master of every guild in Cyrodiil. Shout out to War Thunder again for sponsoring this video. Be sure to use my links in the pinned comment or video description to register now for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or on mobile devices. Those of you who are new or haven't played for 6 months will also receive a massive bonus pack across PC and console, including multiple premium vehicles, in-game currency, and more. Thanks for watching part 1 of the 4-part saga to 100% Oblivion Remastered in 100 hours. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss part 2, and let me know in the comments which quest covered in this video you liked the most. Oh, Skyrim, one of my favorite games of all time. I'll never forget all of the memories we made together. We saved the world 3 times at least. We made a lot of friends, and we had a lot of cheese. As we finally get a new Bethesda game with Starfield, I think that it's time that we retire Skyrim, knowing that we've done everything there is to do. Wait, what? Oh, crap. If I want to be able to say that I've done everything in Skyrim, then obviously I need every achievement. After some careful research, it seems like we can get all of the achievements in a single playthrough, and it'll only take... Now, I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend 11 years getting all of the achievements when Starfield is just about to come out. If I want to get all of them, I'll need to be better. I'll need to be stronger. I'll need to be faster. I need to be the first person to do a Skyrim 100% achievement speedrun. 2-page-long document that outlines the route that I would need to follow in order to get every achievement. This isn't the exact order that we'll be getting them in, like Discover 100 locations could really happen at any time, but most of the route should be followed in order to get the achievements as fast as possible, like doing the Civil War quest line before finishing the main quest, because it lets you skip the hour-long peace treaty cutscene. Now that we've got a plan, we can start our journey, and the first thing on the list is be a woman, an orc woman to be exact. Like I said, there are a lot of things that may seem weird, but we need to do them to go as fast as possible. So, as our hero, which my Twitch chat very adamantly wanted to be named Harry the Platypus, is about to be executed, this sweet pea Alwyn comes and saves us, and the timer starts as soon as we get control of our character. After a bit of dipping, diving, and dodging, we make our way into Helving Keep, where we get free of our binds and take out some Imperials. Before we continue though, we need to grind a bit. If we can kill most bandits and Draugr in one hit, it'll make this full speedrun a lot faster. So we start whacking Raylock to level up our one-handed. Cheese, we're like, whatever cheese is like. This isn't the typical Edge Omega, legendary difficulty, no followers, ridiculous. None of that here. We're doing whatever we can to do this as fast as possible. A few minutes later, and we hit level 30 one-handed, meaning that we shouldn't have to worry about combat for a while. Let's level up. We're going to be putting our stuff into Magicka, and this is for a reason that you will learn in many, many hours. Okay. As we continue forward, we unlock a few cells, starting our progress towards the Thief achievement, which requires us to fit 50 locks and 50 pockets. We then sprint through the rest of the dungeon. Once we make it out, we'll get our very first achievement, Unbound. We continue forward to the Guardian Stones, choose the Warrior Stone, giving us the achievement Blessed. This is also a step towards the Standing Stone achievement, requiring us to find all 13 of them, but we'll worry about that later. In the meantime, we inform Girder about the dragon attack and head to Bleak Falls Barrow, killing most of the bandits on the way in one hit. Once inside, we take care of some more bandits and read our first skill book, meaning that we're a 50th of the way done with the Reader achievement for reading 50 skill books. We sprint the rest of the way through Bleak Falls and get our very first shout, which is part of a couple achievements, Word of Power and Doom Master. We then take care of the boss Draugr, take the Dragonstone, and dip out to Whiterun. Hello, guard. We need to intimidate this guy. We need to persuade this guy. Never mind. It's an achievement to successfully bribe, intimidate, and persuade. So we just got our persuade. We still need a bribe and an intimidate now. I don't exactly know where to get those. Like I said, since we persuaded that guard, we're a third of the way to the Snake Tongue achievement. We then head to the Jarl, who tells us that Farengar's got a quest for us, and we just so happen to have the exact thing that he wanted. With another achievement down, we're sitting at 3 achievements in about 30 minutes. At this pace, it'll only take us about 12 and a half hours to do this whole challenge, right? Sure. Right now, though, we need to go fight our first dragon. We make light work of it, absorbing its soul and getting the Dragon Soul achievement. After we go tell the Jarl about our good work, he tells us that we should talk to the old farts at High Hrothgar. I then accidentally try to murder him. But he's kind enough to still make us thank, giving us access to our new best friend Lydia. Here is where our route deviates from a regular playthrough, and we head to Solitude to the Bard's College, where we find a book called The Ethereum Wars, starting the Lost of the Ages quest. For those who don't know, this is a quest introduced in the Dawnguard DLC, and I had no clue it even existed until researching my route. Did it grip? Yes. That wasn't like in my head or something, right? This is a whopper of a quest. We need to clear multiple Quimmer and Falmer dungeons. Falmer? I hardly know her, right guys? Oh, we have
the boss decides to show up, who we then kill in about 6 seconds, thanks to our orchestration ability. Finally, we now get to the resolution of this quest, where we can forge a rare artifact, the Ethereum Crown. We did all of this for the Lost of the Ages achievement by completing this quest, but it doubles as giving us one of the strongest items in the game. With the Ethereum Crown, we're able to have two standing stones active at the same time. So, after picking up the Lover's Stone, we now have a 35% increased experience gain for our combat skills. Now that that's done, we can continue with the main quest. After a little snag on the way to High Rockguard. Oh, okay. Sure, we're gonna have to do something about that. We talk to Arnbeard, he teaches us a couple shouts, and tells us to get some Dusty Musty Horn. With this, we get the Way of the Voice achievement, and head to Ustugrad. In here, we take out some wizards and are about to attack some Draugr when this happens. Dude. You know what? It was to be expected. That Skyrim would crash at least once. So, we make our way back through the dungeon, picking up a new shout, and retrieving the horn. Never mind, someone stole it. They left us a note saying to head to Riverwood, and they must have hired some cultists to kill us. Never mind. Someone else hired those cultists. Whatever. But like a lot of things in the speedrun, we'll deal with it later. Right now, we return the gold claw to this nice man, finishing off the first of 10 side quests we need for the side quest achievement. We then head to a local inn and find out that the innkeeper stole the horn and wants me to help fight the dragons. Sure, lady, whatever. As long as you don't turn out to secretly be a part of another cult about dragons. We then enchant the sword and make a potion, meaning that we only need to smith something in order to get the artificer achievement.
This streamer is a verified liar. Since we forged the Aetherian Crown, we just got the Artificer achievement.
After we did, we again take a break from the main quest, and instead, we head for something more exotic. In order to get there, we intimidate a poor sailor into giving us passage, meaning we only need to bribe someone now for state fund. Once we get there, we get the Outlander achievement, and we make a beeline for Ravenrock Mine. In here, we do a quest to get a cool sword, kill a dragon priest, learn the first word of dragon aspect, and read a black book. We're going to need to read 5 of these for the hidden knowledge achievement, and this one gives a reward that'll help us a bunch early on. You see, at the end of this black book, we get the Lover's Insight passive, letting us deal 10% more damage to the opposite sex. Because all of the bosses we're going to fight are male, this means boss fights will be 10% faster for the rest of the speedrun. Like I said, we do a lot of little things now to make things faster down the line. Now that we've done that, we head back to Skyrim and start the Companions Guild questline. There are achievements for each faction in Skyrim, so we'll need to get around to all of them eventually. It just makes the most sense to do this one first. After fighting this guy and doing some chores, we become a companion, giving us the first of their achievements, Take Up Arms. We then do a couple more jobs for them and find out that they're all actually werewolves. What? Oh wait, that just happened. That's crazy. After a couple more jobs, they decide it's finally time to make me a werewolf and get the achievement Blood Oath. Now that we're werewolves, we need to be feeding on as many bodies as possible. You see, Dawnguard added an achievement for getting all 11 werewolf perks, and to get them, we need to feed on a total of 165 bodies. Thankfully for us, the Silver Hand will be supplying us with a lot of bodies to feed on. While we continue with the Companions questline, we reach level 10, giving us the Adept achievement. Also, apparently the leader of the Companions doesn't like being a cool and awesome werewolf, so we need to go for a wolf spirit. After doing this, we finish the Companions Guild and get the achievement Glory of the Dead. Now that all of that drama's over with, we can continue with the main quest. We head to where Delphine told us to meet, and we manage to kill the dragon before it can even grow its skin back. This is when Delphine goes all crazy conspiracy theory on us, claims that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back to life. Sure, lady, whatever. She wants us to infiltrate the Thalmor embassy with the help of a really weird friend.
No journalists to get into the party without being able to start.
Hoping what? No, don't say that. You can't say that. No, just say without being figured out that I'm a spy. No, have to say that I'm figured by as a spy. Oh, I'm saying that. I'm talking about being figured. Once we do this, we get an achievement. We learn of some dude named Esbern. Delphine now wants us to save from, you guessed it, the Thalmor. process of doing this, we bribe a guard, finally giving us the snake tongue achievement. We start the thieves guild by ruining this guy's life, and in the ragged flagging, we talk with the face changer, where we get the new you achievement. Actually don't care about changing it. I think I look perfect as is. After returning Esbern to his rightful owner, they want us to go to Skyhaven Temple, where we demolish an entire Force One clan and deal half of this dragon's health with a single hit. After making our way through the temple, we learn that we need to use a shout to defeat Alduin, the destroyer of worlds. But more importantly, we get an achievement, Alduin's Wall. We now need to head back to High Rothbard for a shout, but before we do that, we need to do something else. There's an achievement for completing 50 miscellaneous objectives. It's easy to get in a normal playthrough, but in a speedrun, we just don't have time for all that. Instead, we're going to abuse the game mechanics. You see, the miscellaneous objectives don't need to be unique. There are a few instances where we can complete the same objective multiple times. In this instance, we're helping Fleming deliver supplies. So each time we deliver the supplies, it counts as another miscellaneous objective. So after putting the supplies in and taking the supplies out a bunch of times, hey, Chad, remind you of anything? Because it's how my date with your mom went. A lot of putting in and taking out, you know what I mean? Oh, we have plenty. We'll get the Hero of the People achievement. Now that we're done with that, we talk with the old dudes who teach us the final word of unrelenting force, giving us the Words of Power achievement. They also teach us clear skies, which lets us climb to the tippy top of the mountain, where we get to speak with their leader, Parthenax. Unfortunately, he doesn't know the Alduin killing shout, but he knows where we can find it. First, we need to find an Elder Scroll, and to get it, we need to talk to this freaky guy in the middle of nowhere. He gives us some cool toys and tells us to buzz off the Blackreach, which we are now very intimately familiar with. After making our way through waves of Boomer and Fulmer, we finally reach the Elder Scroll, giving us the achievement Elder Knowledge, and marking the end of our first day of the speedrun. You started day 2, pick up where we left off, and go read the Elder Scroll, throwing us back in time to learn the Shout Dragonred, which we then used to kill Alduin. Okay, well, that was quick. He's not dead, he just flew away. In the current timeline of things, we need to finish the main quest, and before that, we need to do the Civil War. This is because if the Civil War is finished, we can skip the long season unending quest. It doesn't end there though. Before you can start the Civil War quest, we need to do all the Dawnguard DLC in order to become a master vampire. We need to do this because the Civil War quests alone will give us enough bodies, 165 like werewolves, to get all the 11 perks for the Vampire Master achievement. So, before we go chase him down, we need to go join the Dawnguard. We decide that it's time to upgrade our follower, so we ditch Lydia for our new best friend, this on Farkas, and head to investigate some vampires. Apparently, we're trying to hunt down an Elder Scroll that just so happens to be attached to our new best friend, Serana. After freeing her, we get the Awakening achievement, and we need to transport her back to her home of Castle Golkihar. On our way there, we decide to take out a dragon, which then crashes the game. Thankfully, we're able to kill it after round 2 though. 160 gold though. Yeesh. Dude. Entire playthrough is just gonna be me fighting that dragon for a trillion years. Okay, third time's the charm, and this time we're able to kill it. No, never mind. Apparently, this dragon is an agent of Bethesda trying to prevent me from showcasing my skills. We're just gonna leave, you know? It's, we don't want to overstay our welcome here. So, avoiding the dragon this time, we head straight to the castle, where we deny Lord Harkon's gift of vampirism because we still need to get the remaining werewolf perks. He doesn't like that one bit and banishes us back to the Dawnguard. Isran is crying about the fact that I gave an Elder Scroll to the Dawnguard's mortal enemies and wants me to remove some old friends. Kirby, whatever. While we're doing that, we loot a chest and Elemental Fury. That's actually really good.
Oh, yes, we're in this beacon.
Legendary. Alright, let's do this. After solving the puzzle and taking out some shades, we pick up Dawnbreaker. This gives us the Danger Influence achievement. Dawnbreaker is by far the strongest weapon we'll get in this challenge. Because we have to fight so many undead over the course of the speedrun, the passive effect for Dawnbreaker is an amazing bonus to the already awesome stats of the sword. Now that the most iconic quest of the game is over, we finished recruiting for the Dawn Guard, and Serana makes another appearance because her dad gone total wackadoo. Since none of us can read the Elder Scroll, we head out to go find one. There just so happens to be one in this cave filled with vampires. We beat the Moth Priest into submission and take him back to the Dawn Guard, where he reads the scroll and tells us about some boring prophecy about the end of the world. Yada yada yada. We need to go fetch another Elder Scroll, but it's been hidden where only the most genius person could ever find it. It's in Castle Morkior. After exploding some undead with Dawnbreaker and solving a puzzle, we show Serana who's boss, and then open a portal to the Soul Gem world where Serana's mom has been holed up. We can't go in there as we are though, so Serana sinks our soul and we're safe to enter. Okay. Arbac? More like, I'll just go myself. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have wasted your time like that. I don't know where I was going. Hey, it's Arbac. Sorry for, I should just let it go. That was awkward. I think that I played it off pretty cool though. We meet up with Mom, take out the Soul Prison Guards, and we head into the boneyard to kill the dragon that's here for some reason. Whatever. Valerica gives us her Elder Scroll, and we're finally able to get out of this episode of Supernatural. Before we go, the dragon we just killed resurrected herself and was all like, real recognize real, summon me in the real world, and I'll repay you. And I was all like, sure dude, whatever. All cool like. We then GTFO and return to the real world where we get the achievement Beyond Death. Unfortunately, getting the Elder Scroll was completely pointless because our Moth Priest went blind for reading the last one. Because of this, all hope is lost, and the world is gonna end. Oh, never mind. Apparently, it's possible for us to read the Elder Scroll. We just need to go off mode. I'm not really sure what that means, but I'll do whatever it takes at this point to finish the speedrun. So we head to the Ancestral Blade and go mod mode, and that lets us read the Elder Scroll, which reveals itself to be a map. We then get bugged, and our game prevents us from leaving, meaning that we can't continue, and the run's over. Just kidding. We actually just waste about 7 minutes trying to figure out what's going on before eventually just reloading the save. This time everything goes smoothly, and we head to where the Elder Scroll pointed to, Darkfall Cave. In here we have a good opportunity to mine some ore, meaning that we're a third of the way done with the hard worker achievement. After navigating through the cave, we meet one of the last remaining snow elves. Dude, it's like an Oblivion character, the way that he's shaded. We're then given access to a portal room, and we now need to survive Darkfall Passage. Surely that's just like a joke or something. It turns out that's not a joke, and this is Falmer Paradise. I'm not kidding. We had to spend about 15 minutes alone just mowing down Falmer. A few cool things to note though, we encountered the coolest dragon fight in the whole game. We decided to kill this frost giant just for the full Dawnguard experience. After surviving Darkfall Passage, we're given access to the Inner Sanctum and the boss fight begins. Phase 1 is super easy. You just go into werewolf mode and most of the ice dudes die in one hit. Phase 2, however, is much more difficult. I was expecting it to be a little bit harder. I think that we might be a little bit strong. Never mind. Now that Mr. Evil Snow Elf is dead, Mr. Nice Snow Elf shows up and rewards us with the big bad weapon of the Dawnguard DLC, Oriel's Bow. Okay. Now if we do this, that's right. Achievement unlocked. Use the special power of Oriel's Bow. Not just smiting down everything around us. This thing is crazy. We then summon Durnavir, who teaches us the Soul Tear shout, which also gives us the achievement Soul Tear. They really couldn't have come up with more clever names for these, huh? Before we finish the Dawnguard quest, we decided we should get the rest of the werewolf perks out of the way. So we spent half a laughably easy final boss fight, we get the Kindred Judgment achievement. We let Serana turn us into a vampire. So, like I mentioned before, we had to do all of this before we did the Civil War, because now we'll have a lot of bodies to feast on. We head to Solitude, join the Imperials because you guys voted for them, and after clearing out a bandit camp, we get the Taking Sides achievement. Next up, we need to go retrieve the Jagged Crown for some reason I skipped over and don't care about. We get to feast on a bunch of Stormcloaks in the process. After some weird segment of threatening Ulfric Stormcloak and delivering messages, Whiterun's under attack, and we get Thanksgiving dinner served up right on a platter. This is why the Civil War is good for us. We then go on the offensive and we start farming. Because of the way capturing ports works, your allies will respond infinitely, and since we're in Vampire Lord form, nothing we do will give us a bounty. Though, we suck the Imperials dry for every last drop. Unfortunately, the Stormcloaks died before we were able to finish off our vampire perks, and after one more fort, we get the last one, letting us very quickly mark off the Vampire Master achievement. Making this fort also gives us the War Hero achievement, meaning that we just got a 2-for-1 special. After doing some more work for the Imperials, we're ready to finally take over Skyrim. After invading Windhelm, we land a final blow on Ulfric, giving us the Hero of Skyrim achievement. Now that the Civil War is over, we can continue the main quest. Bear in mind, although these hours of work had to be done in this order, we most efficiently saved 10 minutes for the Peace Treaty quest. So, now that there's no Civil War, the Jarl is willing to help us trap a dragon in Whiterun, and after doing so, we get the Fallen achievement. This dragon is willing to help us get to Alduin, and all we need to do is go through this long Frogger dungeon. Dawnbreaker makes this trivial enough, and thanks to our speedrun tactics, we're able to whirlwind sprint past the gatekeeper to Sothengar. Now we're finally in the endgame. We take out the Guardian of the Hall of Valor, get the help of the Ancient War heroes, and we get the final fight. And we kill Alduin on the first cycle. With that, we beat the game, and we get the final achievement, Dragon Slayer. Just kidding, we're not even halfway done yet. As we start day 3, we realize that we've got a really slow day ahead of us. Pretty much today is dedicated solely to the 9 achievements for the remaining factions: Thieves Guild, Dark Brotherhood, and the College of Winterhold. Since there's no time like the present, we jump right in with the Thieves Guild. The Thieves Guild has been facing some tough times, so they're jumping at the opportunity for a new recruit. In order to prove our worth, we harass some citizens, and the guild declares us worthy, granting us the taking care of business achievement. Next up, we get a job where we need to sneak into an estate to steal from a safe without anyone seeing. We don't have time for that, so we kill everyone and clear out the safe, finding out that an anonymous person is conspiring against the Thieves Guild. When we head back, we get the Explorer achievement for discovering haunted locations. We then head to Whiterun for the next quest, and I don't know why, but something feels off about it. What the hell is going on? Is this place been flooded? What's going on here? Okay. We don't have time to worry about the trials and tribulations that the Whiterun people are going through. God. This guy wants us to take out a competitor of a Thieves Guild benefactor by poisoning their meat, and in the process, we find another note from the same person I wrote the first one. The leader of the guild, Mercer Frey, thinks that we should go investigate one of the guild's old contacts to see if they know anything. Then we need to do the second most boring quest in the game: wait for this guy to slowly walk through this warehouse. I'm not kidding. It's practically a 5-minute cutscene. It might be more interesting if you had to stay hidden, but no. You can just kill all the guards in broad daylight, and this guy doesn't put any pep in his step. So after that's done, we kill some bandits that are protecting this guy, and he decides to help us out by telling us that the person we're after is Carlisle, the person who murdered the previous guild master. After relaying this information back to Mercer, he says that we need to go take her out, and we need to go to where she betrayed them. Once we make it there, we take out some Draugr before entering the final room, where she kills us. Just kidding, she just poisoned us. We then find out that Mercer Frey was the bad guy this whole time, and then he kills us. Just kidding. Carlisle's poison actually prevented us from bleeding out, and now she wants our help to take him down. She's got a journal with a lead, but it's written in ancient Balmer for some reason. That's convenient, because bypass the fence using a whirlwind sprint, and we head down to a secret basement where it just so happens to have a huge document lying out describing his exact plan and where he's going, right next to the lusty Argonian maid. Mercer, you dirty dog, you. Before we can chase him down, we need to become nightingales. During the induction ceremony, though, Serana gets up to her usual hijinks. This is so deep and impactful, and I'm really enriched in the lore of this scenario.
Your time is so long.
Don't scare. Thankfully, Nocturnal doesn't hold it against us, and we officially become nightingales, meaning that we're now ready for the big boss. Unfortunately for us, the big boss is at the end of a very long long dungeon. Luckily for us, we're super overpowered. Okay, so after recovering from that, we find Mercer Frey taking out this gypsum eyeball, and after a very riveting fight, we kill him and take the skeleton key. Nocturnal wants the skeleton key back though, so after making our way through the Twilight Sepulchre, Nocturnal approves our work and gives us the Darkness Returns achievement, and we're now ready for the next segment, the Dark Brotherhood. After breaking into this kid's house, we don't say a word. He asks us to kill some old lady. Unfortunately, that old lady works at an orphanage, and we give a bunch of kids lifelong trauma. Sorry kids, have a good day. That's it with an honest day's work. We take a nap and have one of the weirdest dreams ever. Okay, maybe it's not a dream. Astrid wants us to figure out who has a contract out for them, but we don't have time for that until the unlinked Khajiit that was nearest to us. Astrid likes our style and invites us to her murder cult, which we happily oblige. After this weird interaction with the door, silence, already. I prefer like R&B, maybe some Midwest emo, but you know, sure, silence. I could understand someone like silence. We then talk to Astrid, and we're officially part of the Dark Brotherhood, granting us leave with Crimson Ease achievement. We now need to do a few contract killings and get intimately close with the Night Mother. Oh, about 7 minutes in heaven. Holy, me and the Night Mother are getting a little bit down and dirty in the sarcophagus. She then tells us that we are the chosen one or whatever, and Cicero starts flipping out. Whatever. We need to go kill some dude. In the process, we get ambushed by a dragon. Once it's over with, we kill the contract and what the fuck did he do? We need to follow the rules of the room. Come on, use your legs. Put that away, Saran. You're freaking me out. Okay. Slay, I guess. Our next target is the most genius out of all of them, as he just stands in this tavern, playing his flute 24/7, never giving us a good opportunity to kill him. Thankfully, we're too smart for that, and we shield bash him to make him angry. So Rana finishes him off, meaning that we don't get a bounty for murder. Thanks, Skyrim Law. Once the contracts are done with, we go talk to this dude Amon, and he wants us to kill a few people. Let's see, Atticus, Rancho, Minoria, the Emperor's cousin. Wait, Emperor's cousin? Well, at least he doesn't want us to kill the Emperor. The first three are simple enough, and after killing Victoria, we take our wedding dress and dip out right as everyone starts killing one another. When we get back to the sanctuary, we get the Bounded Till Death achievement, meaning that we're now almost 16 hours in and only just over halfway done. We then need to kill the Emperor's guard. Okay, I guess that we're still not killing the Emperor, so it shouldn't be too bad. We gank him and plant an incriminating letter on his body. After we head back to the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary, we find out that Cicero's gone mad. He fled to the Dawnstar Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary, and it's our job to go deal with him. Astrid appreciates our gung-ho nature and rewards us with our new best friend, Shadowbeard. We make it to the sanctuary, and after a long game of cat and mouse, we find Cicero, but he's not getting done without a fight. Unfortunately for him, we kill him before he can even draw his weapon. With that good work done, it's on to our next job. Killing last wish is for us to kill her, but that goes against our moral code. Mommy then tells us that the Emperor contract is still ongoing, so we need to track down the real Emperor and kill him. We head back to Amon, who claims to not have known about the Emperor decoy, but he just so happens to know where the real one is, so I'm not really sure how much I can believe him. He tells us that the real Emperor is on a ship just outside of Solitude, and after heading there and taking out his guards, he surrenders, and we kill him anyways. We then head back to Amon for our payment, and after he tells us where it is, we kill him just for fun. We then head to get our payment, which is a whopping 20,000 smackaroons, moving us a lot closer to the Golden Touch achievement. After reporting this back to the Dawnstar Sanctuary, we get the final achievement for the Dark Brotherhood, Hail Sithis. Now, we've only got one faction left, the College of Winterhold. We head to Winterhold, where a courier immediately intercepts us to give us a letter of inheritance from Amon. It seems a little odd, but hey, I'm not complaining. After proving our skills to Feralda at the college entrance, we get the achievement Gatekeeper. We then further prove our mystical expertise by holding this lesser ward for 4 seconds, and Tolkdir suggests that we take a field trip to some local ruins. After finding a secret passage, we get interrupted by this super boring ghost dude or whatever. It's not really important. We make our way through the rest of the dungeon until we find ourselves in front of a weird glowing orb. No, not that one, a different one. This one is guarded by a Draugr named Curate Goldermanson or something, but we kill him in 2 hits. Wolfdeer says that he's going to hang back to keep an eye on the orb. We need to go report our findings to the Archmage Savos Ara. He tells us that we should do some research on it, and after talking to the librarian, we learn that we need to go get some books for some evil wizards. So we clear the dungeon, skip a pretty cool boss fight, and take the books. After heading back to the librarian, he says that Wolfdeer might need more. Wolfdeer then says, let me think about that, and then he doesn't elaborate. Cool, so all of that felt pretty pointless. Ankano, a Thalmor who's been hanging around the college for some reason, says that the boring ghost is back to talk to us. Whatever he says is important though, and the person with the real answers is hidden underneath the college. Then he made it. This person isn't really a person, it's the Augur of Dunlane. This dude tells us 2 things. Number 1, Ankano's been down there talking to him, and number 2, we need the Staff of Magnus in order to control the orb, the Eye of Magnus. We head back to Savos Ara, telling about the weird staff, and he tells us to go to some dwarven ruins to figure out where the staff is. Of course, we can't go 5 hours without fighting Falmer. So, clear out the Falmer and the dwarven mechanisms, and at the end of the dungeon, we find a weird dude and a weird thing. After fiddling with the weird thing for a bit, it reveals itself to be a map. The weird dude is able to read the map, and he discerns that the staff is located in a dungeon called the Labyrinthia. We head back to the College of Winterhold to find Ankano doing some weird magic on the eye, which then explodes with a burst of energy. When we come to, we'll get the achievement revealing the unseen, and find Savos Ara. Boy, does he look like he's seen better days. Apparently, that burst caused a bunch of magic anomalies to pop up, so after taking care of them, we had to get the staff of the Labyrinthian. In here, I'm sure that there's a lot of cool story with all these ghosts, but we don't have time for that. What we do have time for, though, is totally wicked undead dragon fights. After making our way through the rest of the dungeon, we find this souped-up dragon priest, who was by far the most difficult enemy we faced yet. I mean, he almost got us down to a quarter of our health. Impressive. On his body, we find the Staff of Magnus, and as we're making our way out, we get stopped by another Thalmor dude, who immediately gets up. Once we're back at the college, we see that Ankano hasn't learned his lesson and is back to fiddling with the eye. We decide that we had enough with this guy. We start the most epic battle of all time. After killing him in 1 hit, we save the day and get the Eye of Magnus achievement, marking the end of day 3 and the end of the factions. Right? Starting day 4, we now only have 1 big story chunk left, the Dragonborn DLC. You know what that means. That's right. It's time for Solstheim. There's a nice ashy amethyst. What a fiery mud crab? Yeah, I'll be careful, don't worry. I gotta lit a trap. I don't want to look at that. That seems gross. Hard. Shit. Get me out of here. I'm gonna jump off the building. Oh, shit. I'm jumping. I am A-A-B-R. we absorbed our 20th Dragon Soul, granting us the Dragon Hunter achievement. After asking around, we learned that we need to go to the Temple of Mirak. In here are a bunch of cultists, the second word of the dragon aspect, and a black book. After reading it, we get a lecture from Mr. Tentacle Guy himself, Mirak. After his minions with interesting anatomy send us back, we get the Temple of Mirak achievement, and we head to a local village that's home to the Skull Tribe. They inform us that we need to go to the Shout Benwill in order to help them out. And fine by us, because it's the 20th Shout Wheel, granting us the Boom Master achievement. Now, we've got to run across Solstein, cleanse all the stones, and once we're done, we head to Telmethrin. Here, we get a new quest where we need to go to some foreign ruins to get a black book. Thankfully for us, it's in the very first room. Unfortunately for us, it's locked. In order to unlock it, we just need to solve this very simple puzzle that I definitely didn't need to look up a guide on IGN for. 20 minutes later, we finish the puzzle in the black book, giving us the Path of Knowledge achievement. At the end of the book, we have a nice little chat with our new best friend, Reneus Mora. He teaches us the second wonder of Ben Will, and is all like,
Blah, 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 I'll teach you the final word, but only if you give me the secrets of the soul, blah, blah, blah.
sure, Rob, whatever. We get a power that makes our unlimited force shout literally disintegrate people. After heading out of the ruins, we get jumped by the sad-looking dragon. Like, come on, you could not make a dragon look more silly. When we head back to the Skull Village, we convince the leader to give up their secrets. This is when Reneus Mora pops out and turns us into a scene from a tasteful animated movie. Sucks for that guy, but Agent fulfills us into the bargain and teaches us the final word of their will. Now that we're ready for a remap with Mirak, we reread the Black Book from the beginning. After navigating through Tentacle Land for a while, we find the final word of Dragon Aspect, meaning that we can check Dragon Aspect off the list. We use the final word of Will on one of those silly guys from before, and now we get to ride a freaking dragon. I wish so bad that we were able to actually control them, but instead, it just feels super clunky. After a few minutes, it pretty much loses all of its novelty. At the very least, though, the dragon was able to take us straight to Mirak, and after a short introduction, we take him out in just under 60 seconds. Our good buddy Reneus Mora comes in to finish the job, and while he does that, we get the At the Summit of Apocrypha achievement, meaning that we're now done with all of our story quests. There's still 5 Dragonborn achievements left, but they shouldn't be too hard to finish. We go invade this little goblin village, this funky spider cave, toting a couple of black books, finishing off Hidden Knowledge achievement. As we're walking around, we discover our 30th location, giving us the Solstein Explorer achievement. Side note, really Bethesda, you just remix the Explorer achievement from the base game and slap Solstein in front of it and call it a day? Respect. Unfortunately, crafting an item out of Stalrum isn't as easy as it sounds. First, we need to do a quest to get a special pickaxe. Then we gotta do a quest to learn how to craft it. Then we need level 80 smithing. Wait, what? Level 80 smithing just to craft this silly little Stalrum dagger? Put me on Solstein and hold up this short piece of Stalrum to a stick, and that would just be about the same thing. Level 80 smithing. Oh, this sucks so bad, I did not realize that. Oh my god, okay. So, we decided that our best course of action is to get rid of our lycanthropy and get married so we can have the maximum XP bonus. After doing so with our beloved Farkas, we get the achievement married and realize that we need to sleep in a house together in order to get the bonus, so it was pretty useless. We then go ahead and sell everything we own because it's much less useful to us now that we don't need to do quests. But what I neglected to think about was all the Deja quests that we still need to do. With our money, we buy every single iron, silver, and gold ingot in order to get our hands on. In the process, we get arrested by the Solitude Guards for the whole killing the Emperor fiasco. Okay, take it to jail. Fine. It's okay, we need to escape jail as part of an achievement. Okay, we'll do that later. Thankfully for us, we won't be totally wasting our time while smithing. We still need to build 3 houses, so during this process, we make a metric butt ton of locks, hinges, iron fittings, and nails. While grinding out smithing levels, we hit level 25, granting us the Expert achievement. All of this smithing is weighing down on our pockets though, so we decide to eat a bunch of ingredients to lose some weight. Solstheim, and we head there to buy a house. Never mind, you can't just buy a house. What you really need to do is a sequence of quests that involve
Assault, theft, fraud, DUI, breaking and entering, solicitation, armed robbery, shoplifting, aggravated assault on a police officer, and more.
Once we're done, we're gifted a house in Ravenrun, and we're gifted the Ravenrun owner achievement. We then head back to Skyrim, buy the house in Whiterun for a double play with the citizen achievement. After grinding out a few more levels of smithing, we head to Yorling Greymane, paying for the remaining levels. Now that we're finally level 80 smithing, we can craft a Stalwart dagger or marking off the Stalwart crafter achievement. Now that that unexpected goal is out of the way, it's time for an expected goal, Hearthfire. See, we need to build not one, not two, but 3 entire houses, each with 3 wings on them. I'll save you a lot of time and just skip to the end, because this was the second most boring part of the whole speedrun. One interesting thing of note though, we ended up chopping wood and cooking food or finishing off the hard worker achievement. By the end of the day, we also got the landowner, baron, architect, and master architect achievements, almost rounding out all of Hearthfire. Thankfully, we were able to get past the unexpected roadblock today, and tomorrow should be smooth sailing. It's day 5, and the ship's crashed. After doing some final checks to make sure we were on track to finish the speedrun today, we realized that we're missing one achievement from what we thought we needed. What things don't we have? Get us go to 100, adopt a child, complete 10 quests, side quests, clear 50 dungeons, reach level 50, read 50 skill books. Oh, we still haven't found 13 standing stones. We haven't returned the Thieves Guild to its former glory. Okay, so I assumed that we got this quest when we finished the main Thieves Guild story, but apparently not. We need to assume the title Guildmaster by performing 4 special jobs across the major world of Skyrim. In order to get a special job, you must first finish 5 smaller jobs. Okay, well, we aren't as close as I thought we were. I still am hoping that we'll be able to finish it today. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So, we've got more on our plate than I thought we did. At least this isn't completely pointless, as we can use this as an opportunity to fix pockets. There are 2 people that can offer us jobs, Vex and Delvin Mallory. We need to do 4 jobs in Markarth, Solitude, Whiterun, and Windhelm. The problem with this is that it's random where a job will be located. Additionally, it's possible to get Riften as a job location, which is useless to us. So, each time we take a job, there's a 1 in 5 chance that it's pointless, and those odds increase as we finish all of the jobs for a particular city. Because of this, what should have been a 45-minute quest ended up taking about an hour and a half, but in the end, we're finally rewarded with the Guild Leader armor and the One with the Shadows achievement. Now we can start what we were supposed to start today with, the Daedric artifacts. We need 15 of them for an achievement, but it's not exactly as easy as it sounds. You see, for some of these quests, it's possible to choose the wrong option, meaning that the artifact is impossible to get. On top of this, there are some options that just don't count towards the achievement. Like, why does the Rueful Axe not count, but the Mask of Clavicus Vile does? Why does this Belt of Heat not count? Finally, if we had accidentally killed the quest giver at any point previously in the run, it would be impossible to start that quest. So, we start the Daedric quests, knowing that any wrong move could have horrible repercussions. Starting us off, this hellish gauntlet is discerning the transmundane. Back over at our buddy Septimus's hideout, we get a fun little tool that we need to use to harvest the blood of every type of elf. Then our friend Emmaus Moore shows up again, introducing himself because this happened before the Dragonborn DLC came out. He talks about wanting us to serve him. Sure, blah, whatever. Instead of trying to find each type of elf, we decide to do some other Daedric quests, hoping to harvest all the blood we need in the process. We head to Solitude and enter the Pelagius window of Blue Castle, where we get teleported to Sheik Lorad, the Daedric Prince of Silius. After using his staff to cause some havoc, he lights the cut of our jib and rewards us with the Wabbajet. If we then head to Markarth, we have to face the worst Daedric Prince of all, Olag Bal, the Daedric Prince of unskippable dialogue. Just kidding. All of the Daijin deities have unskippable dialogue, which is a speedrunner's worst nightmare. Ball Guy wants us to go rescue this guy from some force ward, and while doing so, we get the Delver achievement for clearing 50 dungeons. Since Molag wanted us to save this dude, he must be one of the nicest Daijin princes. Never mind. He just wanted us to torture this guy. After we do so, he rewards us with his base though, meaning that we're one step closer to the achievement. We then head to Dawnstar where the new museum opened up, and the owner wants us to go recover some artifacts. After collecting them all, we head to the shrine of Mehrunes Dagon, and we kill the museum owner, granting us the Mehrunes Razor. Not far from here is a dragon, so we head over there, and after riding him, we get the Dragon Rider achievement. Back at Dawnstar, we talk to a priest who seems to know the cause of everyone's nightmares. So we head to a castle overlooking the town, and after we head in, a bunch of really sleepy people start attacking us. After a bunch of weird, mystical mumbo-jumbo, we disable the barrier around the staff that's causing the nightmares. Then Mara chimes in, telling us that the priest is actually a bad guy, and that we should kill him and take the staff for ourselves. Whatever you say, Michael. After finishing that, we head to Whiterun, where we learn that the Jarl's kid has been hearing voices. After some investigation, we have a nice conversation with a door who claims to be Bala, and once we head inside, we're rewarded with the Ebony Blade. Next up on the list, we head to the Shrine of Zura, where we learn that we need to find an Elven Mage. Luckily for us, we've got an Elven Mage right here. He says that we now need to go find Azura's star. After retrieving it from a bunch of necromancers, we head back to the shrine, where we get the into the star. I'm not really sure how it works, but we don't have time for questions. In here, we need to cleanse it from some weirdo, and after killing him, we get pulled back out of the star, and Azura lets us keep it. After heading to Falkreath, we have a fun conversation with our new best friend Barvis, who leads us to Azura's cave. In here, we find a shrine to Clavicus Vile, and he says that we need to go retrieve his axe, and in return, he'll give us his spoon. After heading to a different cave, we show off the power of Mehrunes Razor. It's the kill. 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 Ooh, it's the kill. And we collect the full axe. When we head back to Mr. Mount Rushmore, he says that he'll let us keep the axe as long as we kill Barvis with it. We could never dream of such a thing. Also, it doesn't count as a Daijin artifact. After giving him the axe, he rewards us with the mask of Clavicus Vile. Regarding the elf blood, at this point, we only need Palmer blood. So we head back into Blackreach, collecting some Palmer blood and saying hello to the giant blood core before heading back to Old Septimus. Elated that he's finally able to open the cube, he's so excited that he disintegrates. I remember that happening before. Sorry about that, dude. Wasn't expecting that to happen. We then take the Augment Compendium, and after reading it, we gain 5 levels in each of our thieves skills. This puts us at level 30, meaning that we immediately get attacked by the Occultist. We'll put that on the back burner for now, and we head to Periite's Shrine. We need to collect some items in order to summon Periite. After doing so, he says this. Yes, very powerful. Essentially, he just wants us to kill the dude. Of course, though, it's not that simple. See, for some reason, the developers decided to have most Daijin quests have cool but small sub-locations, like the Wabjak or Reserve Star quest. But for this Daijin quest, we need to navigate this massive glimmer of ruins filled with a ton of enemies for no real discernible reason. At the end of the dungeon, we kill the dude we came for, and after heading back to Periite, he blesses us with this information. I'm not really understanding what you're saying, dude. Yep, yes sir. Despite us not quite following, he still gives us the Spellbreaking Shield, and we begin the quest for Ruby's Calling. We need to swap out Serana for a more expendable follower. We head to Whiterun and employ Janasa. Don't worry about what's about to happen now. There's nothing weird that's about to happen. I just think that you should spend the $5 million that I just gave you well. Almost as good as your last. Back at the Shrine to Alethea, we kindly ask Janasa to stand on this full-blown platform where we then murder in cold blood. Apparently, the other cultists don't really like this, and they all start attacking us. Little do they know that we're pretty much unkillable at this point, and we take them down easily. We then head to a mine, kill the bandits inside, become the new champion of Alethea, looting the ebony mail off the previous one's body. kid that got a werewolf, and they just so happen to have the culprit, Cindy, locked up in jail. After talking with him, he gives us this cool ring and tells us to kill the great beast, whatever that means. Instead of a great beast, we kill this white elf, and its ghost just happens to be the aspect of Percy. Ghost Elf wants us to go on a fun little hunt for Cindy, and after killing and skinning him, Percy grants us the Savior's Hide. Thanks, Ghost Elf. Next up on the list is Malakath's quest. After heading to the fourth stronghold, we perform a ritual to summon him. Apparently, these guys have been having some giant problems, and I mean huge. Their huge problem is that they let giants take over the shrine to Malakath, so me and Orc Chief head to the giant's lair. After taking out some small giants and making our way through the lair, we encounter a giant. After killing him with Soul Bearer, which resurrects him to fight for us, the Orc Chief turns on us in order to take all the credit. Clearly, he must not have been paying attention because we have a giant on our side. After the two of us take him out, we head back to the stronghold, and Malakath rewards us with a Warhammer Berlindrum. Then we head back to Margard, where some weird things have been going on in the Hall of the Dead. This nice young man leads us inside, where this Lady Aola claims to have been munching on these people's bones. Okay. She wants to meet us at Breachcliff Cave, and after clearing out all the Draugr inside, Aola says that she wants to have a big dinner and that we should fight that nice priest from before. Now, I'm never one to turn down a dinner, so we bring him to the party. Aola wants us to kill and eat him, which is not what I thought she meant when she said that we should have him for dinner. After doing so, though, we get the ring of Mira, and we now only have one major quest left. This one is the longest one. There are so many twists, turns, so many side quests. It's not going to be good for our time. That would be the case typically, but the game lets us speed it up quite a bit. After locating Sam Bodine and challenging him to a drinking contest, we black out and wake up in Margard. Typically would need to go across Skyrim, doing random side quests to get information about our vendor last night, but thankfully we've got enough gold that we can bribe everyone to give us this information. The info eventually leads us to a dungeon, and at the end of it is a funky portal to a different dimension. And here we find out that Sam Bodine is actually Sam Lee, and he gives us his staff, meaning that we've got 15 Daedric artifacts and the Oblivion Walker achievement. Very good achievement. Let me know if you need anything again.
Yes. Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god. Okay, we're finally continuing. Now, there's only one big thing we have left to do. All we need to do is get to level 78. This is going to take a while. We've got a plan, and from the research I did beforehand, I think illusion will be the quickest way to do this. Go by the buckle spell and spend the next 10 minutes grinding to level 100 illusion. Once we've got it, we get the skill master achievement, and we head to the College of Winterhold to do the master illusion quests. After using our wizard eyes to find some books scattered across the college, we're able to learn the master level illusion spells. There's two that are important to us: Call to Arms and Harmony. These are nice because they level illusion quickly and doesn't make people mad when we cast it on them. So, the legendary illusion skill and head to Ripton to start bettering levels. This is the reason that we've been putting points in Magicka throughout the speedrun, but unfortunately, we didn't put enough in to be able to cast Harmony. That's okay though, because we can still cast Call to Arms, and there's surely not a big difference between the two, right? While we're grinding levels, I'll take this time to mention that only a small percentage of you are still watching, so I humbly ask you to like the video and comment what your favorite skill is in Skyrim, because the engagement really helps me out. Now that I'm done showing, it takes us about 17 minutes before we get back to level 100 illusion, and I come up with an idea. Okay, level 100. Let's see if this is possible. Okay, so now we are going to begin casting Harmony. We're going to begin casting it. Now we're going to go here. We're going to legendary the skill. And hopefully it lets us finish the cast. If it lets us finish the cast, then that's going to be awesome. Okay, awesome. We're going to level up here. That got us to level 47 illusion just with that one cast. Oh my god. Now that we know how much better Harmony is on leveling up, we decide that we can't go back. The problem is, we're way off being able to cast Harmony. I tried enchanting, I tried alchemy, there was nothing I could do to cast it. Go back to the call to arms grind. I cast, and I wait. Again, and again, and again. As I level up, it takes more and more casts to get to the next level. Right as my spirit was about to break, I remember something. Remember those stones that I cleansed back in Solstheim? Well, one of them actually lets me cast spells at 75% reduced cost for 60 seconds. Yes, I was dumb for not remembering this earlier, but honestly, I don't care. After getting the power, we're free to cast Harmony as many times as we want. It only takes us about 5 casts to get to level 100 illusion now, compared to the dozens that it took with Coat of Arms. Now that we've upgraded it, it only takes us about half an hour to get from level 43 to level 76, and in the process, we'll get the Master Achievement for reaching level 50. Now that we're done leveling, we can encounter legendary dragons, or so I thought. If you remember, earlier I said that we need to be level 78 to encounter legendary dragons, but for some reason I mistakenly thought it was level 76. Thankfully, instead of trying to chase them down, we decided to finish off the other achievements first. After about 7 hours of doing danger quests and leveling up, my brain was completely fried, shown here by this attempt at speaking. I can make a child's room in the zone? Oh. Yeah, thank you very much for telling me that. I didn't know that. I just assumed that since it was part of that's I'm ready for dog. Guys, since I'm ready for dog again. Since adoption was part of my record I'm sorry. Since adoption was part of Hardwire, that what's happening? I got some sort of brain fog. I thought that since adoption was part of Hardwire, you had to do it at one years that you built. There we go. Finally, a completed sim. After installing a child's bedroom at my house in Whiterun, we adopt Lucia, marking off the parent achievement. We then need to finish a couple side quests, so we refuse some elderly sap for organic and pure spring, help out some lovers for the Church of Mara. It's during this that we realized that we need to be level 78 to encounter a legendary dragon, so we had to rent them to get a couple more levels in, and then turn in our final side quest, granting us the sideways achievement. Oh, nice. Now, I said before that leveling to 78 was the last big thing we had to do, but it wasn't the last boring thing we had to do. We still need to find 8 more skill books. After almost 45 minutes of looking up skill book locations, finding it, reading it, only to realize that we've already read it, trying again, we finally get the 70th achievement, Reader. The final ones, thankfully, are all straightforward. We head to Whiterun, commit a crime, get thrown in jail, and then escape. This gives us the wanted achievement, and once we get out, we pickpocket everyone we find with the help of these insane boots. After a while, we finally finish off the thief achievement. The next one is another easy one. We just need to find the rest of the standing stones. And while we're doing it, we get incredibly lucky and find a legendary dragon. We got the legendary dragon. Oh my god. Dragon. I missed. Oh, it's got the curved horns. No, don't fly away, don't fly away. Oh my god. Please come back. Dude, it keeps dodging me. Fight me. Fight me, fight me. Yeah, get out here. be a legendary. This is a legendary. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're doing it. Okay. Let's go. Oh my god, this guy's so strong. Thankfully, we don't take any damage with our power. Yes. 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 Marking off the legend achievement, there's only one thing left to do. We need to become a master criminal. Now is the time that we can take out all of the pain and frustration that's been building up over the course of the last 32 hours. We head to Renton, Midtown, Winterhold, all of the major cities, committing crimes to get a bounty of 1,000 gold in all of them. Disintegrated that dude. All of these hours of suffering, culminating in the very heart of Skyrim. You know, as we get into the Bethesda game, I'm gonna miss having fun at Skyrim, exploring new things and finding new quests. Skyrim will always have a place in my heart. So I think that it would be fitting to give this speedrun the most satisfying ending possible.
You get to the Cloud District very often. Not quite easy. Of course you will.
Yeah. Time. That's time. 75, 32 hours, 48 minutes, 31 seconds. Let me just check Steam real quick. 100%. You've unlocked all the achievements. Oh my god. That was awful. That was genuinely awful. And I would not recommend that to anyone. I'd like to give a huge shout out to my Twitch chat, as without them, I wouldn't have been able to stay sane throughout this challenge. And if you want to join them, you can head over to my Twitch channel. The link's in the description. I'm so happy this is over. Alright, well, I really hope that you could enjoy all of my pain, all of my suffering, all of my turmoil, and yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye. And finally, last but not least, thanks for watching. 2011 Skyrim drops. Smash hit, everyone loves it, everyone memes it. Hey you, you're finally awake. I used to be an adventurer like you until I took an arrow to the knee, like kicked a coffee table with my knee, but I suddenly had an arrow lodged in my kneecap. Everybody wants Skyrim, and more Skyrim. The modding scene explodes. You become a pony, Spider-Man instead of spiders. Sure, there's more mod than game. 10-year anniversary, anniversary edition. Todd Howard puts mods in Skyrim. 10th anniversary, 10 mods, 20 mods, 74 mods, more Skyrim, more Skyrim, more Skyrim. Are you kidding me? Die! Mark on these nuts. Am I right? No. Come on. And my game crashed. But how much more Skyrim? Let's rewind a bit. Way back in 2017, Bethesda launched an exclusive program in which third-party developers could create officially licensed mods as part of what they named the Creation Club. This is not to be confused with the previously added, now defunct, paid mods, and the more recently added verified creator program containing some legendary mods like Archivus, grants you powerful guns, Truth and Legends, letting you wield the mighty power of Thor, and Morthal. No, released in 2021 for Skyrim's 10th anniversary, Anniversary Edition includes Skyrim, its DLCs, and all of the original Creation Club creations. There are 74 unique creations, ranging from smaller, lame things like securing a gate to oblivion, to something as awesome and well-beloved as Warsong. Every creation has its own carefully crafted quests, items, and as just complete all quests because there are a bunch of additions that weren't contained within quests. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we could say that we need to get every single thing added by each creation, but having to craft all 336 combinations of new staves for the staves creation just feels a bit overkill. So I manually went through all 74 creations and put them into a handy-dandy checklist, leaving out whatever I thought was unimportant to our journey. What's left is 589 quests, armors, weapons, clothes, pets, ingredients, homes, followers, spells, horses, fruits, fish, and hey, even more bugs in jars. Because I can only work under pressure, we've got a 25-hour time limit to complete all this, and our very first step is to very sneakily cross the border into Skyrim. Ah, shit.
You finally awake.
Before we even start the timer, we have one of the most important decisions of the speedrun. No, not what race we play as, our name. Our hero has the prestigious title of Broccoli Rob, and as we're about to get cut into Florence, this funny-looking bird swoops down to join the party, and our timer starts as soon as we gain control of our character. None of the creations take effect until we leave Helgen, however, that doesn't mean that we can just waltz on through. We need to make sure that we grab all of the potions, salt piles, and food we can scrounge up, because right after we make our escape, we're hit with, by far, the most game-changing creation of the bunch, Survival Mode. Survival Mode is one of the 4 creations that were added into Special Edition as kind of a free demo of Anniversary Edition, and as such, it's one of the most popular creations. It aims to give you a much more realistic role-playing experience, forcing you to eat, sleep, and stay warm, or else you'll suffer some brutal negative effects. Each race has their own buffs and or debuffs to these conditions, and we chose for Broccoli Rob to be important because it's the only race with a bonus to all 3. There's a bunch of other restrictions added with Survival Mode, but I'll mention each of them when they become relevant, starting with the worst of all, no fast travel. Listen, I get it. It's an interesting restriction that forces you to be more careful with your resources and routing, but I hate it. You know what I love? Making silly little YouTube videos that you guys can put on while eating. Not being able to fast travel turns this from a 25-hour challenge to instead more like a 100-hour challenge, and I don't want to have another 3-month gap in my uploads. Of course, I can't really say that I've truly experienced survival mode if I'm able to fast travel from the start though, so I came up with a compromise. We need to run across Skyrim and visit all 9 hold capitals before I can enable fast travel, and in order to waste as little time as possible, I came up with a route in which we can hit every capital and get as powerful as possible on the way. So we agreed to the terms and services, and we can finally begin the real challenge. Now that we've escaped the tutorial dungeon, we need to sprint our way to Riverwood, and while we do so, we can see our fatigue and hunger increasing each time we wait to restore our stamina. This brings me to an unexpected challenge for the speedrun, resource management. The more we wait to regain stamina, the less total stamina we have, meaning we'll need to eat more food to reduce hunger, leading us to need more ingredients to make the food, which might end up wasting more time than waiting even saves. Thankfully, neither hunger nor fatigue are as dangerous to us as cold, which we don't need to worry about right now, and here in Riverwood, we take every single thing that Girder owns, and we continue to white run to mark off the first capital. Bro is starving, yeah. I can show you some of the effects. So, as you go longer without sleeping, this tired effect gets worse. Your regen's slower, your potions are less effective, and you're more prone to diseases. And hunger also gets worse, stamina reduced, you're slower, you're less effective with shields. Just a lot of general pain to deal with. We're going to stop by here really quick, not because we want to help with the giant, but because this farm has 3 out of the 4 important ingredients. Okay, we're cold. It has 3 out of the 4 important ingredients that we need for vegetable soup. Vegetable soups require leeks, cabbages, potatoes, and tomatoes. Interestingly enough, tomatoes grow nowhere in Skyrim. There's a whole conspiracy behind it. But vegetable soup, it's like one of the easiest foods to make, and it gives you a very, very large amount of hunger back.
Here in Whiterun, we've got a lot on the menu. Carlotta in the town square wants our help with an annoying dude, and after beating him to a pulp,
Hey, you don't talk to her like that, Mikhail. I'll teach you a lesson.
she rewards us with 250 gold and permanent access to the food at her stand. Conveniently, she has all 4 ingredients needed for vegetable soup, meaning we've now got a somewhat consistent source of food, at least whenever her shop refreshes. Next up, in the guard barracks, we pick up a journal, starting one of the 15 alternative armor creations. These tend to be pretty short and sweet and can make us considerably more powerful if we're strong enough to finish the quest, which is why we're going to try tackling this one early on. Before doing that though, we stop by the blacksmith and use the gold we just got to buy materials and craft the first of 3 backpacks needed for the adventurer's backpack creation.
If we're going to be getting a bunch of Creation Club stuff, we're going to need more carry weight. Let's go ahead and put that on. Mage backpack with bedroll, and that is the very first tick off the checklist. Very first. We only have 74 pages left of that. Only 74 more pages left of ticks, but we got the very first one down.
The reason that it was so important to get a backpack early is because of another survival mode restriction, halved carry weight. Instead of the usual 300, we only start with 150. Backpacks exist to help negate this, and we need to craft each of the 3 that give unique perks. We made the mage backpack because it gives us 20 extra magicka. That'll be incredibly important for us later, and before we leave Whiterun, we head into the Bannered Mare and sleep and craft our veggie soups, getting rid of our fatigue and hunger debuffs. Heading out into the great outdoors, we make our way to the nearby bandit camp where we find a note starting the Staff of Hasadoki quest. This is one of the most overpowered weapons in the game, and I'm not even sure if we're going to be strong enough to get it soon, but we might as well try. While here, we loot everything we can find and sell it to Bellathor because we need another 250 gold. Now that we have 250 gold, we can come over to this nice chap over here and purchase a map of wild horses. Although I would like to buy a wild horse map. This causes a bunch of wild horses across Skyrim to spawn, which means that A, we don't need to worry about buying a horse, and B, we can get started on the wild horses. So, I think that's everything that I wanted to do in Whiterun. So, let's activate the Staff of Hasadoki. We're going to be attempting this first. I say attempting because I tried this out last time, and it's a little bit difficult to get. You'll see in just a second if you're not familiar, but we're going to be trying to get it, and if we don't get it, it's not that big of a deal. We can stop by and get it later. Oh, hello. Okay, this is awesome for us. There are random encounters right here, and we need to kill this guy. So we can try and get the Thalmor here involved, because this guy is very strong. Okay. Like I said, the Staff of Hasadoki is a little bit higher leveled than we're supposed to. Skyrim crashed. Hey everybody, welcome to my Skyrim speedrun. Okay, help me. Help. Thalmor, help! Okay, we're just gonna have to dodge, I guess. The Thalmor are being useless as always. Okay, thankfully it doesn't seem like he has too much health. He's just very good at one-shotting us. Okay, I'm gonna pop my ult. Okay, stagger him. Let's go ahead and use a potion real quick, just so I don't lose this fight. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Those of you with a keen eye may have noticed that using my racial power is how I won that fight, and this is another huge reason that I chose to be orc. Many of the creations aren't balanced for a low-level character, so Berserker's Rage is pretty much the only way that we'll be able to complete some of them early on in the speedrun. From a note he was carrying, we know that the staff is located in Brittleshin Pass, but before we This refreshes our racial power, but more importantly, it lets us level up. This is yet another restriction with survival mode, meaning that we can no longer level up mid-fight for a full restore or to get a helpful perk, but we're already going to be sleeping frequently to replenish fatigue, so it's one of the less impactful restrictions. Okay, and we're about to see the Staff of Hasadoki, and you all are about to understand why I'm probably not going to be able to get it right now. Go ahead and grab these arrows. You need to be careful with grabbing arrows because with survival mode, arrows have weight, which really sucks. Okay, we're about to see the Staff of Hasadoki. Dodge, dodge. Okay, that's the staff. Essentially, it's just unrelenting force, but don't crash. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. I think that if we can dodge the staff, if we use our Berserker's Rage, then we might be able to win the fight. Oh my. Okay, we'll come back here later, actually, I decided that, due to no, in particular reason, I just don't really want to do this quest right now, I think. Just west of Whiterun, we find the red horse chilling out, and in order to tame it and all the other wild horses, we need to keep chasing it. Get back here. I didn't think about this. Stop running. Riding it, you will submit to my power. And getting bucked off of it, do I not have enough aura? This guy doesn't know that I'm the freaking Edge Omega. Jesus! Let's get back here. That wasn't supposed to happen. Until eventually it decides that we're worthy, marking off the first of 8 wild horses. With it, we're now able to make it to the other capitals much quicker, but before we make our way to Falkreath, we stop by Embershard Mine for the Smith and Slash quest. In here, most of the bandits have their armor replaced by the newly added Orcish plate armor, which is marginally better than regular Orcish armor. However, the big difference is that we're able to get it now at level 2 instead of level 25 when Orcish armor starts dropping as loot. Further on in the mine, we managed to burst some more bandits down with flames, netting us a full set of enchanted Orcish plate armor, marking off all 4 pieces of the set. Block 25% more damage, shield carry capacity increased by 35 points, weapons armor can be improved 25% better, and increases heavy armor by 17 points. All of this is incredible. Very incredible. Especially for how low level we are. Again, now that we're pretty overpowered for our level, we can take out the boss with ease, completing the quest, and ergo, completing our very first creation. That means only 73 to go. Awesome. We pick up as many extra Orcish plate armor as we can grab because they're pretty valuable and will end up needing a good chunk of change throughout the speedrun. We're gonna stop by here really quick and grab a fishing rod. Just stealing? No. Okay. Boom. We have a fishing rod, which is step 1 of fishing. There is a lot of stuff to do with fishing. A lot. While riding to Falkreath, we ran into a group of zombies, a new random encounter added by the Plague of the Dead creation. We'll run into these guys more throughout the speedrun, but thankfully they tend to be pretty easy to take out, and we continue on the Yellow Brick Road. Ah! Skeever! Skeever, I hardly know her. After making it to Falkreath and marking off the second capital in our journey, we head just northwest to get the Black Wild Horse, who ends up helping us fight another gaggle of ghouls. Another slightly difficult wrangling later, we've successfully tamed it, and we take a dive into Lake Orada to grab the Lady Stone. It's incredibly important that we grab this stone because it gives us passive health regeneration, another aspect of the base game that survival mode very annoyingly removes. Further west of Falkreath, we find a cute little critter next to a dead thief, and using some sweet rolls found on his body, we're able to convince the fox sweet roll to be our new pet, one of 5 added by Pets of Skyrim. Unfortunately, Sweet Roll, along with all the other pets, seem to be bugged and refuses to follow us,
which kinda sucks because they each come with their own cool unique bonuses. Like Sweet Roll can find nearby loot, or Arachnia the pet spider can place paralysis traps. Pretty useful, but not so much when they won't follow us around. Regardless, we continue our route towards Markarth, going slightly out of our way to reach Endrheim, a newly added player home that's out in the middle of the Reach. We can't own the house until we hit level 10, so we're just here to grab the map markers so we can fast travel back here later. Once we arrive at Markarth, we head straight into Understone Keep and have a chat with Calselmo, who lets us buy his cool dwarven armored bug crab off him, marking off the creation of the same name. Continuing on our quest as we ride to Solitude, I have very intentionally showcased one of the features of wild horses, being that they are invincible and you can't die from fall damage while riding them. Speaking of horses, there's another wild horse just southeast of Solitude, and after another quick chase, we now own the Dapple Brown Horse. Instead of heading straight to Solitude, we make our way to the nearby Ironback hideout and have a run-in with a few bandits. After dispatching them, we read a note detailing the demise of a vampire hunter, and after following his directions, we find his burnt corpse with the key to his cellar. Back at his hideout, we climb inside and find his weapons arsenal, containing an elite elven and ebony crossbow for the elite crossbows creation. This doesn't quite mark off the creation though, as we need to craft the enhanced versions, but at least now we have some decently strong ranged weapons. After we make it the rest of the way to Solitude, we immediately make a U-turn because there's not actually much for us to do here at the moment. Our next stop is Morthal, and unfortunately, there's a big river that we need to cross if we want to take the shortest line there. This is where I make one of the dumbest decisions I could have made and decide to ditch our horse. Why did I do this? Because it would have taken like an extra 20 seconds to cross the river. Why was it dumb? Well, we're not even halfway done with our route, and we're about to enter the most dangerous part of Skyrim, and I'll explain why it is in just a bit. We've got one more stop beforehand though, because after marching our way through Morthal, we reach one of my favorite aspects of Creation Club, the new player homes. Chorus. You get very strong! Yeah. Stop. I'm not kidding. Thank you. I feel like I handled that pretty well. Hey, now we have Murwatch. Activate the seal. Have to cast the spell on him or something? Hey, we activated the seal. Activating the seal grants us entry into Murwatch, which on top of having a pet we don't need to pay for, is also the only place other than Tel Mithrin that gives us access to a staff enchanter, meaning that we won't need to complete Neloth's quests in order to craft the multitude of staves we'll need for multiple creations. More than anything though, Murwatch, along with most other Creation Club player homes, has an incredibly immersive and unique atmosphere, something that I find really lacking in the base game. For the purposes of this challenge, each home also serves as a kind of checkpoint, as they're often loaded with food, soul gems, and other goodies we might need replenished before continuing on our journey. Before I can head to Dawnstar, I need to go to the Hall of the Vigilant. Okay, we are at the Hall of the Vigilant, and in here is a note. The letter to Keeper Karset. This starts Unholy Vigil, which is just a long quest that adds a bunch of new armor, and this says to go talk to someone at Dawnstar, but we can actually forego that, and there are some ruins just outside of Dawnstar that have some new armor. So we're going to go ahead and grab that. Okay, here at the Windward Ruins, there's a couple skeevers. Skeever, I hardly know her. That you know what to do. Okay, and Azarane here has a journal, as well as the Vigil Veteran Armor. Vigil Veteran Armor, Vigil Veteran Boots, Vigil Veteran Gauntlets, Vigil Veteran Open Helmet, and an Amulet of Sindar. We don't really care about any of this stuff, so we're going to go ahead and drop it. But we needed to pick it up for the completion. Vigil Veteran Armor, I hardly know her. See, this is what I'm talking about. More people need to be coming up with awesome jokes like that. We're about to get into a little bit of a scary spot because we're about to start combat with a lot of people. This tells us to go like trail some people to find the cult of deity worshippers, but we can just skip all of this. Yes, I did have lots of friends in school actually. Thank you for noticing. In high school, I had a lot of friends. In middle school, not so much. In middle school, I invited all of my class to a birthday party and one person showed up. Die! In here, we kill a bunch of secret deity worshippers, which turns out to be pretty easy with our new crossbow. This completes the associated quest, and nearby we find a full set of Vigil Enforcer and Vigil Silver Hand Armor, as well as most of the Vigil Corrupted Armor set. This leaves only 4 pieces of armor that we'll need to craft later in order to round out the creation. Okay, now we need to head to Winterhold, but before we can do that, very, very importantly, we need to get the arcane accessories right here, not too far away. But if I follow the coast along here, I can get to it. We need to head to Hobbs Fall Cave, where it has every new spell added by arcane accessories for free, which is very, very strong. A lot of these spells are overpowered. This is probably a good time for me to bring up the harshest condition of survival mode, cold. Whenever traveling through a snowy region or being attacked with ice spells, your cold is increased. As it increases, similarly to fatigue and hunger, you move slower and your total health bar is reduced. However, unlike the others, if your cold maxes out, you die. There are ways to combat cold though. Each piece of apparel has its own warped rating that can slow down the rate at which you gain cold, and holding a torch increases this rating even further. Additionally, there are certain foods that you can eat to reduce cold, and standing near a fire completely negates a cold environment. Hey, it's Hobbs Fall Cave. Let me quick save. In here, it gets a little bit hairy. There's a lot of wizards and skeletons and such. So let's just not die to them. How's that sound? Stop! I hate it when people use frost magic, especially in survival mode. Oh! Conjure Skeleton Minion. Awesome. This is part of the Necromantic Grimoire, I believe, which is one of the random drops. Necromantic Grimoire is one of these scarier ones. Yes, Conjure Skeleton Minion, because a lot of the spells that you need, you either have to hope that Finis Gester sells them, or they randomly drop. So that is one less spell for that we need to worry about. I didn't mention it here, but there's another reason Necromantic Grimoire is troubling for us. We need level 100 Conjuration to unlock the master level spells from Finis Gester. It's not too big of a deal though, as Conjuration levels up pretty quickly if we just spam Soulcraft, and at least it's not something tedious like smithing. Okay, and here is the chest with all of the arcane accessories. Arcane accessories add 16 new spells to Skyrim. Many of these are just different tiers of absorb health or elemental blast, but there are a lot of really cool ones, like turning invisible and unlocking up to expert locks, or summoning a bear while buffing yourself, or paralysis runes, or However, we're excited about one spell in particular, Mars Wrath. For 30 seconds, opponents in melee range take 16 points of fire damage per second. Undead, levels 26, flee for 30 seconds. Swim unharmed in freezing cold water. This is what we want. Hydrate, this one's for you. With all of our new spells, we make the difficult trek to Winterhold and take a tour of the college, but sorry Tolfir, we're not here to learn about practical applications of magic. No, after heading up to the library, we pick up a spell tome for telekinesis arrows for arcane archery, read a journal about a particularly rare wild horse, and find another journal about the legendary sword Goldbrand. That was all we were here for, and the next run to Windhelm is pretty much the last chance we could die to cold, so we made sure to keep our torch out. Aw shit, my torch. Well, with no more torches, this run's become a sprint, because like Keanu Reeves, if we aren't fast enough, a bomb is rigged to explode, we will freeze to death. And hey, we made it to Windhelm, and we have just barely made it without dying. Because we are about to freeze to death. Okay, so we're just gonna head into Candle Earth Hall really quick, so we can A, what I can come up with? Okay, that is what we're looking for, that bounty. Crimson Dirks Volume 4, this starts another alternative farmers. And then the final book we're looking for is upstairs, I believe. Adonato's book. That book was stolen. You count me. Fine. Take it. I didn't even want that book. Did it start the quest? It did not start the quest. I'm just gonna reload my save because I feel like that might have some stuff up. We're going to read Atenato's journal. Atenato's book. We're not gonna take the book. Okay. Quick little bug I'm noticing. Nothing. Oh yeah. Of course. There's Adonato's book as well as Adonato's journal. After getting upset at my own stupidity, we're now ready for the final stretch to Riften. But before heading out, we need a little shut-eye. After leveling up, we put all of our points into Magicka because it's very important that we're able to cast Mara's Wrath later to swim in freezing water. What are we looking for right now? We need to head this way to Gallows Hall. I think it's across the river, like right there somewhere. Hopefully we don't die in this freezing water. I guess I can just quick save, and if we do, then we head across the bridge. Oh, we're dying very quickly in this freezing water, I realize. That's not good. Okay, we lived, but we're making it to Gallows Hall, which is a newly added player home, so we'll be able to regain our heat and a lot of other cool stuff that you're about to see. Hey, it's Gallows Hall. Oh shit, we're swimming in freezing water. Hey, it's a baby mud crab. We have just caught a juvenile mud crab. Yippee! Yippee! With our first fish forage, we can enter Gallows Hall and read a journal, starting a quest to uncover the secret of this necromancer's lair. A staff we need is being controlled by a ghost, and apparently we can get it back by solving a quick torch puzzle. Fort Dunstad, boom. We finished part 1. We need to pick up the fallen staff, and now we have one of the most broken staffs in the game. We can get this at level 1, and it is the Staff of Worms. It gives you the spell Dead Roll as a staff at level 1. The most powerful master level conjuration spell. We now have it at level 1 as a staff, which is just insanely broken. Use the staff to resurrect this dripped out skeleton, who gives us the key to a nearby safe, containing the clue to the second puzzle, and more importantly, the Bloodworm Helm. Not only is it one of the coolest helmets in the game, but it also has a very useful enchantment for anyone wanting to go for a Necromancer playthrough. After praying to a shrine and taking a quick nap, we nab some soul gems from the dream world, whatever that means, and placing them in the altar transforms them into black soul gems. This completes the quest, and we're now able to uncover the Necromancer's secret deep in the basement, the Bone Forge. The Bone Forge, similarly to the Ashnok Forge in the Midden, lets you offer up components, summoning one of 4 undead minions. The cool thing about these minions is that they're permanent, don't take up your follower or summon slot, and can only be killed by you. The unfortunate thing about them, however, is that 2 of them, the Mistman and Wrathman, require a soul husk as one of their components. A soul husk from the Soul Cairn. From the Dawn Guard DLC. Okay, we've got a lot more on our plate than anticipated. Not only do we need to complete all 74 creations, but now we need to get level 100 conjuration and finish most of the Dawn Guard quests as well. That's fine though, and really it won't be that much of a time sink, I guess, but it does mean that we're going to be fighting that 25-hour deadline a little bit harder. That's a problem for future me though, and present me uses some components we find lying around to summon our very first bony bestie. Place the bone meal, place the greater soul gem, place the cross salts, activate the bone forge. Ba-ba-da-ba! Huzzah! We we now have a bone man. Yes, very cool. Thank you for your input. Note, his name is not Mr. Boner. Just to be clear, he has a very distinguished name that is not as childish as Mr. Boner. With Mr. Boner at our side, we grab the final artifact at Gallows Hall, the Helm of Orang Bearclaw. This is insanely good for us. Not only does it have one of the highest armor ratings a helmet can have, but it also has an enchantment that is particularly useful in a speedrun, greatly increasing our stamina and stamina regen. And on top of that, it looks badass. While on our way to the next creation, we scoop up an unsuspecting brook bass from the stream and stop by Kronbanger Cave for the contest creation. A couple of heroes went missing after trying to kill some huge spider in here, but there's also a secret room infested with vampires off to the side. The boss drops a key to a nearby cage, letting us free one of my top 2 favorite pets, Arachnia. Okay, could be a big ol' spider. Yep, here's the big ol' spider. Holy shit, you have a lot of health. Mr. Boneman, get him. Who the hell? Oh, hey! Nice job, ghosts. These are the ghosts of the heroes that went missing, and on their bodies we find the Ice Blade of the Monarch and the Fists of Randigal, both a huge upgrade to our current equipment. Picking them up completes the quest, and we're free to move on from these creepy crawlies to something even creepier. Okay, we're heading south to this little standing stone here, because there is another creation. Surprise, surprise. Right here is a little black pool, and once we approach it, there will be a cool weapon that sprouts from the ground. This is Shadowrend, and it cycles between a great sword and a great axe. And once we take it, we can only take one. Our shadow self, much like in Ocarina of Time, decides to start attacking us. We could just beat him down thanks to our incredibly strong weapon, and we can retrieve Shadowrend. Ba-ba-da-ba. You fight a shadow in Ocarina of Time spoilers. Okay, you guys can't consider spoilers for Ocarina of Time to be actual spoilers. That game has been out for 40 years at this point. At a certain point, it's not spoilers, it's just you don't know the sequence of events in pop culture. Okay, here is Stony Creek Cave. I have on good authority that there are goldfish in this little pond right here. Hey, my good authority was correct. I'm freezing cold. Collect the goldfish. Get out of here. Here in Stony Creek Cave, we run into a band of bandits, and after taking them out, we loot the Shiagora Thinkbow Ruin's Edge. This is definitely one of my favorite weapons in the entirety of Creation Club, not only for its fun enchantment, but also because it looks super cool and has a funky looking eyeball. What more could you ask for? In the cave, we also return to a fan favorite collectible, the Beakless Bug in a Jar. This is the first of 3 bugs in a jar for one of the much larger creations, Saints and Seducers, which aims to bring a sliver of Shivering Isles back to Skyrim. We need to head a little bit further east in order to get the Dwarven House. I'm struggling to find the most efficient way to get to this little area. Let me grab a torch so that I don't die to cold. I can get over there, right? I'm good enough in this game that I can just like jump my way up to the mountain. Okay, I'm definitely gonna die to cold if I don't find the entrance to this cave quickly. God, I need to find the entrance to this quick. Okay, I found the path, finally. Now I'm just racing against the clock. Let's just drink all of our stamina. Go. Go, 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 go. I'm on the steps. Come on, I can make it. I can make it, I can make it. Keep on running, keep on running. Hagrid Zell. Okay, what we're gonna do this time, we're not going to try and run up the side of the mountain for 15 minutes. That is not what we're gonna do this time. We're just gonna go to the path that it wants us to, making sure to take a more reliable path this time. We make it to Prostrate Cave, and after ruining a couple of bandits, we head inside another new player home, the Tron Thumbs. Before this space is livable, we need to perform some trivial tasks with the help of some friendly twirling machines, because much like Ty Pennington, they're about to give us an extreme home makeover. After waiting for 3 days, they fix everything up, marking off our 7th creation. Those with a keen eye may have noticed that our screen has gone red and blurry, but it's not because we got pink eye from Skeever. No, that cleared up weeks ago. These are some of the severe effects of hunger and fatigue. It's more of an annoyance than anything else, and usually this will only happen if we need to wait for a long time or grind out something tedious, which I'm sure won't happen too often. Sleeping cures the blurriness, and eating fixes the redness, meaning that we can lose the place for all of its valuables and dip. One death to some frostbite spiders and a few minutes of hiking later, and we finally reach the last capital we need, Riften. Hey there, Riften guard. Okay, what's attacks for? Persuade. Nope. Okay, fine, I'll pay. Okay. Ba-ba-da-bum. Riften has been discovered. We no longer have fast travel disabled. Finally, we can actually get started. In the Bean Barb, the barkeeper gives us a quest to retrieve a weapon from some bandits for the headman's cleaver creation, but we head into the Ratway to get an even better weapon instead. Before doing so, we grab a key from a dead pickpocket and use it to unlock the cage to our new pet rat, Scritch. The creation, Gone Fang and Dustfang, adds a really cool new section of the Ratway, and in here we need to, well, get Gone Fang and Dustfang. One weapon that switches between the two depending on the time of day. Before we can grab it, we need to kill 3 ghostly guardians. And while doing so, we find another necromantic grimoire spell, Conjure Undying Ghost. We also read a note that starts us on another quest to get another cool sword, but we'll follow up on that later. The final Vault Guardian is much more difficult than the last 2, as he makes us fight the previous Guardians and summons a bunch of skeletons to get up on us. Huzzah! You just, keel over, please? Can I kill you now? Yes, I can.
That guy used a very strong spell.
Okay, well there goes all my cabbage soup. Let's hope I don't need that. Laurent Bouchard? Why don't you Bouchard all out of here? Now, I'm not a theater kid. With the Guardian defeated, we're free to take Daunting and Dustfang, completing their quest, and we begin heading south of Riften to Grom's Pass. In here, a bunch of goblins have been added as part of the Goblin's creation, and we find out that they worship a blue orc known as the Blue God. We kill him, and on his body we find another incredibly strong staff, the Goblin Totem Staff. While it may seem just like any other staff of Chain Lightning, what makes it truly overpowered is its secondary stagger effect. This means that we kinda have a get-out-of-jail-free card for any time we get overwhelmed with enemies, as we can repeatedly stagger all of them while chipping away at their health. Just for funsies, we also decide to resurrect the Blue God with our Staff of Worms before we meet our best friend in the whole wide world. And we pull that chain, and we say, "Hello, Gog. Are you alright? Do you think you want to follow me?" Alright then, let's go. Yippee! Yippee! We now have Gog, our friendly goblin follower. Gog is another powerful addition that's important to get early on in the speedrun. Unlike a typical follower, we can't trade with them. However, it balances out because he can summon a Storm Ashnot. Great job, Gog. With the Goblin's creation out of the way, we're not too far from that rare horse I mentioned earlier, so we decide to follow up on that while we're in the neighborhood. Get it? Neighborhood? Because horse. Ooh, da 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 da. of the blue gun. And stop. You're embarrassing me in front of my new friends. You will be tamed. Right now. I'm not playing around. This isn't my playing around face. You try to play with me, you'll just end up playing with yourself, okay? I'm not to be trifled with. Now that we're done horsing around for the time being, we utilize our new powers of fast travel and head all the way to the opposite side of Skyrim to Solitude, and my game crashes. That's alright though, and as long as we don't keep crashing, we'll still be on track to finish in 25 hours. Of course though, from this point on, we continue to crash at a rate of about 3 times per hour. I don't know if this was due to the mod I used that enabled fast travel, the photo mode I have installed that flashbangs me with previous thumbnail pictures, or the thousands of save files that I've never deleted since 2015. Whatever the case, this is just another roadblock we're going to need to deal with, but the 25-hour dream is still alive if we could get a little lucky. Over in Solitude, we headed to Castle Dower and steal General Tullius' mail, where we learn about some mail. A little west of Whiterun is a Red Guard camp, and after a slightly close call, we slash them down and take their new clothes, now in dazzling yellow and enchanting green. More importantly though, we grab the Lord's Mail, which has the awesome enchantment of reducing our health, stamina, and magicka by 50. Wait, that can't be right. No, this armor is cursed, but once we take it to the Temple of the Divines in Solitude, Kinnereth cleanses the curse, completing the quest, and now we're left with one of the strongest armors in the game. It's almost as high as Dragonplate armor in terms of rating, gives us poison and magic resistance, and has a unique enchantment that absorbs health from nearby enemies. At this point, I know that I sound like a broken record, but this is obviously very strong early on in the challenge. We're not quite at our final build yet though, and after crafting some new camping supplies at a forge, we set out to get the best weapon we could ever ask for. Over at Baldur's 2, we follow up on that note we found while fighting the Vault Guardians, and we find another note pointing us to the grand prize. While on our way, we stumble upon a camp of Golden Saints, starting the quest Balance of Power for Saints and Seducers, but we'll come back to that in a sec. The note led us to a vampire lair, and after taking out these vile, disgusting, blood-sucking dirtbags, we grab the best weapon in the game, Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst! Absorb 15 points of health, increases speed by 7%, parties take additional bleed damage. This is incredible. Bloodthirst is incredible for one reason and one reason only. Fortify speed. With 7% increased speed, it may not be too noticeable in the moment, but it'll save a good chunk of time in the long run. This is the only weapon with a Fortify speed enchantment, so we'll be using it for the entirety of the speedrun, plus it just looks super cool. And the Wood Staff of War, oh my god. Elemental damage that does 3 points of second health, magicka, and stamina targets help better take extra damage. That is another thing that I wasn't expecting to find here, but very gladly we'll take it. Let's just start working through some quests. Starting with the Saints and Seducers, I suppose. Okay, let me fill you in on the whole Saints and Seducers deal. Somehow the magical barrier between the Shivering Isles and Tamriel has been weakened, and pieces of it are popping up around Skyrim. These pieces include 4 new sets of gear, 5 spells, 2 pets, and a bunch of other cool collectibles. This is the 3rd largest creation, and despite us starting early, we won't be able to finish it for a very long time. You'll see why eventually. In the meantime, the Kashyyyk caravan traders have been having some trouble with the funky bandits we ran into earlier, so we need to teach them a lesson. Hey, it's the Saints and the Seducers. Die! Oh my god, this thing swings quick. This thing is insane. Okay, cool. That was pretty strong. On their bodies, we do a full set of Golden Saint gear and a key to a nearby cage where we get a new pet freak, the Manic Electro Nymph. We also find a journal marking the location of the Saint's leader, as well as a note starting a quest to learn about golden and darksmithing. We head over to Half Mill to clean up the ladder, stuffing a catfish in our backpack on our way there. Under a bridge, we find some notes detailing the process of golden and darksmithing, which is kinda useless for us since all the gear can be looted, but at least it completes the quest. Northeast of Markarth is the Saints Leader's camp, and after taking them all out, we find 3 of the new ingredients added by Rare Curios.
63 objectives. However, 60 of them are just ingredients and other rare items, and the final 3 objectives are little quests I came up with to make sure that we utilize the creation, like crafting a potion using the new ingredients, or paralyzing an enemy with one of the new portbolt arrows, or killing someone with a poisoned apple. Apart from the Saints and Seducers quest line, rare curios can only be obtained from Khajiit caravan traders, and this brings us to the absolute most frustrating aspect of this challenge: randomness. Whether we're trying to find rare curios, looking for a rare loot drop, or fishing, bad luck always has the chance to tack on hours and hours of extra grinding depending on the rarity of what we're looking for. With regards to rare curios, it's made even more aggravating due to the fact that the caravan traders travel across Skyrim, meaning that we'll be wasting even more time just trying to track them down. Nearby, we also find a soul tomato, which acts the same as a grand soul gem, and a red kelp gas bladder. Don't talk to me until I've had my morning red kelp gas bladder. Now that the Saints are out of the way, it's time to move on to the rival bandit faction, the Seducers. While hacking and slashing, we can see just how strong the Lord's Mail is in action, healing us faster than they can kill us. From their bodies, a full set of Dark Seducer gear, a blister pod cap, a worm's head cap, and a key to our second pet freak. We now just need to destroy the leader of the Seducers, so we head to their camp to do just that. Combat really isn't that scary for us. I guess it is a little bit right now, just because we're in the cold, but we are healing so much that it would be very hard for us to ever die. Unless we just get executed. No! So after taking out the Seducer camp again, this time we get a Scallon fin, and when we head to the leader's camp, we play it safe and just use the Goblin Totem Staff to zap the Seducers into dust. Here we find a Withering Moon and Blind Watcher's Eye for more rare curios, and at a nearby chest, we grab a note starting the quest Legends Lost for the Sunder and Redguard creation. With the 2 bandit factions defeated, we return to Risad, who thanks us for keeping them safe, completing the quest. While we're here, we also buy a few more rare curios before heading out to get to the bottom of why the barrier between Skyrim and the Shivering Isles is weakened. From some journals we found, we know that the person responsible is both in Solitude and in the sewers, so using our expert detective skills, we deduce that he's in the Solitude sewers. We're going into the Solitude sewers. Whoa. Holy shit. Die. We got Elytra Iker. Down here in the sewers, we find all sorts of cool critters, like more Elytra nymphs, some corrupted spriggans, Elytra nymphs, and a naked dude casting a weird spell. Boom, here it is. Thoron. Okay, he found us somehow. He is very holy shit, he is very strong. We'll just keep on healing with our armor. Don't lol, that wasn't funny. Okay, but the portable arrow has a 25% chance to paralyze. So, watch this. He resisted paralyze. Not my best work. Sure, conjure an undying ghost. Get me out of here. Go. Let's kill him. I think I accidentally just hit. Okay, this isn't. Don't lol again. Okay, with the Goblin Totem Staff, constant stagger effect, we'll just be able to stun lock him. Okay, it is working. It is very, very slow,
was working, nonetheless. Go, did you die? No, 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 no. No, VOD watchers don't need to skip ahead. I'm about to do it right now. You guys doubt my superior ability, but you guys haven't seen me at my true highest potential. You're about to watch this. You're about to get wowed out of your socks knocked off. Insufficient charge. Yeah, you guys are about to get your socks knocked off. Oh, I forgot about my cool power. Stop. Okay, new plan. We're gonna charge this. I'm gonna pop my original power and I'm just gonna go crazy. Huzzah! Now this is innovative gameplay right here. We're actually doing pretty good, I'd say. Doing surprisingly good. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so close. Yes, he's on the ground. Haters. Haters, where are you at? Eat that, haters. Oh, that might. On his body, we find a heart of order for rare curios, as well as 4 new spells to summon our own saints and use for bandits. We also grab the Madness Helmet of Recovery, and finally, the Ring of Disrobing. Awesome. Retrieving the nearby Sword of Jiggalag completes the quest, but we decide to drop it because it's just weighing us down. We also get to loot a bunch of goodies nearby, most notably a note leading us to craft Amber and Madness gear, the green butterfly in a jar, a piece of amber shaped like Shigor out of space, and whatever this thing is. And that's it. We can get on out of here though. Pretty cool area. Who puts a skeever here? Just like in the middle of these like sewers. Back in one of the bandit camps, we found a note about some treasure in the cave, and after some spelunking, we offer up a Madness Ore and Amber, summoning another super cool artifact, Nerve Shatter. We then head to the acid pit south of Whithelm to follow up on the smithing note, and here we kill the blacksmith, netting us the arcane blacksmith's apron, completing the quest, and last but certainly not least, letting us craft Amber and Madness gear. This is yet another curveball. Unlike with Golden and Dark gear, Amber and Madness gear doesn't drop anywhere except for the helmet we got from the Naked Guy. This means that we actually do need to smith them, but this heralds multiple problems into our lives. For starters, we need the Ebony Smithing perk to craft Madness armor, meaning that we'll need level 80 smithing. On top of this, Madness Ore can't be mined and is a very rare loot drop in boss chests, so the only way to reliably obtain it is through the Khajiit caravan traders, which we already know are annoying to deal with. They sell anywhere from 0 to 2 ore each time their shop refreshes, and we'll need a total of 30 to craft all of our gear. So we better get started on that early. Moving on from Saints and Seducers for the time being, we round out the camping creation by using the camping supplies we made, giving us a fire to stay warm and a bed to sleep in. This is very useful for survival mode, but they weigh 9 pounds. Kilograms! And are a one-time use, so we'll leave the camping to Bear Grylls. Back at Gallows Hall, we've got the resources to summon a skeleton, leaving just 2 soul husks in the way of marking off the creation. Now that we're strong enough, we head back to Brittleship Pass, where we got smoked by the staff of Kasadoki, and since we're overpowered, this has become a walk in the park. Unfortunately, my internet cut out, so I had to end it for the day, but after booting it back up, we're finally able to make it happen. Okay, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, she's close to dying. She's close to dying. I just need to hope that I don't get that I don't get Hasadoki'd again. Where'd she go? Over here. Oh my god, I'm so close. Oh, come on. This should not be the most difficult fight in the game. Oh my god. Dog. Dog, you killed her. Yippee! Nice job, dog. We now have the Staff of Hasadoki. soul gem knocks back the target on impact, and while not attacking, it creates a ward that protects against spells for up to 40 points. Very, very cool. You might be wondering, Edge, why do you look like a bird-watching LARPer? And that's because we're about to tackle our biggest challenge yet. Fishing! Fishing is the most content of all the creations. While Rare Curios does have one more objective, it's split into 3 small quests and 60 items that we can purchase. Meanwhile, fishing has 22 quests, 22 fish, and 18 items, with the only thing that we can purchase being a simple fishing rod that we already have. Because of the randomness of fishing, this also has the potential to take a lot of time, but ironically enough, you don't actually need to fish for fish. Each of the 22 fish can be caught by hand in various different bodies of water, ranging from small ponds to deep in the icy waters on the north coast. Meaning that for the most part, we can take randomness out of the equation. Thankfully, we've got access to every body of water except for one, and we decide to start working through the quests. Introducing ourselves to some new friends at the Riften Fishery completed the intro quest, and we finished the second one by giving up that cute little mud crab we grabbed earlier. We managed to find a juvenile mud crab, because we already have one, and we've started the second quest, so let's read the bounty. We now need a glass fish. That I was hoping that we wouldn't need a glass fish until much later, because the glass fish is in Blackreach. Blackreach has the one body of water that we can't access yet. Being the weird freakazoid dungeon that it is, it has a few rare freakazoid fish, including the glass fish that we're after. In order to access it, we need to continue the main quest, spawn dragons, infiltrate the Thalmor, go to Alan's Wall, and then we'll finally get a tool from Septimus Cygnus to locate the Elder Scroll. This is going to be another huge time sink. Or maybe not. It's true, Septimus Cygnus can only give us the tool when we're tracking down the Elder Scroll, but there's one other point in the game where that can happen. That's right, the Dawnguard questline requires us to grab both the Elder Scroll from the Soul Cairn and the Elder Scroll from Blackreach. If you remember, we already need to go to the Soul Cairn for the Soul Husks, so we actually don't need to go out of our way at all for Blackreach. Okay. So we're not fishing anymore. We're no longer fishing. We now need to do a lot of the Dawnguard DLC. Okay, let's get started on the Dawnguard DLC. Since it's not in the scope of this video, we can just fast forward through most of this and just at the highlights. We say hi to the team who asked us to clear a vampire cave, and in here we take a dive to grab a vampire fish and dire fish. Use the button.
Ow! Oh, my hand! What's this?
Dog, are you seeing this? Write this down.
Oh my god.
It's the Elder Scroll. She introduces us to her dad. Bark on these nuts. Am I right? We make a bunch more soup, and then we save moth grease by cutting him to bits. This starts the 2-part quest to get both Elder Scrolls, meaning that we're free to head to the North Pole and have a chat with Septimus Sigma. He gives us the Rubik's Cube that unlocks Blackreach and points us to Ulfdan, but we head to Roldvathar instead because it's a much shorter dungeon that still takes us there. In here we find 4 new arrows added in Arcane Archer, as well as a Welkin stone for Rare Curios. Hey, and here we go. We activate this dwarven mechanism, and now we can go down here into Blackreach. What do we got here? A glass catfish. We are looking for a glass fish, glass catfish. Really hard to see since I can't look under the water. Glassfish. Boom! That's what we were looking for. Glassfish. What's this?
tripod spiderfish. With all the cool fish we came for, we grabbed some lame piece of paper and dip out the bulk reed to deliver the glassfish to the apothecary Zarya. One of the guards has been stealing skooma from the evidence chest, and with the glassfish, she's able to create a disguised invisibility potion to make him think twice about sneaking any drinks. We also read a nearby journal starting the Element Hunter alternative armor creation, and returning to Zarya completes the quest and gives us the Ring of Surroundings. Each time we complete a quest, we need to return to Miria and Riften to get the next one, so I'll just get past it in the future so I don't get too repetitive. Our next client is Mila and Whiterun, who wants a pet goldfish, which we already have in hand to her. Next up in Orthol, we decide to join a fishing contest. Hello, Brudius. I'm here with the fishing contest. Shall we make a wager then?
1,000 gold.
Hey, it's my cool player house. Everyone look at my sick-ass player home. Do I have a fishing rod? Oh shit, I don't even have a... Yeah, sorry for agreeing to the fishing contest when I don't even have a fishing rod. I just don't happen to have fishing rods yet. Why are these guys here? What? Hey there, Brudius. Don't pay attention to the two dead people right next to us. Fishing rod. Pardon? What? Apparently, Brudius had no intentions of fishing. He just wanted to bait us out in the middle of nowhere to ambush us and take all of our valuables. After taking him and his goons out, we learned from his journal that he lost a ring in the nearby stream, and we need to fish it up. Fish up Brudius's lost ring. Okay, well, 3 hours into fishing day, and we are now fishing for the very first time. Sit back, enjoy the music. Oh, it's a big one. No, it was not a big one. Sit back, feel the wind blowing through my hat. Catch. Okay, I need the ring. So, with how fishing works is at each day there's a set amount of fish in the water. And as you catch the fish, you are more likely to fish up junk. So we are catching a lot of river betties right now, and they seem like, oh, what the hell, you're never gonna get Brudius's ring. But the more river betties we catch, the more likely it is to fish up junk. This is why we had to do the whole Dawn Guard shenanigans to go find the glassfish instead of fishing for it. Is because if we went and tried fishing for every single fish that we needed, it would take way, way, way longer than just going and getting them by hand. Hey, the Warlock's ring. When blocking creates a ward that protects against spells for up to 25 points, health regenerates 30% faster, you move 5% faster. Boom. Moving 5% faster. This is huge. Now with our sword and our ring, we are moving 12% faster. That's huge. Look at us. Okay, I guess we're not actually moving that faster because we're cold and hungry, but in theory, we move 12% faster. This is the first, but certainly not last ring that we'll be getting to fishing. And with it, we head to our next job on the coast near Dawnstar to deal with a simple mud crab problem. Okay, there should be like mud crabs or something here. Ah, mud crabs! Frenzied mud crabs, whoa. This just turning into Balloon's tower defense. You guys just see that? That guy looked at me. Oh my god, these guys are strong. That guy turned into the flying Hawaiian to take me down from the top rope. Get me out of here. What on earth? Dude, these guys are fast. What are these voided up mud crabs doing? Aha. Stop with the flying shenanigans. This is actually messed up. After steaming the remaining mud crab, we learned from a journal on a nearby body that there was a necromancer performing rituals on the mud crabs, but all of a sudden they turned and killed him.
Returning to Korea completes the quest, and she offers us an Alakiri fishing rod, which is one of 3 special rods that change the catch chance when fishing. Our next target is a particularly able worker, and we head to Bronzewater Cave to grab an Arctic grayling that'll lure him out of the water. Like us, he's got Aura of Absorb Health, and thanks to our genius idea, the staff Pasadoki flings him back into the water, causing him to be stuck on the ocean floor where it's impossible for us to kill him. After reloading, this time our unicorn decides to fight Fang Tusk in the water, meaning again we can't just slash him down, but we're still able to take him out with Ruin's Edge and some ice arrows. On his body, we find a vampiric ring, which was the cause of the absorbed health, and it lets us cast the vampire spell Drain Life. Is fishing super fun in this game? I wouldn't know. I've fished one time in the past 3 hours, so hey, traveler. Fishing is very simple and boring. Dude, the ice arrow made everyone mad. Oh my god. Wait, you guys forgive me? No. It appears that they cannot forgive me. Talking to the steward of Windhelm completes the quest, and next up we need to help teach Linnea and Markarth to fish. This is easy enough, and all we need to do is catch 3 fish, and once we succeed, she gives us her Amulet of Debella. From the courier, we finally get an invitation to Hendrheim, the player home we mentioned forever ago, and once here, we need to battle the current owner for the keys. I've received your letter. Okay, now we have to kill her. This doesn't really seem like a fight fair. After that super fun slip and slide, she bugs out and we grab the keys, ready to make ourselves at home. Timer? And my game crashed. After getting everything fixed, we enter our new home, completing the creation and gifting us with a bunch of food, potions, and soul gems. There's no skill issue here. I'm a pure-blooded gamer with nothing but fishing and combat. Slaughter fish. Actually, where? There. Okay. Actually, we can kill him using our armor. We have armor that absorbs health in a AoE around us. So even though we can't attack him, we just leech his life until he's dead. Now, I didn't suck the fish off, obviously. That's not what I would categorize that as. We're here to fish up some aged flint that we saw lost, and while doing so, we also happen to catch a spadefish. Returning the alcohol to Rasad completes the quest, and he pays us with the Ring of Khajiit, which has an even better speed enchantment than the Warlock's Ring. Our next job isn't to fish, we actually need to make some seafood dishes. Back at Hendrheim, we cook up some steamed crab legs and crab stew, and the only remaining dish requires an Arctic char. They're found deep within the freezing waters of Pilgrim's Trench. However, the Arms of Chaos creation also requires us to take a dive there, so we start on that to double up. You guys see that? Okay. Watch out for falling bones. Joke was so bad he ended it all. You guys are so dumb. Here at Sky Temple Ruins, we grab a couple of unenchanted staves, as well as a mundane necklace, and from a journal, we learn that we need 3 sigil stones in order to enchant our new items. Before we can get the stones, we need a special ring to enable a summoning ritual, and that ring just so happens to be at the bottom of Pilgrim's Trench. Because it's freezing water, we'll need Flame Cloak in order to not die, but unfortunately, we don't have enough Magicka quite yet for Mara's Wrath. Thankfully, we've got a couple scrolls at our disposal, meaning we're free to go snorkeling. Huzzah! Okay, we're here to collect some fish. Are you an Arctic char? No. Are you an Arctic char? Is that an Arctic char? Yes, that was an Arctic char. Okay, and here we have the Sovereign's Band. After regenerates the person faster, and using magic by fish points. Cool. We have another Arctic char in case I need one for a future. Oh shit. I can make it to the surface, right? I can make it to the surface? I don't think I can make it to the surface. Me and my weak ass lungs. Nah, I'm just trolling ya. I had a potion of water breathing. Look at you though. Look at how silly you guys look with the egg on your face. With our special new ring, we head to a summoning circle and abuse the staff of Hasadoki to kill 3 Daedra and take their sigil stones. We bring the stones to our staff enchanter and Murwatch, allowing us to complete the Arm of the Moon and Arm of the Sun, and we finish off the Warlock's Mark at the Forge, completing all of the Arms of Chaos creation. We also go ahead and cook that Arctic char, and we head to the Winking Steamer in Solitude to give Gisli our 3-course meal. We learn about new fishing rod schematics in the Alstand Ruined Tower. I don't know if I've ever been in here. And after retrieving them, we bring them to Calselmo and Morgarth, who creates a dwarven fishing rod for us. This rod has a higher chance to fish up rare junk, and we use it at Bronzewater Cave to fish up a couple of Aetherium dynamo cores, which we use to access a chest containing a new Irking Fan Borax and completing the quest. We got a letter from Mila asking for our help again, and we head to Whiterun only to find it very slightly bugged out. Whiterun as I remember it. Oh, yeah, the door. Of course how could I forget about this door that's in my face? Hey there, Lucia. God. Sorry, what did I do? Why are you mad? Stop. I'm just trying to give you a goldfish. Can I just plant this fish into the little fishing spot? Oh, find another goldfish. I don't have another goldfish. That's the problem. I'm an idiot. We abduct yet another goldfish, and once Mila adds it to her goldfish sanctuary, she hands us a key to a very secret treasure containing a bunch of random ingredients. The courier hands us a hastily written note from Maria telling us to head back to the Dawnstar coast immediately because the frenzied mud crabs are back and crabbier than ever. What the hell is going on here? You guys waging war on the sea? Is Percy Jackson here to attack us? Okay, these guys are strong. Huzzah! Prepare for the next wave. God, where are you? Someone man the catapults. Okay, the catapults don't want to work. This doesn't help that I'm freezing constantly and they're stuck in the water. Okay, this is getting really annoying with my unicorn. It's just taking all the aggro and it's all just in the water. Oh, I have a genius idea. I will use the goblin totem staff and I will shoot my unicorn with it and it will bounce off of my unicorn to the nearby mud crabs. Now I'm thinking, oh my god, I'm a genius. Is this working? I actually can't tell. Okay, new idea. I use the Scroll of Flame Cloak. I just run in there and start attacking them. Yes, all died of Flame Cloak and my health absorb. Okay, this is actually kind of working a little bit. Okay, Unicorn, you're not helping out the team, so I'm just gonna park you over here. Now, I'm not gonna die in 4 minutes, obviously. I'm far too skilled. I'm going to sleep in this bedroll though, so I can get my heat and sleep back. Yeah, good luck. Good luck killing me. No, I shouldn't have said I shouldn't have said that. You're pretty good at killing me, actually. Okay, we're not gonna die, we're not gonna die. Yeah, health absorb. Absorb all of your health. Yes, absorb. Okay, you're not gonna kill me, obviously. So I don't even need to worry about using a potion. Okay, let's get back and do this for real this time. And this seems like a good spot for the Goblin Totem Staff. Man, I truly love how broken the creations are. Oh my god, that's cinema. That's cinema right there. That was an epic final fight. Hey there, Maria. What was that? What pots from the mud crabs. Flaming pots, flaming pots. None of these guys have flaming pots. Over here, over here. Why do you have a flaming pot on you? Dude, it's time to lock in like we've never locked in, like the most we've ever locked in before, ever. This fight was very, these guys on the ground. Are you kidding me? Very, very, very. Okay, and I'm pushed too far forward. Difficult. I just get one shot. The goal is using catapults to launch 6 flaming pots at the big ghost crab. We get these pots from frenzied mud crabs that spawn in the water, but retrieving them is incredibly dangerous due to the big ghost crab's powerful slam attack. Come at? Okay, I'll need 2 more. I need 2 more. The pot left side. Pot left side. Any more pots? That's gonna be very. Is this a pot right here? No, that is a. Are you f***ing kidding me? This is just bullshit. That was bullshit. A cool thing that started happening was that the mud crabs bugged out and became air crabs, meaning that we could safely get some flaming pots as long as we can knock them down. Have to charge. Just not. Just. I don't think I'm good. If I use the staff and pass it Oki, this will launch them and hit it. Okay, it launched them up. If you come back down. Oh my god, this is how we do it. This is how we do it. They launch over our heads. We hit them with the staff pass Doki. They die to fall damage. And we don't have to get anywhere close to him. Just keep sending him up. Yes, keep sending him up. This is how we win. It turns out that this method only works if you have good aim, so we get back to harvesting the pots from good old natural free-range mud crabs on the beach. Go, 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 go. Don't attack with your left foot. If you attack with your left foot, I think we might just be dead. Run, 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 run. I actually don't know. I actually don't know. Finally, after about 45 minutes, I decide that it's just time for me to lock in. Okay, let's go grab this, grab this. Flame pot, you attack with your right leg. No. Okay, we can loot another. Flame pot, okay. Go, let's go, let's go. As long as we, okay, he's attacking with his right leg, let's move left. Saved! We lived with a fraction of a health. So low that it rounded down to 0. This is it, this is it. Oh my god. Arm the catapult. Fire! Arm the catapult. Fire! Seems like there's a lot on the ground that we can just grab. Grab. Where's another? Where's another? Grab. Flame pot. There should be a third. Should be a third. Where's the third? Here's the third. Let's get out, get out, get out. The attack with the left. Go right, go right. We heal. Do I still have my ability? Let's check. Powers. I have my ability? Ability. Boom. Run, 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 run. This is it. This is it, I think. Arm. Fire. Boom. Arm. Fire. Boom. One more. One more. Arm. And then fire. Oh my god. Oh my god. That fight should not have been that hard. Oh my god. That was crazy. That was the best boss fight in Skyrim. For our Herculean efforts, the Jarl of Dawnstar gives us enough gold to buy 12 Dabella statues if we wanted to, completed the quest and leaving only one left from Korea. She won't give it for a few days though, so it's time to start the second set of fishing quests, where we actually need to catch some fish. Okay, time for some more fishing. Swims in deep water, the master angler at the Riften Fishery has multiple quests aiming to turn us into a master baiter as well. First up on the list is Catch of the Day, where we need to catch a variety of common fish. Okay, let's obtain a carp. ups into Magicka, we still don't have enough to cast Mara's Wrath, but thankfully we've got some potions of extra Magicka we can use to make up the difference. Okay, we're looking for angler larvae. I don't really know what they look like, so we're just gonna search around for a bit. Arctic char. I don't know if we needed that. You guys think I'm about to drown? I've contracted food poisoning, and I ate my Arctic char. Gah! That's fine. Get it. I'm not dying here. I couldn't make it. I thought I had a potion of water breathing. So before we head back to our watery grave, we need to prepare by making a potion of water breathing. And now it's time for everyone's favorite segment. Weird Al Chemical Skyrim Facts with Edge Omega. Potions of water breathing can be created with a number of ingredients. All of these, when combined, have a base duration of 5 seconds that can be increased depending on your alchemy level or if the ingredient has a duration multiplier. This is all pretty standard stuff, but there's one ingredient here that stands out. Salmon roe, added in the Hearthfire DLC, is incredibly broken, both in the literal and metaphorical sense. For whatever reason, the duration of its water breathing and fortified magicka effects are swapped, meaning that it can create a potion of water breathing with much longer duration than normal. On top of this, because the duration of fortified magicka is reduced by so much, its magnitude is increased greatly. This proves particularly useful for this one singular instance where we need a lot of magicka to cast Mara's Wrath, as well as a lot of water breathing to find our fish, making this one broken ingredient our little hero today. So after harvesting some Hiscarp and salmon roe, we create more than enough potions for our escapades. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to find a tiny fish in a big pond, especially when the big pond is the Sea of Ghosts. After a bit of searching, I decided to just call it quits and start fishing the good old-fashioned way. I'm such an idiot. I could have done that a million years ago. Snagging an Arctic grayling and cod rounds out the frozen fish quest, and the remaining fish are smooth sailing. As it turns out, we already have all of the underground fish he's looking for at darkest depths, and all that's left are the rare fish. We find the lyre-tail and bias in the evergreen grove, the scorpion fish in the cave that leads to the Forgotten Vale, and the angelfish in the Ancestor Glade, and finally the anglerfish at the bottom of Pilgrim's Trench. And we catch an anglerfish with a rod, finishing out the fishing challenge and netting us the Fang of Enectamen. We're not done just yet, as he has 3 radiant quests for us, starting with supplying some Brookfast to Holda and the Banded Mare. Next up, we need to procure an angler larvae for Zarya and Valkyrie. Okay, we need 1. We need 1. That's all we need. We can do this. We can do that. I can fish up an angler larvae. See, watch this. Watch this, eyes closed. One-handed. And then I thought, you just shut up, chat. Stop laughing. Hey, it's hard. That's what I'm trying to say. This fishing minigame is one of the hardest in all of gaming. A couple more casts, and we reel in the larvae, and once we turn it in, there's only 1 radiant quest left. We need to fish up some trash. After cleaning the waters of Markarth, we let the steward know of our good work, and we're finally ready for Maria's final quest. Apparently, she's grown attached to that juvenile mudcrab we brought to her earlier at the beginning of her quest line, and after our fight with the ghost mudcrab, she realized how much she respects them, and now wants to be a crab merchant? I don't quite understand the reasoning, but it's not my job to understand. Our job is to craft a bunch of materials and cut a bunch of firewood, giving her enough resources
resources to start up her own stand in the Ripton Circle. As thanks for all of our hard work, she gives us an incredibly strong necklace, fortifying our light and heavy armor by 22 points, and this marks the end of the line for the fishing quests. But there's still one thing left for us to do. We need to collect some rings. No, not the blue hedgehog rolling around at the speed of sound kind of rings, but there are 5 rare rings that can only be obtained through fishing. No quest reward, no catching them by hand. We just need to sit down and let the divines guide our rod. Once all the fish have been caught, there's a 3% chance to fish up rare junk, increased to 9% if we use the dwarven fishing rod. Each time it hits this 9% chance, it randomly chooses from 4 pieces of enchanted gear and the 5 artifact rings that we're after, meaning that we've got slightly more than a 50% chance to reel in an artifact. Multiplying these probabilities, we see that on each cast, there's only a 5% chance that we'll get an artifact. That's low, but not that low. Empty wine bottle. That's not what I want. Don't make me go alpha mode. The Ring of Fielding. One-handed attacks deal 20% more damage. I actually don't think that's a rare ring. That's not actually one of the rings that we need. That's just a rare ring, but it's not one of the rare rings. Wait, is that one of the rare rings? Herald Ring of Penrith. Oh, 1 of 5. 1 of 5. When warned, rainstorms occur while fishing at temperate lakes and streams. 1 of 5. That's what I'm talking about right there. It only took us about 8 minutes to find the first ring, but it's what comes after that's the annoying part. Unlike with regular enchanted gear, each artifact can only be obtained once, obviously. This means that now there are 4 artifacts and 4 regulars, giving us an even 50% chance to fish up one of the rings we need. After we catch the next one, the odds will be worse, and even worse after that, ending with a 20% chance to reel in an artifact ring when there's only 1 remaining. Again, multiplying this with the flat 9% chance to get any rare loot drop, we'll only have a 1.8% chance to get the final ring each time we cast. What I'm trying to say is, we're gonna be here for a while. While we're waiting to reel in these rings, now's a good time for me to advertise my channel memberships. Obviously, since we're in a speed run, I can't really take the time to show all of the cool new weapons and armor and everything else. But for just $1, you can get access to a showcase where I go more in depth with review creation and talk about what I like, what I dislike, and more. In addition to this, you can also watch my whole backlog of members-only videos, including special sneak peeks, extra cut content, or how I rank every single quest in the game. Or for $5, you can get all of that and be in the credits at the end of the video. Okay, thanks for listening to my sales pitch. Back to fishing. We actually got pretty lucky with the Ring of Finaster, and it only took 4 minutes to reel it in, and 12 minutes later, we get the absolute best ring for this entire speedrun, the Ring of the Wind. Boom, that's another one. Ring of the Wind. That is the most important one for us. By far the most important ring for us. We move 15% faster. 15%. When paired with our sword, Bloodthirst, we now move 22% faster than normal, which is somewhat noticeable, but it's faster. I'll say that. It is faster. Another 10 minutes later, and we fish up the Mentor's Ring, meaning that we're down to only 1 remaining. Surely it can't take that long to reel in the last one, right? Sit down and yes, we are woke up frozen fishing. How difficult. I heard Family Guy. I just think it's crazy that I've only ever had 1 hangover, and that was at the cat birthday party. Suck up all berries by the. Wait.
right to 4, right to 4. Boom. And still had time to finish the fish. Oh my, that would have been a crazy, crazy clip if that was the ring though. Anchor, are there? Bet. Every person cracking on my bed. Shit, right? Just like the Madman, how long did that take? The Madman only took like 2 hours. Yes, I say only 2 hours. No. I got the bug. I got the bug. I got the bug. I got the bug where it freezes your menu when you fish something up. Load. Wait, hold. Hold, pause. Pause. No, this will work. I just have to quit the desktop, right? Pause. I'm sure that once I relaunch the game, it'll be fixed, right? Everyone, hold your horses, okay? Surely this will work. That hurts. That hurts to see for sure. For sure, that hurts to see. That's not a skill issue. Obviously, not a skill issue. See, we load the save, and now immediately we're gonna find the ring. 25 minutes later. Oh my god, okay. Oh, okay. We've done it. We've done it. We have all 5 rings. Boom, close Thanos, the way that we got these rings. Den Stagmer's ring, resisting its fire, frost, and shocks improved by 20%. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, fishing, for taking up 10 whole hours of this challenge. I had no idea that this creation was so in-depth, and this is when I realized just how ambitious the 25-hour deadline is. We have less than 10 hours left for our goal, and we're only sitting at 206 of 589 total objectives. We're going to be running a little bit late. There's no point in crying over lost time though, and the next creation is going to be one of the most impactful of the speedrun. We head just southeast of Rorikstead to Golden Hills Plantation, and after killing a couple angry ghosts and solving a quick little mystery, we lay the spirits to rest and are now the new owners of Golden Hills Farm. In order for it to be fully up and running, we need to do a few simple tasks like planting crops and hiring a steward. See if we can get Faendal to be a steward. Faendal, here you are. What's your problem with Sven? Okay, let's go tell Camilla. I have a letter to you from Sven. Okay, Faendal, I have given you a relationship. He looks like he's like pissing right now. Okay, unfortunately, we can't make him a steward until he's our follower, and we can't make him our follower until we get rid of Serana, which means that it's finally time to finish what we started in the Dawnguard DLC. Yada yada yada, we kill some vampires, solve a puzzle, and conjure up a portal to hell, meaning that we're ready to enter the Soul Care. Okay, Serana, let's go. How's that? I just try to like embrace the role-playing aspect of this game. Oh, question mark that. That was awesome. Now that we're here, we can finally grab the 2 soul husks needed for the remaining Gallows Hall summons, and now we just need to finish out the quest so we can ditch Serana. We say hi to Mom, vanquish Beavis, Butthead, and the secret 3rd brother that they never showed, and we kill our very first dragon. We get another useless Elder Scroll, and once we mosey on back to the land of the living, we can break up with Serana and keep moving on with farming. After promoting Faendal to a managerial position, we set up an animal pen, and before we forget, we make sure to use our soul husks to summon some soul husks. I need cross salts and an ancient Nord helmet. There's no ancient Nord helmet that's just placed out in the world, meaning the only favorite dungeon, Bleak Falls Barrow. Puzzle, Marvel, Droggle. Unfortunately, none of them drop the helmet we're looking for, but we still go ahead and finish the dungeon, reading our first word, grabbing the Dragonstone, and last but not least, while we're still on the lookout for an ancient Nord helmet, we decide to double up by heading to Foralhost, home to the Chrysamere creation. There's really not much to it. You're just supposed to go through the dungeon and at the end of it fight a new ghost boss, and Bob's your uncle, you've completed the creation. We can actually skip the whole dungeon part by just scaling up the balcony and killing the Lost Paladin, making this one of the shortest creations we run into. We don't find the helmet we're looking for inside, so we just decide to cut our losses and hope we find one naturally in the future. Now that enough time has passed, we can collect our profits and excess harvest, completing the farming creation and starting our farming enterprise. There are 4 very important crops that we made sure to grow on our farm. Cabbages that we can combine with salt piles from the Ripton docks to solve the hunger crisis, and 3 ingredients: Greek cluster, Ora tapenella, and scaly foliota. These 3 ingredients can be combined to create very valuable potions, giving us a near endless supply of money, which is particularly useful right now because we're about to become a homeowner. For the 4th time, we headed to Dragon's Reach, and no, Irla, we're not here to discuss the dragon attack in Helgen. No, we have much more important matters at hand, and after forking over 7,500 gold, we're now the proud new owners of this cute country cottage, the Tundra Homestead. Our new homestead. Wow. So beautiful. Vampires can't come to your home unless they're invited, right? Okay, we have our new house. Let's loot it for everything that it's worth. I just like how cozy this house is. Look at it. Doesn't it just make you want to curl up with a good book and then scroll on TikTok for 4 hours? While in the neighborhood, we stop by Prasad, grabbing a Coda flower, and then fast traveling to Solitude to talk to this crazy dude, Gervinin. He starts us on Shia Borat's Daedric quest, which we don't actually care about doing. We just need access to the Pelagius Wing of the Blue Palace so we can grab the purple butterfly jar for Saints and Seducers. Before we can get the key, though, we need to do Falk Firebeard's quest to clear out the Necromancers in Wolfspool Cave, and this works out well because we also need to do his follow-up quest in order to get a new pet. We stop the Necromancer's ritual and get the key from Falk, letting us grab the purple butterfly, and back at the farm, I finally learned how to utilize our pets. As we know, there's a weird bug that makes it so pets won't follow us. However, each pet comes with its very own teleportation spell. This is usually just for if your pet gets lost somewhere or if you want to swap out one pet with another, but we can use them as a form of teleporting chest. Kind of like the secret servant power from one of the Black Books. Alteration. Let's get a dwarven mud crab. Get back here. No, get back here. Damn you. Yeah, can't run from me. Okay, I need you to carry something. You will carry a bunch of cabbage soups. We make some more potions, sell some more potions, and head into the Ragged Flagon to purchase another player-owned Shadowfoot Sanctum. This house is also cozy like the Tundra Homestead, but you need to run all the way through the Ratway to access it, which is a bit of a pain. Very cozy if you ignore the fact that you live in a sewer. That is true. That is a striking negative point on its homes.com listing. Our next job is in Whiterun, where apparently there's an assassin who plans on killing a Jarl as part of the Bow of Shadows creation. We need to go on an Easter egg hunt for clues, and once we stop by Arcadia's Cauldron, the Hall of the Dead, the stables, and finally Silent Moon's camp, it's revealed that the assassin has been inside Dragon's Reach this whole time under the cloak of invisibility. Kinda. Technically he is, but it's coded so that he can't show up during important parts of certain quests, including Before the Storm, so we let the Jarl know about the dragon attack in Helgen, and now we can finally kill that pesky assassin. Yeah! Now we attack. I wonder if we could just, like, fling him fling them over the railing right here. Does that do it? Okay, that killed him. Awesome. And now we have 40 ebony arrows, the amethyst, and most importantly, the bow of shadows. The weapon draws 20% faster and casts invisibility for 30 seconds. Ooh, look at this. It looks so awesome. Whoa. Whoa, look at this awesome bow. Okay, let's go sell this thing because I don't actually want it. While we're here at Whiterun, we speak with Adrian, who sells us a pair of Brawler's leather bracers added by the use of this creation. When purchasing or looting these, they come with an unarmed damage enchantment aimed to expand the lagging support of unarmed builds, and while we can craft most of them, the Brawler's fur bracers can only be obtained from a merchant, so we'll need to keep an eye out for those. Our next goal is to get the legendary sword, Goldbrand, which we started way back when we first visited Winterhold, and this is another quick one. We speak with Lars, who gives us a family amulet, and we head to Shroud Hearth Barrow, just south of Iverstead, to kill a dragon priest. Yeah. How do I do this? I got it. I got it. I got it. I'm really thinking now. Oh, there's a second set of levers. That one looks bad on my end. I'll say that. Smartest Skyrim player. Okay. We saw this really quick. Kind of like a genius with puzzles, so it's just we kill the dragon priest and take his skull, which we use along with the amulet to unlock the path forward. A short Draugr-filled dungeon later, and we grab the mythical sword, forged by dragons, imbued with the power of Bohemia, Goldbrand. But we're even more excited because we finally found that ancient Nord helmet we were looking for. The next creation we start, the Grey Cowl of Nocturnal, involves a mystery surrounding a dead thief and some light espionage, but we're cut short by a courier starting us on Falk Firebeard's follow-up quest. Before following up on the follow-up, we follow up on getting our follows up and summon 2 new fellows up, finally completing the Gallows Hall creation. The Wolf Queen Awakened is a pretty lengthy quest with a difficult boss fight at the end, but once we complete it, we get a letter telling us about some weird camp near Solitude. Here, there's a necromancer who's created some new undead wolves, and once returning them to the afterlife, we open the cage to the best pet in the game, the Bone Wolf. This guy's not just cute and cuddly, but he can also carry 10 times more than the average pet, and comes with a unique passive of making you deal 25% more damage to undead. Unfortunately, with the pet bug, we can't get the bonus passive, but the 200-pound kilogram carry weight will be super useful for storing ingots when we need to grind our smithing. Speaking of smithing, we head to the blacksmith in Whiterun and deck out our unicorn with none other than some steel horse armor, which I just have to mention here that the horse armor in this game costs even more than the horse armor DLC in Oblivion. At least before, it costs $5 to get both armors, but with how Creation Club worked, you couldn't just buy the creations, you would need to purchase creation credits, and the lowest denomination you could buy would be $8. $8 for horse armor, and if you use one of the Creation Club horses, it's already immortal, so you don't even need armor for it. Anyways, booting back up the Great Cowl quest, we need to break into a house and read a note telling us what our job is, and this is where the quest gets super confusing and elaborate, but it's not important, so we can skip past it. Essentially, the Great Fox wants to pass down the identity, and he's giving us this job to be level worthy. The job is to pickpocket a land deed and replace it with a forged one, and once we do that, our final task is to retrieve the ancestral sword of Clan Iceblade. This comes at the end of another Draugr dungeon, and once we grab it, we return to the Riften Cemetery, where stranger's journal. And behind us, huzzah! The stranger appears. It's the Gray Fox. And now... Stupid, stupid. What happens if I kill you? Shit. That's the reason that you don't walk around with your swords raised. Hey, everybody, let's head back to the tomb of the Gray Fox. How does that sound? No, walking around with my sword raised was not a euphemism. Okay, and we're not going to attack him. And that completes the quest. Boom. Let me just show you guys real quick what this does. That's very cool. Great Cowl Nocturnal. Sneak is 25% better. Carrying capacity increased by 50 points. Nearby living creatures, but not undead machines or dead can be seen through walls. Current guards hostile. So essentially, it's just a permanent detect life that turns guards hostile if they see you wearing it. And you can see through the wall. There's someone walking over there. It has incredible range on it. Much higher range than any other detect life spell. So I will show you if we. Obviously, the guards don't like the gray cowl, so they're all going to attack you if they see you wearing it. So we can keep going on with some quests, like Blood in the Water. Blood in the Water is another short and sweet creation. We just had to Lost Night Hideout and kill some bandit leader who drops this axe that isn't even enchanted, which is pretty lame, considering how you had to pay real money in order to get it. For us, though, it's very nice, because it only took about 3 minutes, and we'll need a lot more creations like it if we want to finish close to the 25-hour mark. Using our newly ripped out horse to climb up the side of the mountain, we reach a ritual site plagued with the dead, and this is part of the Plague of the Dead creation. Telling them and reading the nearby journal completes a simple intro quest, and we also find the Conjure Zombie spell tome, leaving just a few more conjuration spells before we can mark off the creation. Heading to Finis Gester at the college lets us purchase the next rank of Conjure Zombie, as well as the spell Soul Split for the Necromantic Grimoire. Keeping on track with the whole spooky vibe, we make the long trek to Bloodchill Cavern, home to a new player home, but before we can own it, we need to crash a party. Up here at Bloodchill Cavern, we have been invited to dinner by some vampires, or by some esteemed colleagues. Hello, waiter. Can you show me to my table? I'm so glad that they're having us over for dinner. Damn it, I messed up the stupid. Wow, I'm really excited that they're having us for dinner. I'm so excited to be had for dinner. Holy shit! After killing these cattle farmers, this orc, simply named Dawnguard, hands us the keys to the place, finishing the quest and adding yet another house to our Monopoly board. Well, I didn't know that this place also had a staff and shaker. Okay. Rewind the footage when I'm editing this video, and it is also the only place other than Helm Mithrin that gives us access to a staff enchanter. Make sure that I point out how I was a liar before, because this place does have a staff enchanter. Before starting anything new, I decided that we should go ahead and round out the Wild Horses creation, tracking down and taming the Chestnut Horse, Gray Spotted Horse, Pale Mare, and the White Spotted Horse, completing the Horse Whisperer quest, and finishing off Wild Horses. While doing this, we also stopped by Prasad, purchasing 5 new rare curios ingredients, and this is when I decide to start the most frustrating, coolest, in-depth, annoyingly large, and well-crafted dungeon experience for the creation Forgotten Seasons. It takes us 5 whole minutes of running straight through the intro dungeon just to reach the main one, which in itself has 4 more mini-dungeons attached to it. The reason that it's so cool is because each mini-dungeon is themed around one of the 4 seasons, and has its own well-thought-out, unique puzzles that need to be solved. Like in the summer dungeon, where we need to use a spider control rod and lead it to Mario Party spaces in order to unlock the path forward, but we have to be careful that our spider friend doesn't die to traps or enemies. This mini dungeon in particular sucks because of how slow the spider moves, but while doing this, we find a silver staff of peace and finish the dungeon not too long after. I should mention that the whole deal with this place is that something in here is messing with the weather, and we need to complete each mini dungeon before we can access whatever is causing these weird weather anomalies. In addition to this, there are two very annoying side quests where we need to find a bunch of objects scattered around the dungeons, making the whole process take just that much longer. Moving on to the autumn dungeon, we grab the first of 5 pieces of a dwarven horse that we need in order to slap it back together. The goal of this dungeon is to harvest a bunch of uniquely colored wheat, and the tricky part is that we need to avoid the patrolling dwarven centurions, turning this into a really cool stealth mission. Or at least an optionally stealth mission. Oh my god, look at my radar. Yeah. I got too many haters. Too many haters. Get me out of here. In addition to the wheat and horse parts, we grabbed the dwarven autumn visage, the first of 3 visci needed for the dwarven crown side quest. After recovering 4 pieces of the horse and all 6 colored wheat, we placed the wheat in some depositories, opening the path to the dwarven horse head and a gem needed to unlock the final room of the main dungeon. The winter dungeon isn't too noteworthy, it's kinda just needlessly long and sometimes confusing where to go, which proves extra difficult due to the cold sapping away at our speed and health bar, but about 5 minutes later, we grab another gem. Not that I'm not dressed head to toe right now. Obviously I'm dressed head to toe. I'm not like sitting here without pants on or anything. Oh my god. So, we grab the gem and in the final Spring-Thing dungeon, we can't access the gem until we kill the boss Spriggan at the end of the dungeon, controlling some roots blocking our path. We do so and also grab my favorite addition in the creation, the Dwarven Dronefly. Oh, the Dwarven Dronefly! Okay, the Dwarven Dronefly. This is very cool. It is a missed item, and it acts as kind of like a pet. And stamina regenerates 24% faster, and you resist 40% of poison damage whenever you activate it. Boom. Let's get out of here. Unfortunately, I completely forgot about the spring and winter visages, so we waste about 10 minutes running through the 2 dungeons again. How's the hunch visit going? It's going awesome. And we are making great time. We're going to finish within the next 2 hours for sure. Now that we've removed all of the gems, we have access to the dungeon's final chamber where we find the source of the weather anomalies to be an HAS with the awesome nickname of the Sky Orchestrator. For how cool it is, it's not actually that strong, and we're able to quickly take it out with the help of some resistance potions and Berserker's Rage. On its body, we grab the Ward of the Seasons, which is just some crappy dwarven armor, and from a nearby book, we also get the passive effect Turn of the Seasons, which I have no idea what it does because it looks like it was written by an ant. After popping all of the horse pieces together like Legos, we've got a brand new metal mount, and we head to the Forge in Whiterun to top off the last remaining side quest. With the 3 visages, we can pop them into a dwarven crown, each one having its own unique enchantment, completing the dwarven crown and the creation as a whole. While we're here, we also go ahead and craft the 2 remaining backpacks for the backpacks creation. We pick up some fungus stalk and drow wax from the grocery store and deck out our red horse with some elven armor, finishing up everyone's favorite creation, and we then head south of Ivershead to the Alchemist Shack. Okay, we have come here because there is a cute little rabbit, and we need to read this really quick, and grab some carrots. Because thistle wants carrots. Boom! We now have Thistle as a pet. We also head to Gorikstead where we buy Hilda the Goat off of Halvar, which is the final pet of Skyrim needed for the Pets of Skyrim quest, and likewise the Pets of Skyrim creation. The next one is incredibly short, as all we need to do is head south of Dawnstar where we find definitely not Santa Claus, and we purchased a full set of Saturnalia clothes as well as this cute little reindeer, all part of the Saturnalia holiday pack creation. Okay, we're heading to Understone Keep because we need to break into the Dwemer Museum because there is an awesome weapon here. Probably one of the best weapons that we can get for this entire speedrun. And we're going to be very careful not to get caught. Just give me a second. No, give me a second. This is actually... Let me just lock into this lock pick. Okay. And in here, there's a super secret Give me a second. Where is it? I actually don't know where it is. Okay, there's a weapon somewhere around here. Hey, here it is. Stendar's hammer. Stendar's hammer is a huge hindrance weighing 100 kilograms and depleting your stamina on hit. And even if it packs a bit of a punch, it's just not worth taking up like a third of your inventory. Over in the Winking Steeper in Solitude, we read a book detailing the life of Cyrus, the protagonist of the Elder Scrolls Redguard game, starting us on a quest to find his hidden treasure in Blackbone Isle. The last person to go there died in prison, so we need to check out his cell in order to learn more. So we need to go to jail really quick. How are we gonna go to jail? Like this. Yeah. Okay, dog, don't actually go killing people, please. Shit. Guard, take me to jail. Take me to jail. Okay, that escalated a little bit quicker than I thought it was going to. Let's just steal a tomato. Hey, nobody gives a that I just stole a tomato. Hey, there we go. Take me to jail. Okay, in jail, we're going to talk to this guy. Or actually, no, we're going to read this note. Kevin's note. Now we need to break out. So I'm examining the loose brick. What did that do for me? Hey, let's serve our time in jail. And my game crashed. This time, I actually paid attention and realized that we got a map to Blackbone Isle from Loose Brick, and after serving our sentence, we head to the northern coast and kill a bunch of pirates. On the leader's body, we grab the Blackwater Blade, and we use their ship to sail to Blackbone Isle. Okay, we're just gonna dodge this guy and get on this awesome boat. Peace. Oh, game crashed again. Go. Die. Board the ship. But we're not gonna crash. Awesome. Wait, who's here? Here at Blackbone Isle, we find a big old pirate ship filled with Cyrus's big old undead crew. We head below deck and find our way to the captain's room, where we grab Cyrus's saber, boots, and clothes, and now we need to fight our way back out against the ghosts of the sailors. Making our great escape doesn't quite check off the creation because we'll be coming back here in the future. In the meantime though, you better put your Crocs into sport mode because we're really going to be picking up the pace with the alternative armors. As I mentioned before, there are 15 of these alternative armor creations, with most of them being a simple fetch quest, but a few of them are... Watch this. This is about to be the most incredible 2 minutes of your life. A little more involved. We've already dipped our toes in with the Orcish scaled armor, so we already kinda know the basic outline, and I'll just give you the smart notes. We defeat a few skeletons guarding a chest with the studded dragon scale armor, and after climbing to the tippy top of Darklight Tower, so you're good at Skyrim, name every mod. Lydia big boobs, Serana big boobs, Isolde big boobs, Rayloft big boobs, horse armor. We kill a Hagraven, starting the most in-depth alternative armor, Dragon Plate. use Rudolph to fly to another tower near Arcwind Point. We kill some Falmer cosplayer who drops a unique Falmer helmet and Borax, and after killing the boss bandit Crow's Tooth, we grab her unique Forsworn Borax as well. At the top of the tower, we find a dead NPC with some of the absolute best gear in the game, a full set of Dragonplate armor. Wait, why does he have Dragonbone mail? Where's the Dragonplate insulated cuirass to match the set? It's on the checklist. How do we get the armor? Okay, just so we have everything straight, we need 100 smithing for the Dragonplate alternative armor, which also means we need to do the main quest to start finding dragons to harvest dragon bones, and we still need 30 madness ore for madness gear, and we need 100 conjuration for necromantic grimoires so we can do Finis Gester's master conjuration quest so we can purchase master level spells, and we only have 1 hour left until the 25-hour goal, but hey, at least we have horse armor. Over at Trader's Post, we kill some bandits and loot the Ring of Master, which we could trade for a set of Daedric mail, but we just purchased the mail instead because the ring could be very useful later for a creation I haven't mentioned yet. On top of everything else, we need to be level 46 before we can start the cause creation, and the simplest way to get there is just by spamming Muffle, so we'll be hoarding all of the illusion gear we can find to make the leveling grind easier. While doing that, we got a letter from a courier telling us to head back to the Flying Dutchman, and once we do so, Dead Man's Dread has become the final player home in Creation Club. This is one of the most unique player homes, with a map that lets you fast travel to different ports in the game. However, it's by far my least favorite just because of how inconvenient it is. You need to fast travel to the island, head into the grotto, run for 45 seconds, and then you can enter your house, which is just way too much effort for my liking. After purchasing 3 more rare ingredients for Rasad, we take another quick detour and start a treasure hunt for the Sunder and Wraithguard creation. After following some clues leading us across Skyrim, we grab a funky box and end up in the Sightless Pit, a weirdly large and complex Falmer dungeon. At the very end of it, we use the funky box to unlock a funky room, the Sightless Vault, where we need to solve a quick puzzle before we can fight the boss. This requires a key to open. I forgot about the boss. Get up, dog. Holy cow, that just almost one-shot me. Quick save. Huzzah! This guy is strong. Oh my god, this guy is strong. Yep, go for the attack, go for the attack. Get back up. You ain't winning this fight, buddy. Okay, well, can't you guys like have a little bit of faith in me? Okay, let's just kill him. Charge! Charge! Oh my god, we're actually f***ing him up. Holy shit. Wait, I forgot about how orcs just have the wind fight, but that's cool. Thankfully, we avoided another ghost mud crab situation and handled that fight easily enough, granting us access to Sunder and Wraithguard, 2 dwarven artifacts that I think played some important part in Morrowind, but I don't know. I tried playing it once, but got scared off by the walls of text and the fact that hitting someone is a dice roll. Skeever. Skeever, I hardly know her. You guys ever heard of that one? We head to the middle of the woods and kill a bandit, netting us a full set of Elven Hunter gear, and we head out to Knife Point Ridge to get another set of armor. Jack, watch this. This is about to be the most incredible 2 minutes of your life. Bet you're used to saying that. Okay, don't say that. This guy looks dope as... Okay, die, 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 die. Search the bounty hunter's note. Daedric plate, armor of imminent illusion. Daedric plate, helmet of imminent health. Daedric boots of fire suppression. Daedric gauntlets of imminent alchemy. Boom, and a flute. That was beyond the grave. I was just gonna be able to fast travel back to our house quickly, very, very quickly. Okay, we can wait, which means we can fast travel. Let's fast travel back to Golden Hills Plantation so we can drop off this this new armor.
there's too much to do, too little time, too much fishing. I really thought that we could have done it. I guess I really am just the worst player in the world. I guess it's just what's expected from someone as big of a loser as me. I guess we'll never know how long it'll take to do this. Stupid. 25 hours. What? Come on. How stupid you have to be to get through all this in 25 hours. You spent 10 hours fishing. You're stupid. Wait, can you guys hear me? Oh shit, I thought I muted. That's awkward. That's actually. Wait, did you guys hear that whole thing? Hey, I guess we might as well continue. So, with the 25-hour dream just as dead as look here, our new goal is to see just how long it takes to complete all of Creation Club. Just south of Eiderstedt, at the ruins of Bethalft, we kill some chap that take his Dwarven mail, and within a tower in the Reach, we find some Dwarven plate armor and boots just lying around. At a Thalmor camp on the northern coast, we kill some baddies and loot a full set of iron plate armor, and over in Lost Echo Cave, we kill some Lamo and grab her leather scout gear. The next creation takes us to Cragslang Cavern, and once we disrupt their illegal scuba operation, we learn of someone named the Collector in Riften, who we purchase a full set of British scaled armor from. Hey guys, I had an awful weekend. I invited all my friends over for a housewarming party. I just should have thought twice before buying the igloo. Damn it, my Skyrim crashed. We interrupt the skeeper shindig in Lund's hut and loot some silver armor from his chest. And the final alternative armor we're chasing at the moment takes us to Dragonbridge, where we find a dead guard. From a note, we learn that he was killed by a fellow guard who's actually an undercover bandit. For whatever reason, this bandit wants an honorable death now? I don't really know. The story for this one was a bit confusing, but we kill him nonetheless, stripping him of his steel soldier armor and marking the end of the alternative armors. For now. Okay, that was Over the Edge, the final alternative armor that we're going to get right now. The rest requires either like level 100 smithing or going to Solstheim, which I don't want to do right now. And this one requires level 32, which we just aren't. Reading a note in the Drunken Huntsman starts the Civil War Champions creation, which is another short and sweet quest that gives us a bunch of cool gear. Both the Imperials and Stormcloaks have their own champion that they want to fight like Pokemon, and we decide to join the Stormcloak side just because it's quicker. For this, they give us a boatload of gear, including a shield, sword, great axe, and a full set of heavy armor. With it, we head to an area near our Tundra homestead where the battle is supposed to take place, and we introduce ourselves to our Imperial rival, and we should give them a war to remember. Huzzah! My game crashed. Quick save, just in case, not that I'm scared. And I'm going to ult. Hey, this is a much easier battle now. It's much easier when you press your orc win button. Nice job, team. Okay, Imperial Dragon Shield, Dragon to Agdar Town, Imperial, and we're gonna drop it all. Our next creation takes us to Shore of Stone, where we need to brawl with Azadi. Unfortunately, our armor that has a drain health aura is deemed not fair for a fist fight, for whatever reason, so we need to strip down before we get down. After winning this game with Punch-Out, he goes invisible and runs away, and we can't continue this quest until we get a follow-up letter from the courier, so we go ahead and make our way to Forest Skull Lookout for the Divine Crusader creation. Up here, we find some dead NPCs geared up with a full set of light and heavy Crusader equipment, completing creation doesn't end there. If at any point you're wearing the armor and your infamy is above 0, you will be stripped of and prevented from equipping any piece of Crusader gear, starting you on a journey to pray at a bunch of shrines scattered across Skyrim to repent. This isn't too difficult, really just more annoying than anything, and after about 20 minutes of running around, we activate the final shrine.
I'm all bark and no bite.
No, that's not true. One time I bit someone in elementary school because they stole one of my grippers for my pencil. So I'm not no bite, I'm some bite for sure. Hey, I prayed at all of the shrines. I like all fart, no pee. That's not an equal. That's. Hey guys, we got everything. Over in a cave in the eastern mountains, we need to find whatever dark presence is lurking within, and after some puzzling and drawdering, we find a cool purple ghost dead set on murdering us. This guy's pretty tough as he deals a ton of damage and has an invulnerable phase, but due to the layout of the boss chamber, it's easy enough to kite around and defeat him with a bunch of chip damage. We loot the super strong Bracelet Umbra, complete the quest, and the creation as a whole. Our next stop is a random bridge out in the middle of nowhere, and here we find a ghost who we follow to a bunch of Forsworn for the Spell Knight armor creation. From a note on one of their bodies, we learn that they stole the heart of that cool ghost we were following, and after retrieving and returning said heart, the ghost is able to rest in peace, and we're able to loot a full set of steel, iron, and ebony Spell Knight armor, marking off the creation. Finally, moving on from just some simple weapons and armor creations, we reach one of the most unique additions of the bunch, Bitter Cup. After reading a journal describing a mysterious altar out near Poultry, we head over to find said altar, and we make sure to hard save here. This is because, unfortunately, even in Creation Club, we still can't escape multiple timelines. Depending on what we prayed for at the altar, we can get 3 wildly different quests and rewards, so we'll need to reload after each one to make sure we don't miss anything for 100% completion. Okay, and we are starting with power. Is that a book right there? That's absolutely a book right there. Why can't I pick it up? Jesus! That scared me. After greening out, we wake up in a cell with nothing on us, except for whatever garbage they didn't bother to take. This prison contains some basic gear one would need for combat, but thankfully we're not fighting anyone. Never mind, they've remade the arena from Oblivion. We should just be free to win this without any problems. Oh, we don't have our racial power. Oh shit. Well, I don't care. There doesn't have to be any food around here, does there? We'll take the Orcish shield. And the Daedric helmet? That's an upgrade. Oh shit. We have 1 potion of healing. Awesome. You guys think I can make it? If you have Conjuration, you could just conjure a Golden Saint Warrior would probably be the best thing that we can do. Let's just try not to die, try not to die, try not to die. Okay, we'll go over here, we'll get fast healing. We can heal up really quick. Okay, he's tall with aggro. We should just be able to go and fight now. Okay, our Golden Saint Warrior did just save us right here. This guy has full set of bone mold. That's an upgrade. Okay, nice job, Golden Saint Warrior. Okay, this is the champion, I believe. Golden Saint Warrior, just kill him while I hold up my shield. Thank you. Okay. Success! We have the Bitter Cup, permanently increases the greater health match or stamina by 20 points, decreases the lesser by 20 points. The Grand Champion Sword, the Grand Champion's Helm, and for 50 gold, why not? Whoa. Looks so cool. Oh, I look so stupid. I look so dumb. After escaping the arena, we kill the pit boss and leave the pit, marking off the first quest, meaning we can reload back to the altar. This time, we opt to pray for fortune, and after a quick nap, we wake up with a fun little note slipped into our pocket asking us to help plunder some valuables. There's some rich high elf and orc art, and we need to dispatch his bodyguard before we can get close to him. Or we can just pickpocket his ring right in front of his bodyguard. Sure, that works too. Down in the Warrens, we find a dead courier with further instructions, and now we need to cosplay as a mailman and deliver a letter claiming someone's been stealing from his fortune. Hey there, guy. I'm a courier. Yes, I am a courier. I'm a very official courier. Wait for women still to forgive me? What does this mean? Oh, we need to disguise ourselves as a courier. Now we have completely disguised ourselves. We look nothing like we did before. Hello? I'm a courier. Shit. Okay, let's wait for they'll forget us. Fine. I guess that the saber-toothed cat helmet that we were wearing doesn't make us look like a courier. I'm a courier. What? What do you mean? Greetings, I'm with the courier service. What? Unequip my weapons and my arrows? Hello, I'm a courier. What, is he just being racist now? Can orcs not be couriers? Oh, I need to say the correct... I need to say the right audio, or the right dialogue options. You need to say what a courier says. I would know with your eyes only. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I should have realized that. We follow Gwendil as he rushes to his treasure, and once he unlocks the room, we go ahead and kill him since he isn't of use anymore. We then get approached by our employer, who hands us the Bitter Cup as a reward, and we loot the newly added Master Transmute spell before reloading for the final time back to the altar. This time, we pray for nothing, and nothing happens. Or at least not at the moment. After some time passes, we get stopped by a courier who hands us a note from Danica Purespring asking for our help, as well as a follow-up letter to that brawl we had earlier, but we'll get back to that later. In the meantime, we make our way to Dawnstar, where we convince the ferry to take us to the island of Giant's Tooth. Okay, what are we doing at Giant's Tooth? Investigate the area. Hey, a bunny. Why are you so mad? Oh, Gog, stay safe. These guys are a bunch of maniacs. The reason we came here is for some rare ironwood brew to make a soup so good it'll save a man's life, and after plucking one, we get ambushed by a bunch of spriggans. We use the staff Pasadoki to take care of the giants outside. Oh shit! And back at our farm, we make the legendary ironwood soup, which we baby bird to the dying man, bringing him back to good health. As thanks, he hands us the Bitter Cup, his dagger, and becomes available as a follower, and this completes the final Bitter Cup quest. We even want to drink the Bitter Cup. This is actually a good decision that I wasn't thinking about. It permanently increases our magicka, because we have the most magicka out of anything, and it would decrease our other two stats, or just the lowest stat by 20. I don't think that it's worth it. Having 20 less health and stamina, or stamina, I don't want 20 less stamina, that sucks. That would be so much worse. The 20 extra magicka doesn't help us as much as the 20 less stamina would hurt us. So we aren't going to drink it. From the note we received earlier, we learned that there's a secret Red Guard organization called Remnants that are fighting against the Thalmor, but one of their members has been taken hostage. We find the Remnants' snazzy leader in Purewater Run, and he tells us about a couple of Remnant spies that might know a thing or two about the hostage. After meeting up with them, they essentially just tell us exactly where the Thalmor are going to be, and once we relay this info back to VJ, he gives us a full set of Remnant gear, including my new favorite shield in the game. Holy cow, that looks awesome! We head to Sunderstone Gorge and take out the Thalmor soldiers, allowing us to free the hostage, and we loot the sword Bone Shaver from a nearby body. Returning with VJ completes the quest, and now's when I finally remember to follow up on the Saints and Seducers' only remaining quest. Underneath the Solitude Arch, we find Stada, a golden saint who's looking for an artifact before heading back to the Shivering Isles. She wants either the Sword of Jiggaleg, which we her helmet. While we're on the subject, we go ahead and bring the Sheogorath shaped amber to the Ashnok Forge in the mid, where we offer it in exchange for a spell tome to summon Stada. This spell is incredibly broken. It's a master level spell that conjures an incredibly strong warrior and only costs 64 magicka, meaning that even someone not playing a mage can still easily cast it. This was the last remaining Saints and Seducers objective before the crafted armors, but those won't get completed for a long time because we've got something big on our plate. Like, as big as an island. That's right, it's time for Solstheim. Solstheim poses a particularly interesting challenge for the speedrun because pretty much every inch of the island is freezing cold. This means that we need to be very particular about where we're going and how long it'll take because the risk of freezing to death will be imminent. We make sure to come prepared though and make a bunch of hot cabbage soups to serve as a get out of hell free card if we're close to dying. Our first stop in Solstheim is the Wretched Netch, where we read a note and grab the Fork of Revelation for the Staff of Sheogorath creation. The note, written by the Mad God himself, tells us how to craft the Staff of Sheogorath, but the materials can only be obtained by killing a couple bull netches with this tiny fork. Great. On our way to Fork Up a Netch, we run into some bandits who just killed some bloke. Removing them from the equation, we read Bloke's journal detailing the process of making Nordic jewelry, and we now need to craft a ring, amulet, and circlet. After beating the fork out of the bull netch, it forks over Sirta's eye, and we immediately go craft the jewelry before we forget, completing the Nordic jewelry creation. Hey there, Gildus. I'd like to run a rim. Let's sleep until the morning so it's not as cold. What just happened? Oh, I forgot about this whole deal. Oh my god! Oh, the fast travel skip. This was entirely on purpose that I slept to get to this netch very quickly. Definitely on purpose to do the teleport sleep skip. Okay, that was the branch tree of the shades. Now we need to craft the Staff of Sheogorath. So let's head back to Skyrim because it wants us to go to Eloth Station. However, we actually have a station at our very own Murwatch. And my game crashed. This means that we don't need to do Eloth's side quests to get him to unlock the Staff Enchanter room for us, and it saves a lot of time. And now we can craft the Staff of Sheogorath. Boom. So what are the staves that we need to make? Judgment, Shaming, Chastening. Judgment, Shaming, Chastening. Okay. Judge. Judge. None of these are showing up. Did this thing lie to me? Are these not actual things that I can make? Yes. Unfortunately, the UESP page lied and said that the only new staff that can be crafted is the new Conjuration staff. However, it turns out that none of the new enchantments can be created, and we'll need to purchase or loot the remaining staves, which is just another aspect of randomness we'll throw on the list. We can't get stuck on that, and we are heading back to Solstheim for more Solstheiming. Jumping spiders. I hardly know hers. Who are you? Hell, I hate this game. This shit-ass game. Worst game in the entire world, I swear to God. This is unbelievable. This is actually unbelievable. Why do I just, like, have to find him immediately? Like, immediately, without wanting to. I spent, like 4 hours trying to find him in, 100% challenge. Hey, it's a big sound. We purchased this view of a creature from Revis, completing its creation, and before we leave, we also buy his Kagramez Residence Gem. We need 4 of these in total to complete the Kagramez Gauntlet, a requirement for the Arcane Archer creation. Moving on to one of the final alternative armors, we read a bandit's journal describing how he went searching for Stalrim fur armor on a nearby island, and we head out to nab it first.
I'm Val. I need these fire salts.
Hey, it's a bunch of werebears. Hopefully these guys don't kill me. Okay, they're actually pretty weak. These guys aren't gonna kill me, right? Hey, Going a lot faster than I thought. This time, we stick to the rivers and the lakes that we're used to, and take the safe path along the coast until we parkour to the aforementioned island, where we find the aforementioned bandit waiting for us. Instead of fighting with honor, we just fling him into the freezing cold water like Jack from Titanic, and chip away at him while he's defenseless, letting us loot the nearby aforementioned Stalrim fur harbor center. On another island off the coast, we find a tribe of Reiklings who are particularly skilled in the aspect of netch leather. This is the beginning of the netch leather armor creation, essentially just giving us a bunch more garbage to craft, but before we can learn how, we need to assist the hunting party. Doing so gains the favor of the chief, who rewards us with a full set of painted netch leather armor, as well as the crafting guide for each of the 5 different types. 5 different types. Or whoever is just yearning for the shadowed, oiled netch leather helmet. The crafting guide also reveals that in Fort Ragstad, back in Skyrim, we can find some more armor as well as a new artifact. Okay, you guys are gonna die. Just kidding. I actually don't care about fighting you, I just want to get the cool stuff. Okay, in the chest, we have the netch leather tower shield, netch leather bracers, the boots of blinding speed, the boots, the helmet, and the armor. We don't care about the netch leather armor, boots, bracers, or helmet, or the leather tower shield. However, the boots are quite interesting. Let me kill these guys and show you. Actually, no, I don't want to kill these guys, so we're just gonna run away. How does that sound? Okay. Let's go. Let's run from the fight. Holy shit, look at this gameplay. Look at this sick gameplay. I'm running into a wall, actually. I think I'm running into a wall. Yes. Okay, so the boots of blinding speed are actually not gonna be very helpful for us, but they are cool, and it's interesting to have them. Just not practical enough for us to use. We'll save the rest of the next leather creation for our arts and crafts time, because we're about to tackle another one of the most in-depth creations of them all, Ghosts of the Tribunal. Much like Saints and Seducers for Oblivion, Ghosts of the Tribunal exists to bring a taste of Morrowind to your Skyrim experience. I think this one has cooler weapons and armor than Saints and Seducers, but let me know what you think in the comments. Our first stop is Faldathar's, a large boomer dungeon that contains some of the most confusing puzzles in the game, but thankfully, no puzzle stands a chance against my impalpable intelligence. Hey, a bunch of buttons. Yeah, I'm just looking at them. My quick wits solve the puzzle, opening the path forward to the forge room, where we kill some heretic with a funky-looking mask. This is the first, but certainly not last, funky mask we'll be seeing in this creation. On his body, we pick up his helmet and robes, as well as an ebony scimitar, and 3 instruments needed for the quest True Flame. We need to enchant a sword to be, well, True Flame, but before we can do this, we need 3 more forge gems, which we'll pick up throughout the rest of the creation. Before leaving, we actually need to complete the rest of the dungeon, because there's another Kagramez Resonance Gem waiting for us at the end. The boss chamber contains 2 Morbid Centurions, but with Stott at the ready, it becomes a piece of cake. And we, get the Visage of Mazan, that's what we're here for. And the Kagramez Resonance Gem, and a bunch of gold. Before continuing, we make a quick pit stop at the Kashyyyk Caravan, where we grab some Luminous Rasula, and we learn from a note on the heretic's body that there's a tribunal cult near Ravenrock. We disguise ourselves with Kenro's outfit, granting us entry, and this is where the bulk of the creation takes place. Here, we need to rise up in the ranks like a good first task is to complete tasks. First up on the list is spreading the gospel, but we don't really care about that, so we just turn some propaganda letters into the temple priest, and the first task is completed. Next, we need to stop a tribunal mask from being sold, so we race to the old Atticus farm cellar and strike through their contract, letting us loot our second forge gem as well as the mask of Quebec. The third and final task is to go rescue a member from the dungeon Kazrin cell, but the end of the dungeon actually leads out into Stony Creek Cave, and we can skip the whole thing by heading straight there. After killing some bandits and freeing the hostage, she hands us the mask of Silva Sil, marking off our final task. While we're here at the mainland, we stop by Resat again to grab some congealed putrescence, which sounds lovely, and on our way back to Pole HQ, we get ambushed by some ash zombies. Whoa, ash zombies? This is a mean ash zombie, am I right? Returning to the matriarch completes the quest and starts a follow-up quest to figure out the source of the ash zombie attacks. Wow, does this sound familiar to anyone else, or just me? She says that we can learn more at the armory, and this is where we get a ton of goodies. After we grab the third forge gem and the mask of Almalexia, we solve the puzzle by placing each of the tribunal masks on some mannequins, unlocking the gate to a chest containing a note, a super cool sword. Not only that, but we also loot every single thing in the armory, meaning we can mark off an epic mace, a full set of Ignoral and her hand armor, an Ordinator shield, a Veteran Watchman's helmet, and the 3 artifacts made Bane, Skull Crusher, and Light of Day. From the note in the chest, we learn that the ash zombies came from a priest of Dagon, and he challenges us to a duel near Tel Mithrin. Okay, let's kill this fella. Yeah, Burden Relbel? Loser ass name. Why don't you get a cool name like Broccoli Rob? Okay, and here we have the final Falbagar's forge gem, and the mask of Dagon and the robe of the Lich. That is what I'm talking about. I actually don't care about this, but it does look pretty cool. We look cool as going. And now attack! You guys, take care of those guys. I'm subverting their expectations. Charge! Vesparth the Toad, you will perish. Yeah! And on your body. You have some butter. Yes, the butter that we're here for. But more importantly, the Cleaver of Saint Felms. With our traitorism out of the way, all that's left for us is to enchant True Flame, and since we have all 4 forge gems, we head back to the Dormer Dungeon to finish off the creation. Okay, place the forge conduit, forge gem conduit, gem forge conduit. Okay. I'm so excited. Okay, now what? I get my weapon out. Now I enchant my weapon. Now I put the Pyroil Tar on my weapon, and I weaponize it. The hell am I doing here? Okay, let's apply some Pyroil Tar. How does that sound? Huzzah! I hope that I'm not just drinking this tar. I don't think that's how I'm supposed to be doing it. Okay, unequip, re-equip, activate the tar. Shit! Try unequipping all apparel items. Okay. Okay, let's get naked really quick. Sorry. Don't mind me. Yep, just this is part of the job here. Okay, equip the weapon. Unsheath it. Eat the Pyroil Tar. Yippee! Hey, it worked. Forge! True Flame is an incredible sword, not only for how strong its enchantment is, but it's also permanently enchanted, meaning we don't need to worry about any pesky soul gems to recharge it. With it, we're finally free to move on from Ghost Steel Tribunal, and all that's left on the island is the Kagromez Gauntlet. We grab the final 2 gems needed from a bandit leader inside, and thankfully we've already done this before, so it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Wait, I actually am good at this game. The hell? I'm not gonna die to this guy either. Luckily, I quick saved. I can do this. Oh, please, miss. If I spam C, maybe I can use my power. Okay, that might have been a bad. My game crashed. That may have been a bad point to quick save. I'll say that. I'm not Sisyphus. Here's here we go. Thankfully, with my awesome gaming abilities, we only died 3 more times throughout the gauntlet, but once we stood victorious, we became free to get what we came for, the Twimmer arrow diagram that lets us craft Soul Stealer arrows. Speaking of crafting, on our next cycle of alchemizing, we go ahead and make a potion using only rare curios ingredients, and we also decide to use cork bolt arrows to paralyze the target. A bear? Did I paralyze someone over here? What just happened? Is this not paralyzing? Hey, paralyze please. Hey, we paralyzed them. We hit the drive-thru and pick up a hackle low leaf before slipping our way to Solitude to do some thieving. We're pulling off the heist of the century, everyone. As part of the expanded crossbows pack, which don't ask me why there are 2 creations that just add more crossbows because I don't have an answer, the Fletcher and Solitude is the only place that we can acquire them. Thankfully, there are 5 that we can just steal from the shop, leaving only 3 that we need to purchase. However, it doesn't end there. Not only do we need to get all the crossbows, but we also need to get every enhanced crossbow, and since Mihara doesn't sell any of them, we need to upgrade each of these to their enhanced versions. Now, this already sucks, but there's one thing here in particular that super sucks. No, it's not the Daedric crossbow. No, not the Dragonbone one either. The enhanced Star crossbow, like all other pieces of Stalrum, requires us to complete the Dragonborn quest, A New Source of Stalrum, before we can craft with them. It's not as simple as just doing the quest though, because it's locked until we complete nearly half the Dragonborn quests, which in itself is locked behind part of the main quest in Skyrim. Just so we're keeping track, we've had to complete over half of the Dawnguard quests, and we'll need to start the main quest so we can spawn dragons and harvest their bones once we hit level 100 smithing, as well as begin the Dragonborn DLC so we can complete A New Source of Stalrum, and we still need 100 Conjuration to complete the Master Conjuration Ritual quest for the massive level spells, and we also have to remember to stop by the Khajiit Caravan because we can't forget the long list of rare curios we still need to buy, as well as the staves that we aren't able to craft from the mages at the college, and after all of that we still need to grind to level 46 for the cause. You keeping track of all that? Because that's what's going through my mind during this challenge that I thought would be a quick and easy layup after the Sky 100%. Little did I know just how much there is to do. I'm just gonna keep it honest with you, like the next 10 hours is just non-stop grinding for smithing or conjuration or rare curios or whatever, so I'll just tell you the broad strokes and keep you updated with the fun little objective markers. If you want to follow along more in depth, you can check out my VOD channel with the full unedited version of the challenge, taken from my live stream on Twitch. Since we're here, we go ahead and purchase some bone arrows as well as an orcish crossbow, and we head to Markarth to order a nice warm cup of Daedra silk from Resod. While we are low level in smithing, we're still able to craft with steel, so we go ahead and upgrade our first steel brawler's gauntlets, and forge the final 4 pieces of gear for the Vigil Veteran armor set. We head back to good old Murwatch where we grab a soul gem fragment, which is needed to make the soul gem arrowhead. We would need to use the arrowhead to craft soul stealer arrows, but we already found some earlier, so we don't need to worry about it. Okay. Where do we get void salts? You can get void salts from College of Winterhold, right? Hey, void salts. Area, I don't care about you. In there. Can I trade with you? Yes. Have 500 gold. Wood staff of chastening? Is that one of the rare staves that I need? Oh my god, that is. I haven't mentioned it today, but I did research. You cannot craft any of these. So it is just purely random chance whether or not I don't have enough gold. I put away all of my gold in my chest. Hey, you want to buy my potions, right? Thankfully, the college is full of traders, and we're able to sell enough Girl Scout cookies to hit our quota. Oh my god, wait, saved. Okay. I have 3,000 gold, that's enough. That is enough, now I can go buy the rare staff. Yippee! Saved! The day is saved, everyone. Hey there, pal. Can we do business? I do. Boom, the wooden... Wow, I thought I was looking at the Staff of Fury instead of the Staff of Chastity. This is 7755. Not 3,000, and I did just waste a shit ton of time for no reason. Well, now I know not to put away all of my gold for no reason. Okay, this adds a bit of a conundrum into the mix, because now we need to save as much gold as we can to afford these expensive staves. This kind of butts heads with our current plan of just buying all the ingots available to grind smithing, so we need to make sure that every couple of days we make our rounds across Skyrim and sell all that we have to make sure that we're still leveling smithing without being too low on gold. On our next cycle of farming, we finally hit level 100 alchemy, which in itself isn't too noteworthy. However, this does open up a new avenue for level grinding later if we decide to legendary it. Our next visit to Fihada nets us all of the new bolts added in rare curios, and while we're here, we also steal his void salts, which we use to craft some super cool telekinesis arrows. I'll show you guys what telekinesis arrows are, because it's pretty cool. Watch this. Whoa. Holy shit. And then, with my special power here, now that's badass. Holy shot. Watch this, I'm about to snipe this mud crab. I'll aim it like right here, wait for him to get into place, and release it now. Ow. Can you kill yourself with it? No! Oh my! I didn't expect that. Wow, that honestly scared me. I didn't think that was gonna happen. Holy moly. Oh, also the arrows deal 111 damage, so that's also a cool thing about them. By spamming locks, we're able to hit level 30 smithing, which unlocks the Elven and Dwarven perks, letting us enhance an Elven crossbow for elite crossbows, as well as craft 2 more Brawler's gauntlets, and last but not least, the ability to spam Dwarven bows for faster leveling. This means that we need an influx of Dwarven metal ingots, so we'll be stopping by a bunch of Dwarven ruins to grab everything that's useful. We farm our farm and make our rounds when something interesting happens. Where's an enemy that we could just keep soul trapping? It need to be a pretty weak enemy. Outside Embershard Mine. Does the bandit out there respawn? Because we already had to go there. Enemies are nearby. Where? Hey there, Fihada. You're a little bit out of your depth here. I'm sure that many of you have run into something similar before, where if you exit dialogue and leave somewhere, the NPC will stay near you to finish the conversation. It's not particularly useful at the moment, but make sure to tuck that information into your brain folds, because it'll be incredibly important later. Interestingly enough, since none of the Creation Club horses can die, none of them have souls to trap, and same thing goes for Gog. Soul trapping bandits is too slow because we can't wait to regen our magicka, so the most efficient way to level up conjuration is to just buy a regular horse and soul trap it until the heat death of the universe. This horse isn't in pain, okay? There's not like, I'm not hurting the horse by soul trapping it. I'm just like dissecting its soul and preparing it for its receptacle in the soul care. That's not. It's not in any like physical pain. Hey, good news is that Arvag's about to get a friend. Hey, courier. Okay. Cool. I don't know what item I just got. What item did I just get? Let me check here. Started. Order of Crimson. Okay, we are level 36 or something, 32. We can go ahead and do that one now. Heart of Crimson is the quest for the final alternative armor, Ebony Plate. At the Windhelm docks, we hand a beggar 100 gold pieces, and we're directed to a nearby Shrine of Talos, where some warrior wants an honorable death. Okay, tire up Bloodfire. Punch. You're about to get fired from life. Oh, stop. Get back here. No, stop. Tyra, I didn't mean it. Ruby, 2 broccoli raw, and you have the ebony plate armor, gauntlets, boots, and helmet. Boom. Hey, horse, hope you didn't forget about me. Yeah. After about 10 more minutes of soul trapping, we finally hit level 100 conjuration, meaning we're ready for the master conjuration ritual quest. But before we do that, we clear out Coalscatter Mine and harvest all of its gold ore, giving us enough resources to hit level 50 smithing. This means we've got the advanced armors and orcish smithing perk, and we can enhance our orcish and Nordic crossbows. Barrel, brawlers, spur bracers. Okay, awesome. That was one of the luck aspects that we have down now. Awesome! Now there's only 49 other things that we need to get lucky for. Back at our Balaban cosplay, we craft some Brawler's Orcish, hide, iron-scaled, and steel plate gauntlets, as well as an enhanced silver crossbow. With all that out of the way, we're free to head back to school, and as we're doing our rounds, we get lucky and Feralda sells us a Staff of Chastening, leaving only 3 more to go. Venice Gessler's Master Conjuration Ritual quest is easy enough, and all we have to do is convince this Dremora Lord to hand over his sigil stone. Watch this right now. Peace. Oh. Okay, well, that works fine enough. Let's do that again. Okay, we're gonna send him on a trip. Wait, where'd you go? Now get back here. Hey, stop. That's all. Get out of the ritual zone. Okay. Just go ahead and reload. I don't think that the game wanted me to send that Dremora on a space flight program. We kill him the boring way, and he hands us the stone, completing the quest and opening up a plethora of new spells for us. We round out the Arcane Archer pack with Bound Quiver, grab another zombie from Plague of the Dead, and purchase 5 new spells for Necromantic Grimoire. We return to the Solitude Sewers because apparently there are a bunch of hollowed stumps with rare curios in them, but all we happen to find is an Aster Bloom Core. And back again at the college, we buy the final spell for Plague of the Dead and conjure Skeleton Marksman. The only new objective readily available to Smith is the remaining Netch leather armors, but unfortunately, Netches drop hardly any leather when they die, and we need 28 of them. Thankfully, the game blesses us with the Raven Rock Blacksmith, who sells a bunch at a time, and after a few nights of waiting, we can buy up all we need. With it, we can craft the Boiled and Shadowed Boil Netch leather armors and helmets, as well as the Netch leather shield, and we make the Shadowed Netch leather armor, boots, and bracers before running out of charcoal. Unfortunately, charcoal is pretty hard to come by, but while searching, we managed to buy the Stallroom crossbow from the Fletcher. We also stop by Risad, where we get the final amber we need for the amber armor set. However, we need glassmithing before we can craft it, so that'll come later. We craft some armor, buy root brush, slow soap, and scrape jerky, and craft the shadowed mesh leather tower shield, marking off the final piece of the mesh leather creation. We make our rounds, buy a new spell, and this is when I have an idea. Okay, what do you got for sale? Please have a good harvest for me again. Okay, miss, we don't need any more amber. We just need madness ore. I wonder if we could do the trick where if you're in dialogue with someone, then like whenever you wait or fast travel, then they will like they won't move. We saw this earlier with Virhada because we were talking to him in solitude and we fast traveled to Silent Moon's camp and he followed us there. So I wonder if we just like keep this guy in dialogue, if we can refresh his inventory, but keep him here so we don't need to chase him around Skyrim. Don't call me a W kidnapper, that's not. I'll say bro has a hypothesis. Okay, do you have new stuff? He does. Okay. Okay, we're speeding up now. Wisp salt caps. This new tech cracks open rare curios like a red kelp gas bladder, and we can repeat this as many times as we want. Buy everything we need, keep him in dialogue while we wait 2 days for his inventory to refresh, rinse, lather, repeat. You can nerd emote all you want, but when the nerd helps me, because I'm the nerd that's smart, that helps me in the game, then who's the nerd now? Using this strategy, we mark off nearly every remaining rare curio, as well as all of the madness ore needed for the madness armor. Redwork flower. Redwork flower, please. Redwork flower. Manifest the flower. Didn't manifest hard enough? Just you wait. You say that I didn't manifest hard enough, but Akatosh works in mysterious ways. We'll just focus our energy like a spirit bomb right into Risad's temple. It'll infuse with his brain, and he will realize that he needs to go harvest the redwood flower. Don't ask me how he gets all these ingredients, but I can't. If we focus hard enough, he will have the redwood flower right here. Guys, I'm ready. I'm ready for it right now. Redwood flower. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Redworked flower. We're not quite done with rare curios though, because there's one thing left to do. Using a chokeberry, we're able to make a poison apple, and we need to figure out who to give it to. Now I know the perfect target. We just wait a little bit. Nazim? What made you think of Nazim? Obviously I would. Nazim, I love Nazim. Nazim, I hope you're hungry. I hope you're hungry for an apple, mayhaps. But are you? Goes, are you? Wait. Yes! Yes, we have killed Nazim with a poisoned apple. Now with a poisoned apple, we killed someone with it. We have finished rare curios. With that out of the way, our current goal is just to hit 100 smithing and craft all the remaining gear. So a lot of the next few hours is just harvesting our junk. I thought we cleared this place out, Jesus Christ. So we can smelt it and craft dwarf bows. Once we hit level 70, we can get glassmithing, letting us craft an enhanced glass crossbow and brawler's glass gauntlets. Another stop at the college, and we have a staff of judgment from David, and we make the journey to Tel Mithrin, where we find out that Neloth is a great source of the new staves. After purchasing the final 2 that we need, we grind our way to level 80 smithing, meaning that we've got access to ebony, and again, we craft the gauntlets and enhanced crossbow, marking off the elite crossbow's creation. We also craft the entire set of madness gear, but before we craft amber, we need a bunch of refined moonstone to go with it. This takes about 25 more minutes of running around Skyrim and buying every piece of moonstone we find, but in the end, we're able to craft the full amber set, marking off Saints and Seducers once and for all. Using a up all the remaining tickets we've been hoarding brings us to level 90, meaning we can craft the Brawler's Daedric Gauntlets and Enhanced Daedric Crossbow, and 15 minutes of grinding later, we finally hit level 100 smithing. Ebony bow. Oh my god, ebony dagger? Was that it? Did that give you there? One more? Just nails, sure, nails. Level 100 smithing. Level 100 smithing. We now can craft dragon armor and dragon bone weapons and forges. This unlocks the rest of smithing. It kinda unlocks the rest of smithing. If you ignore the fact that we do need to do a lot of extra stuff in order to craft the Storum bow that we need. But certainly progress. That's what I can say about it. Okay, I think that means that we should go ahead and start spawning dragons. For those of you who don't know, spawning dragons means one thing and one thing only. At about 40 hours in, it's time to turn into Dragonstone. Before doing so though, there's one thing I've been neglecting to mention. The spells for Necromantic Grimoire are not the only objectives we're looking for. The creation also adds a new set of Necromancer robes with a hood, and they can only be found as a rare loot drop from a Master Necromancer. These enemies only start spawning once you hit level 36, and now that we're high enough level, we head to Golden Ball Cave, a tiny dungeon with only one enemy, a Master Necromancer. Okay, I'm ready to charge. This is actually a very short dungeon, which is awesome. Huzzah! No, you don't have any of it. Necromancer robes replenishing, Necromancer hood of Magicka. Neither of this is what we needed. We also roll the dice with the Master Necromancer that spawns outside of Sunderstone Gorge, but again, he doesn't have the ropes we're looking for, so we just decide to call it quits and head to Dragon's Reach. Hey there, pal. Hey, who's this person? I don't care. Okay. No way, we got the Iron Shield of Blocking. Awesome. We definitely look like we need an Iron Shield right now. Okay, we should be pretty well equipped to kill this dragon. Here we go. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, actually, are you kidding me? Okay, let's hold. Now we can kill him. Okay. No, I see you're taking the piss with me, aren't you? Obviously, you aren't dealing this much damage,
Are
right?
you feeling sick?
Thankfully, second time's the charm. And after King Ghidorah is defeated, we're able to loot a few dragon bones and scales.
You tried mercenary
and
work?
You can also do this
Might
cute
suit
little
you.
yell or whatever. With the harvest, we're able to craft a set of Brawler's Dragonblade gauntlets. However, we'll need a bunch
Sometimes
more
I
for
miss the
three
soldier's
other
life,
pieces of dragon gear
and
we'll
I
need
hold
to
my
make.
daughter in my
Yada
arms.
yada yada, some
I
old
know I
dudes
have no
shout at us,
choice.
we climb the 10,000 steps, the old dudes start shouting again and again and again and again, and once
My
we
wife's a
prove
good
that we're
woman.
just as good at
She can
shouting,
be a little
we're
hard-headed
done with the main
sometimes,
quest
but
because
I love
we
her
get
just the
attacked
same.
by some cultists. This starts the Dragonborn main quest, but before crossing the big pond, we make our
Good
rounds
afternoon.
and get attacked by a dragon at the college. Okay, and we die.
What do you need?
Holy shit, you just launched me. And my game
Good
crashed.
afternoon.
Cool. We kill and harvest the dragon, which gives us enough to craft a pair of Brawler's Dragon Scale Gauntlets, marking off
Yes.
the final objective for Fearsome Fists. Over at Solstein, we head to a funky-looking temple filled with more cultists,
Yes.
and at the end, we read a book introducing us to Mr. Born himself, Mirak. Oh my god!
What do you need?
Holy! I did like a good YouTube reaction or whatever. Unfortunately,
What
my
do you need?
game crashes on the way out, and we have to do the second half of the dungeon again. Okay, I don't want to die here.
What do you need?
Okay, cool. Glad that I quick saved. The skull emoji. Dude, are you kidding me?
Hmm?
Dude. He was a mile away when
You
I
tried
quick saved.
mercenary work? It might suit you.
And my game crashed. Why is he right there? When I quick save,
Sometimes I miss the soldier's life when I hold my daughter in my arms.
So, after
know I
doing
made
the
the right
dungeon
choice.
again, this time we make it out alive, and once we return our new friend to the Skull Village, they
My
ask
wife's a
for
good
help
woman.
freeing their
She
people.
can be a little
In
hard-headed
order to do
sometimes,
this, we
but
need to
I
get
love
a
her just the
shout,
same.
so we head to Ceri's watch to look at a wall. After killing the dragon here, Mirax sucks its soul,
Need
which would
something?
have prevented us from being able to learn the new word, but we banked one soul from the dragon in Winterhold, meaning we're free to cleanse
Good
the stone
afternoon.
and roll the skull. Now, we're finally able to start the quest, A New Source of Stalrum, and after rescuing some chap from the Thalmor, he teaches us the Stalrum smithing secrets. Okay, we've completed A New Source
What
of
do you need?
Stalrum, which means that we can finally craft Stalrum things. Do you happen to have Stalrum to
afternoon.
sell? You do. You have one Stalrum, which is exactly what we need. Barstan, I don't
Need
go
something?
flying dragon about you. We're heading back to Sire. Okay, let's go grab our crossbow.
Yes.
Stalrum crossbow. And here at this anvil, Stalrum, we can craft the enhanced
What do you need?
Stalrum crossbow. Boom. We can't purchase a dragon bow crossbow from Bihada until we're level 46.
Need something?
Which coincidentally is also the level at which the final creation becomes available. So it's time for us to start grinding.
You tried
We've
mercenary
been
work?
hoarding all of our
Might suit you.
ingredients from the farm for this one purpose, and after making 326 potions, we've gone from level
Sometimes I
40
miss the
all
soldier's
the way
life
to level
when I hold my
43.
daughter in my arms. I know I
Not to
made the
worry
right
though,
choice.
because we've still got our trusty dusty buffle spell that we can also use to grind, netting us an extra 2
My
levels
wife's a good
before we
woman.
decide to just
She
finish
can
it
be a
off
little
with
hard-headed
harvest of
sometimes, but
ingredients.
I love her just the same.
We then get attacked by a dragon, which is annoying, but at least it means we get more dragon bones and scales. Okay. Wow, you were quite the thorn in my side. Oh, hey, Merrick.
Yes.
You can take that. I just want the ingredients. Do your thing, Merrick. I just need the more tapanella. 10 more minutes
What
of
do you
spent
need?
potions gets us to the pivotal level 46, and not long after, we get stopped by a courier who hands us a note, but before reading it, we've got some cleaning up to do. Back at the Fletcher, Bihada doesn't want to sell us the dragon bone crossbow. However, since there
Yes.
really isn't anything else to do, we just wait, and wait, and wait until his shop refreshes with one for us to buy. Dragon bone crossbow. Oh my god. Okay, we have the dragon bone crossbow. We are tired
What
and
do you
we are
need?
hungry. Let's not fix our hunger.
Yes.
Why?
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Oh my god, okay, thank you. Yes, please take me to jail. Oh my god. I appreciate how the guards are pretty okay with me just killing one person. Any more than that, they don't forgive that. Let's get some
Sometimes I
dragon
miss the
bone.
soldier's life
And
when
right
I hold my
here,
daughter in my
we
arms.
can craft
I know I made the right choice.
the enhanced dragon bone crossbow. Oh my god. This was the last crossbow needed for the expanded crossbow
My wife's a
pack,
good woman.
and we can mark off
She
the
can be a little
final
hard-headed
alternative
sometimes,
armor as
but
well
I
by
love her just the
crafting
same.
the dragon plate insulated cuirass, leaving only 2 creations between us and the finish line.
What do you need?
Using the same technique on Phineas lets us purchase the spell Conjure Bone Colossus, which, by the way, I will not be dedicating any time in
Need
this
something?
video to making a joke about, as that would be crass and unbecoming of my character. Bone Colossus is what your mom calls mine. And we also purchased Conjure Ancient Death Priest. Conjure Ancient Death Priest. Conjure Ancient Death Priest. That was the last one we needed. That was
What do
the
you
last
need?
spell we needed. Books, let's read that. Oh my god. Okay. We can do this, 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 we can do this. Before starting the cause, the only thing left for us to do is find those new roads. And this is
What do you
where I
need?
realized the fatal flaw in the past 41 hours of gameplay. Why the hell did I put all of my points into Magicka? I didn't need it to cast Mars Wrath. The Salmon Rogue potions gave me more than enough Magicka to do so. I didn't need it to Illusion grind either because we didn't even hit level 100 Illusion for the spell Harmony to come into play. All that
You
it's
tried
done for us was
mercenary
make
work?
combat
Might suit you.
ridiculously hard because we put all of our points into a stat that we don't even use, of rare gear. The thing about arch necromancers is that they are hard to come by, freakishly strong, and
Sometimes I
tend to be
miss
at
the
the end
soldier's
of
life
very large dungeons.
when I hold my daughter
On
in
top
my
of this,
arms.
they all use ice
I know I
spells,
made the right
which
choice.
perfectly counter our melee build, meaning that it can take up to 10 minutes just to clear one dungeon.
My
and
wife's a
even
good
then,
woman.
we need to get
She can be a
lucky
little
that they wear
hard-headed
the robes
sometimes,
we're searching
but I
for.
love her just the same.
Because we have such incredibly low health, we just get one shot by pretty much every enemy. So after dying
Need something?
and dying and dying, I came up with a change of plans. If you remember back to when we first started searching for the robes, we went to the single room dungeon, Boulderfell Cave. The necromancer here hasn't respawned yet, so we need to wait
Need
30
something?
days before we can clear it, and the quickest way to do so is to fast travel between Solitude and Riften, passing about 21 hours each
Good
time.
afternoon.
After about 10 minutes of this, 30 days have passed, meaning that we can enact my master plan. An
What do you
enemy's
need?
gear is chosen somewhat randomly when they're loaded in, and this can be exploited by saving before loading them. This would
Yes.
typically be a useful piece of knowledge just because of how long necromancer dungeons are, but in this one cave specifically,
Good
it
afternoon.
is incredibly efficient. Save, check the cave, and reload if they don't have the right robes.
Yes.
Check the cave, reload. Check the cave, reload. You get the point. On our first go around, it was a miss. However,
You tried
this
mercenary
is what
work?
happened after
Might
our
suit you.
very first reload. Okay, so now that we've reloaded, this person should have a new setup here. Is that the?
Good afternoon.
That looks like it. That looks like it. That looks like the gear. This looks like the gear.
Sometimes I miss the soldier's life when I hold my
Okay.
daughter in my arms. I know I made the right choice.
This is not the gear. No, we obviously didn't get it on our first reload. Or our second. Or third. Or fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Okay, reload. Not DGAF anymore. That's not true, right? You guys are all glued to the screen. Like you guys aren't getting your product. This guy has it. This guy has it. You can see by the runes on it. The Ascendant Necromancer robes, conjuration spells last 25% longer, increases summon limit by 1 for lesser conjured or reanimated undead, and the Ascendant Necromancer hood increases your magic by 100 points, health regeneration increased by 30%. We have got it. Those are the last of the necromantic grimoire. We only have one creation left. One creation left with the Cause. The Cause is the most epic creation out of all 74. The note we got earlier warns us of a situation as dire as the Oblivion Crisis, and we need to meet with the author to learn more. When we get there, we find him dead as a doornail and get ambushed by some mythic gone cultists, and once we give them a taste of their own medicine, we learn about the camp where they're stationed. Over in the mountains near Iverstead, we spoil their party and learn what they're actually here for, a great Welkin stone that can hold open a gate to Oblivion. They found one in some recently unearthed alien ruins, and we need to find it before it gets in the wrong hands. In here, we need to grab 4 elemental shards to unlock the great Welkin stone, so that's exactly what we do. Okay, the 4th one is on this guy's body. Boom. And now we need to place the shards in the shard hole. We need to find a ruined book somewhere, but I don't know where we find it. Okay. Die! Oh, there's one. That's the classic Oblivion trap. Wow, that scared me. Let's get off that place. After we fall for the oldest trick in the book, we solve a quick little square peg, square hole puzzle, unlocking the path to the final chamber. In here, we pick up the stone and fight a super cool looking dragon priest, and on his body, we get the first of 5 items we're looking for in this creation, the Staff of Elmo Eid. As we try to leave though, we come upon a skirmish between the Mythic Dawn and some vigilants of Stendar, and this is where we learn about the Mythic Dawn's base of operations in Red Scar Cavern. Before waltzing in all willy-nilly, we disguise ourselves in some Mythic Dawn robes, letting us walk straight through without a fight. Hey there, friendo. Yep, cultist Bonos, who sees right through our disguise. With no other options, we chop him down, and on his body, his master plan is revealed. The Great Welkin Stone on its own can't open the Oblivion Gate. It needs to be corrupted with a sacrifice. His sacrifice. He orchestrated this entire situation from the letter we were given to us racing to the Great Welkin Stone and now to his murder. This final ritual casts open the gate to Oblivion, and there's no way to close it, leaving the Chief Jamoras inside to lead an assault on Tamriel. We were the cause of this new Oblivion crisis, and now it's time for the consequences. The only way to stop the incursion is to cross the plain to Oblivion and kill the two captains of the Dromora army ourselves. Oh shit, it's the Deja course. Okay, I think that we just need to chase it, and it'll take us to the Dromora that owns it, or something. Okay, so, now we need to kill this guy. Surely he's not gonna like one-shot us or anything, that would be obvious. Why is he not taking damage? Okay, it was the Deja course that's not taking damage, never mind. Okay. There's a second one. The second Dromora has entered the fight. And on his body, we have Scourge. Summon Deja up to level 36 are sent back to Oblivion. And in here, the Punished, Spell Tome, or Conjure Deja Course. Summons a Deja Course to act as your steed. Let's conjure this old pal. Oh, wait, no, get back here, get back. Holy shit, this looks badass. Or I guess I should keep the feet secret. Holy cow, this looks cool. Okay, now we need to go fight the second Dromora that we're here for. This guy can just ride through lava, it's pretty cool. We just like cut the last 5 seconds, please. It would have just made sense if he could ride through lava, you know what I'm saying? Like, I said it not knowing if it was true or not, and it just like seemed like it would be like really fitting. Okay, so the Deja course cannot ride through lava. We ride our nearly fireproof course to the remaining Dromora captain, leading him to the final fight of this 44-hour-long challenge. Once he's dead, we loot his sword Torment, meaning that we've saved Tamriel from another invasion, and all we gotta do now is escape. Let's just make it through and not die. Let's just run past everyone. Yep, you guys are safe and sound here in Oblivion, and we've escaped. Okay. We gotta fight through some more people. Okay, maybe we don't fight everyone. The Vigil enforcers are here, so I think we can just run past everyone. We have the Ring of the Wind and Bloodthirst, so we are 22% faster than normal. Let's just sprint past every single person here. Yep, you guys can keep on fighting. Oh my god. Yep, that's fine. Keep using sparks. I'll just skirt past here real quick. These guys are fighting. Hopefully we can just run past these guys. Yep, squeeze past them. Gog, are you doing fine? Where's Gog in all this? No, this guy in particular. Oops, I missed. Whoops, I missed. There you go. And completed the consequences. Completed the consequences. Now, the only thing remaining is to summon another spell, so after a quick pit stop at Oak Little Keep for a ruined book, we make our way to the Midden to finish this once and for all. And we're here. And we're here in the offering box. We are giving up ingredients, salt pile, miscellaneous, the Great Welkin Stone, as well as the ruined book. We are pulling the pull bar. Right here. Right here is the Tome for Conjure Lich. Read the book. We're done. That's time. That is time. That was the Conjure Aelid Lich for the last thing we need for the cause, meaning that we have completed all 74 creations in not that long, right? 44 hours? Like, if you really think about it, it's like what's the difference between 25 hours and 44 hours? You know, it's kind of like two sides of a coin if you think about it. Oh, we've done it. We have done it. This one's for all of you chatters out there. Oh shit, this dude's badass. Holy moly. What's the bone colossus look like? Oh shit. Hey everyone, say cheese. Oh my god. That was so much more than I thought it was gonna be. How did I think it was gonna be 25 hours? Am I dumb? Don't answer that. You know, when I started, like, the idea for this, I thought it was just gonna be like a nice, easy layup. But the hard part of the 100% speed run. And now I'm just gonna I'm gonna get some free, easy views by doing like a quick little 20-minute video on the Creation Club stuff. It took us 44 hours, 2 minutes, and 55 seconds to speedrun all of Creation Club. Even if you take out the 10 hours of grinding we had to do towards the end, that's still almost 35 hours of extra content, and I officially give this the Edge Omega stamp of approval, and I'd say it's worth the upgrade. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on my next video when it inevitably drops 6 months from now. Comment which of the creations was your favorite, and above all else, thanks for watching.
Today, we'll be collecting just about every Daedric artifact across all the mainline Elder Scrolls games, except Arena. But don't worry, there's a good reason for that. I set out on this journey to get a better idea of not only who the princes are, but where they came from. Not worldwide, but rather how they developed as new games were developed. It makes sense to start with Arena since it's the first Elder Scrolls game, but there's a problem. Daedric princes didn't exist yet. Some of their names were floating around, and even some of Arena's artifacts were later become Daedric artifacts. In fact, the enemy mail in Arena mentions it was gifted to a mortal by the Dark Elven goddess, Boethiah. So you could argue that Arena had Daedric artifacts spiritually, but not technically. That said, I can't get one artifact, and you'll know the exact same process for getting every artifact. I'm not kidding. You literally ask around town in a given province until an NPC gives you a rumor about an artifact, one of several. You follow that lead, pay a guy you meet in an inn for information, and head off to a dungeon that contains not the artifact itself, but a map to the dungeon that actually contains the artifact. You explore the first dungeon, which is mind-numbingly simple, then you go to the second dungeon, which is basically the same as the first, but procedurally generated slightly differently. Then you get the artifact. Hooray! Do this for all of them. It's not terribly interesting. There are no princes, there's no cool sprite art, none. And only 6 of the artifacts in Arena actually become Daedric artifacts. The Ebony Mail, the Ebony Blade, the Ring of Khajiit, Spellbreaker, Fallen Drum, and the Skeleton. What is interesting is the flavor text for these artifacts did carry over from David Vagar's Tamriel's lore, in which the master crafter in Tamriel's Last of War describes Tamriel's many artifacts. The DNA is there. You can see where the ideas began, but there's no Daedric princes, no Daedric classes. Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim though, that's Daedric territory. How have the interpretations of the princes changed? Well, let's do it all, and you can come to your own conclusions. Of course, I'll be supplying my own correctly, but you're free to have one. This video is going to be long. Get cozy. I struggled with how I wanted to organize this video. Do we go game by game, prince by prince, artifact by artifact? I decided a chronological exploration of the princes seems best. We'll get a better idea of how they change between games. So we're starting with Daggerfall. Daggerfall Unity. Daggerfall Unity doesn't actually change Daggerfall much. It's just a better engine, so the game is less of a chore to play. Summoning all of the Daedric princes in Daggerfall is going to require us to take out a lot of banknotes. Genuinely. We need money. Our credit limit per province is affected by our overall level, which is why we're building this character with several magic skills as primaries and pages, and why we're taking critical weaknesses as disadvantages. The goal is to get that little sword symbol to sit just above the red bar at the bottom of this view. We'll level faster that way. The minutia doesn't really matter. But why do we need gold? So many princes in Oblivion just require glow dust or nightshades. Well, several factions in this game offer Daedra summoning services once you reach a high enough rank. For the Paltry entry fee of 200,000 gold. You too can speak with the Daedric Prince. There is a slight discount, scaled by your rank of course. Seniority has perks. Some factions won't summon certain princes because they consider those princes enemies. The Mages Guild has no qualms with any of the Daedra, so we'll be joining the Mages Guild. They summon Daedra of all kinds, and we only need to be rank 6 for them to do it. And their quests are trivially easy, such as casting the sleep spell on someone. Go to place, cast a spell, return within the allotted time, and earn reputation with the guild. While we do these quests, we spam cast some custom-made spells to level up our magic skills, both for the benefit of our character level, so we can take up bigger loads, and because faction ranks also have skill level requirements. It doesn't take terribly long to level up, but it's not terribly interesting, so we'll skip it. Same with the guild quests. All you do is refuse quests from the mages until you get the sleep quest, and do that like 20 times to reach the required rank. In the non-Unity version, you can't simply reject quests like this, but you can just save the game and keep reloading until you get the quest you want. So it's basically the same. For easy levels, you can just sit inside an inn and spam spells. Rest until you're healed, and spam more spells. Yeah, it costs money to sleep in an inn, but you can just take out another bank loan for different problems. As soon as we reach the rank of Warlock, we can visit the local evil wizard and pay him to summon a Daedric Prince. But how do we specify which prince we want to be? We don't. Daedra can only be summoned on their summoning day, once per year. Isn't that weird? It's currently the 23rd of Sun's Height, and the next summoning day is nocturnal, on the 8th of Hearthfire. The fastest way away from Daggerfall is to travel back and forth across the map. There's a bit of a catch with Daedra summon, so it costs a fair bit, and it can only be done on specific days, but it can also fail. You pay the wizard 200,000 gold, and nothing happens. A scam if you ask me. But we're scamming on the banks, so I wouldn't really have pay, so I guess I can't be too mad. You might think we could just save scum the summons, but I think there's a global seed with a random number generation. I kept resetting between each attempt, but Nocturnal just wouldn't show up. So I paid this con artist 4 times in a row, and she did finally show up. To test this, I reloaded the save, and she once again didn't show up until I tried summoning her 4 times. I'm gonna skip the save summon. It's faster to take out loans. Every province has a bank, and there's like 50 provinces. And you can get like 500,000 gold for a bank. I think it's ridiculous. It's the gold in this game doesn't matter. The Daedric Prince of Night, Darkness, and Mystery appears, standing in front of a swirling galaxy, implying several things about Witness's cosmology. It can also just be one of those standard zoom backgrounds. Like most Daggerfall quests, the quest we get from Nocturnal is sort of random. She sends us to a location in the same province we summoned her to, and orders us to kill a mage in his own lair. She also gives us the name and location of one of her followers. Once the mage is dead, we're to go to that follower and claim our reward, the skeleton. When we find the mage, he offers promises of a better artifact in exchange for his life, the Staff of Madness. He's lying, of course. So we reject the offer, beat him with our warhammer, and claim the first of many Daedric artifacts. The skeleton key not only comes with an open spell, which you can cast as many times as the item's health allows, in Daggerfall, enchanted items eventually break to nothing, but it's also an annual. Wearing it grants 15 points to the dodge of the field, a little different than later incarnations. This is basically how all the Daggerfall Daedric quests will work. The beginning of the quests are interesting because we get to see Bethesda's first interpretations of the princes. The ends of the quests are interesting because we get a unique artifact. The quests themselves, the 8th of Frostfall is the summoning day of Malekith, Prince of Lies, Deception, and Hypocrisy, as of Daggerfall members. His spirit has changed with this system. He still has an association with orcs, since he's straight up an orc wearing a WWE belt. Although this was 1996, so it was a WWF belt, back when they used to wrestle pandas. Malekith granted a little Panacosa, which I'm pretty sure is a break motto, power and you, but it resisted his will. So people like us, we killed him. We killed him. I told you the quest not much like about. This is the guy we got the reward from? A true Malekith worshiper of Virus novel, forgiven voluntarily, of Dwarven Warhammer, and has maintained that association with dwarves, where however, ever since. Here in Daggerfall, we cast Paralysis and Vampiric Touch and Strength. Not a bad weapon. The 13th of Frostfall is the summoning day of Mafam, Prince of Murder, Lies, Deception, Sex, and Secrets. The Black Widow motif works well, we think, although she does look like she's going to a Halloween party. She wants us to assassinate a minor noble. Go to place, we'll do. Our reward is the enemy invasion. Enemy Katana with several enchantments. When equipped, it fortifies our lock blade by 15 points. We can use it to cast Far Silence on target, and on strike, it casts Vampiric Touch and Energy Reach, observing the enemy's health and fatigue. I'm actually glad the Daggerfall Daedric quests aren't very detailed. It allows us to focus on the prince's inaugural appearances in the series rather than the journey they send us on. Gonna grab another one real quick. The second of sun's dusk is the summoning day of the prince with my favorite design out of all the Daggerfall princes, Bolivia. Look at her. And yes, her. She's one of the princes that has switched back and forth between games. And it's not a record. Princes aren't bound by mortal concepts such as gender and lives with bones. I really like how it's logical when you feel this day. It's all places. Obama is known as the androgen, even though she's always been presented as explicitly female. She is the anticipation of Rebecca, but I don't know. Bolivia is the prince of plots, of cruelty, and of torture. She wants us to kill Victivera Ayrton. That name looks like an optical illusion. From Bolivia, we received the Ebony Map. An ebony plate cuirass with an unused enchantment that casts resist fire, shield, and spell shield. A couple weeks after Bolivia's summoning day, the 20th of Sun's Dusk, is the summoning day of Mehru's daikon, prince of ambition, of disaster, and of destruction. Oh, weird grammar too. What knew the Mehru's razor is very special to Mehru's razor. Very nice, yes, yes. He talks like an orc peon before crap. The razor is an ebony dagger with the stats of an orcish dagger. Victims of the razor must save the verses of magic or be slain. Resist the effect and instantly die. Powerful, but the artifact's health is reduced by the amount of damage it does. That is, the opponent's remaining health. Use it wisely. The 20th of Evening Star is the summoning day of Olafar, Prince of Domination. And other things. A bit greener than the Oh, the Daedra Summoner moonlights as a bullet ball acolyte. Our reward is the Mace of Bullet Bomb, a Daedra mace that drains both spell points and strength on strength. The first of Morning Star is the summoning day of Clavicus Mine, Prince of Trickery and Art. Little Dim Boy and his trusty dog companion, although the pup looks a touch, grumpy. He wants us to kill a werewolf. A little different this time around. This gaunt and sickly-looking lady gives us the mask of Clavicus as a reward. Not the mask of Clavicus Vile, just the mask of Clavicus. Is the imp Clavicus and the dog Vile? Probably not. Or more, the mask acts as a permanent trauma point, boosting our disposition with others. If you wear it in the ring slot for some reason. The 13th of Morning Star is the summoning day of Meridian, Daedra Prince of Light and Light. Later lore suggests she may have been an Edda, one of the original spirits that fled from this with Magnus, creating the stars and the sun. She did something to anger Magnus, and was thus banished from Iberius. So she adopted the title of Daedra Prince and created her very own realm of Iberius. Although this wasn't lore at the time of Daggerfall, and it wasn't even official lore until the Elder Scrolls Online started making lore books containing this information. She comes across very clever in Daggerfall. She made an arrangement with a sorcerer, but the sorcerer didn't hold up his end of the bargain. Such ungallant behavior is fatal. Our reward is the Ring of Patience. On use, it grants invisibility. When worn, it grants the feat of Knockabilly, fortifying our speed when our speed is already 100, so does nothing. The second of Sun's Dusk is the summoning day of Shea Doran, Daedra Prince of Magic. Funny thing about Shea, there is a slight chance he'll show up when you summon a different prince. I wasn't unlucky enough to have that happen. Could have been fun. See, he says, I bet you weren't expecting it, even though you were summoning him. Chalked up to madness, and not Daggerfall only having a single introductory line for Shea. He'd like to invite a battle mage to tea. Oh, no wait, not to tea. He wants us to kill him. These things are easy to confuse with one another. Oh, how right. Our reward is none other than the Lava Cat. On strike, it turns our opponent into another type of creature, but only once. Oh, heaven. The 16th of Sun's Dawn is the summoning day of Sengi, Daedra Prince of Revelry and Debauchery. Judging by the way he's holding that woman, perhaps not as lighthearted as the later interpretations make him out to be. We got a priest to kill. That's a priest, apparently. The Sanguine Rose. With it, we can summon a lesser Daedra to fight for us. The 5th of the first seed is the summoning day of Hermaeus Mora. Imagine someone playing this game for the first time, some 14-year-old in 1996. They summon the other princes, and they're all rather human looking. A couple have extra arms, but they're all sort of normal. And then you have this thing, an octopus crab blob covered in eyes. Our target offers Absurus as a down payment for what she owes Hermaeus Mora, hoping that'll be enough to spare Mora wrath. From Hermaeus Mora's cultist, we get the Ogma Infidium. It has a one-time use that allows us to allocate 30 points across our attributes. A single level nets you between 4 and 6 attributes, like us to kill. Yeah, that sounds like a zero. For design though, I'm sure it won't change. For our service, Azura bestows us with Azura's Star, a reusable soul gem. Yes, soul gems and enchanting are things in Daggerfall. I just never really did much with it. We summoned a bunch of humanoids, then a crab people's creature, and then a topless woman. I'm assuming the crab was a fluke, an outlier. What? The Ninth of Rain's Hand is the summoning day of Period, Daedric Prince of Pestilence and Natural Order. Why is he a dragon? I don't know. Maybe the later game will have an answer, or at least help generate a specific headcanon that we can discuss next time. Period hands over Spellbreaker, a dwarven tower shield that provides spell reflection when equipped and can be used to cast free action during paralysis. The Ninth of Second Seed is the summoning day of Numenera, Daedric Prince of Hunger. Her spear will expand in later times. At least we're back to normal looking, well, humanoid princess. No, she's got a little gremlin with her. You'd never believe what she wants us to do. The Ring of Numenera, when equipped, causes our opponent to take damage from their own attacks. But just like Mirren's Razor, the artifact's health drains based on how much damage it deals. Once it's out of juice, it's gone, so use it wisely. The 10th of Sun's Height is the summoning day of Baron-Glima, Daedric Prince of Dreams and Typhos. Did you know you can tell if you're dreaming by reading something, looking away, and then looking back? If the text is different, you're probably dreaming. Hermina looks like Yzma from The Emperor's New Groove. And that movie came out after Daggerfall, so Disney copied Bethesda, can't believe it. Our reward is the Skull of Corruption. When used, it creates a clone of your opponent, which it then attacks. One prince left. Hirsi, Daedric Prince of the Hunt. His summoning day is the 5th of mid-year, just before Vermina's summon. But I somehow forgot to record his summoning and forgot to record his quest. Fortunately, Hirsi can be summoned year-round if you go to a witch coven. That does give me the opportunity, however, to show you what happens when you summon the Daedric Prince a second time. While we wander around Daggerfall's giant map around so big bigger than Skyrim's Royal Maiden, I'll tell you what you missed with Hirsi's quest. We summon him, he tells us to kill a wereboar, we kill the wereboar, and our reward is Hirsi's ring. This ring allows the bearer to shift back and forth between their werebeast form on a limb. It will never again be shifted during a full moon, and no longer do they have to hunt innocents. It's useless for non-lightning foes. We pay the witches and then summon Hirsi, but since we've already summoned him once before, he tells us to go away. Also, his sprite is friggin' awesome looking, tied with gold. Definitely. As a parting gift, we're attacked by a bunch of dangerous seducers. I actually think all the princes summon seducers when you do this, except maybe Period. He's actually kind of chill about the whole thing. It would have been really neat if they summoned spear-relevant monsters, but 1996, I mean, Morrowind's a bit different when it comes to, well, a lot of them. But we're talking about Daedric artifacts in this video, and of course, Morrowind treats them differently too. I've said this a few times on stream, Morrowind is the least Elder Scrolls and Elder Scrolls game. Sit on that for a minute. Our build isn't that important, that's not the point of this video, but I figured since we're working with the Daedra, we ought to be a Dunmer. And since we're a Dunmer, we'll take advantage of the skill bonuses that come with it. Bit of destruction, shortblade, plate armor, a spell sword. Every Morrowind run more or less starts the same way. Joining guilds, skilling stuff, buying spells and incantations for those who have the talent to cast them. Typical things that aren't terribly important to mention in this video. I've got plenty of other Morrowind videos if you're curious what those starts look like. And today, I don't feel like cheesing Morrowind too much because I feel like it detracts from the experience, both for the person playing and, in my unique case, for the viewer. The one form of cheese I think adds to the gameplay is a tiny, itty bit of pause screen bump cheese. From Latino Cloud, we buy the spell Magic Guard and use it to spellmake a 100-point resist magicka spell that lasts for a single second. The spell is appropriately named Wear the Goose. You'll understand why soon enough. From Ajiro, we buy a bunch of small Kwama eggs and crab meat, only to create a healthy amount of fatigue potions, which also happens to get us a character level. And before leaving Balmora, we swing by Rivera and buy a Devil Tauntaun, a weak short blade with a powerful enchantment. It conjures a bound dagger for 60 seconds, a weapon stronger when it's non-bound equivalent. With this short blade, we go to Caldera, follow the path northwest out of this tiny mining town, and negotiate a price for penny proofs, the planning speed. They fortify our speed by 200 points at the cost of blinding us for 100 points, but we can reduce the strength of that blind effect with a resist magica effect. 100% magica resistance completely nullifies the blind, and that's where the pause screen buff cheese comes in. We only need the magica resistance when we equip the boost, for that singular instant. Once the effect is resisted, it's permanently resisted. So we cast the Where the Boost spell, open our inventory, pausing the world, and throw on the boost. The negative effect is resisted, and the positive effect remains. We have 200 extra points of speed with no drawbacks. Might want to turn off footsteps sounds though. The first artifact we'll be grabbing is in the city of Levant, in the foreign quarters caverns. At the back of Semine Ferline's bookshop is a level 65 lock door. Using a custom open spell we made, we crack the lock and come face to face with Gentleman Jim Stacy, leader of the Beefcake. By taunting him over and over, we goad him into attacking us, making it perfectly legal for us to kill him. Self-defense, we'll call that. Even his buddy, Crazy Legs Aaron Pamo, won't help. Jim's no slouch. What with his dangerous short sword and 159 points of health, but with a bit of patience and a few fire bites, he loses the fight, and all his loot becomes out of him. The Daedric short sword we can sell. What we really want is the skeleton. Like Daggerfall, our first artifact is the skeleton key. It's a bit different though. Rather than being an unbreakable lockpick, like we see in later games, or an item with a spell, like the Daggerfall, it's instead just a really powerful lockpick. No different than Marlon's other lockpicks, except this one is just very high quality. 20 security, 40 agility, and 40 luck, and 4 fatigue, and you will pick every level of lock without that. But again, it's only got 50 uses, so use it wisely. Now that we've got what's probably the best utility artifact in the game, let's say we do some digging first. In the northwestern corner of Vardenfell are the Daedric ruins of Gethsemane. In these ruins, we find a shrine to Mehrunes Dagon. There are some scamps and cultists in the way, but we are what we want to do.
Why do you call on me, little mortal? Do you see your death so soon? I should crush you where you stand. Yet you show battle by even approaching me. How ambitious are you? Would you like a chance to prove your worth to me?
Is that you, Dagon? He speaks a bit more eloquently than he did in Daggerfall. Perhaps we shouldn't have expected any less from the Lord of Change. An interesting thing about Morrowind, the princes talk through the mouth of the player character.
You are brave, or foolish, perhaps both. This then is your chance to prove your courage. My razor, slayer of man and earth, scourge of all who stand before it, lies dormant, stolen by an unworthy bearer, an elf of little courage or consequence. It lies unused, gathering dust in the Avast near Molag Mar. Return it to me, Mortal. Prove yourself to be a worthy bearer of Mehrunes' razor.
It's likely a programming convenience. How can we get the voice to follow the player? Make the player speak the line. I like to imagine it's in-universe behavior. Because of the Dragon Fires and the Cold Harbor Compact, princes can only manifest in Windus through mortals or as avatars. Even their voices are barred unless a mortal permits the prince to use their very own body as a conduit for their voice. Fun to imagine. The dagger Dagon Danes we find, discover, the dagger Dagon Danes we discover is in southeastern Vardenfell, north of Molag in the Alice and Center Group. Nothing like a little grave rock at the end of Morrowind Spirit. Oh, you know, I don't usually like wearing the dark brotherhood armor for a lot of my runs. It's a bit overpowered, but today, who cares? Let's take it. Gotta keep the hat on. Outside the tomb is a skeleton. Standard practice with them. They frown upon necromancy, a few exceptions. The most convincing exception being, shut up, Outlander. Inside are Daniel, a fire afterman. But we're a gunner, so fireballs are a little more than a tickle. We've also got an Ogren. Typically, Ogren don't start showing up until around level 15, when the random danger spawns start pulling from higher level lists. This Ogren is a static spawn. Think of it like a boss. They're a bit like bears. The animals, the ones you find on Soulstone. Like them, the Ogren have a rather potent restore health buff constantly healing. So you gotta do damage to them pretty quick before they heal back the damage you just did. Seems we aren't done. There's a storm action hack and a clan fair to deal poison isn't the best damage type, and disintegrating armor is pretty niche. Might as well play around with it a little bit. Malakat's up next. His shrine is in the Shagorite region, along the northern coast of Arkansas, within the ruins of Asur-Dirapon. As is usually the case, there are cultists populating the shrine, and maybe they're just plain old bandits. They're orcs, so I assume they're pilgrims paying Big Brother a visit.
I have some path. You are all the same. But perhaps they really used to be. I am in my position, but I am avoiding bad fall from dark elven hero. His deeds are rich, but he was a false hero. All in the form of my heart will carve his story history. It is time this next was to put to rest. Find the last of his bloodline, heal him, and iron will rest the hell. Friend, the city where the man God lives.
The man god is Quebec. The guy we're looking for lives in Quebec. You can ask people in Quebec about Orange Marathon, or you can just go straight to where the guy's got killed is. Southwest of Mount Moth, we find several dead tensions and a trio of adventurers. Our target is the one wearing the one armor, Marvin Oring, the last of Orange Marathon's brothers. But his friends will help defend him. So if you want to kill one, you gotta kill first. We only needed to kill Marvin, but it didn't go right to the book. Once they're all dead, we return to Malakat for our reward.
The false hero can chill. Or to follow. In that mind, focus and courage by plan. Get better or more than better for where you know it, and it serves you under on one.
The Helm of Orin Bearclaw, our first artifact deviation. Instead of bone growth, we get a heavy armor helmet that fortifies our endurance and agility by 40 points each. Way better than bone growth. And unfortunately, way better than a golden core helmet. Sorry, these are transmog system. We've got a bit of loot to get rid of, so we pop over to Marvel and sell the Cadia system. Their creature merchants are also an option if we want to get the most out of this loot. But Cadia has more gold reserve than Creeper, so there's less shuffling. Yeah, the Mudcrab merchant has 10,000 gold too, but he's annoying to travel to. We'll be gathering a lot of loot for this run, and of course, a lot of loot is heavy. Not the loot is heavy, but a lot of loot is heavy. With only 54 strength, we don't have much wiggle room. We want to push that number a bit higher, but not by leveling up. Instead, we'll take a sip from the bitter cup. One could argue the bitter cup is a Daedric artifact, or at least the worshippers of Clavicus vial view it as a holy relic, and that's close enough, I guess. The cup is in Alfredania, an abandoned Velopi tower on the western edge of the Shagorite. It's guarded by Skelly archers on the outside, and the Skelly war wizard on the inside. He's got the vampiric ring, but I have vampiric suck, a spell made from Zora health spell back. I sucked him before he could suck me, and we'll take the vampiric ring while we're here. It's a helpful, sucks a bunch of health and fatigue while killing your target. So the bitter cup. It permanently increases your highest attribute by 20 points, and permanently decreases your lowest attribute by 20 points. We take a sip, and we gain 100 extra points of character capacity, making our treasure hunting that much easier. Also, we'll be stronger. 20 points of strength is about 20% more damage. Low personality is a bit annoying, but not too hard to overcome, especially when you have money. If you read Camarill's War, that book I mentioned earlier, written by David Bacon, Master Crafter and Tamriel's Last Little Dwarf, he talks about the Curus of the Savior's Time being one of Kirstein's many artifacts. And I don't know if it's pronounced Quiris, Curas, Curus, Curas, whatever. I'm saying Curus. I don't even care. Anyway, the Curus of the Savior's Hide is not Kirstein's artifact in Daggerfall, but it will show up again in later games as his artifact, so I think it should count as an artifact. In Morrowind, it's pretty easy to get, especially if you have the skeleton. West of Sadrith Morrow, on the western edge of the Saphir Bell Bed, is the Mushroom Tower Telfir, the fortress of Lund and Bayfir. A Telvanni wizard who could easily usurp the role of Telvanni Archmagister if he actually cared about such frivolous things. There's a reason no boat captains offer trips to the tower. Unlike the other Telvanni masters, he actually prefers work alone. So much so, even his many wives are just female clones of himself. He's a stranger. In one of his cupboards, sealed with a level 100 lock, and equipped with a trap of the English base town, sits the Curus, forgotten and gathering dust. It's a light armor Curus with a permanent 60% magical resistance effect on it, and its actual armor value is nothing to sneeze at either. Being a Telvanni, the Bayfir doesn't actually care if it's being stuff. If you happen to pull it off, you deserve it. So you won't miss it. We're also going to loot the Daedric Sanctuary Amulet from another level 100 lock chest. If we equip it, we teleport to Magus Bolan, a pocket under Oblivion, us to Yen Surrounds, another one of Vardenfell's many Daker crews. Past the cultists, stands a statue to Mola Bal, which only kinda looks like his Daggerfall incarnation. The same song, but different key. He's got a quest for us. This guy just loves hearing himself talk. Imagine someone spending that much time talking, just monologue. Ridiculous. Oh, I almost forgot. There's actually a second Daedric artifact intel here. We ought to get it while we're in the air. In the Corpus Sarium, where the Daedric keeps his patients/test subjects so he can learn more about the divine disease, Corpus, are a bunch of locked chests containing keys. You can do this whole puzzle scavenger hunt thing to open all the chests, or you can just have the skeleton key and skip to the end of the journey. Right next to Jaeger and Vagar, that's Craft Antenna 154, is a level 100 chest containing bowling kit. Although it looks different, it is identical in stats to the Dwarven Warhammer. Underwhelming for something that was a Daedric artifact in the previous game, but we got it. There's no reason to carry all these artifacts around with us, especially with how heavy bowling ring is, so we're going to store them in the Marlin Fallow First National Bank. If you're familiar with Marlin, this makes sense. If you're not, it's a corp that never despawned. And when NPCs get items in their inventory that are better than the items they currently have equipped, they'll equip them, even if they're dead. So we're playing dress up with Bud. How fun. Back to helping Firefly. He wants us to kill Menta Na in the caverns of Kuragler, just outside Poggle. The door is locked with a level 95 lock. Bullet Ball is supposed to give you a key, but I walked out of the shrine before he did, so we never got it. Fortunately, Nocturnal guides us on this journey. He's not here. God damn it. Okay, we return the Bullet Ball, we got the key, we go back to the cave, and yep, there he is. Mentana, Daedra. So, word of advice, don't walk away from a prince before he finishes talking to you. That our punishment is only a minor inconvenience speaks to the wonder of ball and restraint. Ball and restraint. Mentana drops a random Daedric weapon. This time it's a Daedric daikon with 120k. Cool. Our reward for doing Molotov this favor is the base of Molotov, just as was the case of Daggerfall. On strike, it absorbs both the target's strength and magicka. This is one of only two sources of magicka absorption in Marlin, the other being the Scroll of Mana Breaker. No surprise that this weapon comes from Molotov. It's actually a pretty good utility for a mage running the Atronach zone. Need some magicka but don't want to drink a potion? Make some Molotov. So far, we've collected 3 of 4 artifacts belonging to the House of Trouble, but we haven't so much as talked about the 3 good Daedra. You know, the Princes of Prophecy, Murder, and Cruelty. The good one. Azura has a shrine in southeastern Vardenfell, and unlike the shrines to the House of Troubles, her shrine is free of enemies. Free to anyone. The Lord. real Job situation going on here. On the opposite side of Ardenfell, back in the Shagora region, there lives an indomitable Zora who has spent the last 100 years in solitude. Isn't Bethesda lucky that Gabriel Garcia Marquez wasn't as litigious as intended? To prevent Shale from interfering with the wager, we need to bring proof of his meddling to the Zora. The island where the priestess has been secluded for the last 100 years is beset by danger, including one golden saint, a minion of Shagora. But this isn't just any golden saint. This is Stana, one of the saints you meet during the Shivering Isles DLC in Oblivion. Because golden saints have such potent souls, and they aren't high supply until much later in the game, I made sure to buy a soul trap spell and a grand soul gem before coming. What will we use her soul for? I don't know, but it's good to have. Once she's dead, we loot Shagorat's signet ring from her corpse and return to Azura as proof of the Mad God's death. In return, she gives us her star, Azura's star, a reusable soul gem with no upper limit. You can fit any soul in the blade, even the soul of a god. Boethia, the anticipation of Alexia, according to Temple Doctrine, and endangered prince of cruelty and torture, has had a shrine west of Valmont that sank under the waves ages ago, long forgotten. More simply, Azura's shrine is abandoned, Boethia is his son. The gunner had blue gloves in it. Seems right that his shrine would be surrounded by nasty wildlife. Yeah, Boethia's a guy now. Let's say androgynous too. But that's not super obvious right now, since we're just looking at a head.
My shrine is in ruins. My priests have come me. Will you rebuild my shrine order, restoring it all its glory? Accomplish this, I will reward you. You will be the bearer of rule, brand, my sword of pleasure. There was one who dug this morning. Listen, rock hands just stone, carving rock instead of bone. In Caltell, the forest speaks, this masterpiece begins. Find the one who may shape the rock. Go.
Boethia demands that we carve him a blue statue, but we need to find a sculptor willing to do it. In Caldera, within the Gorak Manor, lives an orc by the name of Dumas Woodline. He'll build the statue for us if we pay him 2,000 gold and bring him the book Boethia's Glory. The book is sold in Quebec, and while we're on our way there, let's put that gold in St. Soul. For about 12k, Galbadir makes us a 1-point constant effect pair of pants of constant elevation. For what? Alright, so all grand soul gems are marked as stolen, even ones with different soldiers. Got it. Instead, Command Bellini makes us a 1-point constant effect Billy shirt for about the same price. Because we're wearing the boots of blinding speed, even with 1 point of levitation, our airspeed velocity is comparable to that of an unladen swarmer. We buy the book and bring it to Duma Grolan, along with his 2,000 gold feet. He says he'll build a statue at Kartag Point, carving it from a giant stone that's already there. This will take a few in-game weeks, though. We'll let him get to work while we help out the last of the 3 good days. Unlike the other Prince's quests, the Fallout doesn't speak to us for a statue. The Prince of Secrets has other methods. Apropos, we return to Quebec and make our way to the underbelly of the Arena Camp. In the storage area awaits a locked trapdoor guarded by a few rats. They're probably not actual guards, they're probably just there. Finding this trapdoor and successfully picking the lock is the first step one must complete to join the Morak Tong. This is their hideout, and unlike the rest of Ardenfell, the Morak Tong has not forgotten their roots. They still worship Mafala, aged prince of murder and deceit. Yet since Karo's Draw has a quest for us, Mafala informed him that a member of the Morak Tong, Balan Romero, has been freelancing. This displeases Mafala, but Romero is the brother of a high-ranking member of the Tong. Draw would have us take 5 treated bitter green petals and drop them into Romero's food, poison them, without raising too much suspicion. You can fail this quest, by the way. If you stand too close to his front door for too long, he'll spot you and ruin the quest. You either need to move really fast or go around the back of his house and break in through the trapdoor he has on his roof for some reason. Drop the leaves into the soup he conveniently has cooking and return to Draw. With the job done, he says Mafala would like to speak with us. A Daedric prince speaking to us. Oh, what a surprise. This has never happened before.
There are some things that must be done to preserve the water, and when the music for people this business comes to light, I look forward to it. Take this ring home. Through the brightest day, it will carry you with speed and stealth. Leave me now.
invisibility for 30 seconds each. We'll have to see what happens with this Ring of Oblivion to get a better idea of what's going on. Atticus Vile has no question, but his mask is in the game. Another artifact that's just out in the world. Who do you think has it? That's right, an necromancer. Outside of Dagonfell, in Sorfield's tower, past his unimportant clues. We kill the necromancer and take the mask of Atticus Vile from his corpse. It fortifies personality by 30 points. Why does the necromancer need that? Maybe it helps when he leaves the tower to pick up groceries. I don't know. It certainly didn't help in the fight though. It's a little paranoid. We have a few more artifacts to collect. Only one Daedra quest left. The last of the 4 princes of the House of Colors. Sheo's shrine is in the sewers of the St. Gallen Canton in the city of Quebec. The shrine is guarded by cultists, of course, and even though we kill his followers, Uncle Sheo is still more than willing to have a chat with us.
What is it, Morgan? Have you come to be of service to Shigara? That in and of itself speaks toward your madness. This pleases me. Fetch the fork of appellation from the mad hermit near Alcadania. Take care with him. He's not the most stable. Use the fork wisely. You have wielded it, you have not come away changed. Use the fork to strike a death blow to the giant old netch that resides near the hermit. Do this. Return the fork of appellation to me, and Shigara will reward you well.
Quite the distinguished gentleman. His personality sure changes drastically from the movie. I like to think we're not actually speaking to Sheogorath here, but instead is his chamberlain, Haskell. Marwyn Sheogorath is actually voiced by Jeff Baker, who also happens to voice Haskell in Oblivion. Coincidence? Probably. Sheo tasked with something. Go to the Sheogorath region. Lots of artifacts up there. And meet with an Argonian named Big Head. He is a few branches short of a history, but understands more about that. We take the fork of appellation from his table and head east to kill the great old Netch. Sheogorath wants us to kill with the fork, but we can bring it down to near death with any weapon. As long as the final hit is dealt by the fork, Sheo will be more than happy. The gimmick is that it drains your magicka by 200 points when it's equipped. Oh, this madness is crazy. Whoa.
Well done. Perhaps you've gotten a taste of madness as well. Do not believe madness to be a curse, Mortal. For some, it is the greatest of blessings. A bitter mercy, perhaps, but mercy nonetheless. Give me the fork of appellation. I believe I have something more suitable for your needs. Go now. Remember what you have seen.
Sheogorath awards us with the Spear of Bitter Mercy. When used, the spear summons a storm action act for 30 seconds and buffs the user with 20 to 30 points of reflect for 30 seconds. Not bad. It also does 15 to 60 points of damage on thrust. Even without the enchantment, it's a great weapon for a spear build. Better than a Daedric spear, actually. Both its minimum and maximum hits are higher. That's the last of the Daedric classes. Oh, except Boethiel. I forgot about that. We just gotta go to the statue once it's finished and tie up loose ends. So that plays the fun. But there are still a few more artifacts. Besides Boethiel, 3 more remain. Piercing Ring, the Ebony Mail, and Scotland. The first we get for finishing the Blood Moon expansion main quest. So that's an undertaking. The second is the reward for being the leader of the Tribunal Temple, although you can sequence break the quest line if you're clever. And the third requires us to be a vampire, which we'll want to do last-ish, because vampirism in Norway is difficult. It'll take quite a bit of time to do all that, and since we've still got Oblivion and Skyrim to get through, let's take a break from Morrowind while I think about how we can handle the last 3 quests. They might be significantly abridged. Anyway, we're shoving off for Cyrodiil. I started making this video, recording the gameplay, writing the script, all that lovely stuff, before the Oblivion remaster release. I had already collected all the artifacts of the original Oblivion and wrote more than half the script for the Oblivion artifacts. So I had to make a decision. Do I stick with the old stuff I already have, or do I do it over again in the remaster? Well, I'm sure you can see the decision I went with. But this actually worked out rather well, because part of this video is comparing the princes between each game. Now we just have more data. Mechanically, there's not really that much of a difference between the games, and there's no difference between the Daedric quests, but the aesthetics are different. I will admit some of the remaster shrines look a lot better. Like Daggerfall, we're going to have to do some level grinding to collect all the artifacts. In Daggerfall, it was so we could run off with bigger bank loans. In Oblivion, it's because most Daedric quests have minimum level requirements. This was a harder task in the original Oblivion, since you didn't want to level them properly and become victim of level skill. In the remaster, leveling is much more forgiving. Every skill gives you level progress like in Skyrim, and the number of attribute points you can allocate every level is always the same. The remaster made leveling magic more enjoyable too. The XP you gain now scales with the base magical cost of your spell. So we're going to do this in the game. Again, this isn't really a challenge run, so the specifics of the build aren't all that important. We need to be at least level 20 to complete all the Taker quests. So the less time we have to spend grinding, the better. We start off with alchemy. It levels up really fast, and it's great for earning a ton of gold quickly. The vineyard outside of Skingrad is great for grapes, and the Shetcombe farm outside of Kavash is great for corn, meats, carrots, taters, and pumpkin. Our attribute spread would be rather simple. Every level will put 1 point into luck, and 4 points to intelligence and willpower until they're maxed out. Then we'll spread points around to endurance and agility, with some to speed and strength. Luck plays a greater role in Oblivion than it does in Morrowind. It effectively boosts your skills by 1 point for every 5 points of luck, but it won't boost it above 100. In Morrowind, it just increases your dice roll by 1% for every 10 points of luck. Jumping ahead a bit, after doing quite a lot of alchemy and selling all the steam potions, we visited Frostcrack's Spire and got the quest to start outfitting it with cool vendors. Rather than joining the Mages Guild and doing all the recommendation quests, we can instead buy a box of mage tallow candles from the Mystic Emporium in the Imperial City and make our own spellmaking bench. With this bench, we can spellmake not only effective combat spells, but optimal leveling spells too. Spells that cost the most magic per cast, while still being castable at our level range. For instance, some spells you make may be considered expert level spells, and you can't cast them until you get level 75 in that school of magic, whether you have enough magic on or not. For alteration, 56% sure for 8 seconds on stuff is the best spell we can make until 50 alteration, at which point we can make a stronger shield spell that costs even more magic, which is giving us more XP. This video isn't about all that detail though, so just know I'll be crafting new spells here and there. I'll make sure to point out the most critical ones when I make them. There are a couple that'll kind of carry this character. There's 100 alchemy, didn't take terribly long, and the level 100 perk is more than worth it. We can make potions from a single ingredient. Paired with the expert perk, which gives you double the amount of potions per craft, we can turn a single blue Angeloma mushroom into 2 magical potions. And there are plenty of these little shrooms in the Arboretum district of the Imperial City. More importantly, this got us to level 14. I'm sure the level scaling won't be a problem. I can just chuck potion bottles at people, right? Let's get started with the quest. Beginning with everyone's favorite table, Azura. She's one of the few princes that isn't obviously evil. She absolutely is, don't get me wrong, but she hides it well. She's a bit like a honeybee. Keep out of her radar, and you're probably gonna be fine. But sometimes she goes all killer bee and turns you and your people ashy gray. When you were a kid, did you think killer bees were gonna be more of a regular occurrence? Like movies and TV shows make them seem like they would be. I have a bird bath that gets visited by honeybees on occasion. They're very cute. Anyway, unlike Morrowind, not only does every prince have a shrine, excluding one of them for obvious reasons, but getting the prince to talk to you takes more than just interacting with the shrine, in most cases. Many princes want to sacrifice. Azura wants potions. You can get some for free from the Bloom of Ages Guild. They won't miss it. Jean Fisoric is too busy looking for an invisible cat. The shrines are scattered about the province, but getting to them is hardly a challenge. Honestly, the real challenge is my computer's heaps of hoops keeping up. The performance of this game, especially in the overworld, is, this is a technical term, unwashed ass. I don't know what test links is going to be like. I don't know if they'll reintroduce some RPG elements or strip away even more. What I do know is I will hate it if it's done with Unreal Engine. Maybe it's just an optimization thing. Maybe it's because the game is fighting with OBS for resources. I don't know, but damn, this game runs on that shit. Okay, my spell's done. Or the enemies have too much health. Or both. Fire on a dumber is probably not the correct choice. Let's not fight this bear. Tis a silly proposition. Azura, Moon and Star. You know, there's a hotel in Antalya, Turkey that uses Azura for its theming. Copyright violation? Probably. But it expands the Bethesda hegemony in the Middle East.
I have seen your name, traveler, a journey into whispered twilight. I ask a service, comes promise of fame and reward. Many years ago, 5 fools stole the vampire treasure, and its kin, where all were infected by the foul creature. Though we
fire those dared stripped and broke their necks. The bear's gone, but now we got a wolf and a pig. This isn't how the fable goes. If I stop for even a second, they're gonna kill me and the hair on my chin. I literally had to run all the way from the Gun Mine to the Imperial City to get out of combat. Ridiculous. Here's the plan. We'll make a self-damaging destruction spell and train up to level 50. And then we'll craft a super spell. 10 points of fire, frost, and shock damage on target with 100% weakness to magic weapon in 4 seconds. The weakness effect will last until I cast the spell again, making the second cast stronger and applying an even stronger weakness effect. Also, you may notice something strange, and I'm just now noticing it as well while scripting. The shock damage portion of this spell is on stealth. This explains why the spell wasn't performing the way I thought it would. Fortunately, I won't be relying on this spell for very long. I'll be making something else a bit later. How I didn't notice I was taking damage when casting the spell as well. I also spent some time training my alteration. Now that it's 75, we're going to make a super shield spell. We'll have each of the elemental shields at 5% for 30 seconds, and shield, just the regular shield, 70% for 30 seconds. Altogether, this will give us 85% shield, the maximum amount of damage resistance you can have. It's effectively 85 points of armor. It also comes with a little bit of elemental resistance, which is nice. Because we're going to be getting Azura Star soon, it would make sense to put it to good use and get an item that can really benefit from captured souls. From Rindir's staffs in the Imperial City, we buy Apotheosis, a staff that does 33 points of shock, 33 points of frost, and 33 points of fire damage, all on target. It only has about a dozen charges, so you need to fill it with souls quite frequently. But if you're constantly soul trapping stuff, and you have a soul gem that never gets destroyed, then you don't really have to worry about it, do you? Back at the Gun Mine, as you can see, we're trying out that new spell we made, the one that does shock damage to ourselves. I was chunking my own health, wondering why they were killing me so fast. What ended up working was casting this stupid spell, even though it wasn't really doing a lot of damage, and then hitting them with Apotheosis. The weakness effect made Apotheosis twice as strong, effectively doing 198 points of damage to the enemy in a single hit. Although I believe vampires resist frost, but they're weak to fire, so it's probably closer to 150, or it can't be allowed. Still pretty decent, because at this point, I realized that destruction is a support skill. You'll see. We kill the final vampire, and return to Azura for our reward.
Thank you, mortal. Their spirits are free, and henceforth above my shrine, 5 bright candles shall burn forever in memory of their sacrifice. For your service, take this token, that your deeds might be entered in the book of fate.
Like the previous games, we're given Azura Star, a reusable soul gem, great for recharging our overpowered staff, and it can be keybound, so we don't have to keep opening our inventory to use it. Convenient. Now here's the first iteration of the idea I had while I was killing those vampires. Train mysticism to 25, so we can spellmate with soul trap. We make the strongest on-target version we're able to cast at an apprentice level. 13 seconds is more than enough, baby. We're also going to make a weakness spell, something with a little bit of everything. Weakness to magic, frost, shock, and fire, all 100%, all on target, all for 4 seconds. If I understand how spells work in Oblivion, the 100% magic weakness will actually make the frost, shock, and fire weaknesses twice as strong since it's applied first. If not, that's not a problem, because one, I can just cast it twice in a row and get stupid strong. But just a single cast of this weakness spell will triple Apotheosis' damage. You have its base damage, 100% more from the magic weakness, and 100% more from the elemental weakness. So it'll do 99 points of fire, frost, and shock damage. Basically 300 points of damage at single hit. Our next destination isn't getting a Daedric artifact per se. It's part of a Daedric quest, but we won't be finishing it for a while. In the Alien ruins of Vindicel, southwest of the Imperial City, there's a lone Cosmer by the name of Umbra. On her is the sword, Umbra. That sword doesn't scale, so it's as strong as it'll ever be when we wield it. And it weighs nothing, because it's a quest item. You see, you're supposed to bring this sword to Clavius Vile during his Daedric quest, and in return, you get the mask of Clavius Vile. We don't have the quest yet, and we don't want to do the quest yet, but we still want to get that quest item. That means we'll have a long blade that weighs nothing, that's really strong. There's no reason not to get it as soon as possible. The tricky part is actually killing Umbra. She's level 50, she's very fast, and she's very strong. But we just made a tactical move, so I don't think this should be too tough. Oh, what have I done? What cheese have I discovered? Speaking of cheese, since we're at least level 10, we can get an item that trivializes an entire skill, a skeleton key. I guess it's not really cheese, but what's the difference between cheese and overpoweredness? Is cheese a subset of nocturnal from nocturnal, and we gotta get back. Since we know where the eye is, we don't actually have to interrogate the Argonians so slowly. I have a theory that Nocturnal isn't actually the patron of thieves, but she attracts them nonetheless because thieves love darkness. They operate at night, but they keep stealing stuff at night. So instead of admitting she can't keep track of her artifacts, she just claims thieves to be part of her sphere to save face. Tidewater Cave, along the southeastern coast of Cyrodiil, is full of trolls and bears, but it's nothing Apotheosis can't handle. Umbra has Soul Trap on strike, by the way. Not terribly important when you can just cast the spell, but it lets us conserve magical, I suppose. Crafty Argonians hiding the eye on the water where only they can breathe. Perhaps they should have hidden it in the ocean rather than in the shallow water of a cave.
My eyes return, and I once again see into the darkness that is your world. We walk the winds for miseries that cross. You, mortal, may take this. It shall open the secrets of dark places.
Our reward is the skeleton key, a lockpick that fortifies security by 40 points and never breaks, making the security buff kinda irrelevant. You just spam click auto attempt until the lock opens. No drawbacks whatsoever. An amazing item. The next prince on our list demands we drink a bit of wine. Our personality must be at or below 20, or else Namira will not speak to us. Cheap wine is the easiest way to achieve that. Buy it from an alchemist and get wine drunk outside of it. Namira is a touch more modest than she is in Daggerfall, but she's still got a little gremlin by her side. Okay.
You dare approach my shrine, child of the light? You who walks this plain basking in the light of the warm, cruel sun? Prove to me that you deserve my favor. In anger, my forgotten have lived in peace for many years. They worship me from the dark, basking in their misery and filth. Now, though, some will seek to bring light to their darkness. Priests of Arcade have intruded upon their squalor. I want you to help my forgotten kill these priests of the light. Cast this spell upon the priests. Allow my beloved forgotten to kill the interlopers. When this is done, I shall reward you for your efforts.
She wasn't in Morrowind, so this is our first time hearing her voice. More masculine than we expect. B.A. Libro and Hanga isn't too far south from the shrine. All we have to do is go in, cast Namira's spell on the priests of Arcade wandering around the place, and let the prince's forgotten handle the rest. The spell snuffs out their torches, evidently the only thing protecting these priests from certain death. Learn a light spell, idiots. It was the Book of Daedra that began referring to Namira as the Spirit Daedra. Her spear was no longer just hunger, but also ancient darkness, repulsiveness, and decay. Things that make you go, like vermin, cannibalism, yucky.
You have cleansed my followers' perfect darkness. The forgotten are free to wallow in their misery. Take my ring. Let it bring pain to others who would wish it upon you. Namira blesses you.
Namira gives us the Ring of Namira, a simple ring with 12% damage reflect and 10% spell reflect. The effect on this ring is similar to Daggerfall's Ring of Namira, turning damage back onto the enemy. So we should expect Skyrim to continue the pattern. Surely. Between Leywyn and Gravillion, on the western side of the Riven River, stands a shrine to Sheagor. Summoning him requires us to bring a head of lettuce, a spool of yarn, and a lesser soul gem. How wacky. God of madness. Whoa. It was a bit obvious. Lol, so random. Holds up sport.
Another mortal dares to summon me, and already I'm bored. But enough about me. Let's talk about. I could turn you into a goat, or a puddle, or a badly deer. I could make you eat your own fingers, or fall in love with a cloud.
Shegorath is great, and I love that he still loves the role, judging by the fact that he owns a real life lumberjack. I kind of preferred how Shegorath was written in Morrowind. A little more distinguished, a little more lucid. Just because he's the god of madness doesn't mean he has to be mad himself, right? More reason to believe Shegorath in Morrowind was actually Haskell. In fact, if you do the Shivering Isles storyline first, and then come to this shrine, it'll be Haskell who gives you the quest. More evidence? Haskell has the ability to speak through shadow shrouds. This quest is rather simple. Honestly, you could say that about just about all the Daedric quests. We need to convince the Khajiit of Borderwatch that the end times are coming. Masquerading as a traveling scholar, we ask the village shaman Rabasa about the Kashara prophecy. By smooth talking him, from money in his face, he reveals the prophecy's three signs. First, a plague of vermin. They keep rat poison in the village to keep those rats away. Next, a plague of famine. To protect their livestock, they keep their flock under constant supervision. Finally, a plague of fear, but he won't speak of that with the outsider. To trick the Khajiit into thinking the end times are upon them, we steal their Omori cheese and place it in a cooking pot, summoning a land full of rats. Rabasa panics, scattering rat poison throughout the town, which we collect and place in the livestock's food truck. Shortly after, the poor sheep eat down, simultaneously, fulfilling the plague of famine. Then we need to collect their bones and put them in the furnace because it's the plague of sheep, and then later we're gonna have to dye their wool with them.
You've done well, mortal. Amuse the thing. Head into the center of Borderwatch and make sure to dock.
Quack. It's raining dogs on cats. Oh, how zany.
Good times. Good times. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Here, take this. It's a fun little toy. Now go away before I kill you.
Our reward is the lava cat. It'll turn any NPC into a different NPC for 10 seconds. But it doesn't seem to be working. Whatever. Whoa, how unpredictable. To summon Vermina, we must offer her a black soul gem. Why does the Daedric Prince of Dreams and Nightmares want this? Who knows? Vermina is a rather mysterious prince. Her connection to the Dream Sleep could make her one of the most powerful of the princes, depending on what is and isn't canon with the Dream Sleep, of course. To get a black soul gem, first we steal a grand soul gem from the coral chapter of the Nature. Some of them are already filled, so we'll just take everything and sort it out later. Next, we take this soul gem to one of the dark altars around the property. You actually encounter one of these altars naturally during the Mage's Guild questline. We'll be going to the altar at the Dark Fissure since it's already near Vermina Shrine. Once every week or so, at midnight, the light of the Revenant shines upon the dark altars. The Necromancer's moon, eclipsing the celestial body arcade and weakening the protection the divine arcade grants sapient souls. Whether the celestial body and the divine are the same thing is up for debate. Placing a grand soul gem in the altar and casting soul trap on the altar transforms the soul gem into a black soul gem, making it able to hold black souls, the souls of men and vermin. And Beastman. With this gem of mortal violation, we head west and meet with the Prince of Dreams and Nightmares.
We meet again, mortal. Though we have met before, whether you know it or not.
I remember, it was when I was a high elf in Iliac Bay, Calvin, Dragonbreak, Spring.
When you mutter this, you speak to me. When you waken wet with sweat, you just left my house. I dwell in your dreams. I savor your nightmares. Now you will serve. The wizard Archivist has the orb of Vermina.
prince had a trinket stolen from him. Archved's tower is your typical abandoned, ruined fort, but it's full of Daedra instead of bandits. Since we're level, I think 19 at this point, it's an assortment of attributes. Storm attributes brought void cells, which, like blue and Taloma caps, will be turned into magical potions. Huh, this is different. Are we in a dream now? The Alice in Wonderland room. My favorite part of Through the Looking Glass was probably the vivisection chamber. Our friend is busy napping, somehow in control of his own dream world because he stole the orb of Vermina. Why Vermina is helpless is anyone's guess. We take the orb from Archved's nightstand and head out of his tower. He looks cozy, so there's no reason to disturb him. I'm sure he'll be fine when he wakes up. Well, our reward is the Spell of Corruption, the same as Daggerfall. Same effect too. Corruption for 30 seconds on target. This means creating a copy of the target that will fight the target. Not terribly helpful for this build, but it looks cool. Sanguine's next on our list, and his quest is pretty short and simple. His shrine is north of Skingrad, north of the vineyards, of course, and he demands a sacrifice of Cyrodiilic grain. You can usually find a bottle at most outfit shops.
Another mortal comes with big sanguine to add a bit of spice to an otherwise drab existence. I would have you perform a service for me. The castle Leowin is a dull, dreary place. The mistress is an especially somber soul, and tomorrow she will hold another excruciating dinner party. I want you to liven it up. Use this spell on the Countess and her guests. I think it will make the party much more interesting. You should probably try to be inconspicuous, or they might kill you. Oh, and the party is by invitation only. You'll have to find a way in. Have fun.
Oblivion really smoothed out Sanguine's rougher edges, made him more cunning. But he's still the Prince of Dark Desires. That means his sphere overlapped with Molothov's. Remember that. His quest is tame enough though. Go to Leowin, bribe the guard for entrance into the Countess's dinner party, cast the Stark Reality spell, forcing everyone in his range to strip naked, get arrested for assault, and then return to Sanguine.
A rousing success, mortal. And it appears you joined in the festivities as well. Good for you. You need to lighten up a bit. You'll find your equipment in that chest over there. And here's a little something for your efforts. Maybe we'll celebrate again sometime.
He gives us the Sanguine Rose, a staff that summons a random Daedra for 20 seconds. It'll either fight for us or fight against us. How incredibly useful. Daedric staves are invaluable. From a big demon man pulling an unconscious naked woman to a big demon man pulling mostly harmless pranks on the nation's aristocracy. All this revelry cleared my mind and gave me an idea for a better spell. Soul Trap for 5 seconds. 100% weakness to magic, shock, frost, and fire for 4 seconds. All on target. Now, I cast a single spell, then obliterate the target with Apotheosis. Their death will fuel the staff, or more death, assuming the target doesn't have a black soul. Azura's Star can't hold black souls. Imagine if it could, that'd be crazy. I also made something I named Shock Blast. 60 points of shock damage on target, and 3 seconds of 100% weakness to shock, just in case Apotheosis runs out of turn. You can't use it until 75 destruction, but training destruction is simple. Cast Drain Health on yourself. It doesn't stack, and you get all the health back when the effect wears off. East of the Imperial City, across the water, is the Shrine to Perian, the Taskmaster, according to the Book of David.
This one follows a welcome change. So, mortal, you have found my shrine, and you can see my followers. They are an embarrassment to me. The Falls
spirits are trapped in oblivion, in a plane that conveniently looks like the Deadlands. All we have to do is fight through the Daedra and interact with the 5 Force Ghosts. While we do this, let's talk a bit about Periac, perhaps the most non-understood of the princes. He doesn't have a lot of content. He's referred to as the Prince of Pestilence, but also of natural order. He takes the form of a dragon, and here's a theory I heard as to why. You can think of Akatosh, and all the divines, as an Aedric prince. He rules over and controls time, to put it simply, and takes the form of a dragon. His role is that of the Aedric prince of temporal order. Perhaps there's a cosmic truth tying dragon to order, independent of the original spirits. And that's why Periac is a dragon. He's the prince of natural order. Oh, but Jiggalag has no association with dragons, I hear you say. But that's because he's not the prince of order. He's just a different kind of Batman. Nothing is ever ordered enough for Jiggalag. His crusade will never end. He'll burn down the universe just so he can raise the ashes for it. Periac is also remarkably polite. Even in Daggerfall, if you reject his quest, he says, and I quote, "Change your mind, eh? Don't feel bad. It's a sign of maturity to be brave enough to say no. Just give me a call and change your mind. I know you will. A lot of the other princes get mad at me."
You have returned my followers, mortal. The natural order is restored, and for this I thank you. Perhaps they have learned the folly of attempting to touch a Daedra prince. Take this with my blessing. May it bring you order.
He's even patient with his followers. Their souls being trapped in oblivion was punishment enough. He doesn't even know that. He gives us spellwork. A Glummer shield enchanted with 30% spell reduction. It'll pair well with the Mirror Ring, and we still get the benefit of its effect even while we're wielding a staff. To summon Malacath, we need a helping of troll plant to offer at his shrine. Alchemists tend to carry it.
It's from a friend.
Okay. Well, yeah, hi. Malacath's shrine is out west, almost as far west as you can go in Syria, not far from Port Such. Malacath has changed a bit since Daggerfall. Now he's less about lies and deception and more about vengeance. Prince of the Spurn, Prince of Outcasts. Unfortunately for the Orcs, and all the other mortals he lays claim to, that means Malacath will work to maintain that as their status. The Prince of Outcasts can't be having his children, not the outcasts, you see.
Brought a present. That's smart. Want something? If you're smart, do what I tell you. Lord Drag took my orders, says he owns them. Lying bucket, my orders. Lord Drag put my brothers in chains, working in the mines. I don't like that. Get over to Lord Drad's estate, let my orders loose, and give them up. Okay, get going.
Lord Drad has enslaved some of Malacath's ogres, and he demands we free them. Easy enough. The princes are pretty powerless, so many of their requests are trivial. We speak to Lady Drad and learn the location of the Bleak Mountain, where the ogres are being held, and we use the skeleton key to force open the locked entrance. Inside are a bunch of guards, so while we kill them, let me tell you a theory about Malacath I happened across. We all know the story of Malacath's creation, right? Boethia ate Trinimac, shadowed the Daedric prince, and the followers of Trinimac covered themselves with the accompanying dung, turning themselves into monks. Yeah, not making that up. It may not be that literal. It could very well be anti-Loki propaganda pushed by the First Era Aldrin. Boethia may have consumed Trinimac in the sense that she devoured his status in the Aldmeri pantheon. By disguising herself as Trinimac and speaking to the Aldmeri priests as Trinimac, she revealed who Trinimac truly was, undoing his glorious outward appearance, breaking him down, and revealing what hid behind the mask. Boethia didn't create Malacath. Boethia exposed Malacath. Trinimac valued honor and strength. Malacath values honor and strength. Trinimac is just a gilded Malacath. There's another theory that Trinimac is actually 3 beings, one of which is Malacath. And the strongest support for that theory is that Trinimac sounds a bit like Trinimic, which means it's a being with 3 names. It has 3 mimics. I don't know who the 3 beings would be, but considering Talos is allegedly the combination of Hjalti Hurleybeard, Wolfheart, and Zernarchus, there is precedent for divine beings being multiple dudes. Once all the guards are dead and the ogres are free, we return to Malacath and get our reward.
Good job. No one owns ogres. What? And I fix that habit. The ogre
Boethiah's up next, and she's probably got the most intricate statue in the whole game. I mean, 4 arms. Can you imagine something with 4 limbs and that? We offer a nightshade in the anticipation of a Vex piece.
Call me Webster, plucked with a sickle thread and a weave on battles. In English way, families, Lord and Devil, live in perfect harmony. Underneath the surface lurks the secret seed of strength. Kill the leaders of the 2 families, plant evidence to implicate the other family as the killer. And don't get caught. Be cunning. Don't spoil my scheme. And don't die. That is for everything I find.
It's a real Hatfield of a Toys situation. A town with Nords and Dunmer, both at each other's throats. A Tamrielic pastime. We kill Niven, Delvimu, and with his ceremonial dagger. We kill Kroll Ulfgar, plant the dagger on his corpse, and steal his family ring. We take the ring back to Delvimu's corpse and implicate the Ulfgar family in his death. Was that the only other Nord in town? Oh.
Well done, little Webster. Is there a prettier sight than friends and war? Take pleasure in the strife you have caused, mortal.
Our reward, the Ebony Blade, a one-handed sword that silences for 10 seconds on strike and absorbs 8 points of health. Not bad. These artifacts are starting to weigh it down. For storage, we buy all the upgrades to Frostcrack's fire and store everything we're not using in the chest by the bed. I've heard that the vault chests sometimes reset, so we'll avoid those. Southeast of the Imperial City, across the water and past these random bandits, stands a shrine to Hirsine, Daedric Prince of the Hunt. He demands a bear pelt as sacrifice. You can get one from a bear if you ask nicely. It'll say no, but you can kill it and get it anyway.
Summoned by prey. The air crouches before the fox's muzzle. Perhaps I should ask you, mortal, sent you to hunt for my amusement. In Arcane Grove is a quarry worthy of the chase. First tamed, last tamed. The unicorn hunts wild bear. Bring me this creature's whole mortar if you dare.
Kill a unicorn. How hard can that be? As far as princes go, Hircine's probably the least malicious, which is odd to say considering he hunts men for sport. Honestly, that says more about the other princes. Part of his appeal is that the prey must have a way to escape. If the prey can't escape, then the hunter isn't hunting. They're gathering. They're reaping what they sow. He's not the Prince of Farmers. He's also a sportsman. When we return tomorrow, you'll get a better understanding of what I mean. Oh, it's guarded by minotaurs. Well, they have a lot of help. Not enough to be a problem, but still a lot. Oh no, I've been flanked. Jeez, this thing is tanky. It was tanky. And the horn is our spoilers. The rest of the unicorn, I don't know who cares.
Yes, hunter, make your offering. Did you taste its flesh and drink its blood? Never waste spoils for kin. You've pleased me, hunter. Take my token. It wearies well. Hereafter, take your prey and whisper my name.
Hircine gives us the Savior's Hide. It grants 25% magic resistance. Bit of a downgrade to the armor. Unfortunately, armor reduces spell effectiveness, so we're not going to wear it. Also, I don't have any pants anymore. According to Jaeger Magar, Master Crafter and Terminal Last Living Dwarf, Hircine peeled off a piece of his own hide and awarded it to the first and only mortal to ever escape his hunting grounds. The mortal tanned the hide and crafted it into a magical cuirass. Being that it spawned from a prince, it's no surprise that it ended up back in his hand. Hunting Tail is a crazy name. Just a few princes left before we move on to Skyrim. Bolibah, Boethia, Viridia, Clavicus Vile, and Hermaeus Morn. Bolibah requires a lion's blood as sacrifice, so hopefully we'll come across one on our journey to the other shrine. Let's try Boethia. It's up on the top of a mountain, where I suspect we may find a mountain lion. Oh, hey, there we go. My suspicions were correct. Imagine a citizen of Cyrodiil seeing those lights above Skyrim. The North, they must think, are a people most arcane and mysterious. Their skies dazzle with blessed riches. Then you meet them, and they're just a bunch of dudes. Just some guys. Regular guys. This guy does that sometimes. Boethia demands the heart of a Daedra as tribute. You can buy them at your local outlets.
Why summon your place in my court of 10 gods. Survive, and you will be rewarded. Fade, and your soul be lost.
Boethia, who's a guy still, is setting up a trap. He opens a portal to his realm of oblivion. Attribution share. It is not the deadline. 10 mortals enter, 1 leaves. Oh, this will be so easy. Oh my god, Daedric boots and a Daedric cuirass. This Nord has a bunch of Daedric too. I should have just done this quest for the Daedric armor video. I spent so much time in that cave killing vampires.
It's my chosen.
Oof, we never escape reflect. We'll have to fight her slowly, with our shock blast spell, and not with apotheosis. Granted, resist 50% of all magic, so it took 2 hits with apotheosis to kill this one. And that's the final combat.
I greet you, chosen one. A victory in my court of 10 gods brings greater. Take Golden, shield it in your enemies, and offer their souls as praise to me.
Boethia gives us Goldbrand, a one-handed sword that deals 22 points of fire damage on strike. Sorry, Molothal's Shrine is just a short jaunt northeast of Sangin Shrine.
Another mortal comes to my bidding. I make you something dead. You bring evil. I want to see a man brought to the edge and pushed. Near Brindlehill, you will find members of the Tillians. A good man, an honorable man. He disgusts me. You will let him kill you with this, the cursed mace. As you are doing this for me, I'll save your miserable life. Probably. Get out of my sight.
I don't care for his voice. He sounds like how I would make him sound. You know, not serious at all. Greetings, mortal. I'm going to be so devious. For the Halloween decoration. He wants us to go to man into killing us with Molothal's cursed mace. That was Pellis, remember, was once a noble man, but he hung up his noble pants after his noble wife died while he was away on a noble adventure. We find him mourning his stupid dead wife, drop the mace at his feet, cut our knuckles on his teeth, and let righteous anger take over.
But you have offended my honor in this most holy place. Prepare to die, devil.
He's a bit rusty, but eventually he whittles us down, and just before we die, Molothal sweeps us to safety. Knows Pellis is screwed, his soul belongs to Molothal now.
It seems you've accomplished the task set out for you. Well done. Another man damned, another ruined soul. But you still get your prize, won't you? I think it was worth it, don't you? Keep up the good work, little mortal.
Our reward is the Mace of Molothal, the same artifact of previous games. It absorbs strength and magic on strike, 5 points for 10 seconds. Even the effect is similar. So far, of all the princes, Molothal is probably the one who has changed the least. Or maybe Hircine. Meridia Shrine is not far from the alien ruins of Miskarchan, the very same ruin you're sent to during the main quest to collect a great welcome stone. I mention this because the alien were devout followers of Meridia. I think it would have been more thematic and interesting if her shrine were in the ruin. That's the problem with Oblivion's Daedric quests. The acquisition of every single quest is identical, basically. It also seems weird that there'd be a shrine to each and every prince just out in the wilds of Cyrodiil, and only one of each. At least the shrine to Daikon is in a mysterious cave. Anyway, we offer Meridia more flesh, proof that we've killed a zombie, or that we've purchased more flesh, thereby creating demand for dead zombies.
Like the genius of the proceed, I am brought forth.
sculptures, A-okay. See, the slaves were never killed before turned into living art, before their bodies were manipulated and forced to undergo the shuffling. There wasn't necromancy, so Meridia was fine with it. But skeleton doing manual labor? Annihilation. Ooh, another stat. Shaw, 35 points for 2 seconds. I'll take that as a backup. Why not? All the necromancers died in a single hit, of course, and Meridia... Huh. We crashed. Great Master or not, it's still Oblivion.
Those creatures were an affront to all life, and they have paid the price with their actions. Take this ring and know with my blessing.
She gives us the Ring of Khajiit, not the Ring of Khajiit. It's a different name, but the effect is similar, so it's probably supposed to be the same ring. 10 points of speed and 35% command. In Daggerfall, we got this ring from Meridian. In Morrowind, we got it from Mephala. Now, it's back with Meridian. It originally belonged to Mephala and was used by the Khajiit thief Rajman, who made it famous, explaining the name. But why did Meridia have it? What a mystery. Clavicus Vile demands an offering of 500 gold.
A mortal. Wonderful. Always a pleasure. Perhaps a few service for me, mortal, and I'll reward you. A fair bargain, don't you think? You retrieved for me a sword, a very special sword. It contains the soul of Bone, a hero I have had dealings with in the past. Bring the sword to me, and I'll reward you with my mask. You'll not find a better bargain, mortal. Begin your search in Hell's Gate.
We already did this quest, actually. Get Umbra from Umbra.
I'm telling you, don't bring that sword back to campus. He'll ruin it, I'm sure. I mean, not completely. He's still a Daedra principal. Look, keep the sword if you want. That's your decision. But don't give it back to Clavicus. He doesn't know what's good for him sometimes.
You brought the sword. Give it to me, as we agreed. Umbra and I have unfinished business.
Barbiz, Clavicus' dog, doesn't want us to bring it back. We can either give Clavicus the sword, or exchange it for his artifact. The sword ceases to be a quest item if we choose to take it, which makes it game late, so we'll trade it for Max. Also, because, collecting all the artifacts is the entire conceit of this video, and Umbra is not an artifact, the mask is.
What's this? A pitiful sword with a pitiful soul in exchange for a mask fit for a god. You've gotten the better of this bargain, mortal. Now, I have business to attend to. Run along. Perhaps I'll be looking for you again.
The mask is a heavy armor helmet that grants 20 points of personality, and no longer looks like Steven Seagal. A single prince remains, Hermaeus Mora. Before it will give us his quest, we not only need to have completed every other Daedra quest in the game, but we have to advance in the main quest far enough that we get the quest Blood of a Daedra, where we have to sacrifice one of the Daedra artifacts. So, main quest time. We'll go through this quick, especially since combat is rather trivial. We bring the Amulet of Kings to Joffrey and Blandon Priory, head to Gavatch and save Martin, close the Oblivion Gate blocking the entrance to the city, find Martin in the chapel, bring him back to the Priory, learn that the amulet has been stolen from the super secure wooden chest, escort Martin to Fogmore Temple, meet with Varus in the Imperial City, get a bounty for killing this cultist since I'm impatient, get volumes 1, 2, and 3 of the commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes, meander through the sewers with Varus, kill Mankar Cameron's son, and get both the 4th volume of the commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes and the Mundane Rings, since we're at least level 22. Follow the hints to the Mythic Dawn's base in Lake Aria's Cavern, obliterate everyone on the way in, steal the Mysterium Xarxes, obliterate everyone on the way out, bring the book back to Martin, deal with the spies in Bruma, and finally get the quest to bring Martin a Daedric artifact. We may now summon Hermaeus Mora. His shrine is far to the west of Fogmore Temple, up in the mountains and incredibly difficult to find if you're not already looking for it. We gotta use Hermaeus Mora's special spell to trap the souls of a member of each of the playable races. He says sentient races, but sentient isn't a terribly high standard to meet. Sentient just means able to perceive its environment. Fish are sentient. You should say sapient, or specify beings with black souls. Mortals with black souls, that is. Necromancer dungeons usually have a variety of NPCs in them, and we already visited the Dark Fissure, so returning isn't all that hard. Okay, never mind. This dungeon only had a brand. Vampire dungeons are pretty diverse. Baron Caves is where I farmed most of my Daedric armor, the Daedric armor video. Redguard, Bosmer. She hissed at me. Nord, Orc, Dumber, and the dungeon is weird. Let's try another random cave. Crota Cave. It's literally empty. Well, fine. Memorial Cave, more vampires. Imperial. And that's it. Oh, the Schooner Den. You can kill them without getting a bounty. I thought there was an Argonian here. Well, we got a Khajiit. Oh wait, I can kill other worshippers. There's an Argonian at Sheo's shrine. I should have just done this. Help the princes, then come back and kill all their followers. That's 10 souls. Back to where we go. Like Daggerfall, our reward is the Augma Infinity. Unlike Daggerfall, rather than 30 points across your attributes, it instead grants 10 points to 2 attributes and 3 skills based on the path you choose. I think Daggerfall is a bit more versatile, but this isn't terrible. Doesn't matter though, because we're done. What about Mayor's Razor? Well, that was a plugin added later, after the base game. It's not really a Daedric quest, it's more of a huge dungeon that you get Daedric artifact at the end of. Maybe we'll come back to it, maybe not. But for now, let's take a break from Oblivion and move on to Skyrim, the game that, I feel, does Daedric quests the best. At this point in the script writing, I'm assuming we're about halfway done, but we won't know until the rest is written, will we? You may have noticed the tone of my voice changing slightly throughout this video. That's because this is being recorded in multiple chunks. I could not read this entire script. This script is 30,000 words. I couldn't read this in one sit. That'd be ridiculous. But enough behind the scenes. Let's get on with the artifact. As I've already mentioned, this isn't a challenge run, so the specifics of our build aren't correct. That said, we will be running with the Ordinator perk mod, not because it contributes to the video, but because I just prefer it. It doesn't change any of the artifacts, it just makes builds in this game a little more interesting for me. I want to start off as a staff user and then transition into something else. Think of it as the Oblivion character we were playing as, getting a new job, also changing her race and his sex. We're a male dark elf now. My favorite perk in Ordinator is probably staff channeling. While a staff is equipped in combat, you gain enchanting XP. We just need to level enchanting the normal way to 30 before we can unlock that perk. Speaking of staves, the first Daedric artifact we'll be getting is quite the iconic staff, the Lava Gem. It's a touch more useful in Skyrim than it is in the previous games. Our adventure begins in Solitude, the capital of Skyrim, where nothing of political interest ever happens. On our way to the Blue Palace, we run into a diminutive little fella by the name of Dervenic. I help people, yes. It's odd that you would emphasize the sentence that way.
My master has abandoned me. Abandoned his people. Everything I say can change his mind. Now he refuses to even see me. He says I interrupt his vacation. It's been so many years. Won't you please know? Last I saw him, he was visiting a friend in the Blue Palace. But no one is mundane as we are. No, no. Such people are alone. No, he went into the forbidden room of the palace to speak with an old friend. Said it had been ages since they had last had tea. Oh, you're even grateful. It's very important. No entering Pelagius's ring without that.
Pelagius's Pitfall. Oh, whoever could his master be? If you've played through the Shivering Isles, the name Dervenic should sound familiar. He was the high priest of Mania in the Sicellum in New Shale, where his dementia counterpart, Arctus, ran off to is anyone's guess. We asked Urdi, a maid in the Blue Palace, who isn't currently in the Blue Palace, how to get into the Pelagius Blue Palace. She refuses to tell us because she would get in trouble. Bald Firebeard says the ghost of Pelagius the Mad still haunts the way. As such, it's been sealed for hundreds of years. We can lie to Una, another maid, and tell her Falk told us to check them. She believes us because reasons, and gives us the wink. Now, you may say that this is just another example of how Skyrim ruined the RPG elements of the series. But if this quest were in Morrowind, you would literally just throw 100 gold at her and get the same result. Immersion. hundreds of years, and this butterfly is still alive. The maids do come through here when I have the spider legs. Allegedly. They shouldn't have left the candles lit, though. That is reckless. Ah, a portal into a realm. What do we have here?
Can't be bothered to host an old friend for a decade.
I'm here to deliver a message.
Really? Oh, what kind of message? Assault! A summons! Wait, a final! Written on the back of an Argonian concubine! Those things.
Cool it, Crassus.
Well, spit it out, mortal. I haven't got an eternity. Actually, I do. Little truth. But seriously, what's the message?
I was asked to retrieve you from your vacation.
Were you now? Hey, hey! Don't tell me. I want to guess. Was it Ola? No, no. Little Tim, the toymaker's son, huh? Huh? The kingless Andes?
Skyrim predicted Daggerfall. Alright, jumping ahead of it. Yeah, we all love Wes Johnson and Jaguar, but he's a chatterbox. We're currently inside the idle mine of the mad emperor Pelagius Septim III, and to escape this place, we must rely on
The Wamata!
the whole shtick is to go around his mine using the Wabbajack on NPCs while Jaguar monologue battles. Here we must bolster his self-confidence. Sleepy Pelagius is having bad dreams. Throw a Wabbajack ball at him, and then throw another at whatever spawn. Finally, the arena.
Use your Wamata and defeat the enemy. A big, a save. I thought you'd never figure it out.
Tricky Jaguar. You're led to believe the combatants within the arena are your targets, but truly, it's the spectators we have to Wabbajack off. I'll admit, Sheo's Daedric quest in Skyrim isn't terribly interesting, but it's setting a precedent. These quests aren't just go to inconspicuous shrines in the middle of nowhere and do fetch quests.
Feel free to keep the Wamata. As a symbol of my... I'll just keep it. You take care of yourself now. And if you ever find yourself up in New Shale, do look me up. We can share a strawberry tart.
We'll be using the Wabbajack as a weapon for a little bit, so I'll explain exactly what it does when we actually need to use it. What's this gargoyle?
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet boy.
What? We're gonna join the Thieves Guild right now, mostly for the free armor and access to effects. We're gonna have to do most of the Thieves Guild quest line anyway, if we want to get a skeleton key, so doing a little bit now doesn't hurt. At this point, I played Morrowind way more than I played Skyrim, even though Skyrim was my first Elder Scrolls game. But this is probably a quest I've done the most out of any of the games. That's probably a lie. I've probably done a Green Elder's quest in Morrowind way more. He's still mad as he's rank, planted on Grand Shay while Greenelf tries hawking his bomb of low elixir. You know those blind troglodytes? Yeah, drink their blood. It's fine. Getting to the Ragged Flagon, though, can sometimes be tough. The enemies down here can kill you pretty quick if you're under here. Fortunately, we have the Wabbajack. It can cause 50 points of fire cross for shock damage. It can absorb attributes, it can make the target invisible, it can heal the target, or it can turn them into a woodland creature, or a Dremora, sometimes a sweet roll, or a pile of wood. Pretty wacky, unpredictable, but effective. No, Shagorak, not the Demon Core! It sure is a good thing I was wearing my Demon Core resistant underwear. I wouldn't have made it here if I hadn't been. Before being officially inducted into the guild, we were told to collect some debts from 3 citizens in London. We threatened Kirava's family using information we gathered from Town J. We still held his statue of Fabella and threatened to break it if she doesn't pay up. Chipmunk wouldn't suffer this disrespect. It's a shame. Helga's not a Montebello. And Percy Honeyhand just hands over his name. No need for practice. Smart man. Brynjolf takes the money and leads us into the Thieves' headquarters proper, where it's all serious business. No tomfoolery allowed. Mercer Frey, leader of the guild, imparts upon us that he's a big, tough guy, and if we break any of the rules, we'll have to answer to him.
What we say, when we say.
Oh, Nick Valentine is so strong. The first thing Frey wants us to do is the Golden Glow Job. The Golden Glow Job. The estate is important to one of the guild's clients, but the owner has decided to shut them up, so the guy needs to be taught a lesson. We'll get around to that later. For now, we grab a set of Thieves Guild armor from Talia, who will also act as a defense for our stolen goods. The armor's not amazing, but it's better than nothing. The boots and gloves include pickpocketing and lockpicking, The armor gives a bit of carry capacity, and the hood improves prices by 10%. Now that our introductions are sorted with the thieves guild, we'll return to them later. We'll do it all in one go. So the Wabajack has a limited number of charges, as to be expected. Unlike Morrowind, enchanted items don't replenish their charges over time. Instead of farming soul gems, we'll just get a different staff that does damage more reliably, and has more charges. Upon arriving at the Windpeak Inn, we conveniently encounter a conversation between a few locals. The townsfolk have been having horrible nightmares, and Arander, a priest of Mara, is here in town to do something about it. Erkmir doesn't have eyebrows, like those I've seen. Arander says the source of these nightmares is the Daedra Prince Varamina. While mortals sleep, she consumes their memories and replaces them with horrific dreams. But that's just a symptom of a greater threat. Her influence may become permanent, truly the evilest of the Daedra Princes. She's an influencer. Oh fuck, am I an influencer to all? God damn it. Arander leads us to the source of the problem, Nightcaller Temple, not far outside Johnstown. Some time ago, a party of orcs, also plagued by nightmares, raided this temple to put an end to the torment. The cultists couldn't handle the assault, so instead of fighting back, they released something called miasma, a gas that places the affected in a deep sleep. It was designed to slow feet, as some of Varamina's rituals could last years at a time. Arander works with magic, turns a stone wall into a purple spectre, and reveals access to the rest of the tower. Within the inner sanctum is the skull of corruption, the cause of the nightmares. As we descend the tower, the orcish invaders who fell victim to the miasma awaken, and of course they immediately become aggressive. I don't know about you, but if I do too much physical activity immediately after waking up, I get a terrible stomach. It's like a nauseous stomach ache. I don't know what that means. I usually just gotta give myself like a half hour. The barrier blocks are packed, but Arander has an idea. If we can get to the library, we might be able to find a solution. But how does he know so much about this place? Ah, well, he used to be a priest of Varamina in this very temple. Sneaky Arander. You lying son of a bitch. Some of the priests begin waking back up as well. Thankfully, Arander has no fond memories of his former fellow devotees, it seems. He tanks their attacks while we stand back and chuck water balls, and the occasional ceaseless jet of flame. Once everyone is dead, we find the book Dream Shrine and bring it to Arander. He flips through the cardboard pages and finds the solution. Varamina's torpor. It should allow us to enter a dream state, move through the dream realm, and appear somewhere new in the real world. A sample should be in the temple library. More devotees awaken, more devotees die. Books too. A single vial of the torpor is here on this shelf. It has a faint aroma of lilac and catnip. The dream stride places us in the memories of one brother Casimir, a Varamina devotee present at the orcish sacking of the temple. While the priests fend off the attack, we are sent to activate the barrier and release the miasma. Pulling the lever and fulfilling the actions of the past releases us from the dream stride, but in a new location, behind the barrier. Moving the soul gem powering the shield deactivates it, allowing Arander to accompany us once again. So it's more of a teleportation potion with some hallucinating involved. Seems more like a memory stride than a dream stride, if you ask me. No matter, we push on.
Ben, Thor, you're alive. No thanks to you, Casimir.
What a twist.
I'm a rat, priest of Mara. You're a traitor. Left us to die and then ran for the miasma took you. No, I was scared. I wasn't ready to see. Enough of your lies. I can't allow you to destroy the skull, priest of Mara. Then you leave me no choice.
Oh my god. Can you imagine finishing a conversation and immediately getting blasted with fire? Stop missing. Hit the... Okay, aim, fire. God damn it. How kind of him, even in death, to respect Arander's new name. Let's deal with that stuff.
I call upon the main father, the skull hunters. It hears the memories of these nightmares in its wake. Granting the power to break through this barrier, to set the skull in the depths of oblivion.
He's deceiving you. When the rituals complete, the skull will be released and then Arander will turn.
GLaDOS?
Quickly, kill him now. Kill him and claim the skull for your own. Varamina commands you.
Okay. Unsurprisingly, fire ain't that great against the Dark Elf. Just smashing it. But we sided with him. The the staff would be destroyed, but we'd get him as a follower. He's not a Daedric artifact, so the spell Corruption does 20 points of damage, and it has 75 charges. But that damage can be increased to 50 if powered by dreams collected from sleeping people. But you have to keep refilling it with dreams to have the higher damage. Not really worth it. 20 points is decent enough for now. At least this incarnation of the spell Corruption is actually useful, and actually has something to do with dreams. The whole summoning a monk thing is weird. I do still worry that we'll run out of charges sooner than we expect, and although recharging a staff with soul gems is simple, actually keeping a steady supply of soul gems on our person might be a touch more difficult. If only there was some soul gem with unlimited uses. Buy a Zero, buy a Zero, buy a Zero. So after talking up how Skyrim isn't just go to a shrine and get quest, we're going to a shrine to get quest. But at least this one is massive, and it sort of draws you in from a distance. Ooh, who's that giant lady? I feel like somebody named Arnea would be able to follow her, you know? Also, her last name is Yenna. That's the surname of two of Corvus Strength mercenaries back in Norway. You get a right to kill them if you know more at home. Arnea says we've been chosen to be Azura's champion. Won't be the first time. We're to go to a fortress surrounded by water, but untouched by water. And there, we'll find an elven mage who can run the brightest star, blackest night. Winterhold is where we find the high elf mage Nalakar, who was working on our Balan Barrens, researching just how Azura's star was able to hold and pass souls through it without being destroyed. But Malin had other plans. He wished to use the star to trap his own soul, granting him reprieve from his terminal illness, and making himself immortal. Of course, it drove him mad.
I don't care who wants to find the star, but don't take it back to Azora. The Daedra Abbey. They're the reason Malin went insane. Azora is no ordinary Daedra. She commands an entire realm inside of her river.
That's pretty ordinary for a prince, my guy. But princes are their realm. They all have realms. Nalakar directs us to Huanelton's Deep, a sunken fortress within the lake west of Liverpool. But on the way, I ducked into Riddleshin Pass, killed the necromancers within, disenchanted a bunch of their gear, and moved the soul gems lying around to make a few petty enchantments. This got us to 30 enchantments, unlocking the staff channeler. Passive enchanting XP. Oh yeah. Like Riddleshin Pass, Huanelton's Deep is full of necromancers. The annoying kind that sprays frost in your face while backfighting. And because Skyrim is goofy, enemy mages have an unlimited supply of magicka, so just keep casting it. I hate it so much. And I guess technically it's not infinite, but it feels infinite. It's a bit tricky and takes some doing, but the spell of corruption can just about pre-shot most of these guys. The ones that can't usually just need a swordsman to finish the job. I can literally say the exact same thing. Finally, Malin. More importantly, a broken Azura's star. We bring the star back to Nalakar, who does a bit of magical hattie-do, and determines that Malin did indeed trap his soul within the star. But the star is falling apart. It needs to feed on souls, not just house a single one. Nalakar can fix the star, but not while Malin's squatting inside. Nalakar does know a spell that will allow us to enter the star without being forever trapped within the star. Just a little bit of soul tampering, as a treatment.
Okay, stand very still. This might stick. First,
What's happening? Nalakar? Am I getting an x-ray? Ah, the inside of Azura's star, just as I expected. Crystals and basalt rocks. Be careful, you don't want to slip. That's a RuneScape reference. Malin's got some Dremora clues regarding him, but they're no match for the flow of corruption. What do you think Malin gets out of moving this round? You see, this is the kind of immortality that's in the way of the person. Live forever. It's not a box. He's ascending. Oh, he dead. I'm just gonna take your staff of flame, if you don't mind. With Malin dead, Nalakar pulls our soul out of the star and reveals that the star has been cut off from Azura. Does that mean it won't be in Test 6? We'll find out. 2042. Because we sided with Nalakar, the star has been transformed into a reusable black soul gem. It's effectively a reusable Ram soul gem, since black souls have the same enchanting power as Ram souls. But it's much easier to get black souls than Ram white souls. Enemies with Ram white souls are usually pretty strong, but all humanoids are black souls, regardless of their level. With the black star, every bandit effectively has a Ram soul. To capitalize on this new development, we're going to make a quick detour and get a reliable means of soul trapping enemies. Easiest way to do that is by enchanting a weapon with soul trap on strike. Well, casting it is easier, but but hitting a guy with a sword is more reliable. A guaranteed weapon with soul trap and strike can be found within the Ironbind Barrow. It's not far southwest of Azura Shrine, actually. Because this isn't related to the Daedric artifacts, we'll just skip ahead to the end of the crypt, where we fend off Warlord Catherine with the Skull of Corruption. The two NPCs outside the dungeon, Salma and Ninja, help you through the dungeon up until this point. But once Catherine gets defeated, Ninja turns on you, intent on using you as a blood sacrifice so he may absorb Catherine's power. Seems like a weird requirement, but he's the necromancer here, so I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. I, however, am currently using my blood, thank you very much, and as such, we must rebuff his insistence. Now that he's dead, we can grab what we actually can. This steel battle axe of fiery souls. Disenchanting it grants a combo effect, soul trap, and fire damage on strike. Using a grand soul we collected from a Roman bandit, or a black soul rather, whatever. We enchant some random dwarven sword we found with a 1-second soul trap effect. The idea is to get the killing blow with the sword so the black star gets filled whenever it happens to be empty. We can use those souls to recharge our weapons and our staves. This will grant us not only more damage, but also a bunch of enchanting XP. So that's one incredibly useful and practical artifact. Let's get another, the Skeleton Key, where returning to the Thieves Guild sooner than ever. Getting the Skeleton Key is a bit more involved in Skyrim than it is in the previous games. In Skyrim, you have to do the entire Thieves Guild quest line, or just about all of it. If I approach the Thieves Guild the way I normally approach guild quests in my videos, we'd be here for another 30 minutes. Rather than describing every single detail, we'll just run through it all real quick. Hit the story beats, meet Nocturnal, talk a bit about her, then get the key. Sound good? Our first job is the building tool job. Our staff of flames ain't the best, but these fellas ain't dumber, so they're weak to it. The spell of corruption is the back. We burn all but one beehive, steal the documents from Arangoth's safe, and return to the Thieves Guild. Brynjolf wants us to meet with Maven Blackfire to help sort out some business opportunities. Before that, we enchant a few pieces of gear with Fortify Illusion, so we can cast Muffle every now and then, leveling up our illusion. No point letting that magic just sit around doing nothing, right? Maven would like us to put her competition out of business. We cosplay a teen from the 60s and walk into the Honeygrow Meadery, ask for a job, and immediately get hired. The proprietor gives us rat poison in order to kill rats, but here's the trick. We're not going to poison just the rats. Oh no, we're going to put the poison inside the meat, but we also have to deal with the rats, otherwise it'd be suspicious. You'd think there'd be more sinkholes while we're coming basements just open up into massive cave systems. There's also the Pied Piper down here, Hemmeline. Here's a taste of what kind of build I'm angling for. Sneak attack, calm, sneak attack, calm. Repeat until they're dead. It'll get better. We poison the group and return to Saburn to what Guard Commander Caius had a taste.
See to it that you remain in irons for the rest of your days. Please, I don't understand. Silence, idiot. I should have known better to trust this place after it's been riddled with filth.
I beg you, please. This is not what it seems. I'm mightily impressed the poison is strong enough to have immediate effects, but not strong enough to kill the guy. Maybe he'll shit himself to death later. So Saburn is arrested, and one of Maven's lackeys is given control of the meadery. That's how that works. Before leaving, we take a peek in Saburn's chest of drawers, moving aside his risque materials, and take the promissory note he received from his mysterious partner. Whoever is trying to grab a wedge between Maven and the guild must be well funded, says Mercer Bright, but they slipped up and included the name Gadula in the note, an alias used by one of the guild's contacts, Golomai. We find the Argonians of Solitude, who will only reveal the name of the buyer if we fetch him some firebrand wine. There's fortunately a whole cases of stuff in the Blue Palace. If they wanted to keep the wine safe, they shouldn't have left a giant quest marker above it. Of course, when we bring the wine back, Golomai says he doesn't know the name of the buyer, only that she gave him gold to buy the estate. He brought the gold to Arangoth, and Arangoth handed over the key. We're gonna tail him and see where it goes. He's definitely hiding somewhere. He wanders out of Solitude and enters the East Empire Company's warehouse by the docks. If the wardens spot us, they'll attack, but a bit of illusion magic keeps them preoccupied. Okay, so the problem with Frenzy is that just because a bandit is attacking another bandit, that doesn't mean the attacked bandit will stop attacking you. Oh, hello. Whoa. abandoned hideaway, we confront Bill and I and demand he tell us everything. The buyer was Carlisle, the thief responsible for killing the previous master of the Thieves Guild, Gallus. Ah, the plot and figured. Oop, looks like the illusions are wearing off. That's my cue to skedaddle. Bill and I said Carlisle would be where the end began, which Mercer Frey assumes to only mean Snowvale Sanctum, where she murdered Gallus. The two of us meet up there, but the two of us walk. Master thief Mercer Frey, however, is able to outsmart these ancient Nordic machinations by putting the square peg in the square hole. How could I not see it myself? I've been putting parts into the illusion tree this whole time, by the way. With this level, we unlock Master of the Mind. This perk allows us to cast Calm, Fear, Frenzy, and Rally on Undead, Daedra, and Automata. Our Calm Sneak strat will now work in this dungeon. A dozen or so Draugr later, vested with a prodigious amount of calming balls and less calming sword swings, we arrive at another locked door, which is no match for Master Thief Mercer Frey. This time, the round peg fits snugly in the round hole. Carlisle must be true here. I can feel it in my bones. I can't feel me bones. It's revealed Carlisle isn't the true enemy of the guild. She wasn't the one who killed Gallus. It was Frey all along. And to think, I thought he was just a mild-mannered thief. As a parting gift, Mercer stabs us in the gut, leaving us to die in this tomb. We awaken sometime later, outside the tomb, with Carlisle standing over us. Our paralysis was curable, but it was that very magic which kept us from bleeding out. Hooray! Carlisle came to Snowvale Sanctum to retrieve Gallus's journal from his remains, but the contents are written in a strange language. Enter at the College of Winterhold, an old friend of Gallus, may be able to decipher the script, but he can't. It's written in the Fallen language. But if he had a Rosetta Stone of sorts, he may be able to tease the meaning. Calcelmo, the high elf wizard in Markarth, has copious amounts of Weimar and Falmer research materials within the city's museum, and perhaps more in his private accommodation. Rather than doing Calcelmo's quest and getting a key from him quite directly, we'll just get the key even more directly by plucking it from his pocket. We could pick the lock, but I suspect this key will open more than just a single museum door. His guards, wizard guards, so not city guards, are a nuisance. But I bought some rune spells to play around with. Coordinator has a perk in the Sneak tree that increases rune damage by 2% per level of speed. I never used runes in normal rounds, so why not? Do something new, mix it up. Return it to Delvin? What about Hasback? Oh, he's probably dead by now, is that point of view. Ah, it's called Calcelmo's Stone, not Rosetta Stone. We take an etching of the inscription and return to Hendrik. He deciphers the journal, which says repeatedly that Mercer desecrated something known as the Twilight Sepulchre, a claim which does not sit well with Carlisle. Carlisle explains that the Twilight Sepulchre is a temple to Nocturnal. Finally, back to Daedric princes. I forgot what we were doing for a minute. Nightingales are mortals who swear themselves to Nocturnal, and are tasked with protecting the Twilight Sepulchre with their lives, because Daedric princes are too impotent to do it themselves. A single priest turned into a dragon 200 years ago, and now the Daedra don't know what to do with themselves. Carlisle, Gallus, and Frey were all nightingales, but it seems Gallus believed Frey had broken his oath, and considering Frey killed him and covered up the events, well, Gallus might have been right. We return to the guild with Carlisle, and after a bit of a scuffle at the entrance, Brynjolf learns that Mercer has actually been stealing from the guild this whole time, according to Gallus. To be sure, they need to check the vault. I guess no one's ever checked this whole time. The vault can only be opened with multiple keys belonging to multiple members of the guild. So imagine Brynjolf's surprise when he finds the vault is totally empty. But how did Frey get in without extra keys? Whoa. To learn where Frey has run off to, Brynjolf sends us to break into the former guild master's manor and seal the door. Bald, Frey's houseguard, falls victim to the old common guild technique, sending his soul to the ideal master. And the bandit mercs he has within the manor suffer a similar fate. Like any other self-respecting thief, Frey left an outline of his plans inside his basement tunnels. He must have gone to the mythic Dawn School of covert operations. Frey plans to steal the eyes of the fallen, Gallus' pet project, and we're gonna stop him. But Carlisle is warning. If we're to confront Frey, we need to leave him on equal footing. We must become nightingales. Outside of Riften, near the Shadow Standing Stone, is Nightingale Hall. Within, we earn a set of Nightingale. And after a tedious amount of roleplay walking from our NPC anchors, we enter the final room, ready to take the oath. Finally, Prince.
I've come before you to throw myself upon your mercy, to accept responsibility for my failure.
You're already mine, Carla. Your terms were struck long ago. What could you possibly offer me?
I have two others that wish to transact the earth, to serve you both in life and in death.
You surprise me, Caroline. This offer is definitely weighted in my favor.
My appetite for master's delights exceeds my craving for wealth or grace.
Revenge. How interesting. Very well. The conditions are accepted. You may proceed.
Lady Montaigne, we accept your terms. We dedicate ourselves to you as both your adventures and your sentiments. We will honor our agreement this night and the next, till your conditions have been met.
Very well. I name your initials Nightingale, and I restore your status to the same color. And in the future, I suggest you refrain from disappointing me again.
The Eye of the Palmer is within the drummer ruins of Perkington. It will be full of palm. It will be full of drummer constructs. But the three of us together shall prevail, with the power of friendship and the power of selling our souls to the goddess of darkness. I've been abandoned. Where are my fellow soul-bound thieves? Oh, now they show up. See, two drummers having a conversation in the first round. Hey, Gambin Bim Shans, did you build traps for the interior hallway? Yeah, totally. Let me just double check that they're running. Smash cut towards the door, throwing bear traps everywhere. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. A billion friggin' mutants snow out later, and we arrive at the Palmer statue chamber. Within the Palmer statue chamber is not only a statue, but a Palmer statue, atop which is Mercer Frey plucking out the statue's eyes. Oh, symbolism or something. Colin works on Mercer Frey. I mean, I guess there's no reason why it should be, just for silly. Do you think the act of being calmed in combat is horrifying for the victim? Like, do you think they know they're in a fight, but their mind and body are just at odds with each other? They can't bring themselves to fight? Or do you think the spell makes them forget they were in combat in the first place? The former is way more terrifying, so I'm gonna go with that. After killing Frey, we take from his corpse not only the eyes of the fallen, but also the elusive skeleton key, one of Nocturnal's Daedric artifacts. Unfortunately, to finish the Thievesville questline and meet Nocturnal in her metaphysically dubious flesh, we need to return the key to the Twilight Sepulchre. We have to lose the skeleton key, an unbreakable lockpick, and we have to just throw it out. Yeah, no. Once the three of us escape this cavern, we divide the field. So Skyrim did expand on the lore of the skeleton key a bit, possibly. Carlia says the key can be used to open mundane locks, portals, and even unseen potentials. What does this mean? Who knows? In Skyrim, you can only use it to pick locks, specifically pickable locks, not locks that require keys. The gameplay effects of the skeleton key are much more in line with its previous versions, although it provides plus 15 to dodge and dagger ball, perhaps laying a foundation for its ability to grant some sort of cosmetic slipper. If you know how to use the key most effectively, you don't actually need to pick locks on doors. You can just appear on the other side of the door. You dodge the lock. My headcanon is that it's as powerful as Carlia claims, but because we're not supposed to have it, we don't have access to its unseen potentials. Ironically. Let's give Mehru's name on a hand. He's been waiting so patiently. Silas Vesuvius in Dawnstar is opening up a museum to the fabled mythic Dawn, the cultists who were responsible for the assassination of Uriel's Septimus son. I hear Rorikstead is getting a John Wilkes Booth museum. Following the Oblivion Crisis, several groups appeared with the goal of wiping out the remaining holdouts of the mythic Dawn. One of these groups found Mehru's razor, but rather than using it, they shattered it into 3 pieces, vowing to keep them apart forever. How serendipitous that all 3 pieces are right here in Skyrim. The blade shards are held at Cracked Tusk Keep, west of Fall Creek, behind simple traps. The pommel is at Dead Prone Rock. To reach that dungeon, we must fight through a bunch of Forsworn within hag rock the doubt. Anyone else still get unsettled when they see blue-wielding Forsworn sprinting at them? Something about the silhouette. I mean, running with your sword to your side, probably a martial error, but it looks intimidating. I'm sure everybody knows this by now, but if you pickpocket the Briarheart from the inventory of a Forsworn Briarheart, they die instantly. The pommel is in the possession of the hag-raven Dressclaw at the tippity top of the Forsworn encampment. It's a good thing she didn't realize what she had, otherwise she could have ended us rifle. The final piece of the razor is in the possession of the most dastardly NPC in the entire game, Jordan. Not only do we have to give him money to get the hilt, but we have to come all the way to Morphle to do it. Disgusting. He gives us the key to his house so we can fetch the hilt ourselves, which is an insane thing to do. Here's a key to my empty house, stranger who's armed to the teeth. Literally, I have 4 sworn weapons. They're made out of teeth. With the 3 missing pieces in hand, we return to the museum, and, you know, I want to try something. I've heard about this, but I've never actually done it myself. If you pick open the display containing the page of the Mysterium Xarxus, and then attack the page itself, it should, oh my god, it's true, it spawns a bucket. Why? Silas gives us 800 gold for each piece of the razor returned, and says the only way to repair the dagger is by asking the Lord of Change directly.
I'll meet you at the shrine.
What kind of fool plays with fire like that?
I love how big some of the shrines in Skyrim are. It's a fantasy world. Makes shit ludicrous. If Test 6 is in Hammerfell, there better be an enormous pyramid made out of elves.
You are worthy of speaking to. You have claimed the pieces of my razor. It has been an amusing game to witness. But daikon does not declare a winner while there is a pawn on the board. Kill Silas. He and his family have served their purpose.
Not knocking the voice actor for Dagon or anything. He does a fine job, but I think Iso's Dagon sounds much better. Skyrim has a conniving old sorcerer thing going on, and it doesn't really fit someone like Dagon. Maybe Mullet Ball, but certainly not Dagon. Silas begs for his life, of course, but we want the razor, so his fate is sealed. He shouldn't have trusted the Major Prince of Revolution.
I am pleased, Mortal. I will give you my razor. Use it to wreak havoc on Cambria. You have been a worthy tool. Fill the world with destruction in my name. Place your hands on my altar one last time, and you will witness the power of Mabel's daikon for yourself. Before the Golden Order, one final challenge.
I like how one of the Gamora just starts walking home after you hit him with a calm spell. Where you going for? So Mayruth's razor is more like its dagger form combination. It has a slight chance, about 2%, to instantly kill an enemy hit with it. Dual wielding it with dual fury perk while under the effects of the elemental fury show is absurd. But we have neither, so don't worry about it. Oblivion's version of the razor is similar, but we didn't get it because it was added as a plugin after the release of the game. Maybe we'll go back and clear out that dungeon, depending on how long this video ends up being. I'm predicting at least 2 hours, minimum. Now here's another diversion that I completely forgot about until I was watching this quick back. The flame staff is terrible, so I figured why not make it cool. The Dragonborn DLC added staff making. You just gotta do some introductory quests for Telvanni Wizard, Master Noah. Get him a Hearthstone, find him a new assistant because Sauron died. Typical Telvanni stuff. But after unlocking the room containing the staff making bench, I immediately, and without thinking, picked up the Black Book, sending us to Apocrypha. Oops. We'll just skip all this. It was a bunch of tentacles, touching things. Anyway, staves. You can mine Hearthstones around Solstheim, and you can buy unenchanted staves from Helen himself. We'll make 1 staff of fireballs and 2 staves of lightning bolts. It's faster to swap staves than it is to recharge. I genuinely can't remember why I even bothered doing this. I mean, Boethiah's quest required to do level 30, so maybe I was thinking it would be a little bit of extra level grinding or something? I don't know. Oh no, I think part of it was wanting to buy enchanting training from Nell. But when I realized how expensive a single level was, I gave up and just bought soul gems from Farengar and made some petty enchantments. At level 80, we could place enchantments on a single end. I'm not going to chase 100% fortification. Even a 50% reduction in casting costs for destruction and illusion is more than worthwhile. So after running around and collecting bandit souls and the like, I crafted a heavy armor set of Destra Legion gear, along with the accompanying jewelry. Magicka was easier to manage, but not so easy that it's a non-consideration. Anyway, onward to more Daedra. We're here in Markarth, but for what purpose, you know? Or perhaps not, since it's probably the first Daedra quest most people stumble upon. It was for me, at least. It's actually one of the reasons why I think Skyrim handles Daedra quests the best between all the games. Sometimes, you go into the quest not realizing it's a Daedra quest until the prince talks to you. The Daedra quests in other games all operate on the same formula. Daggerfall, pay a warlock to summon a prince. Morrowind, find the shrine and get a quest. Oblivion, find the shrine and offer a sacrifice sometimes and get a quest. In Skyrim, starting in a shrine is an exception, not a rule. In Markarth, we find Vigilant Tyrannus standing outside an abandoned house. He's asking passersby if they know anything about it. Vigilants of Stendarr love hunting down Daedra worshippers, and they suspect this house has been used for unholy rites. But if it's so bad, why aren't they called unholy wrong? He says he could use some backup before heading inside, but I suspect he just wants another body. In case things go south, he doesn't have to outrun the Daedra. He has to outrun me.
No, you're here. There's another door. See if you can get it open.
Why do I have to investigate the door?
It's not a fuss. This isn't an ordinary table.
What changed all of a sudden? The kettle? No, I'm sorry, I don't like your kettle. I don't want butter. Oh, now I'm hearing things. Disembodied voices have never let her straight before.
Yes, your reward is waiting for you further down. Yes, further into the bowels. So close, your prize is waiting.
I really hope it's yes, rusty mace. Awesome.
Did you think more than about the Lord domination would so easily reward you?
Kind of.
What do you see from that little cage? Speak.
True.
Rusty. Dry. There was a time when this mace drank the blood of the feeble and the worthless. But a daydream lord has his enemies, and my rival Maria had her priest desecrated, left here to decay until revenge. No, I want submission. I want the priest who did this to bend his knee and give me his soul. He comes by to perform Bohemia's insulting rites at my altar, but he's been missing, captured and bound, left to rot. Save him. Let him perform his rite one more time. And when he does, we'll be waiting for him.
Do you think the princes know when Abora was playing both sides? When we do Boethiah's quest, do you think she's gonna be giving us the side eye the whole time? The priest of Boethia is currently held prisoner within Broken Tower of Metal, an abandoned fort that's been overtaken by the Forsworn. Ooh, dangerous weapons are starting to spawn. Neat. At the very top of the encampment, in a dungeon tower, is a single Briarheart, just hanging out near his bloody Dibella statue, as you do. Drawing from the ambient powers of Dibella, we steal the man's heart, sweep him off his feet, and leave him break apart. Like, really break apart. Ace the Stalin. Do Briarheart's hearts beat? Logrop the Willful doesn't believe us when we say he has sentenced, but he does believe Mullen all sentenced. And that's good, because it's the truth. We free him from his binding because he's got a ritual performed. His foresight is impeccable. Returning to the abandoned house, and I can't believe it.
I have won this contest before.
But I have my own challenge this time,
So we kill Logrove with the mace, Molotov resurrects him, kill him again, and eventually he submits to the torture, pledging his soul to Baal and rejecting Boleyn. Who could have seen it coming? Worshipping the god of deceit and murder had unfavorable outcomes.
The base of Omega, I give you its true power, mortal. When your enemies lie broken and bloody before you, know that I will be watching. Now, I have a soul in oblivion that needs claiming. Take care of the house while I'm gone.
Our reward is once again the mace of Molotov and a house. The property taxes are going to be a pain in the ass though. Markarth real estate is at a premium. The mace deals 25 points of stamina and magic damage, and also soul traps the target for 3 seconds only. It's a shame the effect isn't absorbed anymore. It would be great for, say, a vampire who gets caught out during the day with no other way of restoring attributes. But why would Molotov want to help a vampire? Speaking of vampires, we've got a bit of work to do in Falkirk. Wild's in the market for a loyal hound to keep at his side, and there happens to be a shaggy dog wandering around the city. To help lure him into town, he gives us a nice crisp piece of meat and offers us a bit of gold for our service. The dog's name is Barbas. He's an infinite number of years old, but that's in dog years, so he's actually just an infinite number of years old in human years. And he can talk. Because he's not just any old dog. He's half of Clavicus Vile, probably the Clavic class. He needs our help. He and his master have fallen out, and now he needs a mortal to help settle it. Vile can't manifest Barb from a shrine, or with Barb is banished and all, so we need to find the shrine first if we want to speak with the prince. Barbas would lead us to one at Hamar's Shame. I know I was just talking about how the Skyrim quests are go to shrine, talk to the prince, get quest, and we're immediately given a quest that involves going to a shrine and talking to a prince to get a quest. In retrospect, Molotov's quest is also that, but it feels different. Whatever. Barbas leads us to abandoned choke points, takes us down memory lane in Helden, and drops us in a frozen valley between them. It was at this point, actually, that I realized you can get to Iverstead without going around the port alone. I'm not kidding. I never knew about this path through Helden. Isn't that crazy? My saying, speaking of vampires, wasn't just a non sequitur, by the way. This game is full of vampires. Also, in Oblivion, the vampires of the Vile Lair home allude to Clavicus Vile being their patron daikon. This perhaps explains why Cyrodiil's vampires have abilities that allow them to better integrate with society compared to Morrowind. After killing a dozen or so vampires, we arrive at the shrine of Clavicus Vile. Lord Vile, I have a request.
It's the least I could do since you already helped me grant one final wish for my last worshippers. They were suffering so backwards, but begging for a cure. Then you came and ended their misery. I couldn't have done it better myself.
So he's basically a genius.
So, what's your heart's desire? What kind of deal can we strike?
I'm just here to reunite with Barbas.
That insufferable plan. Forget it. Request denied. No deal. I'm glad to be rid of it. Even if it does mean I'm stuck in this pitiful shrine. In the back end of nowhere. Well, perhaps there is a way you could earn this place back at my side. Maybe. No promises.
What's your offer?
An incredibly powerful axe. An axe powerful enough for me to have quite a bit of fun indeed. If you bring it to me, I'll grant you my boon. No strings attached, no messy surprises. It's not for you. As I recall, it's resting in Bright Rock Burrow. Barbas can lead you right to it. Feels like I even had his place back at my side.
Typical Clavicus Vile, always sending mortals off to fetch a weapon. Oh, there you are, Barbas. Do you know the story behind the axe?
One of Clavicus's little chaps. Wizard named Sebastian boy had a daughter, which was Percy. When the daughter became a werewolf, he threw Sebastian over the edge. The wizard, with the ability to end his daughter's curse, Clavicus gave him an axe.
Oh, you're so smart. Who's a good boy? You stay behind. I'll fetch the axe. the irony of finding this in a vampire dungeon.
A new hand touches the beacon. Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. Return my beacon to Mount Kilcree.
Well, Mount Kilcree is near where Clavicus wants us to go, so this is convenient. But Rhinerock Burrow is still on the absolute opposite side of the map, so we got a bit of a journey ahead of us. I swear, it's as far northwest as you can go. Any more northwest and you find a bunch of, I don't know, waspy vampires or something.
I will make you the instrument of my cleansing light.
She is still talking. Rhinerock Burrow is less of a dungeon and more of just a cave. The axe itself is free to loot off of this table, but the quote-unquote boss, Sebastian Wood, doesn't take too kindly to us stealing from him. And he's a frost mage, so that makes him an asshole. Finish him off with a stab to the coffin. Ooh, stab with chain lightning. Say what you will about Skyrim's magic, chain lightning is awesome. I do have some unorthodox opinions about magic throughout the Elder Scrolls series. I won't go into it here, but I think Skyrim's magic isn't as bad as people make it out to be. The min-maxing of spell making strips magic of its flavor. Unfortunately, most spells in Skyrim also have no flavor. I do like that each element does its own thing. I wish Bethesda did more with that concept. That's a common criticism I have of Skyrim. I love the ideas, but I wish they did more with it. Back in the shrine, we present Clavicus Vile with the axe. The axe isn't an artifact, so we don't want it. Oh my god, Billy, stop talking. Out of his worst, him, Shea, Gorath, or Maria. Our reward is the mask of Clavicus Vile. Instead of boosting our personality, since that attribute doesn't exist in Skyrim, instead it improves pricing by 20%, boosts speechcraft by 10 points, and gives us a slightly improved magical regeneration. Interesting and all, but speechcraft in Skyrim is really underpowered. Personality-based stuff is underpowered in all the games, honestly. We're already at that. Here's your beacon. Whoa, what? Could have done without the flashbang. Oh, we're in the air. Never thought I'd say this, but Maria, speak up.
Worse still, he uses the power stored within my own token to fuel his foul deeds. I have brought you here, mortal, to be my champion. You will enter my temple, retrieve my artifact, and destroy the defiler.
She was motherly in Daggerfall, not in Morrowind, although her Daggerfall artifact, Ring of Kashyyyk, was in the hands of Mythology. Scottish. Now she's less Scottish, but still harbors a vile hatred for the undead. Cool, light puzzle. My years of training with Yelenor's elves have prepared me for this very thing. Oh wow, there's even shadow monsters in here too. Is this quest a reference to learning them part 2? Probably not. What's back here? Nothing. Ah, shit. How can I fit through it one way but not the other? I think my least favorite feature of nearly every single freaking video game on the planet is the player's avatar having no functioning arms. All they're good for is swinging weapons and shooting guns. Mantle over a sliding climb? Absolutely not. The only mantling we do in the Elder Scrolls is reality-altering mythical field. Oh, there we go. Bro. The task at hand is simple. Activate the magnet geode throughout the dungeon to unlock the doors, allowing you to progress further into the dungeon, all while being harassed by shadow monsters. At the end of the dungeon, there's a guy. There's a guy doing stuff that Skyrim guys do. He's not a bandit or a glimmer adjacent, so it's magic. Necromancy, specifically. He's also a frostmaiden, and as we stated earlier, that makes him an asshole. He did grab a perk that causes our runes to place a damage over time effect on our targets rather than just explode. They do 50% of their damage per second for 10 seconds, and it stacks. Once we kill Maltharion, he turns into a shadow ghost himself, but even in spooky wraith form, he's susceptible to our calm spells. While calm, you dot him up with more fire runes, and kill him.
Enigma, the Defiler is defeated. Take Dawnbreaker from its pedestal.
Always with the sky shit.
Vanquished. Skyrim's dead shall remain at rest. This is as it should be. This is because of you. Take the mighty Dawnbreaker.
Yep, and then she drops us and we'll be saved at the last minute. Dawnbreaker's a heat sword, and it's a new artifact. This is its first appearance. Burns for 10 damage, which I assume is fire damage, and using it to kill an undead has a chance to create a fiery explosion, destroying or turning nearby undead, handy when we're exploring Draugr Dungeon. That is, 90% of Skyrim. I know, it's not actually 90%. I'm exaggerating for comedic effect. The number is closer to 75. We've been in Skyrim for a bit, and I think we can use a change of scenery. I've decided how we'll handle the remaining artifacts in Morrowind. First, Olivia. Remember we had to find a sculptor to repair his statue? Well, the statue's finished now, so we can grab our Olivia. Goldbrand. It's not a bad weapon. One-handed long blade with a 10 to 50 point damage range and a 10 to 30 point fire damage enchantment on strike. It's only got 10 strikes worth of charge, but it can be upgraded quite significantly. You gotta be a vampire though. Let's do that now. The upgraded version will make Blood Moon flexible. And we're gonna have to become a vampire anyway to get Spellbreaker. The Hlaren Ancestral Tomb, not far outside of Alderaan, has a few vampires inside who are of the Quarra vampire bloodline. Morrowind has 3 vampire clans, one for each archetype. That's not important. We kill them, fiddle with them, contract porphyric hemophilia, wait a few days, rest in a bed, and vampire. We're granted several boosts to our attributes and skills at the cost of being damaged by sunlight and not being able to interact with basically anyone. Literally. No one will offer you their services. You can't even use guild guides to get around. It's rough. And that's why we're gonna pre-complete this next quest. Sir Lonry, the mage of the Vex Mages Guild, will ask us to kill a man by the name of Shashel in Alderaan. She needs his key. We can actually kill him first, take both his key and his ring, and then go to her back before becoming a vampire. We sleep in her bed, now becoming a vampire, and drop Shashev's key before talking to her. You don't want to finish the quest prematurely. She asks us to kill Shashev and bring her his key. But here's where it gets weird. If we have the key in our inventory, along with Goldbrand, and and exactly 11,171 septums, when we speak to Sarah Laundrie, a message will pop up. Go to hell, Carolina. It's a college basketball reference. I don't know. Mark Nelson really likes the Duke Blue Devils, whose rivals were the North Carolina Tar Heels. Another reference to this very same team is that Gold Brand is transformed into Elton Brand. A player on the Blue Devils was named Elton Brand. Yeah, it's a pretty overpowered sword. It does 10 to 60 points of damage while still doing 10 to 30 points of fire damage on strike. But it also fortifies our attack by 30 points for 30 seconds and restores 10 points of health, also on strike. But the kicker is that the enchantment has the same cost, but it comes with 10 times more total charge, meaning we can strike 100 times before the sword's battery is empty. It's pretty good. I guess technically we destroyed a Daedric artifact in the process, but whatever. Let's get Spellbreaker. Behind the ghost fence within the Salvo ancestral tomb lurks a vampire by the name of Mastrous. He's trapped here, stuck in place by the hands of Azura, cursed by the Daedric Prince of Dawn and Dusk. However, he believes he may have found a way to escape. To break the curse, he needs the mythical shield Spellbreaker and the heart of a Daedric. The latter is simple, kill just about any Daedric. The former is within the Dwemer ruins of the Wham. This Dwemer ruin actually contains nothing of note before you get this quest, save a failed colony of Quama that met its end at the mechanized hands of the Dwarven automatons. It's odd for Morrowind. Most items, even the most powerful items, that are hand-placed in the world aren't contingent on quests. Just because you didn't get the quest to find some artifact doesn't mean it won't be there for you to get it when you get there. Spellbreaker is unique in this regard. It won't spawn until Mastrius tells you to get it. And Mastrius won't speak to you if you're not a vampire, which is why you must be a vampire to get Spellbreaker. Spellbreaker, as you expect, is an anti-magic item. Silence for 30 seconds and 30 feet on target, and reflect 10 to 20% for 30 seconds on itself. In Oblivion, it grants a constant spell reflection buff, and in Daggerfall, it allows you to cast spell reflection and cure paralysis, which is pretty different. Returning to Mastrius and giving him the shield and the heart does allow him to break the curse, but he immediately turns on us, so we kill him. I don't know what his end goal is. We take the shield back and head off to get this curse cured. One could argue that curing vampirism is a Daedric quest in and of itself, because you have to do another favor from Molotov. Deep within the ruins of Baller stands a lava-lit shrine to Molotov, and if you interact with it while you're a vampire, he yaps. A lot of words to say, go kill Molag Grunda, because she's schwunking with the Frost Atronach and don't make you white. We'll find the two in the dungeon Gudilla below Mount Asarnidi. Honestly, we're yoked out of our mind right now, stupid fast, with the power to fly whenever we want. So killing Molag Grunda and her Atronach Boytoy is more a task of finding our way through the tunnels than it is actually fighting. Both Daedra die, we recall back to Baller and are cured of our vampiric curse. Strangely, Molag had to get the cure from Vermina. Quite odd. Vampirism has gone through many changes in the Elder Scrolls series. Perhaps it needs a more thorough investigation. Another thing. 2 artifacts remain. First, Soulstone. We've got a whole main quest to complete, but don't worry, it's actually rather simple, especially after you've done it several times. If you'd like a more in-depth playthrough of Bloodmoon, I have a couple videos where we did just that. It starts out with soldiers of Fort being grumpy because they ain't got no booze. We discover the priest had stolen the shipment and was hiding it, so we knock on him, ruin his life. Weapons are being smuggled out of the fort, and our investigation leads us to a tavern along the coast, not far from the fort. The enemies are, admittedly, rather strong. So instead of fighting them, we use a scroll of wind form to invisibly get to the end of the dungeon and convince the head smuggler to kick rocks. Back at the fort, and oh shucks, Ruins attacked and kidnapped the captain. Oh gee willikers. To get to the bottom of this, we bring a skull to the skull in the north, and somehow they see this as a kind gesture, and set us off on a series of trials to restore the oneness to the land. We go to each of the ritual stones on the island, do a little quest, and then return to the ritual stone to log in the spiritual freshness. The Windstone sends us to Glenshul's tomb to free the winds from the green and sack. The Draugr are plentiful, but ignorable. The Waterstone sends us to fetch the Water of Life from a cavern deep below the sea, northwest of the island. The Water of Life looks like flint. I suppose alcohol is the water of life to some. It's snowing, oh so cold. The Beast Stone sends us south to find the good beast and ease its suffering. You think this means euthanasia, but actually we have to kill the Reaplings harassing the poor thing, and then remove the arrow from the bear's side. The Sunstone sends us west to the halls of Penumbra, where we must navigate through a gauntlet of Draugr and kill the Grawl at the end of it. With its eye, we melt the ice that curse these halls, because a place like this shouldn't have any ice. None whatsoever. Ice on Solstheim? What? The Tree Stone sends us east to find the one who has stolen the seeds. Seed with a capital S, so it's important. This Reapling has the seeds, and So long as he holds them, the Spriggan will do his bidding. But once he's dead and we hold the seeds, the Spriggans mellow out and go back to whatever the hell it is they do. Planting the seeds satisfies the tree smell. Finally, the earth stone sends us to a nearby cave to fart some rocks. What can I tell you? Now that the oneness has been restored, the skulls set us to proving ourselves even further. Our work is never done. First is the test of wisdom. We have to solve a crime. Guy A is into Guy B's wife, so Guy A puts some of his own furs, plants them in Guy B's house, and accuses Guy B of stealing from Guy A. We discover this treachery, Guy A confesses, and we're given the choice either to exile him or feed him to a bunch of friggin' wolves. It's faster to exile him, so we do that. To prove our strength, we're sent to deal with some fiery wackiness going on at Lake Dalton. There's a Draugr lord sleeping under the icy lake, and we gotta put a stop to his dastardly napping. He's actually a former Skald who meddled with dark magic centuries ago, leading to his exile. Since then, he's been holding fast a barrier, protecting the Skald from an onslaught of invading Daedra. He doesn't have the power to do anything beyond holding us back, but with our help, together, we can put an end to the threat. Killing him is faster. Returning to the Skald village initiates the Daedric Prince portion of the expansion. Werewolves, scions of Hircine. We help the Skald defend their home, and dispatch the two within the Great Hall. But once all the dust is settled, not only is the chieftain missing, but we've contracted werewolfy tits. Werewolfitis. We were actually given a few cure disease potions back at the fort, as if they knew this would happen, and we're ready to get back to working for the Skald. It would probably be faster to do the rest of this quest line as a good boy, but cycling back and forth between werewolf and elf is annoying, so we'll do this as a normal. We're sent to fetch the totem of Claw and Fang, in order for the Skald to perform an ancient ritual to contact the Allmaker. The totem is within a werewolf-filled tomb, but if you're quick enough, you can dodge and weave between them and root the totem without ever having to throw a single punch. We're a touch faster than that, we think. Next, we must hunt the spirit bear and bring its heart back to the Skald village before sunrise. The Skald hunting party gets torn apart one by one, as is often the case for non-protagonists, but we survive because we're protagonists. We kill the attacking werewolf and then hunt down the spirit bear, who I'm pretty sure is implied to be the good beast we saved earlier. This feels evil. Part of the Skald's end times prophecy involves dead orcers washing up on the shores, and when you know it, there's a bunch of dead orcers washing up on the shores. We're sent to Castle Karstag to determine if this is the work of mortals or prophecy. This is actually the hardest part of the entire questline, because you have to protect this little shit while killing just shy of a dozen elephant trolls. And of course, these two boneheaded to actually run away when he's about to die. When we do make it to the end of the cavern with Krish still living, we have to protect him again, but now from a bunch of other weaklings. One obnoxious escort quest later, and we learn from Dulk that they are not the ones responsible for killing the Horkers. In fact, their master, Karstag, was kidnapped by a bunch of werewolves just days ago. Looks like the apocalypse is upon us. We had a good one. Well, no sense wasting these last hours on frivolity. I'm gonna take a nap. Damn it, I can't even sleep in video games without being awoken by a fluky enemy. Oh hey, Deersey, what's up, dude?
The others have been here for days now, and you want to rest. It is time for my hunt, and you want to take part. I have chosen only the most worthy to take part in the hunt. Carries of the Imperials, Heart Fang of the Scar, the Frost Giant Karstag, and you have proven yourself a worthy hunter, and so you have been given this honor. You and others are to find your way to your hunting grounds. Take great care, as only one of you will earn the glory of facing the hunter himself in battle, while the blood moon lights the sky. The others have gone ahead, so only you remain to begin. Beware, mortal. My hound is all about, and they hunger for blood. Perhaps I will see you soon. Now go.
Hircine has collected only the most worthy of prey to be part of his great hunt. Our goal is to find our way to his hunting grounds, maneuvering through the mazes just ahead without succumbing to the dozens of werewolves within. Easy enough. You might think you have to fight all the werewolves, but I believe you're intended to just run away from them. You're the prey. They're the predator. Prey that can't win a fight must flee from the fight. It is said that Hircine's elf mask is a trophy he won by slaying Ifre's champion, the Grot Elf. Why he slew the elf is up for debate, changing with different retellings of the myth. One story claims he was jealous that Mirni chose Ephraim over him. That same tale relays that Ephraim, corrupted by the great darkness Mira, struck Mirni, killing him. In an act of vengeance, Azura, Kenarthi, and Hircine destroyed Ephraim, and then used his bones as a cairn for Mirni. They say Hircine is fond of the children of Ephraim and Mirni, nonetheless. I like the Khajiit interpretations of the Olympic spirits. None of this Daedra chat. Just a bunch of timeless beings doing stuff. In the final chamber, we face off against the frost giant Karsten. He's incredibly tanky and has a sizable regenerate health effect, as well as 50% reflect. But once he's dead, Hircine reappears, congratulating us on the job well done.
Escape my hounds. Like the other challengers, I had rather expected the giant to prevail, but no matter. You have proven yourself a worthy hunter, and you have earned the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a mortal. You are to be my prey. I ask you all, what is it that makes a hunter great? Is it his strength, the speed with which he strikes, or is it his guile, the ability to outwit his prey? Answer me, mortal, and decide your fate.
We choose strength.
So you have chosen, and so shall be your fate. To face me in all my glory would be less than sporting. So you shall face but one of my aspects, the one you have chosen. We have little time. The blood moon sits low in the sky. Prepare yourself, mortal, for now you are the hunted.
For a hunt to truly be a hunt, not just an execution, the prey must have an opportunity to overcome the hunter. Hircine will hunt us, but as an avatar, as an aspect of our truth. The aspect is bulky and powerful, as you'd expect a bear to be, but we're quick and have a bound dagger. Swarm of bees, attack! I'm the bees.
This cannot be. The blood falls, and the prey still lives. You have defeated my aspect. Turn mortal. The blood will rise again, and my hounds will walk the lands. Then this world enjoy its brief respite, for Hircine will hunt again.
By putting a stop to the blood moon prophecies, Hircine recedes from Olympus, left a plan for his next wild hunt, and we return to Solstein with a special ring in our back. Hircine. All that work. By equipping the ring, you turn into a werewolf, whether you've suffered the curse or not, and regardless of the time of day. I assume Hircine gives this out to people who want a trial run of Blood Fantasy, without them having to make any strong commitments just yet. On to the Ebony Man. So the natural progression of obtaining this item is by working through the ranks of the Tribunal Temple until you're summoned by Archcanon Dor Sargon himself. He's retiring and would like you to take his place, but there are a few more pilgrimages you must make. This would take a while. I did do it, actually. I even had to regain all those personality levels you lost from drinking out of the bitter cup, if you remember that escapade, because you need at least 30 personality to join the temple. Instead, you can just perform the final pilgrimage without even joining the temple, and then you can get the Ebony Mound. The pilgrimage of the four corners. Sacrifice a Daedra heart to a shrine to each of the Daedra from the House of Trouble. Malakath in the Sheogorev region west of Dagonfa, Beirut Dagon in Al-Sotha outside Quebec, Oleg Bal in Val-Ur, you were there earlier actually, and Sheogorev in Al-Daedra. Once those pilgrimages are complete, you go to the peak of Mount Asar-Naviti, the place where Boethia allegedly gave birth to Alexia, pray at the shrine, and receive the Ebony Mound. It grants 75% fire resistance, 20% magical resistance, and 50 points of shield. A similar effect to its Daggerfall incarnation, but not its Oblivion incarnation, because it's not in Oblivion. And that's the last of Marwyn's Daedric artifacts. Back to Skyrim. We left off having just finished Meridia's quest, and will now go in the complete opposite direction, from the Daedric Prince of Light to the Daedric Prince of Primeval Darkness. Numira, Prince of Decay, of Rot, of the unsavory things best left in the dark, of taboos, and degeneracy. So of course her quest starts a marker, in the Hall of the Dead. about the Hall of the Dead.
No, you can't go early.
I think I was supposed to come from the other direction. Brother Varulis says the halls are closed for the time being while sensitive matter is being investigated. But we're a cool guy, so he lets us in on the details. Some of the bodies are being eaten. If we can get to the bottom of this, the priesthood of Arcade will surely reward us. Deal with some necrophage freaks? Easy.
Not many would walk blindly into a crypt, smelling steel and blood, but not fear.
I'm too dumb to be scared, disembodied voice.
I feel the hunger inside of you, gnawing at you. You see the dead, and your mouth goes wet. Your stomach growls.
Nah, I have survival mode turned off.
It's all right. I will not shut you. Stay. I will tell you everything you've forgotten.
Oh, that's a lot of stuff, dude.
You were young when you first tasted human flesh, weren't you? A brother or sister had died. An accident, of course. Then the hunger set in. Curiosity. What's the harm in just one bite? It's okay. You found a friend who will understand you. You can let go of your guilt.
What the fuck are you talking about?
A lot of our kind block out the memory of their first meal. The shame is too much. But you don't need to hide it. Namira, the Lady of Decay, accepts you for what you are. She has a place for us where we can sate our appetites without judgment.
Where is this place?
It's inside Reachable Cave. But the dead have stirred from their slumbers and has forced you.
Why ever would the dead be stirring amongst cannibals? Surely the cannibals would be the ones doing the stirring, because the meat is tough and is best used for stews. Verlis is relieved that we've solved the mystery of the middle cadavers. I don't know how we can be so sure we've succeeded. I don't think Namira said she'd leave would be a very satisfying answer, but he gives us his amulet anyway. I'll treasure it always. Reachcliff Cave is southeast of Colstaver Mine. Not a far journey by the looks of it, but I always get turned around in the Reach, so who knows how long it'll take. And a saxophone. Wow, he's tanky. Yeah, so that guy what's been consorting with every single Daedra, yeah, I want you to attack him in broad daylight with a pair of steel swords. Trust me, it'll be fun. Reachcliff Cave. Do you think this is a Heathcliff reference? Or was it the meat hat and the meat tank? Huh. If it is, that's stupid, and I'm careful. Frenzy, calm, and a generous use of fireworks makes quick work of all the weapons, including the death alert at the very end. With the shrine once again in the hands of the nearest weirdos, Viola, the head weirdo who probably never bathes, asks that we bring the main course to the Grand Feast. Brother Varulis. Oh no, not my favorite guy. We tell Varulis that we need the aid of a priest while exploring a dark tree. He's a bit apprehensive at first, until we pay him for his service, of course. Oh, a eager beaver, I say. The town have beavers. I have returned, you freaks. So Viola's got some kind of mind control powers, and has convinced Varulis that he's supposed to be here. But he's tired, and needs to lie down on this cozy, raspberry jam-covered bed. Weird. I would have placed my head at the other end.
The deal is not the nearest to you. Go ahead. Have the first bite.
No, I didn't wrong. No, I knew eating people would give me triumph.
I am Marina, the Lady of Decay. Your consumption, blood, bile of Arcane's own is pleasing to me. I give you my ring. Wear it, and when you feast on the flesh of the dead, I will grant you
Thanks, second disembodied voice.
wallow in your wretchedness, my weakest champion.
It's interesting that we speak to Namira at the end of her quest. See what I mean about Skyrim Daedra quests being less formulaic than the others? The ring increases our stamina by 50 points and allows us to beat corpses, increasing our health and health regeneration. Very different from Daggerfall and Oblivion's version, where they both have a damage reflection effect, rather than cannibalism on a cliff. You may have sometimes noticed afflicted refugees traveling along Skyrim roads. They are the breadcrumb that leads you to Kesh, a priest of sorts, a priest of Period. To commune with Period, we must bring Kesh a death bellflower, 1 silver ingot, a flawless ruby, and vampire dust. A touch more involved than oblivion. There's a few guaranteed flawless gems on this abandoned warboat. It's a bit southwest of Skyhaven Temple. The ingot you can buy from most blacksmiths, and the death bell and vampire dust you can buy from most alchemy vendors. We hand the items over to Kesh and begin the ritual. Harriet, your cat disappeared.
I have watched you for some time, you know. The decisions you've made intrigue me, and I wonder if you are the proper agent for a task of mine.
Probably. What do you need?
I sent a blessing to Mundus, a wasting plague that inflicted a scattering of Breton villages. One of my monks, the elf Orchendor, was sent to gather these afflicted. He shepherded them into Bathardos for me, but has since lost his way. I will not stand for betrayal. I want you to go to Bathardos and kill Orchendor in my name.
Kill a elf. Got it.
I can grant you a powerful token for this task. An escutcheon of demon, capable of shielding you from both the spell and sword. Return when the elf lies dead, and it will be yours.
I hope Test 6 does more of Harriet, more than just a single Daedra quest. He's probably the least examined Daedra, but his alternate title of Taskmaster adds a layer of intrigue I'd love to see expanded upon. His sphere is said to be the ordering of the lowest order of oblivion, according to the Book of Daedra. What does that even mean? Is disease the lowest order of oblivion? Is disease from oblivion? Can disease affect other planes of oblivion? How much power does Harriet actually wield? The afflicted are an interesting animal. We lost poison magic, but these cultists can vomit the stuff. Alright, I bet Dwemer spiders are gonna jump out of these walls. Replace a few fire rooms. So, oh geez, so they have placed a bunch of fire traps. Ah, here it is. Resisted the lightning bolt. Immune to shock. And fire? Oh my god, he's a boss mage. Chilly asshole. We have to use metal on this guy. Damn. That's a very un-Skyrim thing to do, honestly. Skyrim is usually very forgiving to just about all builds. Oh ho ho! Calm works on him though. Stealth triumphs once again. Back to Perriage's Smock.
Well done, mortal. All things are in their order. Another overseer will replace Orchendor when the time comes. For now, all is cleansed and order. Embrace order and hard truth, mortal. Goodbye.
Embrace order and hard truth. If Perrier the Daedric Prince of the Circle of Life, he grants us Spellbreaker, a Dwemer Forged shield that, like its previous incarnations, protects the wielder from offensive magics. Unlike its previous versions, however, it instead creates a ward while blocking, negating up to 50 points of magic damage. Wards are actually really effective due to how they scale against game difficulty. Magic damage isn't increased by a higher difficulty until you take damage. So a 50-point fireball that should deal 150 points of damage on legendary difficulty will be fully absorbed by the ward on the shield, if I understand USP correctly. If it's a 60-point damage spell, 50 will be absorbed, and then you'll take 30 damage because of the 10 that gets tripled. I've never played with boards in Skyrim because they're so magic on them. I know perks can make them more efficient, and another perk absorbs some of the magic from the spells they stop. But if they don't feel good to use from the beginning, why would I invest perk points into them when I could just be a stealth archer? Speaking of stealth, I just want gear. Can't free them, so this is the mercy. Let's pay a visit to the orcs of Lagashbrook. They've got a small giant problem. They've got a small giant problem. But they've got an easy solution. The Mars, the camp's chief, is weak, and the giants sense this and have been intruding on their territory. They believe their tribe's suffering is due to a curse. Atticus wishes to petition Malakath for aid, but Mars has forbidden anyone from leaving the camp. She cannot go to the shrine. To perform the ritual within the stronghold, she needs the heart of a Daedra in Trollpath, how very oblivion. We return to Dagon's shrine and get a Daedra heart from the respawning Dremora there, and buy Trollfat from Arcadia in Whiterun. She doesn't have it. We steal a pot of fat from the companion. There's a Daedra heart right here. Okay.
Now, the ritual. Great Malakath, we beseech you, aid us in our time of need.
Why are we bothering with this? You pathetic weakling. What's that?
Malakath has heard my pleas. He speaks to us.
You dare summon me, Yamars? What is this? You don't deserve to call yourself an orc. You're weak, you're small, and you're an embarrassment. You let giants, overrun my shrine. Bring me their leader's club as an offering, and I might release you from this curse.
So it will be. Malakath has spoken the words. Your path is clear.
Very well. You, outsider, come in. I want a word.
We got a giant here, and Yamara's demands we come over. You know, because he's such a strong and powerful warrior, he needs a bodyguard to conserve strength, obviously. Off to Fellowstone Cave. Ooh, this is an atmospheric country. There's something about trees growing in places you wouldn't expect them to grow that just resonates with me. Don't know why. As the two of us approach the giant chieftain, Yamars presents us with offer. There's some extra gold in it if we kill the giant for him. We bring him its hammer, and he'll tell the stronghold you slew the giant. How hard could it be to pull one over on the Daedra Prince of Vengeance? And even if he catches you, I mean, what's he gonna do? What would the Daedra Prince of Vengeance ever do? Gonna punish you? Yeah, right. Well, that was simple.
You have a true fighting spirit. Did that better than I could have. Of course, I can't let you leave here alive.
I've been betrayed.
Anyone find me out?
Calm down. Oh, because he's a follower, I can't actually get behind. He just keeps following me around. You see, that's the struggle of a night game. If you can't get the drop on, oh, thanks, Dagon.
Yamars was a fool. Always trying to steal his way out of responsibility. But you took care of him and the giants. Two problems solved at once. Now, take Shaggy's hammer back to Largishburg, and we'll see about whipping the rest of them into shape.
Right, back on track. To Largersburg. When we return to the stronghold and bring the hammer to Atto, Malakath chimes in to fill her in on the sordid details.
Yamars was a coward and a weakling. His deceitful ways have cost you all greatly.
So he has been punished. What of us? What fate shall we suffer?
You'll have to prove yourselves, but I'm willing to give you a chance. Guller's in charge now. Let's hope he's a better chief. You place that hammer on the shrine. You're the only one who's proven worthy in all this.
Ah, Shagro's hammer has transformed into Volendrum before our very eyes. It's still a two-handed warhammer, but now it only absorbs 50 points of stamina on strike. Perhaps useful for a power attack reliant build, but the paralysis and health drain effect from the earlier games would probably serve that build much better. All this work is done thirsty. This Sammy fella seems like a fun guy to drink with, and he'll give us a staff if we beat him in a drinking contest.
This is a special, very strong stuff. Let's get started.
Another round.
Great. I'll start round one and pull down the hatch. You should head on home.
Stupid list. I said give me more drink, or I'll have your head on a
Your turn. And another one for me.
Helga, do you mind? Whoa.
I presume you're ordering.
Excuse me. Rude.
Wow. You've really done it. The staff is yours. You know, you're a fun person to bring on. Hey, you don't look so good.
Wake up. That's right. It's time to wake up, you drunken blasphemer.
Aw, did I get the hangover? Now we gotta figure out what the hell happened and where Sam ran off to. He still owes us a staff. This priestess of development recalls us mentioning something about Lorikstead, so that's our next lead. In Lorikstead, local farmer Ennis has some choice words for us. Apparently we've committed some acts he finds disagreeable, such as kidnapping his Gletta and selling her to a giant.
I'll never breed another price when he goat like Gletta.
Oh, it's only a goat. Because we're level 30-something, he's receptive to more assertive methods of persuasion. He says we left behind an illegible note, but part of it says after repaying Solda and Whiterun. She gave us a wedding ring on credit, and we still owe it.
It's not about the money, really.
What? She's a shitty merchant. Okay, so what did I do with it?
Why not give it to your fiancée? Don't you even remember where you left her? And after you told me that sweet story of how you met at Witchmist Grove, I can see why she left you.
Pretty. I don't care about the ring. What? Oh, Fina, I swear. What else did I say?
I know, right? Mean when you're sober. You said the ceremony was going to be in Morvenskar. You said your friend Sam was going to be your best man.
Are you kidding me? You reserve a venue, and then go and do this. Where's Sam? Oh, a door. Huh. Did I unwittingly stumble upon another Daedric quest? What a fool I am. Oh, silly me. Sanguine, what a crazy party guy. What fault can we find in such a carefree love? Some partygoers aren't allowed to leave and have committed suicide to escape? Oh, I guess his parties are just a real killer.
This may have begun as a minor amusement, but it wasn't long before I realized you'd make a more interesting bearer of my not quite holy staff. But I think it's time for you to go. No fun keeping you locked up in here with the staff. You look like you could use a drink. What do you say to some cheap beer?
Nah, man, I'm good. For participating in Sanguine's little game, he awards us the Sanguine Rules. A staff that summons a Gamora companion for 60 seconds. Duration increased by perks. Better than Oblivion, where the Daedra summon was random and possibly aggressive. All Creek's a nice place. Quiet, peaceful, idyllic. What you looking at?
Spell them out to me with 100 words.
I think he's dumb. Anyway, we're here to speak with one of the prisoners being held in their dungeon. Sinbin, a werewolf. What prince do you think this will lead us to?
Oh, it's dead because of me.
Well, that's one way to save the little child to pieces.
Maybe it wasn't anything I ever intended to do. I just lost control. Tried to tell them, but none of them believed me.
Yeah, even if they believed you, it wouldn't make it much better.
Oh, I know. It's blessed. This is the ring of mercy. I was told it could let me control my transformations. Perhaps it used to. But I'll never know. Mercy didn't care for my taking it. I drew a curse on it. I put it on. The changes just came to me. You never guess when. Be the worst times. Like with the little girl.
Consider removing the ring?
Suppose there's a point in keeping the secret. I'm going to die in agony.
gonna stay here and rot?
And look for a way to appease Percy. There is a certain beast in these lands, large, majestic. It's said that Percy will do with whoever slays it. I tracked it into these woods, but then I had my accident with the child. I want to beg his forgiveness. Give him back the ring. But while I'm stuck in it, the beast wanders freely. It would probably be best for everyone if I just went away.
And kill another child? It's a miracle they haven't chopped your head off yet. Give me the ring, I'll stop. I don't care.
But this one, seek out the beast. The honors of the woods. Bring it down. The Lord shall smile. I wish you luck. To me, while I still have my skin.
Accepting the ring forces it onto our finger. The wearer may randomly become a werewolf. We ought to get out of town before it triggers. Murder a kid. There's our quarry, upon the ridge. The cunning predator evaluates his target and, just like the hunter-gatherers of old, lobs a fireball. Killing the white stag rouses Kirstein's attention, summoning a spectral stag.
Well met, hunter. I am the spirit of the hunt. Just one glimpse of the glorious star that your kind calls Percy.
Neat. Can you remove the curse from this ring?
I may concede, but you must first do a service for my glory. The one who stole it has fled to what he thinks is his sanctuary. Just as a bear climbs a tree to escape the hunt, but only ends up trapping himself. Seek out this rogue shifter, tear the skin from his body, and make it an offering to me. Fly, my hunter. There are others who vie for my favor. A bit of competition. Don't dally while the thread flees.
Oh, the irony. To remove the curse from this ring, we must slay the very werewolf that asked us this favor. We head north to Bloated Man's Grotto in pursuit of the rogue shifter, and upon our arrival, we see the hunt has already begun.
Yes, ma'am. I can be a powerful ally to you. And I would promise to never return to civilized life.
I'm here for the artifact, so I cannot spare you, Simba. Don't you dare risk it. This kill is mine. Eh. Oh, he heals fast. Out of my way. I suspect this is the script thing. Gotta fight through all the other mortals before I can 1v1 Simba. Damn it, Cindy. Can we just... This isn't very sporting. Enough of this. Oh, well, it seems showing enough of the trick. Let's get this one.
You've done well, hunter, and found my favor. That skin will serve you well, child. Look more closely at it. My glory shall protect you from all this world's grievances. Good hunting.
We lose the curse ring of piercing, but gain the Savior's increases magic resistance by 15% and poison resistance by 50%. The numbers are higher because of our enchantment codes. Gotta say, it's just getting worse and worse. The original Savior's hide was said to be made from the hide of Kirstein himself, so maybe that's the issue. This one is just made out of a guy. Pete Kirstein is born in Kirstein. The next artifact we're interested in getting requires that we do a bit of the main quest first. Without being like level 30, it's all rather simple. Assault Fleet Falls Barrow, get the Dragonstone, return to the Farengar, body check every NPC so they just get on with it, kill Murmelnir, and get yelled at by the mountains. Hilda at the Bannered Mare has heard tell that one of the Jarl's kids is turning wicked, and if we confront Balrog about it, he reacts as if it's not a personal matter.
He was always a quiet lad, but lately, something has changed. He's become brutal, violent. He won't say a word to me, but I don't know how I upset him.
Teenagers, am I right?
Speak to him. Draw out the truth. I would be immensely grateful.
The son he's talking about is the smuggler. The here to lick my father's boots? Yeah, there's a reason why he's such a dick.
So, the disgusting pig sent you to bother me. One day, I'll tear his face apart so he can leave me alone. My father doesn't know anything about me, but I know about him and about the war, more than he would think. I know that he still worships Talos, that he hates the Falmar almost as much as the Stormcloaks do, that he worries about being chased from Whiterun, that I don't have the same brothers my brother and sister.
How do you know these things?
This castle is old. Lots of places nobody's been in a long while. Places where you can overhear things, see things. And the whispering lady.
Whispering.
She won't tell me her name. I've gotten good at listening to keyholes. At the door in the basement, I hear her talking to me, but I can't open the door.
So the kid's been talking to a strange voice in the basement. Does Dragon's Reach have a squatter living in the walls?
I'm really waiting for someone fit to carry out my will. The child is spirited but lacks agency. But I forgive you for not knowing who I am. Few hear my whispers anymore. I am Fala,
Oh, thank God.
the lady.
It's just a Daedric prince.
I tug at the web of connections between mortals. Love, hatred, loyalty, betrayal. The boy was good at sussing out secrets. You, I expect to take a more active role.
What do you want me to do?
You must open this door. A piece of my power has been locked away behind it, and even my eyes cannot see past the scenes. I'd much rather it be in the hands of an ambitious and talented person, such as yourself.
How do I open the door?
The whole Whiterun is ripe with paranoia and tensions. The Jarl's court is ripe to fear the power I hold behind this door. The Jarl trusts few, and they will be his undoing. The dark child knows of what I speak. Let him guide your path.
I'm sure her voice actor was told to deliver every line as if she was just on the edge of climax. The door is locked, and according to Melchior, only Balgruuf and Quarrengar have copies of the key. We could kill Quarrengar, and I think that's the only reason starting the main quest is a prerequisite. Gotta make him non-essential first. We can just pick his pocket though. With the key, we unlock the whispering door, and it's just a room with the ebony blade on a table. A two-handed katana that absorbs the life of its foes, strengthened by deceit. A surprisingly simple Daedric quest, honestly. I kind of don't like it. Very, like, why does Balgruuf, why do they have this door? Do they know it's here? You wouldn't realize this was a Daedric quest until you were actually talking to the follower. So that's interesting.
To return to its past glory, it must first drink the blood of deceit. Your world is admirably soaked in lines and inclinations. My blade is a darling leech that feeds on deception and nourishes its master. Seek out those closest to you. The final pluck of their misguided heartstrings will accompany my blade in a song of your grandeur.
Now, if we want to unlock this weapon's full potential, we need to kill those who consider us friends. Our journey is coming to an end quite soon, so that's not really on the agenda for today. But that doesn't mean we can't have a little bit of treasure. Marcurio patronizes the Ian Barb at Bristol, waiting to provide his services as a skilled battle mage to any traveler with spare money. It's a fair sum, only 500 gold. How can I refuse? Marcurio is a noble mercenary who will follow us to the ends of the Nern, always by my side. His services shall be forever valuable. Why, he's even willing to follow us to the frigid wastes outside Windhelm, to the top of the mountain, to the Sicellum of Galicia, where a group of cultists awaits. We've come to test our mettle. First, we must the shrine and instruct them to touch the pillar of sacrifice, ensnaring them in Boethiah's grasp. At which point, we are to drive the ceremonial blade into the heart of our sacrifice. Only then will Boethiah grace us with her presence. I hope you didn't hear any of that part. Touch that pillar. Nothing personal, dude.
Help me. Why have you slain this one, trusting you here upon my shrine?
I killed Marturio so we could have a little chat.
I should slay you for such insolence. You have much to learn, though perhaps you are not entirely useless. We shall soon find out. Listen, all of you. Hear me. I have need of a warrior, only the most ruthless, cunning, and agile. You have gathered here night after night, sacrificing fools upon my shrine, and sparring aimlessly with yourselves. But which among you truly exceeds the rest? Prove yourselves to me. I have a special task for whichever of you is left standing.
Everyone died. Oh, they're more tanky than I expected. Well, battle royale tactic. Wait for everyone else to kill each other and then swoop in at the last one.
Well done. You have proven the strength of your will and your talents in my eyes. You have shown ferocity and prowess in combat. Now the time has come for a final proving. Are you able to cast aside your honor and strike with the hidden blade?
Uh-huh. I'm your gun, Lady Boethia. Just point me in the right direction.
My weakness, champion, displeases me. It is time he is replaced. In the traditional fashion. You will find him holed up at Knife Point Ridge, where he plays king to bandits and highwaymen.
Knife Point Ridge. Your champion is abusing the powers Boethia gave him, and she would see him punished. Kill everyone there and earn the ebony mail. She says to do it stealthily, but I'm sure that doesn't actually matter. This is Skyrim. Your choice would mean nothing. Oh, well, my choice to do the Follows quest has these damn dragons spawning now. Something I should do more often in these multi-game videos is make passive-aggressive comments about every Elder Scrolls title and utterly confuse all the annoying turbo nerds that are watching. You know the ones. They go rabid if you so much as utter that more than one Elder Scrolls game is actually good. The ones who have to prove that their opinion is the correct one, and you know which game is the favorite of 80% of them. You insult Skyrim, you insult Oblivion, lure them into a false sense of security, and then just tear into the flaws of Morrow's magic system. They'll short circuit. I swear, that hypothetical had to have popped a blood vessel. Sneak attacking through a dungeon is easy when you have illusion magic at the tips of your fingers. Boethiah's champion died, and we take from his corpse our movement. The ebony man. We're able to move more quietly, and opponents that get too close take 5 points of damage per second. Couldn't be any more different than its previous incarnations. In Daggerfall, Morrowind, and even in Arena, it provided fire resistance, spell resistance, and shield. It went to study abroad in the movie. And when it came back, it was forever training.
You have done well, my champion. You have earned my respect. A feat few manage and live to tell about. I shall write your name upon the tablet of absolute darkness. You may keep my ebony veil, a token of my appreciation to my new champion. Its gifts will resonate with your talents.
We have but one more artifact. Can you believe it? What a marathon we've got. First, we've got crazy iceberg wizard stuff with Septimus Cygnus.
Ah, the ice for the tools, the heart. The pain of Canterbury and Decoburn.
Oh my god, Skyrim predicted Morrowind. Anyone who's done the main quest knows what he's asking us. Go to Mazar and plug his fantasy USB cube into the Dwemer stronghold and download the data the Dwemer machine gleaned from the Elder Scroll. Simple. We just gotta navigate Blackreach to get there. This whole dungeon, although long and varied, is rather simple when you can own any NPC you ability to sneak attack on. Dwemer spheres? No problem. Armor? Not one concern. Centurion? More like Century off. Once we get to this place, we drop the lexicon into the thing, fiddle with the lower nipples until the mechanism reveals the Elder Scroll, take the Elder Scroll, and take the ring lexicon. The scroll is neat, but we don't actually need it for what we're doing. With the data inscribed in the lexicon, Septimus deciphers how to get inside the mysterious Dwemer box he's been shacking up with. He needs blood from each of the elven races of Tamriel, or the elven races that existed in Skyrim. This confluence of bloods should trick the fox into thinking it's being fed Dwemer blood. Sure, as we leave Septimus' cave,
Sir, banished in my presence. I am Hermaeus Mora. I am the guardian of the unseen and known of the unknown. I have been watching
yeah, right. Duplicitous creatures these days of princess. I hate to be one of their champions. Collecting the blood is rather simple. A simple run through a bandit camp should get you a few of the bloods you need, although this one only had a ton. I personally like the halted stream camp because there's a guaranteed dead high elf here, and the boss is a elf. The random thugs are likely to contain a couple elves too. We've got orc, high elf, and wood elf. For this one dungeon, the last elf we need is a bone. Ironically, we had to kill loads of them on our way through Blackreach. We're not going to go back to Blackreach though, because there's an easier option for us. Shivermist Cave. It's not far from Whiterun, and you don't have to fight for a bunch of Dwemer automatons first. With all 5 bloods combined, Septimus Sickness becomes Captain Planet, but he's subtle. Likes to keep that fact close to his chest, along with the blood extracting blood. The mixture beats his own blood as well. I assume the Brandons are kind of elves, so yeah. Huh, it's bigger on the inside. Oop, couldn't finish this up then. Well, I'm sure I'll be fine to take it.
Come, my champion. Now, you have my unloved video. It contains the knowledge of the ages as needed to succeed. My loyal servant. For hundreds of years, it's been shut away from the world. Septimus was a useful tool for unleashing it. Now it is in your hands. Let us work wonders together.
I am curious how the Augment Infinium got inside a Dwemer box, though. Mora says it's been missing for hundreds of years, which is totally reasonable. It's been 200 years since the events of Oblivion. But the Dwemer disappeared in the first hour. Why is it in this box? I guess there could be more than one, or it could pop in and out of time in random locations. Daedric artifacts are known for their wanderlust. Like the previous game, the Augment Infinium empowers you. In Arena and Daggerfall, it gave attributes. In Oblivion, it gave attributes and skill levels. In Skyrim, it just gives skill levels. 5 points to the 6 skills of the archetype of virtue. So that's the Daedric artifacts. I'm sure I missed a couple, honestly. I don't think I did, but I'm only human. The princes can't even keep track of these things. You think I can? Overall, the most interesting quests are Skyrim. They're not nearly as uniform as Oblivion, and sometimes they can just pop up where you wouldn't expect it. A guy asks you to find a dog, and then you get taken a cloud of his life. There's a haunted house, full of vow. Evil brooding children in Whiterun, Dormafal. And even the shrine-based quests are novel. Azura's shrine is massive enough to see in the distance. There's a landmark that draws you in. Viridia's shrine summons you when you randomly find her beacon. And Boethia, it's metal as hell. Meanwhile, on the other end of the spectrum is Morrowind. Many of the Daedric artifacts aren't even given to you by princes. They're just in the world, with other adventurers. Morrowind only has 7 Daedric quests, 8 if you count Blood Moon, but 14 artifacts. All the other games have an equal number of quests as artifacts. There's something appealing about Morrowind's get-looking approach. The greatest criticism I have for Skyrim's princes is their voices. Skyrim is plagued with sane voice actoritis, and it really shows with the princes.
I wonder if you are the proper agent for a task of mine. I am the spirit of art, just one glimpse of the glorious star that your kind calls Berseem.
Peak Daedric voice is Kirstein in Morrowind.
The others have been here for days now, and you were the last.
He sounds menacing, feral, and cunning, as opposed to Skyrim where he just sounds like an elf with rumor. The overall spirit of the princes, though, I think it's been well maintained. Except maybe Sangor. He's been sanitized. He went from Prince of Dark Desires to Dionysus. Wine and partying. The insidiousness of Dark Desires is woefully understood. Prince's spheres can overlap, and in Daggerfall, Sanguine's sphere is most certainly butted up against Molothov's. In Oblivion and Skyrim, not as obvious. Maybe Bethesda wanted there to be fewer, obviously evil princes. Well, that's the Daedric artifacts. This video sure took some time to make, but I'm glad I finally did it. Would you believe I started working on this back in September of 2024? If you've made it this far, and you're still awake, thanks for watching when we're done. I really like these collection videos. They have the same clear goal that beating the game has, but it's not just beating the game. Collecting things in other games could also be fun, but Elder Scrolls is what I know best, and there's still plenty more to collect. Skill books, dragon shouts, unique items, any ideas? Let me know.
Alright, here's the update. I opened the can of Four Loko on an empty stomach, which means this garbage drink is already at full effect. I am going to finish it as I continue the story, but right now I'm only like halfway through it. If you don't know what Four Loko is, it is chaos in a can. Just absolute dog shit. That is just stuffed to the brim with sugar. But it's like $2 a can, and the can's the size of your head, so it gets the job done. Lastly, yeah, I'm probably gonna pronounce words wrong. I don't really have the fucks to give to people how to pronounce a word, so we're just going to hold tight and accept whatever new pronunciation I say. This story sucks. I don't know where that came from. I just wanted to get that off my chest. I've read this once before, and I deleted it because I just couldn't accept it. So we're doing it drunk, maybe. I will try to read this in a serious tone. So this will still try to be a serious narration. I do not see that lasting for too long because this story fucking sucks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy. I know this story may seem unbelievable, but it's true. And trust me, I used to be a skeptic who laughed at anyone who believed in anything paranormal or religious. That was until my fateful encounter with this cursed game. This isn't a creepypasta or some fake ghost story for kids. This really happened to me. I am a huge Tomb Raider fan, much like anyone with a brain. And I have played all the games, that is, except for the Legends timeline games, as I am more of a fan of the classic Tomb Raider games. I always thought that Lara Croft is the perfect woman. She is badass. She doesn't take shit from nobody. And she doesn't end up living some boring family life or being a mother like most women. She lives life on her own terms. I could never see anything scary or distracting true thing about Tomb Raider. That was until that fateful day. As I've said, I've never played the games in the Legends timeline, but at that point, I was in some grotty town, you know the ones. It was run down, most shops were local stores or wheeled shops. What is that sentence? I was run down, most shops were local stores or wheeled shops. Fuck you. Where there seems to be gambling dens and bookies on every street corner, every street corner, that, or mobile phone shops. I walked into a antique store, and there was knights in armor and Soviet flag and other antiques. They also had old games and DVDs, but there was one that caught my attention. And it was a PC game with no cover, except a printed sheet with only written on it in permanent marker. Tomb Raider PC. Of course, being a huge Tomb Raider fan, I decided to buy it. Big mistake. I brought the game to the shopkeeper, a strange old man with a scar going down his face, and I asked how much was the game, and he looked sacred, supposed to be scared, and said, "Stranger, I will give you this one for free, with an ominous look." I didn't think anything of it, so I took the free game and gave him a tip. I did ask what happened to the cover, and he said he didn't know, it was just sold to him like that, but the kid who sold it ended up in the... Hold on, wait. There's no commas or anything, so I was gonna try and speed on that sentence, but this looks so fucking stupid. Okay, I did ask what happened to the cover, and he said he didn't know. It was just sold to him like that. But the kid who sold it ended up in a insane asylum, screaming about the demoness ghost. When I got home, I was excited to finally play a game in Tomb Raider's Legends timeline. And I opened the case, but I found no official disc. Just a black DVD with written on it, Tomb Raider. I was disappointed, but I got the game for free, so I couldn't complain. I opened the disc drive of my laptop and placed the disc inside. I don't have PS4 or 5 because I only like classic games, not the new ones. So, I put the game in the disc drive and closed it. Thinking back on this, I wished I had not. The auto installer didn't start, and I was forced to explore the disc files. And there was one file called Lara Croft.exe. The title screen loaded like any other Tomb Raider game, with Lara Croft on the title screen, and the options of Start Game, Extras, and Options next to her, and the pleasant Tomb Raider music playing. But there was that Croft manner. I pressed Start Game, and what I saw will stick with me for the rest of my life. For a split second, the Tomb Raider theme slowed down and became demonic. Fuck off. The picture became a close-up of Lara Croft's face, her hair now much longer, and she looked tired and bloated. Her eyes were also crying blood, and there was this distorted sound of a crying baby, but not just distorted, but demonic and evil. I thought it must be a glitch in the game, so I tried thinking nothing of it. Fuck ever. The game stared, but there was no intro cutscene or anything, no witty lines from Lara or introduction to where this was taking place, just the first level title. I did it. All one sentence, baby. The first level was not named after a location or anything like that. It was only called Week 1. Lara Croft was in a cavern with walls that looked like flesh, and as I moved her forward, there was pools of blood. At first, there was no enemies, just jumping puzzles and swimming sections where Lara Croft was swimming in blood. Then, Lara had to fight these real bloody things, and when they died, they covered the floor with more blood. There was also a creepy background noises that sounded like them moaning and more gothic from PS1. As the level continued and became less demented, and we were in open air fighting normal Tomb Raider enemies. Soon, we came to a clearing, and a message came saying, Week 2. Oh god, it's dog shit. Fuck me. I guess that this must be the story of Lara being trapped in some strange land, and how she survived in the weeks that she was trapped there. Anyway, this area was a misty field covered in strange alien eggs, just like the ones from Alien. So I had to avoid them because I was worried that Lara might get face hugged. So I walked her past the eggs and jumped past them, but there was some that required all of my Tomb Raider cavern that was just fleshy, just like the last, and there was conveyor belts transporting more eggs that were coming out of tubes. This must be where the aliens were producing their kin, and there were more and more of them. There were also these strange alien guards with guns, but I could take them down with Laura's pistols. Then, Laura found a shotgun, and I found a... I should probably cut that out. Oh well. Then Laura found a shotgun, and I found that the eggs could be destroyed with this weapon. We continued through the cavern, and then by the crouch. What? We continued through the cavern, and then by the crouch, and lifted her up, and the scream faded to... And then fucking to... We continued through the cavern, and then by the crouch, and lifted her up, and the screen faded to black for around 10 seconds. Then the title card came again. Week 3. Now, Laura was in here mansion. She was in bed. I thought that this must mean that previous events were a bad dream. Then Laura crawled out of bed and she was naked. This was a dream come true for any Tomb Raider fan. Because who among us ocean, wouldn't have dreamed of seeing the gorgeous Laura Croft naked, and it was a joy to see. All the details were there down to her pubic hair and vulva and breasts. My God. All the details were there down to her pubic hair and vulva and heaving breasts. It's the fucking my God. My God. I figured that this must be the point where you got Laura Croft around mansion. I got her to explore the vast mansion that she owns. Until we got to her swimming pool, then it became disturbing. There was a scream. Then the swimming pool water turned blood red. The walls had become flush-like, and top of the swimming pool was covered by dark bright lights illuminating the pool. Then I saw that demonic tadpoles spawned by an alien-looking tendril were chasing Laura. I tried to get her to swim away, but they kept gaining on her. No matter how fast I got her to swim, they kept getting closer and closer, and I was pushing on the D-pad as hard as I could, but it was no use. They surrounded her and engulfed her. Then I heard her scream, and she woke up back in the cave. This was all too disturbing and creepy, but I got her to move onwards. There was more eggs blocking the way, so I got Laura to shoot them, but this time, they split into two. And shooting the ones that split into two, well, I got them to split into 4. So I had to get Laura to avoid them, and in some rooms, the eggs were self-replicating, so that the entire rooms were full of eggs. I had to put all my Tomb Raider gaming skills to the test to get Laura to avoid them. I managed to find a safe path by climbing up walls and some insanely difficult jumping puzzles. Then I reached Laura to the exit, and she fell through the floor and kept falling for around a minute until she reached another cave room where the walls were covered in eggs. Then the screen went black for 15 seconds, and then another message came. Week 4. The cavern continued to become more disgusting. There was no eggs going forward this time, but there were faces embedded into the walls of the cavern in gross fleshy lumps. Then there were screams that echoed all throughout the cavern, and I could hear very faintly another noise, but I couldn't make out what it was. The enemies were also disturbing. What looked like floating kidneys with eyes and weird blobs of flesh could take different forms. They were not too much trouble though. The walls of cavern became even more thick and dangerous, and I felt that if Laura were to touch them, she would be absorbed into them, as well like the faces in the cavern's walls. At the end of the level, Laura looked slightly tired, as she knew that some horror might be inflicted upon her. Then, the level ended, as she went through a fleshy door. Week 5. Then Laura Croft was in more fleshy caverns, but this time the walls had large sick gashes and wounds in them. But there was no blood. In fact, there was not blood in any part of this level. But it looked like the walls should be bleeding, but they weren't. Instead of pools of blood for Laura to swim in, it were now pools of water, and what looked like small pools of egg white yolk. These weren't so bad, but the way they looked was disgusting and putrid, even worse than the blood. Laura looked unconscious Also, a red dot appeared underneath Laura's health bar. I couldn't tell what it meant, but I was sure it wasn't good. The cavern began to have some weird leaves on the roots of it, like fleshy leaves on the fleshy cavern. The enemies here were also disturbing, such as the ones that looked like floating cow's livers. There were also these ones that looked like spines and would try to wrap around Laura and kill her. I managed to get her through this nightmare. And then, week 6. If these caverns were not disgusting before, they were now. They were covered in veins this time, and it was full of these gross, slimy creatures that didn't look like they resembled anything other than some weird proto-life forms from the prehistoric times. There were also messages put on the floor in rotting meat, saying, "Turn back, or don't go any further, or you'll be cursed, just like we were." There was also that strange sound again that was still too faint to make out. This was all too disgusting and sickening, and clearly Laura thought as so as well, because she clutched her tummy and threw up. Laura actually vomited, and this lasted for around 50 seconds. She fucking timed it. As I let her through the level, she kept looking sick on and off again. Like the whole environment of where she is makes her sick to the stomach. She also looked tired at some points and moved slower. Like this was all bringing her down. And then, next second, she could gain a rush of energy, like she was more determined to overcome what was there. This went on for some time, and I think this level might have lasted for around 10 minutes. Then, we came to the end, and Laura just sat on the floor and cried for around a whole minute. Week 7, Part 1. Laura had to move through more of these fleshy caves, and there were some seriously dangerous jumps she had to make. There were also these strange flesh creatures that looked like the snarks from Half-Life, but crossed with a fish. They crawled and leaped at Laura to try and swarm her, but I got her to shot them away. Laura still kept throwing up now. Again, sometimes throwing up for an entire minute. She's really disgusted with this hellish HR. Oh, fuck is it, Geiger? What's it, Geiger? HR Geiger caverns. And so am I. I almost couldn't play anymore, but as a true Tomb Raider fan, I couldn't miss this opportunity to see a rare version of Tomb Raider. I've never met a Tomb Raider fan in my life. So Laura also seemed to switch from being extremely tired to having balance of energy on the limb. Talking of energy, I also noticed that Laura's breasts seem to have gotten quite bigger. I thought this must be for fan service, which is greatly appreciated by us gamers. I know that in the Legends timeline, Laura has smaller breasts than she did in the original games, but maybe they were not meant to be like that originally. I didn't know why they would only now become larger, but this is clearly a beta for the fully released game, so it would be a bit rough. Week 7, Part 2. The jumps in this level were troublesome, and I had to use my full awareness of surroundings to get Laura across. Some of the jumps I had to look for obscure nooks and crannies for the level before making them. This was clearly for hardcore Tomb Raider fans like myself. Sometimes, Laura would throw up and need to sleep in a room where a jump is to be made, which is helpful because I could look around the surroundings while she's being sick. Laura would also sometimes become dizzy, like when she made a jump, and even when she's running around. Then she would stop and look dazed. I've never seen Laura like this. These aliens must be really messing with her mind, making her feel dread and despair. It was really hard to go on with this game, and seeing such sufferings happen to Laura. The end of the level happened as Laura sees a giant floating prawn regaling, and she screams and vomits, and then I see that blood is coming from her eyes. Oh god, week 8, baby. This level had very few enemies, but it had music, horrible off-tune music, and what sounds like that creepy Lavender Town theme Pokemon Red and Blue. Jesus Christ. There was also that strange sound that could be heard early, which I realized was heartbeat. The music got louder and louder and was becoming ear-piercing. I tried turning the volume down, but nothing happened. Laura was also finding this torturing at first. She looked irritable, but then she started yelling and shouting. Finally, change of scenery, we were now in a forest of thick trees and swamps. At this point, it seems that Laura must hunt food to survive, which must have meant there were survival mechanics meant to be added to the Tomb Raider Legend games. What Laura needed to hunt was conveyed with objectives, and these were some of the strangest creatures ever. These were things such as deer stomach with honey and chilies, sands, undertale. Then when I got her to hunt them, Laura Croft would wolf them down like some wild beast, and I would see the most disturbing, demented face on her face, like she was some rabid beast growing on flesh, and this entire thing made my blood boil. I thought that this might cure her sickness, and did seem to, but as we came to a disgusting alien tree, which seemed to have veins instead of stems and bones, and bones instead of roots, and instead of seeds, embryos, fetuses, or even babies. They were hanging from the tree like seeds. You could see and hear the hearts beating. At this sight, Laura clutched her belly and groaned. I was hoping that she would not throw up, and I was even giving her encouragement, saying, "Come on, Laura, you can pull through, and you're stronger than this." But it was not use. Laura turned to the screen as she was looking right at me and said, "I'm sorry." Thus she threw up for a full 3 minutes. After that, I had her move onwards, hoping I would be ready for whatever horror would come next, but noting would prepare me for what would come next in the swamp part of the level. There was bones forming through the ground around the swampies. The swamps themselves seemed to be cross-sections of stomachs, and sometimes a wild rabbit or a deer would fall into them and become digested before our very eyes. Laura, again, seeing this, look very dizzy and sick. Once again, she threw up. At last, I got her to the end of the level, and then week 10. Laura Croft's breasts definitely looked bigger now. Not only that, her nipples seemed to be erect, as you can see that fit her shirt. I was glad that the devs included this fan service. They made the disturbing and disgusting parts more easy to get through, knowing that we might get see more of Laura. I was glad that the devs included this fan service. It made the disturbing and disgusting parts more easy to get through, knowing that we might get to see more of Laura's right bosoms. Laura was also wearing different clothing, like it seemed that her tank top was different slightly. In this level, there was more trees with babies growing on them and stomach swamps, but on top of that, there were also bushes and budding set of leaves. They had lungs that were constantly taking in the air of the swamp and pumping it out as poisonous gases. These were a pain to avoid, but I kept Laura on her mission. The level ended with Laura walking over a log, over a ravine of blood, which had giant lungs, hearts, and stomachs on the walls of the cliff. If Discord keeps going off, I swear to fucking God. Go away. Yeah, go away. Where was I? Oh yeah, week 11, baby. Good fucking God, it tastes like shit. So now it had been 11 weeks since Laura Croft had gone in this hellish realm, and I was wondering how long it would be until she saw civilization again. Or how long until she could just relax in her manor house. Because the place she is in now is horrifying. We reached the end of a ravine crossing, but it was still more forest than swamps, but they were even more disturbing. The here trees not only had babies growing from them, but they had faces on them. Evil, demented faces. Laura seemed to be feeling more uncomfortable, and sometimes she would put her hand on her pelvis like pain or aches were coming from there. There was now what looked like veins on the ground, which you could see blood running through them. Like this, that this land is one. There was now what looked like veins on the ground, which you could see blood running through them. Like this, that this land is one big eldritch organism. The stomach swamps were here as well, but some had arms coming out of them that tried to grab Laura and pull her in. And there were these floating alien creatures that would come down from some trees, which they seemed to be connected to by some kind of life support system. Laura was, again, sick. the same, but even more disturbing and difficult. Are you guys disturbed yet? He says it's more disturbing than before. You think he said it? Oh, fuck. He said things are even more disturbing than they've ever been disturbing before. Fuck, man. As I moved Laura through this level, avoiding the horrors of the forest and the swamp there was this creepy heartbeat sound that started quiet, but just got louder and louder. Also, that distorted lavender theme started again, and was again at Lara Croft, but I got her to avoid the horrors, while not letting me get distracted by the evil music. Then, at around the halfway point, Laura needed to lie down and rest again, before her sanity meter was drained by all this Lovecraftian horror. And while she was lying down, a robotic tentacle came from among the trees and scanned Laura's belly. I tried to move her, she wouldn't move, and I pressed all buttons on the keyboard, but nothing happened. This must be a cutscene, and then realized that perhaps if Laura moves, whatever is controlling that device will find her and do unspeakable things. So it was a good thing that I didn't get her to leave, and after what I would see next, I was so glad that I didn't get her to move. As the device scanned a picture appeared on the screen of a horrifying creature. It had black eyes and small arms, as well as a face that looked almost like a skull. Its head was also transparent, so you could see its evil brain. Fuck off. And know the insane genius that either rules this place or is putting Laura through this nightmare. Week 2, part 2. It's supposed to be week 12. Week 12, part 2. Then when we reached near the end of the level, there was a hideous sight of a huge monstrous tree that was draining blood from the earth, and from its branches were hideous babies with fangs. And in the center of the tree was the most horrifying face that seemed to be constantly screaming in rage and terror. When Laura Croft saw this, she clutched her belly and was almost sick, but she wasn't. She had got used to these sights, and managed to stop herself vomiting everywhere. And she looked very pleased with herself for resisting this urge. So she was ready to take on this boss. And its health bar appeared with a horrifying name. What the fuck is that? Lovilla? I don't know how to pronounce that. Lovilla. Who cares? The boss kept lunging at her and trying to grab her, and also shoot corrosive gases at her. The babies would also be launched and would try to gang. The babies would also be launched and would try to gang up and consume her. To make things worse, there were stomach swamps all around the tree, so you had to not only fight it and avoid the attack posed by the tree and the babies, but also avoid the swamps as well. But the second stage of the boss fight, these had arms coming from them as well. I managed to take it down with my pro Tomb Raider skill, but it was one tough battle. Lovilla died and emitted a blood-curdling, horrifying, nasty scream that even made the screen go static for a bit. I thought at this point that Laura's troubles were over now. But boy, was I wrong. Then a message came up saying stage on, completed, prepare for stage 2. Fucking what? Then a message came up saying stage on, completed, and prepare for stage 2. Supposed to say stage 1. Why did you write out 1 incorrectly and then just put the number 2? Bro, fuck you. Feeling energized and proud having completed the stage, I went to bed. Though I heard the most terrifying dream, or should I say... Though I had the most terrifying dream, or should I say, nightmare. I was on my computer with classic Lara Croft wallpaper that I have on the computer and my mini Lara Croft figures. I was suffering online, and then the Lara Croft wallpaper said to me in sad voice, "How could you let me do this?" Then her, as well as all the Lara Croft figures, started crying blood. Then that baby crying started, that demonic baby crying. It was at that point that I screamed, and everything was back to normal. I decided to go back to my room because it was very late, but then when I came to my room, I heard vomiting and saw Lara Croft being sick in my bedroom sink. She looked pale and dead, like her hair had grown much longer, and her eyes were black. I have to Mean screamed the most horrifying scream. It was at that point I woke up. It was at that point I woke up for a scream still echoing in my ears. I decided I needed to know more about this game and what happens next. I booted the game, and it went straight to my latest save, and then I booted the game, and it went straight to my latest save, and then week 13. Laura had now arrived at a big mansion, and it was not her mansion, but a dark, evil mansion. My first things seemed not too bad, but I knew they would get worse, as we had not even got inside yet. Laura moved Kawashu through the building. Laura moved Kawashu through the building. There was something that seemed a bit off model with Laura. I just noticed that, like, her abdomen had become slightly more prominent. Not much, but it looked more rounded. Fuck. This is barely noticeable though, and I thought I might have been imagining things. Laura occasionally put her hand on her pelvis as if she was a bit uncomfortable, and or is having some sharp pain in her pelvis. Sometimes she would suddenly hold her hip and look like she had a sharp pain, as if something had just stung her there. There was plus side though. Laura was no longer tired in this level, and no longer needed to sleep suddenly. She also wasn't being sick anymore, so perhaps Lolita was causing her sickness and tiredness. So, perhaps, now she has defeated that curse, or she has become immune to such evil influences. Though, there was something I noticed, and Laura seemed a bit less steady-footed, like she and some jumps seemed harder to make. This mansion grounds had big gardens and large pits to jump over, but as Laura was now a little bit less steady, this was tough, and there was a chance. But as Laura was a little bit less steady, this was tougher and there was a chance. This seemed to be the next level of Tomb Raider challenge. Fucking shut the fuck up out there. Fucking dickhead in his trunk. Small ass dick. This seemed to be the next level of Tomb Raider challenge, and I managed to This seemed to be the next level of Tomb Raider challenge, and I managed to pull Laura through because I'm a pro. Also, in this garden, where a weird statue that seemed to have muscular bodies but small doll-like heads. There were also these brains on pedestals that hurt. Why did they buzz like that? That hurt. There were also these brains on pedestals that hurt Laura whenever she came near them. So, the best course of action was to take them out from afar. Though, apart from the difficult jumps and the brains, this level was really peaceful, and I almost thought the game was going to start taking it easy on me. More like luring me into a false sense of security. We reached the mansion door, and Laura entered, and then week 14, part 1. I gotta fucking pee. I forgot where I am, so I'm just gonna say week 14, part 1. Laura seemed to be at ease. What? Laura seemed to be at ease, much like in that last level, although she still seemed to have the occasional pain around. Alright, this is gonna get quite difficult. Although she still seemed to have the occasional pain in her pelvis or hips that would cause her to stop while moving for a few seconds. Though she really seemed to have taken a liking to this mansion, and I could see why. Because it's beautiful. Stunning statues, wonderful bedrooms, luscious dining room, and a great swimming pool. Also, a training area where Lara Croft would train her jumping, which I could tell, wow, this really is going to be much more difficult. This is my fault now. Also, training area where Lara Croft could train her jumping, which I could see needed. Fuck me, that's difficult. Which I could she needed. And I'm supposed to be she needed. Which I could she needed because she felt a little more off balance. I got her to jump, crawl, and climb around its course. There was something I noticed during this. And this goes back to the off-model point I mentioned before. And that is when the camera zooms in on Laura at some points. I did swear that Laura's waistline seemed to be thicker than usual. always seemed to be an obstacle course, like Laura likes, when she finished, but when she had finished the course, I moved her to the dining room, and there was meal prepared for her. The meal consisted of some of Laura's favorite foods, so it must have been for her. How the fuck do you know her favorite foods, my guy? After she tucked in and had a good meal, she went to one of her rooms and went to bed. Part two. However, a cutscene showed that Laura didn't seem to sleep easy in bed. She kept snoring, moving her legs around, and sometimes clutching her chest, as if her heart was burning. It seemed that she was having nightmares or was aware of the horrors that lurked around the corner. It was at a point that the mansion became uncanny. A loud scream awoke Laura, but she didn't seem to mind, as she wasn't sleeping well anyway. She got up and changed into her gear. Then I moved out of her room, and in the corridor outside there was now these bladder-like sacs that had formed in the walls around the pipes, and they sprayed what looked like urine and more Croft to do damage. Then the more I moved forward, the more unnerving this mansion was becoming, because there seemed to be nerves running through the walls, and I could only think of the brains before the stalls and the garden. There were each room now seemed to have these strange fleshy gray-colored saucer-shaped discs on the ceilings of some of the rooms, though were connected to the nerves in the walls. These fleshy discs would cause damage to Laura, and were hard to hit. The dining room had a huge one in the middle of the table now, and the room Laura had been sleeping in had one just above her bed. The mansion seemed wonderful at first, but it contained all of these horrors hidden away. I realized the exit out of this level was in the swimming pool. I moved Laura to there and swam to the exit at the bottom of the pool. Week 15, Part 1. Laura really benefited from that swim in the pure water of the swimming pool. The last level as her skin looked amazing and pure, and so much so that it glowed. Shit. I thought I had it. Laura really benefited from that swim in the pure water of the swimming pool in the last level as her skin looked amazing and pure, so much so that it seemed to glow. Her hair was also more luscious, long and thick. The swimming pool must have washed some impurities off her and rejuvenated her body. The graphics of her skin and body now seem to be far above what the PS2 and early 2000s were capable of. I have never seen Laura so pure. There were also details that I never noticed of Lara Croft that seemed to be there, much more visible, like freckles and a few moles that seemed to be much darker visibly now. This was a very nice detail that allowed me to see some of Lara Croft's. I just said that by myself, I didn't mean to say that. This was a very nice detail that allowed me to see some of Laura's more distinctive features, and as a huge Tomb Raider fan, this was a godsend. I now knew facts about Laura's body that most other fans didn't, and I felt so judged. There was one complaint, though, that this improvement did seem to cause a slight visual glitch in Laura's midsection, as there was a faint, dark vertical line going down the middle of her belly. This must have been some bottom-line glitch that these advanced models of Laura caused. As this is a beta, I would have to deal with it. I have never fucking heard a story stretch out a pregnancy arc this fucking long before. Where was I? This is the beta, I'll have to deal with it. Week 15, Part 2. This level was started in a ballroom of the mansion. I'm gonna take a swig. Fuck. And there was a grand piano playing music by itself. There was also the sound of that heartbeat in the background again. And whenever there was any noises close to Laura, the heartbeats would increase in pace. When I moved Laura through this ballroom and saw that the piano's music were being amplified by ears in the walls, these ears also seemed to do damage to Laura when she moved close. It was a good job that heartbeat sounds were there, because they seemed to warn when something was going to damage Laura. As I moved Laura out of this room, there was now a corridor that had left to more bedrooms, which seemed to have those fleshy discs on the ceilings again, but they were much bigger this time. These were I had to get Laura to take one out so she could get a key that was located in the bathroom of one of the bedrooms. There were nuances, which were these long spines that came out of the walls and tried to impale Laura. They were tough, but I managed to get daikons mounted on the walls and a snooker table. Then, Laura exited to a dressing room. Week 16. Wait, Laura was now in a big dressing room? How long was she in the fucking dressing room? She was in a big dressing room with many different outfits and mirrors. At this point, I saw that Laura's waist was not just thicker, it had a small bump that was poking out the bottom of the tank top. It was like her usual clothing couldn't cover her full belly, so there was a tiny gap where it went down. It almost looked like she was pregnant, but she couldn't be. There is no way that Laura Croft could be pregnant, and even if she is, I'm sure they wouldn't keep it. Fuck me. If there was, there's no way that Laura Croft could be pregnant, and even if she is, I'm sure that she wouldn't keep it. But that bump looked very suspicious, like you would see on a woman who's just starting to show. But because it was only a slight bump, that I just thought this was a glitch, and because this was probably based on a beta, they didn't get her model exactly right sometimes. Though in this dressing room, Laura changed out of a... What do you mean they didn't get her model exactly right? It's the same fucking model. Though in this dressing room, Laura changed out of her usual appearance and put on some different clothes. She was now wearing what looked like jogging pants, while she's wearing her usual tank top. She does seem to have a layer of cloth covering the gap that seemed to be forming between the tank top and the trousers. The rest of her clothes she put in her inventory along with many other clothes from the dressing room. She seemed to think might come in handy. It's great that these video game characters seem to have unlimited storage space. The heartbeat continued with the level and now seemed to be a permanent feature of the game now. Week 16 or 2. I moved Laura out of the dressing room. How long was she in the dressing room? Fuck me, dude. And into attic, there was fuck. and into an attic, there was those lungs trees again coming out of the floor and pumping poisonous gases whenever Laura tried to come near them, and there was a new monster. I swear to God, this story is like if 4 Loko was written as a fucking Laura Croft creepypasta. This shit is unhinged. These were a disturbing being that looked like a cross between a hyena and a man, but with no fur or distinguishable figures. Jesus, that was me. Distinguishable features. Their skin also looked thin and translucent when they saw Laura. Why did you think it was a hyena if it didn't have any fur? Or no distinguishable features? It looked like 2 very specific things that I couldn't tell were anything at all. Okay. I kind of want to play Skyrim. I think I'm gonna play Skyrim. No, not yet. No, but I'll play Skyrim later. Their skin also looked thin and translucent, and when they saw Laura, they would make the most monstrous scream and charge at her. I got her to gun them down, and Laura found a new weapon, which is the grenade launcher. About time, I thought. The attic then led to artificial volcano. Now, you fucking idiot. Like you would get in a long flute. Like you would get in a long flute and boat. Laura boarded the boat and it took her along an aqueduct that went over a hellish landscape of bloody rivers and ground which eyes and mountains in it. Then into a large building and down a waterfall. This then led what was either a large swimming pool area or an ancient Roman bath. Jesus Christ, there were statues alongside the water in Greco-Roman style and a pillar on each of the walls. Week 17, part 1. So this level started at the aforementioned bathhouse with many statues. This was an easy level with no monsters and overall very relaxed, but I knew better. This was just lure me into a false sense of security, like I feel like I'm having a fucking stroke. But I knew better. This was just lure me into a false sense of security like in the last stage. I moved Laura along the pool and surveyed the area. There was ground stairs that led to a balcony above the pool. And I moved Laura up the stairs, and it went to quite a height, but I was sure Laura could manage it except when she got top, she seemed practically almost breathless. I guided Laura along the balcony, and there was a portion outside of the room with bright light shining on it from the sky and switch on the other side. There were some patches of shade where the light was touching the balcony. I moved Laura towards the switch, and then found the light from the sun and started causing her damage and actually burning her skin. So, I had to get Laura out of there fast. This must be evil light. This must be evil light, I thought. And so this must be evil light, I thought. And so I moved Laura along the shady parts and made it to the switch. A cutscene showed that a door opened in the pool, and I guided Laura back there. And when Laura reached the bottom of the stairs, she sounded a bit out of breath again. Yeah, me too, bro, I feel that. Week 17, part 2. Then I plunged Laura into the pool and swam across the length of the pool and dived her down to the bottom where the door was, and she moved through it. The doorway ended on an underwater tunnel, which opened out onto an indoor garden with many fruit trees. Is it weird that it made it like out of Sonic Adventure 2? That is probably weird. I just thought of fruit trees and I have to grab the tree and have to shake it until the fruit comes off and then you have to go feed it to a chow. Some people say it's chow. I believe them. I'm gonna keep calling them chow. I called them chow when I was like 10. They're still a chow to me. Little cutie little babies. I forgot what I was. Laura ate some of the fruit which restored health while snacking a little light part. In this level, that heartbeat sound also seemed to be louder and more consistent. The trees here were good, but there were some of the bad ones, like the evil long trees. They were pumping out poison gas on some parts of the garden, but these seemed worse as they had mouths in the trunks that opened and swallowed insects, or sighed before emitting toxic fumes. There was now 2 of these trees that I had to navigate Laura past, and as I did, I noticed at this stage that Laura had small brown patches on her face. Whoops, I didn't read the card. And I know this is either a glitch or she is slowly being poisoned from trees, so I made her run fast to the exit. She got out just in time, and then week 18. Laura entered this new area, which seemed to be a training room for an ancient gym. As I moved her forward to explore, she suddenly stopped and put her hand on her abdomen with a confused look on her face. I had noticed that her abdomen was getting larger, and the gap at the bottom of her tank top was widening. As she was holding her belly, there was a sound that sounded like fluttering. Then I saw what it was there. It was a demonic look moth flying towards her with skull symbols on its wings. I got her to shoot it down and continue on. The gym employed more ways to test my Tomb Raider skills, as there were more switches that I needed to press, and items to pick up that were way above the gym, but could be reached by climbing ladders and jumping between ladders and platforms. Laura seemed out of breath every now and then, but sometimes she also looked like she was getting a bit too hot, or is suddenly burning up. She took that extra layer of cloth that is beneath her tank top and threw it away, which I was sure is a glitch. Developers probably put that cloth strap as a way to hide the model issue and totally later had Laura throw it away as a way to explain it's not there in other levels. God damn. Week 18, part 2. We then approached the switches, but they were guarded by 2 of those long trees. They were more developed than previous ones, as you can see. Rocky, with them. And this meant I had to get Laura to charge it to the switch, push it. The switch then opened 2 doors, one to the next area, and another on same level that Laura's in. The switch opened to another pool area that led down to the ground floor, but you had to swim it. The jump puzzles and climbing to reach this higher level would be impossible to do in reverse. So the only way to get back down is to dive. Laura had to swim a very long way to reach the bottom, and her oxygen bar getting very low before she surfaced. So when she did reach dry land, she had to catch her breath, which took 30 seconds. And during this During this, some small gobbling-looking creatures emerged. They looked very disturbing, like small skinless monkeys, but with goblin ears and hideous pink skin. They giggled horribly and ran, and they proceeded to probe Laura's belly as she was recovering. This took health off, and I got Laura to shoot them off. Laura killed them and took health packs off their body. Then, as I moved Laura forward, she stopped to scratch her tummy a lick. It was really starting to itch. She did this now again, and once she scratched so hard that she drew blood. Moving through the doors reached the next level. Week 19, part 1. At first I could not make out the next era as it was blurred, but then Laura rubbed her eyes, and it was normal again. This was a nice touch, I thought. We were now in a kitchen area, and there were food roasting on fires and bowls of fruit. Then more of those insects attacked. There was these moths again, with their loud fluttering, and now giant flies like those associated with Beelzebub. I got Laura to shoot them up, but she took damage. This time to her second health bar, and I noticed this made Laura look worried. I still didn't know why Laura had a second health bar, or why she needed it. Laura also fought some deer creatures, and she was able to cook some meat off of one of those that she killed, which she again wolfed down with great eagerness. Then, I moved Laura further on and reached a room, which was fleshy, and had some nerves in the wall. She contracted and jerked about a bit in rapid succession that made sounds similar to a hiccup. This really grossed me out and made me feel sick, but Laura was strong. She didn't feel or look sick at all. All this horror must have toughed her up compared to when she was often being sick on early levels. The room after that was even more disturbing, as it was a room with frozen liquid. But it wasn't water. It was frozen blood. Very realistic and detailed frozen blood. That was so hyper-realistic. God damn it. I'm impressed that it took them this long to use hyper-realistic. They might have thought it came from a documentary. I had to move Laura across this frozen pool of madness, and this caused Laura to grab her tummy now and again, but she wasn't sick. It's the end of part 1. Week 19, part 2. I split it into 3 parts. Oh my god, part 1's an hour long? Oh my god. We reached the end and come to the next room. It was darkness, and suddenly a daughter. Ear-piercing roar was heard, and a nightmare face appeared in front of Laura. I jumped, and so did Laura. This actually made her jump as well, but it seemed more like she jumped because something had just jumped inside of her in response to the noise. I thought this must be a glitch to them not getting the animation right yet. The creature in front of Laura was a fish-man thing with webbed toes and feet, with a face full of hideous teeth and a long tongue. As the creature roared, the webbing on its hands and feet dissipated, giving the creature fully formed human-looking hands and feet that left fingerprints on the walls. This was clearly a mini-boss, and I fought it off as it was trying to grab the mini Laura. Though this was an easy fight, despite its bravo, it was no match for Lara Croft. The next room was flooded with blood that came up to Laura's next, and she had to wade through this deep blood. This wasn't though she came across a strange bike and was able to ride into the blood to the end, where she pulled herself down with her arms and swam out for a small gap. There was a part now where Laura had to move some weight through another flooded room to move a path where the weights were human skulls. Then, a message in very realistic blood came up saying, "Do you remember your mother?" And it showed the plane crash where its mom died. And after that, Laura was crying tears of blood. Whoa. Whoa. Like I said, that was part 1. There was 2 more parts. Part 1 was an hour long. I mean, of course, I'm gonna edit it down so it might not be an hour, but either way, fuck. Oh, God, I need to drink more. This shit sucks so bad. Next level, week part 21. Jesus Christ. Week 20, part 1. What the fuck? I'm laughing and I actually can't remember if I said it right or not. Oh well, this level started in a locker room. Laura changed her outfit to swim there. And this really made the scale of the model, and this really made the scale of the model error more apparent. This was more than a slight bump with the model. It was a bulge. A bulge. It was a bulge that seemed to almost reach the bottom of her breasts. It didn't seem to reach her waist entirely, but that might start intruding in that territory soon. I still thought this might be. I still thought this must be a glitch and an error with the model, but in her tang to it could be seen as well. Before she changed at the start of the level, it seemed to have not only been covering less of it, but also being stretched as well. But I didn't want to think that Laura Croft could be pregnant. That would just be wrong. That couldn't be the cause. Right? So loud. Right? So I moved Laura to the end point of this room, and she suddenly grasped herself like someone had just walked over her grave or hit her from the inside. I thought this must be the more evil horrors affecting her mind and got her to move on. To get out of the next room, Laura had to lay on this conveyor belt, which brought her to the next area. We then reached a new bathhouse section, though this looked more like a swimming pool. And before Laura could get up, that robotic tentacle from level 12 came out of the one walls and scanned Laura's belly again. And this time, another horrifying image appeared. This was of a skeleton creature in a darkened area. It had a visible spine and skull. You could also see its heart beating beneath its skin and its supporting legs. The creature had blood around its lips and bits of flesh, and also a cable that connected to something that was attached to it. It looked like a gruesome proto-life form. And the worst thing is, it was looking straight at me. Week 20 part 2. Before Laura entered the pool, she fucking stretched herself against the wall of the pool, bending one of her legs slightly whilst straightening the other one. She did this for 5 seconds before doing this the other way around. Then she went in the pool and swam. I don't know why I said it like that. I don't know why I do anything ever. I had to keep her swimming, which seemed to go on for a good while, and after swimming this long pool for 5 minutes, she reached the other end. As she swam, the pool slowly turned from water to blood. There was blood, and there was bodies floating in the blood and music that sounded like that creepy theme from Mansion of Madness or Time Splitters, but played in reverse. Then, as Laura came out of the pool, she stood still for 5 seconds, hardly get her to move. I noticed that the way she was standing seemed awkward. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the way she was standing just seemed off and very awkward. I moved her on anyways. So we were now in grand looking doorway that led to a corridor, a very long corridor, that I moved Laura down. Every so often this corridor had little alcoves with seats in them. As she moved down the corridor, it became scary and faces appeared on the walls. Blood also started running down the walls and faces were laughing. As Laura walked further, she started becoming dizzy and had to sit down now and again in one of the alcoves, but not for too long because demon faces like gargoyles started to appear on and behind the bench whenever she sat for too long. Laura was brave when faced with these demon horrors though, and still sat with good posture and rose calmly as to not show fear. As I moved around further to get out of this horror corridor, she also kept putting her hand on her lower back like she was have some pain there. As reached the end of the level, there was a big door. She entered it. Then, week 21. We were not in an Egyptian tomb. We were not in an Egyptian tomb. And Laura Croft was back in her normal clothes at this stage, but they were looking really stretched. Like my God. Like they were straining against her belly that they barely covered. What more, as I moved her along the tomb, I kept thinking I was hearing what sounded like seams splitting. But that wouldn't make sense. This game must be making me paranoid. There was nothing that interesting this level, and nothing of note, but there was just long stretch of hallways. Week 22, part 1. I'm gonna just fucking kind of went down this already, but this is bullshit. Ugh. Oh god, it's worse. The hallway had led to a bridge over boiling lava, or was it blood? On the bridge sat a sphinx glaring at Laura and me. It doesn't say at Laura, it just says glaring and Laura and me. In the pool there were dozens of people who the sphinx had thrown into the pit to die slowly, and they were screaming in agonizing pain. The sphinx gave Laura a riddle, and this was the riddle. Here we fucking go. A wealthy family lived in a big circular house. They had a maid, a butler, and a gardener. The parents were going to a party. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way this is gonna be the clown creepypasta. So they tucked the younger kids into bed and kissed them goodnight and said goodbye. And kissed the older kids goodnight. When the parents came home, all the kids were gone. They had been kidnapped. The authorities asked the butler, maid, and gardener what they were doing at the time of the kidnapping. The butler says he was organizing the library. The maid says she was dusting the corners. The gardener says he was watering the plants. Who's lying and actually kidnapped the kids? Okay, I thought this was gonna be like that. Can I put a blanket over the clown statue? And the parents were like, "Oh, get out of the house. We don't have a clown statue." To my order, Laura had forgotten what they were talking about after the sphinx had finished. How could Laura the great Laura Croft forget that? What is happening to her? Is this horrifying places sapping her strength? So so the sphinx asked again. Clearly, the only fail condition was getting the answer wrong. This time Laura remembered what they were talking about, but not remember the majority of the riddle. So the sphinx had to repeat it again. And Laura got the gist of it, but still not entirely. So the sphinx yet again repeated the riddle, and this time Laura wrote it down. And then she went over it, trying to strain her mind to think of answer, though it was clear she was having a hard time concentrating. But she came out with the right answer. The maids, as she was dusting the corners. But if the family lives in a circular house, so there are no corners. Week 22, part 2. The Sphinx was shocked. How could you beat me and solve the riddle in your condition? Your pregnancy brain should have made that impossible. Then the Sphinx jumped into the lava. What the fuck? And there was the most horrifying scream as larva engulfed the creature, burning every aspect of her slowly. Jesus Christ, pregnancy brain. What did it mean by that? Could it mean that I fear was right, and that Laura is in fact pregnant in this game? But that couldn't be. Maybe the Sphinx was just taunting her for the madness that was caused by these curse realms. That had to be it, right? Then, next part of the tombs was a giant wall of fat advancing on Laura. The only was to run before it consumed Laura. Laura had fought. Laura ran to the bridge, and then I got her to jump off just time and grappling hook to the ceiling, and then destroy the bridge, plunging this wall of fat into the lava below. Laura came out on the other side, and then went further. What came next chilled my bones. Laura was now inside a hallway of pure blood, and it was the most hyper-realistic blood imaginable. I mean, you could actually see the red and white blood slugs floating by Laura as if she was in a giant blood vein of a giant person. Then the white blood cells advanced on Laura to try and kill her. I had to get her the hell out of there. I got her to swim as hard as I could until she reached a giant liver. A giant liver, which she entered and was ejected to another room. Week 22, part 3. There Laura landed and righted herself, taking longer than usual, and I could not help but notice how her usual clothes were straining against her enlarged form. This really was looking more than like just a glitch or her being a model, but an actual part of the game. There was nothing of note in this room. Ruth Laura was now in a giant stomach, and I had to move her out of there before the stomach acid started acting on her. I got her to base just in time, and she injected on the large wound. I moved her around that room, and as I did, there was this terrible tearing sound. Laura Croft looked at her tank top to see that. The tearing sound was heard. There was now a large tear in it, and she said, "Oh, it broke." Then I saw something strange, and it was an outfit store. I took Laura over to the store and I got her to shop for gear there, but all the outfits were available for her. Maternity outfits for Laura. The usual outfits were grayed out. I purchased one of these outfits for her, the one closest to her classic gear and fit. Then, I had to admit the horrible truth, and that is that this Laura is indeed pregnant, and is now about 5.5 months fucking pregnant. Week 23, part 1. I still couldn't believe it. Who would do this to Laura Croft? She is meant to be exploring ancient rooms and killing bad guys, not birthing babies. Laura Croft isn't like other women. She's not meant for the boring housewife. Jesus. Or to be someone's mom. Laura Croft is also meant to be slim and fit, with athletic abilities to take on anything, not being swollen, pregnant. Yet this hack did this to Laura. How could they do this to her? I thought about seeing if this merchant in this ancient tomb would offer Laura an abortion. Jesus Christ. But this wasn't available. Laura would just have to suffer through this pregnancy. I got Laura maternity versions of her usual costumes that would be useful for her in various stages to cover both her pregnancy and different roles. When I walked Laura out of the store, she came to the big room and started crying, tears of blood. She cried for a full 5 minutes. It was so obvious that Laura did really not want to be pregnant either, and hated it just as much as I hated her being pregnant. She cried until Hather appeared to Laura in sprint form. Hather reassured Laura that she would get through and comforted her. Holy fuck, I'm fucking stupid. Hather reassured Laura that she would get through and comforted her. I was thinking that at least a goddess is on Laura's side. Laura moved into the next area, which had several anvils and hammers. Crashing onto these anvils, but below them were stirrups that absorbed to blows. Laura had to take one of these stirrups and put it on the door in the other. Yet, as she was near these things, the sound vibrations caused her to punch her belly. I figured that this was because the sound emitted caused the baby within her to move. Luckily, it did seem that Laura was pretty energized in this level, so I was able to get her to move the stirrup just in time, and I went to the door opening the next room. Week 23, part 2. And here, Laura had to walk through a dark room. There was pits surrounding her with either lava or jagged spikes made of diamond. Laura had no light that would work in this room. Was the thing that made it, what the fuck? Laura had no light that would work in this room was the thing that made it even worse. Luckily, Hather was there to guide Laura down the right path to go on and make sure that she doesn't fall off, which Laura seemed to almost do at some points, as she seemed to have gotten much clumsier. When we reached the end, Laura kept shaking her hands as if she had gotten intense pins and needles in them. Then, a beast came to attack her, but Laura could not grip her guns right, and once again, Hather came to help her. She firmed Laura's grip, and once the beast was dead, taught Laura some wrist stretching. A goddess came to help Laura shoot a gun and then give her fucking wrist stretching exercises. To relieve this feeling, then we reached a big room with a giant brain in the middle of it, but it was a brain with no eyes. No brains, no eyes. Thus had to rely on hearing and sound to detect movement. ears? If it has no eyes, but it can detect sound, it has. Thus, I had to stump Laura to enter the room without her being detected, and this was hard. As Laura was becoming harder to control, the more her center of gravity shifted. It also seemed to be times when Laura would stop because the baby was kicking within her. I managed to get her to the end of the room without too much problem, so. Week 23, part 3. The next area looked easy at first, but it was not so. I had to piss. The next area looked easy at first, but it was not so. There was a long hallway with a long rug from end to end, though there were slight gaps every now and then in the front, various items littering on the floor, and also vases and such on pedestals. I walked Laura along this hall thinking this would be the cakewalk, but I was wrong. This hall really brought it home to me how hard Laura was becoming to control. It's like the controls were getting increasingly slicker. When I was moving Laura down this hall, it was hard to even get her to move in a straight line. She kept drifting from side to side. When we got to a gap in the rug, things got worse. Laura actually tripped and fell over. She only just saved herself by grabbing the wall and holding out her hand, and then she had to pull herself up. Laura was also knocking things over like the vases as she was stretching out further than she was used to. The small objects on the ground also kept tripping her, or almost tripping her. This baby is really causing havoc to her body. This was Laura Croft, the graceful, sensual, and athletic Laura Croft. This Laura Croft now turned this huge, waddling, clumsy mess because of that brat inside of her belly. Though, how could anyone want to see this happen to Laura? What evil creature could wreck her wonderful body with these changes? This Laura would skillfully and gracefully make feats of athletic genius in order to save artifacts from around the world. This Laura is now clumsily banging into priceless vases and tripping over slight obstacles because of her pregnant form. This hack had to be work of someone who had both powerful women and ancient artifacts. Could this hack be the work of Islamic State? And enough pondering, I have to get to the end of this level, which I did. Week 24, part 1. The level started in a hallway with rooms lined with skin, but you could see brick beneath the skin. As I moved more further, the skin began to have layers of fat beneath it, and you could see less of the walls. At the end of this hallway, Laura was given an Egyptian bed to rest in, and she slept for a long while. And I got to watch her sleep, singing smile. I also noticed that you could see her belly twitch and move about as she slept. Laura did seem very uncomfortable in that warm bed, except that she did keep waking up because of what seemed to be a certain pain in her legs, which caused her to try and massage it with her hands. Laura also seemed to be getting very hot in bed, as if she was burning up. It took a while for Laura to be relaxed enough as not to be bothered by these things. And at that point, we went into her dreams. Laura was having very vivid dreams. At first, Laura is in her mansion, and she was with her baby who was walking around and talking. At first, you can't hear what he's saying, and then it becomes clear. Hail Satan! I will be born on the 6th day of the 6th month of the 6th year of this decade, and my rule draws near. He looks at Laura with evil black red eyes and hisses. Week 24 present. The next disturbing dream was have Laura underneath ice, and trying to get it out was at this stage that it was not water but blood, and not ice but frozen blood. Laura was drowning and her oxygen bar was going lower and lower. Soon, she almost out of air when she appears in a room, not only a room but a pitch black room where you can't see anything. Soon the room became full of screaming demons, and they were screaming so horribly that it made my ears hurt. Then a big demon who seemed to be their king arose from the crowd and boosted. Soon my son will be born, and then all light shall end in this world. Then he laughed a horrible laugh. Then Laura woke up screaming, and when she woke up, Laura quickly got out of bed. But then she seemed to get very.
What? Are you okay? Hey, Pooh, come here. Come here. Hey. Oh, right. So, yes, look at the turtle. Right. Stand on those things. Stay, okay? Right.
Oh, you're gonna be on the desk now? Mike?
I'm hitting the mic. On it. Why? What's the matter? Big smash. Well, okay, I can just go back down.
Where was I? And then, my room was there, blah, blah, blah. Soon she was almost out of air when she appears in the room. Yeah, I already got that. So the room became full of screaming demons. Then a big demon who seemed to be their king arose from the crowd and boosted. Yeah, I already did that. Then Laura woke up screaming, and then she woke up. Laura quickly got out of bed, but then seemed to get very dizzy and had to recover for a few seconds. It was then a thought came to me. A dreadful thought. Is Laura the mother of the Antichrist? It seemed to make too much sense because it would make sense for the first evil deed of the Antichrist to be the ruining of the wonderful Laura Croft, taking away her form, her agility, her gracefulness, and independence. He's probably taking glee in treating Laura's body like some. Hey, those are these. Calm down. Calm down. Well, who cares? I'm joking anyway. Like some playground and making her heavy and clumsy. This is only the beginning of his reign of terror. If you could do this to Laura Croft before he's born, just what would he do to mankind? I really started to think that Laura Croft is pregnant with the Antichrist, but I was also too scared to really think that. Week 24, part 3. As Laura moved across the next area, I noticed that her posture had changed and she was now moving more and more forwards, making her spine curved. As I moved her forward further through the halls, they began to have hairs growing from them. There was hair growing out of the very walls, and then there was this terrifying hand that tried to grab Laura and kill her. It had long fingernails. They were trying to claw her to death. I managed to maneuver Laura through this horrible room, and when she got to the end, Laura was holding her butt, and sometimes scratching it. Oh my god, this does look... Oh my god, this Laura does have hemorrhoids. Oh my god, does Laura have hemorrhoids? Surely not, they couldn't do that to Laura as well. Then we came to another area, and it was those damn lung trees again, breathing in clean air and out poisonous gas. These looked even more developed, though, and even more disturbing looking. I don't even want to say how disturbing they looked. It was too much for me. Here Laura found a chest with an ancient music box with leads coming out of it. And text that when translated, said that Laura could use this to soothe the baby. So it worked, that the box could play music into Laura's womb, so the baby could hear it. Though when I got Laura to do this, it made a disturbing, unnerving music that only the devil could love. Then the next area was in a big room, and then a timer came on saying that Laura only had a few minutes before this room would be bathed in fire. Luckily, there was an escape craft, and I guided Laura into it, but she had difficulty doing this seatbelt on because of her grown body, and I was worried that these would stop her from leaving, as she might be able to do her seatbelt up. What? Eventually, she did so, and she escaped the craft. Week 25, part 1. Laura was now in another Egyptian room. This had pools of water and was the swimsuit that was more built for the changes in her figure. This gave me more of a visual for them. And it was at this point I noticed she had stretch marks. These seemed to cause Laura more discomfort, and she sometimes stopped to scratch them. When I moved her towards one of the pools, she stopped at a wall and gathered some cream, and she rubbed into her belly. What? There were faces on the walls near the pool, and they kept yawning inside, which creeped me out to no end. As Laura was moving further into the pool, a loud noise was heard, and she clutched her belly because it had clearly caused the baby to leap inside of her. There, what was causing the noise came out of it was a sea serpent blood running from its teeth, and it also had hard, evil black eyes. I warded off with Laura fighting it with the Uzis and grenade launcher, which did good damage and killed it. The creature thrashed around, bleeding much, and died. That boss battle was not too bad, but it was made harder with the more slippery controls, and Laura seemed to be getting more hard to handle as the weight of her body shifted more. The game gave me an option to shift her outfit, and I noticed that when I changed during the sports shoes, she became a little easier to handle. As a reward for killing the serpent, Laura was given spa treatment by the spirits of the dead to ease the pains of her pregnancy. I want to play Pokemon now. Pokemon dances. I might see some Pokemon into this. Week 25, part 2. It turned out that this Lara Croft is in water. It turned out that this Lara Croft is underwater, and that is underwater Egyptian ruins, like some sunken city. I realized this because when I needed to move Laura onwards after her spa treatment, there was a door that led to a small submarine, which when Laura entered, showed how deep she is under the sea. The water around her was really cold, but the submarine was keeping her warm. I moved her onward to the section in which I controlled the submarine. This led to another section of the underwater ruins, which were far more disturbing and full on dark. There were these creatures that looked like monstrous prehistoric men, but with fish for heads. I got Laura to launch grenades at them, but to block them with ice shields and advanced. I knew of no way to fight them until Laura found a new weapon for this. Part of plasma cannon, and she fought. Part of plasma cannon, and she burned through them like butter. Talking of butter, Laura seemed to be able to maybe eat more to keep her strength up. As a survival mechanics onto the player, this added more frustration to the game, as I had to keep Laura stocked with meals and snacks. This also had a revolting side effect of making Laura gassy and needed to let wind or burn. This was truly disgusting, and didn't know what to do that to her. Was this some sick game dev putting their fetish into the game? If so, they should have chosen another girl than my Laura. She has always been the sexiest woman imaginable, and this hack seemed to be doing everything imaginable to ruin that, and ruin Laura. This was almost the last straw for me. And I hate the bastard who made this hack for what he's doing to Laura, and Laura's baby for making her go through all of this, and also for possibly being the Antichrist. Week 25, part 3. Laura then came at last to the end of the stage, and the boss emerged. It was a giant head with bleeding eyes, and a forked tongue. It breathed plasma at her, and tried to be licking Laura. The walls were also bleeding red, blood, and gore. I skillfully avoided the attack and got Laura to concentrate attack fire on the evil creature. Soon Laura was able to destroy this abomination, and then Hunt Haver appeared again to Laura and told her that she would help and support Laura. I thought that was a fucking period. Support Laura through this pregnancy, and she then vanished again, but Laura had her support. I closed off the game, not wanting to see anymore, and I went to bed. Dumb. As I said, first I was nowhere to sit, and soon I managed to sit in an area that is usually reserved for disabled was told by the ticket officer that there is an expectant mother who needs to take my seat. So I looked up and saw that this expectant mother was a woman.
What?
And she was bright blood in her eyes. She screamed the most beautiful scream. I looked at her right. So I thought I had the scream to still I sat on my bed on the second floor of my house and used to view of the forest that goes around my town. As I looked out onto the forest, I got this feeling that I shouldn't make so much noise, and that there was something nearby. I kept as quiet as possible, but then I needed the toilet and knocked something off the bedside table getting up. Then I heard it. That started quiet and distant, but got louder and closer. I tried to make it out before realizing that it was a terrifying scream that was made. It was getting louder and closer. Then, pregnant Laura Croft flew past my window, screaming like a banshee from hell's deepest, darkest depths. And as she flew past my window, I saw every feature of her agonizing face. Her eyes were black and bleeding, her hair long and dark. Her pregnant belly protruded to a much greater extent than I have seen before, and her breasts, large and swollen, were now leaking dark blood. As I took in that horrifying, blood-curdling sight, her screams became deafening and eldritch, like very horrors in hell itself. Then I woke screaming myself at the top of my lungs until I heard my neighbors shouting at me through my walls, saying that they have work tomorrow and I'm keeping them up. But what does he know of my suffering? Or Laura's? Nothing, the ignorant fool. The next day, I continued the game again. I know this may seem stupid at this stage, but I had to see how this ends. I had to see what happens to Laura and how the game ends. But you just keep going. Week 26, part 1. As I now understand things, Laura Croft must be in third semester now. Trimester now. This would mean that only 3 stages remain, and this demonic hack would soon be over with. In this stage, Laura's 6th month, she starts off in a frozen wasteland, much like the lowest level of hell in the Divine Comedy. Laura was not wearing winter gear, but you could still very clearly make out her large abdomen and through even hid this gear. Fuck, I got hiccups. Laura soon reached a cave and it was pitch black, but there was a large pair of red and black eyes in the darkness. The eyes soon showed that they belonged to a hideous face, and it roared loudly at her, and her fight response kicked in. I got her to fight and killed a being with a weapon found in the previous stage. Week 26, part 2. Then as I guided Laura through most of the stage, I saw a dark figure putting his arms around Laura and covering her belly with his hands. The figure was just a shadow, so Laura didn't see him, but I did. This must be none other than Satan himself, and he is holding with his shadow form the womb of Laura Croft, who is carrying his demonic offspring that will bring in the day of final judgment and the last battle between good and evil. The figure was doing demonic whisperings in Latin, Greek, and English, and Spanish, and German, and even oh my god. The figure was doing demonic whisperings in Latin and Greek and English and Spanish and German and even Cambodian. Sometimes there was sounds of a woman crying, but it wasn't Laura crying. Then I realized the crying sound of the woman crying is the devil's laughter, and I almost screamed. The figure eventually went, and we were in a cave where the walls were made of nerve endings, and then floating brains in jars attacked Laura. I got her to fight them off with her usual gun, but it was a difficult battle, and they took a lot to take down. These brains were smooth, so they must not be that smart, but did pack a punch. Then Laura reached a further reach into the cave, and there's this big brain that mostly smooth, but does have some wrinkles and is connected to the nerves of the cave. The baby started to kick hard in Laura's belly, trying to get her to avoid this thing. Yet, Laura found a weapon that allowed her to transform with the kicks of the baby and the movements and boom into powerful sonic weapons. So, she harnessed the powerful kicks and turned them into a blast that killed the big brain. This weapon will get more powerful as the pregnancy progresses, and this also makes up for what Laura loses through lack of mobility, I realized. Though I also realize that this is further proof that this baby is the Antichrist, and this confirmed by the demonic whispering saying, "Kiss to his majesty's boot, and kneel to the power of him." Week 23, Week 26, Part 3. This weapon could utilize different baby movements to do different types of damage. For example, somersaults, kicks, was in the air and kicks could throw an enemy backwards. Though the weapon could only be used if the baby is moving, there was no way to influence what kind of movements he would do. Laura could get him to start moving by playing with or poking her belly, but that was unreliable thing to do when under attack. No, I'm not gonna see how far I have to go. I gotta just finish it through. Now let's see how far where I went. Week 26, Part 3, I'm on Part 2. Alright. We have week 30, but there's 7 parts per scene. Laura could get him to start moving by playing with or poking her belly, but that was unreliable. As I moved more into the cave, she seemed to become hotter. The more she exercised, and would often need to take some layers off after moving around too much, even in this cold climate. Yet, after standing still for a while, she would soon cool down and become cold once again. I need to put these clothing layers back on. Speaking of warm, at the end of this level, Laura found a log cabin in this cave and had a good meal, then changed into maternity PJs and went to bed. However, Laura seemed not to be able to sleep, as every time she started to relax, the baby would kick her. Then when she did sleep, disturbing nightmares would happen to her, and I would have to move her around hellish nightmare landscapes where she had to avoid demons and such. I dread to think what would happen if I failed in any of those, or let Laura die in any of those nightmares, but I thankfully never found out, as they were not too hard, just very scary. Each nightmare would be broken up by Laura, either getting up to urinate or being woken up by being kicked. Then, as morning came, week 27. The next day started with the image of an eyelid opening dramatically, and an eye protected by a fine membrane looking out. Laura woke up with a fright and struggled to raise herself out of bed. Laura soon was after winter here. Leaving the cabin and continuing onwards, the rest of the cave had more monsters, and that I got low in the fight off. Though sometimes Laura would stop when walking as if something had just knocked the wind out of her, and realized that this was the baby kicking her in the ribs and lungs. This was horrible to realize. This demonic brat was treating the great Laura Croft with a sensual, athletic, and wonderful Laura Croft, like a punching bag. It made me sick that this had to happen to the great Laura Croft, who I admired and was always a very attracted to. Even worse, sometimes Laura would lift her cloth enough to see her bare belly, and there see an imprint of a foot or hand, or a general movement on her belly. This was terrible to watch, and the game kept making me see things like this happen to Laura Croft, as if it wanted me to see everything that she was suffering through. This went on as we went through the cavern and to the end of this horror ride that ended at the gates of a great snow temple, and here Laura needed to rest again. This time she slept in a stone outhouse that was kept warm via steam coming from the earth. Though Laura took a while getting to sleep, as the size of her belly was making her uncomfortable, and then she kept getting kicks that would stop her from sleeping or jolt her awake. Then it was back to more nightmare parts, where I had to navigate. Laura, across her disturbing nightmares, I keep thinking those periods. This being a up or urinate or being kicked. Then, again, one morning comes. Week 28, part 1. Now it was time to enter the temple, and I moved Laura to its entrance, and at the entrance there was more of these yawning faces that disturbed me. They yawned out of bubbles of air that did damage, and I had to get Laura to avoid them. It was a long run up to the temple's entrance, and I was worried if Laura could make it. She needed to catch more food and eat more junk. I said see that she needed enough calories to meet the demands of the baby, and her growing body, which keeps burning them off. In the temple itself, there was a long stretch of scented water that Laura now and her water where descended into. It was deep, but at the same time looked warm and almost steamy. This might sound like a very sensual, erotic setting, but that would have been the case. If Laura is not pregnant, it's further highlighted when Laura came out of the pool. For a split second, I saw that she's now wearing largely ungainly cunt underneath her fucking clothes. Fuck, man. To cover the bottom of her belly, this is what has become of the sexy Laura Croft. It does insanely uncanny to have Laura look like this. If this had been a sensual or sexy bathing scene, it would have maybe lulled me to think this place would not be so bad. But now I was already expecting horror, disgust. I was expecting to be able to get to the level now, but no, of course not. The game made me watch as Laura measured her bum. It made notes on the book. On the bulk chart on her book. Then pressed it with her hands, and this went on and on. This game was really rubbing in. And this was not even disturbing them, but boring. And that is something that Laura Croft should never be boring. This is what these satanic dabs and this satanic antichrist baby were doing to Laura Croft. Week 28, part 2. When this was finally over, I got her to move more, and I got to a portion of the temple that was straight corridor and rooms to ritual campers, and there are now eyes appeared on the walls of the temple and chambers. Jesus. There was bleeding blood, and there was satanic chanting that could be heard. I got her to shut out several eyes, but some shot lasers at her. I got her to doge quickly, or soon prevailed, but it was a dangerous battle, and it was very difficult. So then Laura got a message from Hathor telling her that the coldest part of the region is just up ahead. So Laura was changed back into her winter wear, though it seemed to be modified to have layers that could be removed as she started to get too hot. There was the boss on the stage, and it was Bella Goth. It was too, but mutated and covered with ice, and she said, Laura, you now that you are going to be a mother, you belong to the Sims. And I was horrified hearing this, but it made sense. They were going to turn Laura into one of those stupid Sims women that have minds based around social stuff instead of doing epic adventures and spend their time having affairs, getting pregnant, and burning down their houses because they can't cook. Well, that's not going to be Laura's fate, I shouted, and took on the boss. Laura fired grenades at Bella, but it did nothing. And then she saw lasers at her, and still nothing. Finally, Laura got a good kick to her lungs from the baby, and transferred its power to the wave gun and said to Bella, "You Sims game make pregnancy look all lovely dovey, but that's not real pregnancy. You couldn't even take a real kick to the stomach and like this." And she fired the kick at Bella, and Bella screamed. No, damn you, Laura Croft. The oven next to Bella caught fire and burned her alive, like a witch at the stake or something. Then, week 29, part 1. At the start of this stage, Laura Croft is in some medieval convent, the type they put nuns in, and she's in a room. There is medieval chanting in the background, and I think this must be nice chanting, but the more I heard of it, the more demonic it sounded. Nuns were put in this convent, just like, and forced to give up their lives to become women of God, just like Laura had been forced into this satanic pregnancy. This must be a subtle message on the game devs. Or kill pure evil. I had to lure her out of there, so I moved her out of the nun's quarters and into a hallway. And there was an evil sign, and the wall started dripping blood. The blood kept dripping until it became waterfalls of blood. Here's a random thing. Does anyone ever remember the show Greg the Bunny? It was like Seth Green. It was about like a bunch of puppets, like fire, and like puppets. I miss that shit. It was an incredible show. I dig it. Then a hideous being with a cord attached to his head like that scary Dr. Janitor in Hellraiser's movie. And I saw that the figure was not like a man, and he killed me. But his heart was gone. Instead, there were flies of red ghosts like Sonic the Hedgehog. And he had not eyelids and a big square face, just like Jeff the Killer. H. Martin marked from big fragments and said it was time for her to think it. All was still strong. Week 29 Week 29 part 2. Laura then headed to the under room and found that everything there was related to childbirth and pregnancy. This is later because she was looking for a rare document about the location of a powerful underline. All the books were about pregnant. When she was not good about that, Dan and Laura looked frustrated with the books. She went, now, because she was all over the place. Then she got sharp teeth on the lower back and had running teeth. I had to take Laura before we could find she was looking for. Then she was attacked by those big gray discs on page 4, which she now realized are giant buttons at this. She luckily now had no resources to fight the monster with it, avoiding disgusting sounds which destroyed it. There we go. I was confident that if we were going to do this in so far as I'm not going to have a combination. We're very good at knowing that. There's like passion to do it. Yeah. We're correct. the bookshelf by bookshelf, as I did the place that previous and before that, real disturbing. There was blood flowing down the wall. It was even like black. Near the demonic shit and whispering. And as soon as Laura found the book, it came back to the scene. Now Laura had the book. It was the end of the level. And Luke Bird, part one. Laura would know it. With a sound of it. A little bit of the enemies. There was struggle. There was waiting on the shores. Skeleton. You'll go on and tell him, man, thank you. That doesn't the story. No one touches the ground without something again. Do not trust your so old rules for constructing the portal and trying to construct the portal. It was then that global state and started. I will watch the portal outside. There was a sadistic grandmother who said, surgery is over my twilight. It was then I realized that this was an insane asylum, as well as a monastery, nunnery, and hospital. This is because the sadistic doctors performing shock therapy on Laura Fox love her. And Morrison Conway slumped in the corner after being given a lobotomy. I had to get Laura out there, but I had to get Laura out there because he was ready to perform operations. Without atheism on Laura's ground. Without atheism on Laura's ground. 8:30 part 2. So Laura ran and I got her to another part of the complex, and that baby crying started again as well as a woman screaming in pain. It was then I realized this was not only a monastery, nunnery, hospital, and insane asylum. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Where was I? Who cares? It was then I realized that this was not only a monastery, a nunnery, a hospital, an insane asylum, but also an orphanage and a maternity ward. But this is because in the room Laura Croft is looking in, there is Amanda Everett, that's a millionaire worker. The hospital bed giving birth and screaming in pain. This made Laura look worried because she knew that she might have to go through such pain. Then there are these creepy ghost children who try to touch Laura's room and chant creepy nursery rhymes. Then there is this ghost woman who had pale white skin. So pale you could see her organs and long dark hair that covers her face. She kept trying to grab Laura by the neck. And it was then I realized that she wants to steal Laura's baby because she lost her own. I got Laura to run. As I did, Laura passed through with several other powerful women named heroines who are heavily pregnant, about to give birth or giving birth. Samus was having an ultrasound in one room, her belly bulging out like a mountain. Lorna Sachs from Max Payne was in Max painful labor in another. Chun-Li was looking like she was going to burst at that moment in another. Amy Grant was broken water in another. Aya Brea looked even more like a parasite in another. Shao was screaming as she had to contract her portal. Even Resident Evil days were like this. Catalina from GTA and Mara Jade from the Star Wars games. I know that just technically had been, but still. Then, even Phil, Faith Connors, Katana, Kasumi, Asher Rui, and Joanna Dark were in rooms. Heavily pregnant, there were probably many more rooms Saga and Laura passed, but I just couldn't take it. I had a little water covered my eyes. It was all too much. To take this game as pure evil, I could stand to see all these strong, badass women like this being turned into pregnant women. having to painfully give birth. This hack, the very embodiment of evil, who but someone evil want to force that upon these badass women. Wait 30 more days. After I got Laura through this nursery of horror, she was now in room with man such different organs and specimens in glass tubes, including animals and deformed babies. In the middle of this room, Laura stomped and lifted her tank top, and you could see her hyper-realistic movement. Hey! Got another one. And her belly. And by hyper-realistic, I mean you see Laura's belly move and distort to such detail that you could tell which movements were kicks, or hiccups, or somersaults. This was disgusting to see. I wanted to move Laura further through this level, not watch Laura's once up that belly squirm like this. Though even though I hated seeing this happen to Laura, I still could not help but marvel at the size of her belly. I knew that she would still have to get bigger, seeing that she's only 7 months. Those other women in the pervious rooms had gotten larger still. It was then I realized that Laura's face seemed much more swollen and puffy, like that horrible image of the title screen. Also, her skin seemed to have a much more rosy glow to it, and her fingers and ankles seemed to have been swollen as well. I could not but think. Fuck. I could not think but think. How could they do this to you, boy? It was then I realized that Laura was also short of breath, from running in the corridor. This was the athletic Laura Croft. This is an outrage that she is reduced to this. That she is be reduced to this. Week 30, part 4. I moved Laura across the room, and then all the glass tubes burst open, and the heating pipes of the room began to swell and began to color red. It was then I realized that the pipes were swollen with blood, and they swelled to their maximum and poured blood all over the floor. I had to get Laura out of there fast, so I made her run and run and run. Laura got her out of the room before she was drawn with blood. Laura was killed by one of the specimens. Laura got to the hall and had to run more because the blood was pouring out of the door and onto the floor. I got Laura to run and run and run. And the last there was an airlock at the end of the corridor. I got Laura to open the airlock and then close it just in time before the hallway flooded with blood. The airlock prevented the blood from getting into the Laura room. The airlock prevented the blood from getting into the room that Laura is in, and thus I got Laura to a place of safety behind the airlock. There was a bed there and another door. I wanted Laura to go through the other door, but she was so tired and exhausted that she went on the bed without my control and fell asleep. My Four Loko has been amplified.
Thank you.
information release. Let's see that as for them. And yeah, that's the one there was this one guy who was still alive, and blood was dripping on his head, like a Chinese water torture. And Laura saw that and left him to a hole in the smoke. And he smelled most sweet smells. So good, sweet smells. She had to be on fast, but blood dripping on the smoke as it started to fall into my back.
Take flight on bended wings.
place to get her to go. Yeah, hey fellas, just really quick. After loosening the bands of the water and slowly gently and sealing the tubes and stuff the blood flow from the pool and around. They were landed in what I said that was, as it was really hot, fire hoses. Laura also seemed really hot. I did a phone call to some food. There she got a new weapon that would let her use still gives me nightmares to this day. She fought this demon with all her might, and it used all her attacks against it. The fight took place in all kinds of dreams, worlds, including Laura's mansion, staged for the first game and other previous stages of this act. This was a long, complex boss battle, and I didn't get into too much detail, but I beat the boss when Laura gained her dream powers, like in Nightmare on 4. That super tough Nightmare on Elm Street NES game. Then Laura used her dream wild powers to destroy the dream demon and save herself. Then the stage ended and I had to go to bed because I had something that I needed to get up early. However, that night, and I don't think it was a night, but a real ghost demon that came to me in my sleep. And I think it is fundamental proof that this game is haunted in the past. I was thinking in my bed when I woke up and found hair on my face. Just massive long hair on my face. And I found it was hanging from my ceiling. Then I looked up and saw something that still scares me to this day. Hanging from the ceiling was Laura Croft. It was a fucking like police. She got the fuck up. She is heavily pregnant and carrying a baby, and her hair was hanging straight from the ceiling to her face. It was at this point I realized that this is not Laura Croft. But some unholy creature, some monstrous horror, or demon from another world. Laura was leaning towards me and I could feel her running demonic aura of her baby.
Loosen the screw to I paid my dues, I'll make the move.
Prophets that I've ever been, including Jesus. And I heard Laura, whatever, was spreading sounding to be her scream in pain, horror, and anger. And anger that she was gone. I now sleep with holy symbols around her head to make sure that she or it never comes to me again. Under the store. So that day when I was out, I made sure to stop at the store at one point. When I got to that room, that completely found the store had vanished. It had gone completely, the entire building itself had vanished. And I never found more trace of it. It was like it never existed. Or only existed some tiniest of this first game. Then vanish. I returned home and now determined to finish this accursed game once and all. Once and for all time. Though when I get home, my desktop background was set to terrifying image with blood running from her eyes and blood all around her. She looked just like that demon version of Warren Money I saw hanging over my bed. I tried changing the desktop, but I couldn't. So I turned even more eternally bitch. Once and for all. Then we were in that stage. Week 33. For some reason it's like great Japanese. Laura seemed even bigger than before, and it seemed like that belly would keep growing. Laura was now in Japan, and she was extra icy cream on her belly before she dressed herself. Now she had a full home, but you could still see her protruding navel through her clothes. I moved Laura through this Japanese-style castle and there was a hall of giant mountains that kept swarming insects and other creatures. Unfortunately, there was a key for the Laura needed in that room, and she had to try and get it without being swallowed. I managed to get her to pick it up and get out of it fast. As I moved Laura out of that room, I kept noticing that she keeps putting her hand underneath her walking belly to give it support, or her legs and pelvis a rest. The key unlocked the room with a pin on it, and it was putting its hands and eyes and jagged claws on Laura. I had to give her a fight that he off and did damage to its eyes and hands. So Laura prevailed. I had to get her to use the healing pad because she was damaged. This room was full of Japanese women who were all pregnant and giving Laura advice, and they spoke. I began to notice something wrong. Then they started giving Laura dry leaves, and I saw that they were all cuddling dead babies. Then I realized that these were all this weird woman who died of childbirth while pregnant. I knew that I had to get Laura out of there fast, or she would join me like the peers. So I had to move fast, Laura fast, these, whatever. Advanced on Laura to try and kill her. I got her out of this room only to find Laura, whatever, coming out of rooms to try to grab Laura. And I find out that Laura had to run through an entire hall of whatever. This must be some kind of evil castle, I go, where many mother and pregnant women died. They all want Laura dead so she can join them. I got Laura out of this section of the castle. Week 34. Laura had come to another room where she had gone down and shoot head first, and I knew what to do this time. She did not land roughly, but she was okay. Then Laura was in a dark room and had one of the candles to light the way. Then you could hear that heartbeat again, his eyes in the darkness. It made a loud sound and scared away. The sound made the baby leap into his womb, and she grasped herself with this weird shock. It was then I realized that this was Moko Mokore, which is a homeless yaoi. She's a homeless yaoi that live inside walls and give a fight to unsuspecting people like Laura. I moved Laura out of this room, but she seemed tired and she had to take a break before she continued. The movements in Laura's belly began to become more obvious, increasingly so from this level onwards. I don't know why this is, but it is so. Then Laura had to get out of this area and to a Japanese train to get her to the next location that is still within Japan. Fucking cats go to the street again. If anyone, after this storm, getting pizza was gone. Hell. Better pizza, better ingredients. Fuck my life. Then Laura had to go to Japanese train. Now Laura's on the train and there's a guy taking a reserve seat who looks like the horseman at the time. He was confronted by the Banner Squad. That is something that is Japanese. That is something in Japan to make sure that seats are given to those who lead delegates. Japan is a place society. Place. The crowd was tense and after that dude got up, I swore she screamed in his face. Just like in the dream I had. The train went through a tunnel that turned out to be a giant intestine. I would say intestine. And it was at this point I realized that this was a ghost train. This meant that everyone on the train had dead or was going to die. That guy didn't look like me though. Did this mean I was going to die at some point? This game was just too disturbing for me and I almost shut it off. But I knew I had to continue the game. Laura then got off the station and walked to a house. And she sat down, just considering she wanted to get going here and now. She couldn't. Then she approached another castle. Week 35. Part 1. Level started with Laura very slowly getting out of bed, and she seemed really to struggle with this. At last, Laura was up, but it was then I noticed that her posture had changed, and she was now laying back and smiling. Laura was now back in Kubota, and I walked far out of this room council to see what was next to be faced, but it was then I noticed that Laura Croft was walking. This really disturbing and upsetting for me to see the central athletic did Laura know is not waddling like an emperor penguin? It was that idea that was happening. Laura Croft was like a sports car, or sled, and a goose. This is just big goose. Good features. But pregnancy has made her more like some big, bulky camper man complete with residence. How could anyone want to do this before? But they want her to become this. I moved Laura throughout that room and then slowly she was walking to get out. Every room now taking place above differently with Laura has to slowly water across them. Then she came to a corridor with eyes all over the walls that stared at her and were very scared. We flickered the whole time. Some was flashing blood, and others glaring. I thought this could be another room. But there could be. But another chance it could be. So I had to make hard to get out of this room. Laura Croft was now a handful of baby plates, and as I got her to water across, it came to life. They all they attacked. And then I realized that these puppies were women, and I got Laura facing. Then she poured them off of ammo from the gun found in the underwater Egyptian palace. Now they were defeated, but Laura is flying on. Luckily, she found someone to bed hit her. Then, there were further problems. Because of the size of Laura's belly, she struggled to make the mud, as she got let down by a huge belly of water. So, we had a lot more struggle. 10 minutes to pick up these items. We went to beauty to type 35. Now Laura has these items and it was time for her to dance, but every now and then she had hands and belly that tried to make her shift position. I could see that she was worried that these might be contractions, but they weren't, and were probably just constipation or pain from stretching limitations. I at last got Laura out of this and caught a glimpse of her bra. As she was adjusting her cloth, and saw she had a mercy. This was really too much. The go of Laura Croft having to wear a nursing robe is just hard to break.
I mostly use
At this point, I was going through the council and
Too long.
I walked down. And as she did, a boulder was rolled toward them and I had to go to walk. I was worried that Laura would not run fast enough, but she'd keep one step ahead. And I kept pushing the D-pad as hard as I could to get Laura to safety. I did this, Laura got caught. I did this, Laura got to a pool that the boulder landed in. Then there were screams of childbirth from a room, and a small monkey-like creature was shot out. It got up, burrowed into the floor. It was at this point I realized that it was the attacked Laura, and I had to get her to shoot it. And it tried to trip Laura up, knowing how heavy and ungainly she now is. I got her to adapt to these attacks and fired at this fiend, the Barbara, who was trying to claw Laura's face, and I had to get her to shoot it with a magnum. And soon, we got a tactic down to kill this monster. Then, Laura came to a dressing room where other women gave her beauty treatment, manicures and such. And they did exfoliating and moisturizing of Laura's very large belly. It was then I realized that Laura must be almost 9 months pregnant now, and this dreadful hack was almost over. And it was then I realized that the women who had been giving this treatment to Laura were ghosts, as they now vanished into thin air. Then Laura realized this, and week 36, part 1. It was then I realized that Laura's ankles were swollen and looked painful, but Laura had to keep pushing on. There were a pool of water ahead of a big pool of water, and then Laura had to change from her Camina to her swimsuit, and I had to constantly look at that huge belly as I moved Laura into the pool. She waddled over to the pool's edge, and as gracefully as she could, lowered herself into the pool. Laura was much easier to control in water, as she feels much less heavy and ungainly in this water environment. Around the pool's edge, there were these creatures that each looked like a small child, with hard scales and hooks coming out of the kneecaps that looked like tiger claws. They jumped from the edge of the pool and swam underneath swam towards Laura to attack. It was then I realized that these were who were going to swim towards Laura and drag her underwater to drown her out, and drain her blood and steal her soul. This was confirmed with a customary glance underneath the water that was littered with the bodies of women and men. I made Laura swim faster and faster when she got to the edge of the pool to pull herself up before she was pulled under the pool to die like Frontier Paul into the left. Laura grabbed the end of the pool and was going to pull herself up when she had been grabbed by a blah 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 that was dragging her down, but luckily there was a flaxseed right beside the pool, which Laura Croft pulled down and scared them off. Now Laura was able to slowly rise up out of the pool. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this sucks so bad. Week 36, part 2. Then there were many different eyes flying at Laura Croft, and it was a blah blah. They were sending these eyes to spy on Laura and make sure she doesn't steal anything in this room. So I had to carefully walk Laura out of the room. When it did, the eyes returned to the blah blah. After I got Laura out of this room, she is back in her camino again, and I saw that shadow looming over Laura again, placing its hand on her belly. It was the devil. He was holding Laura's belly because he knows the time is short, and his son will be born soon. Then he left again, and Laura walked through more of the castle. Laura was then passing a Japanese castle window looking onto a Japanese garden. Then in the distance, there was another lung tree. This one much bigger. Is it going to be Japanese as well? Then the others. Its trachea was the trunk of the tree. This then formed several branches or bronchi, baby-de-boo, which divided several times like twigs to then produce the most delicate structures. The alveoli, or leaves of the tree. It was within the alveoli that gas exchanges were taking place. I knew that this would be the final boss of the stage, or at least a major baddie. Laura passed this window, and it was at this point I realized that she seemed to have better posture, probably because of all the exercise that Laura does make her more fit and resilient than most pregnant women, though she still waddled like Penguin and had the other problems mentioned before. As Laura waddled down this dark hallway, there were sounds of crying, and it got louder and louder. And I found that the sounds were coming from a big rock. And this must be rock, like the famous Yonaki Ishi. I moved Laura by it, and an icy tingle ran up my spine, hearing crying coming from the rock. Week 36, part 3. Then Laura reached the garden with a giant lung tree, and it roared and shot gas everywhere. This was a hard fight, and Laura had to use all of her weapons to stand a chance. The pistol shot out alveoli, and so did the shotgun and Uzis, but when they were destroyed, they regenerated. So I eventually found out that you had to destroy the bronchi as well. So when the alveoli were destroyed, I had to switch to the gun from the water Egyptian part to destroy the bronchi, but that was still not enough, as they regenerated as well. So you had to destroy the alveoli with small arms fire, and then the bronchi with the Egyptian gun, and then finally I found that the wave gun that uses the kicks and movements of Laura's baby as a weapon to destroy the trachea, finally killing the monster. If wondered what the breast milk gun did in this fight, it neutralized the gas. The tree admitted, so it didn't hurt Laura Croft. Now the tree was dead, and its monstrous influence dispelled. Laura moved forward and found there was a baby shower for her. In that shower were all those souls of dead pregnant women from the start of the stage. Also, there were the women who were all the pregnant or giving birth badass women in the last stage. They were throwing a shower just for Laura, and the evil she was soon to birth. Just a few more weeks left. Laura screamed. End of stage. Fucking sure. Are we almost done? Week 37, week 38, week 40, week 41. Oh god. No, we're not almost fucking done. Oh, I'm gonna fucking finish this drink real quick. Oh, this is gonna fuck me up. I don't know where I'm at. Week 37. Oh, fuck, I didn't finish my drink. Hold on. Oh, God, that was terrible. Okay. Week 37, part 1. This was the final stage now, and it was on a mountain path. Laura was no longer in her Camino, but now in her classic outfit, which now looked ridiculous on her swollen form. The tank top barely covered her belly, and the shorts buckled under her form. I always wonder why Laura would think it was a good idea to go out like this in her condition. Yet, Laura seemed a little lighter, and like she could breathe easier. And I saw why her belly had dropped, and was not so close to her lungs. but was resting on her pelvis. This is how she could get up a mountain path. She walked along this path and found that she had to enter a cave to rest, and when there, Laura was starting to tidy this case,
Gonna eat some hot dogs.
as if she was getting ready to give birth here before realizing that she had to survive. There was a machine that gave Laura plaster cast of her belly while she was there, which I thought was wacky. I moved Laura out of the cave through a small door, but she got stuck in it and had to slowly squeeze through, which took almost 3 minutes. Laura is still waddling and moving really slowly despite the cold drop. Then Laura was in the exit to the cave on the other side and it was covered in hairs. As Laura moved down this final part of the cave, the hairs started falling and the mouths appeared in the walls and started eating them. I had to make Laura waddle fast as it had to be eaten herself. Then when Laura got out, she was so desperate to urinate and had to find somewhere to pee. This became a constant problem because of the baby pushing on the bladder. Now at this stage, Laura had to climb to several platforms and then jump to another to get her off the mountain. That is really hard to do, this kind of jumping puzzle, with Laura Croft 9 months pregnant, with her being heavy and clumsy and her whole center of gravity shifted. Not to mention that her belly is now pushing down on her pelvis. Week 37.2. Despite all this, Laura managed to make each jump, but it took a lot of building up to each one. And after each jump, she had to stop and recover. Similar with climbing herself up to each ledge, and it took much longer, and she was exhausted after each time she managed one of these feats. I had to wait for her to recover before pushing her onwards. After this, Laura had to stop and have a meal, which she did. And it was a very high crab meal, but it was a good high crab meal. Then after the meal, Laura Croft was noting something down to herself, and the baby was turning inside her belly towards the sound of her voice. Then a loud noise happened, and there was a giant walking past Laura. And she had to hide the loud noises from making the baby jump in Laura's belly, so she had to So she had to hold her belly while not making a sound, just wincing at the baby kicking her about. Then I got a good look at the giant's face. Good gods, wasn't horrifying, yet had a sorrowful face that was crying huge tears of blood, and his face looked like rotting, but also evil. Where its eyes should be, there was only 2 black holes, and it moaned as it walkings. Then when out of sight, Laura was able to get to the next area, but this required a big jump, and the giant could come back at any moment, so a timer started for the giant's return, and I had to get Laura to move fast. She jumps and just about made it to cling onto the cliff by the hands. Does anyone ever remember the game Adventure Quest Worlds? I fucking missed that game. Not the 3D version. I saw that on Steam. I missed that like old shit. God, I missed more fucking Adventure Quest. When I very first got into it, I would farm the Red Dragon, if anyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about. But back then, the Red Dragon was like the boss. I don't mean it was just like a minor little fucking mini boss. I mean it was the boss to farm. I think it was even before, or after Jesus' first Chaos Lord. I don't know where this came from. I miss that game. I miss a lot of things. Such is life, I guess, my friends. Where am I? Then when out of sight, Laura was able to get to the next area, but this required a big jump and the giant could come back at any moment, so a timer started for the giant's return, and I had to get Laura to move fast, so she jumps and just about makes it clinging onto the cliff by the hands. I already read that. The timer now getting lower and lower as she pulls herself up, and I managed to get Laura to waddle right to the big door in the side of the mountain just as the timer was at its last 5 seconds. Laura got in the door and was safety from the giant. And week 38, part 1. Now Laura had to stop and rest. She laid on an Aztec stone and slept for a good while, until she was woken by the baby kicking because it's running out of room in Laura's room. Laura raised herself and got moving again. She needed to get somewhere fast to birth the baby, and she only has 20 days now to get there. A cross-section showed that baby was facing head down in Laura's womb. She moved through this area, and it was clear we are in an Aztec lands now. Then Laura is attacked by Who fucking cares? We tried to eat her flesh and bones, but I got Laura to fight them off with her guns, and she prevailed for now. We moved Laura down the hallways more, and there was now bones all over everywhere, and all along the walls and the ceiling. There was more bones here than in the Paris catacombs, and it was holding up the ceiling and strengthening the structure of the complex. You mean like the fucking catacombs? There was some good here, and that is that Laura found some herbal flowers that eased the pain caused by her expanded body, as well as her calm her and center her energy. Then I had to get Laura to run because she was swarmed by fucking who cares who wanted to steal her baby, and there were women with skeletal faces and with eagle claws for hands. They chased Laura and I got her to safety, and then I had her next destination. There Laura faced a new danger, and that was where giant fists emerging from the walls to try and grab her and crush her like a bug. She had to walk past them, and they were fast, but she had strategy to get her through. Man, you mean you did? I thought weren't you playing the game? Or are you just watching it all now? Who cares? Week 38, part 2. Then Laura reached the other side and saw a big pool of water, and I should have known that whatever earlier meant earlier that there was water inside. This was clearly some huge Aztec temple and complex. Then out of water came the part crocodile, part fish, and part toad of Aztec legend, and it attacked Laura Croft, who fought it off. It was a tough battle, but Laura managed to hurt it with grenades and guns. Yeah, that'll fucking do it. Then with her other weapons, it almost ate her in several different ways, and this was a hard fight. I got Laura one in the end though, but it required some of my best Tomb Raider skills. Then that part ended, and it was the next level. Week 39, part 1. Laura was now in a big Aztec complex, and she had to walk down long corridors and fight various beasts. This also made Laura very tired, so she had to sit down and rest. Now, quite often, her center of gravity is also way off, so jumping puzzles became even harder, and fighting and even walking seemed a risk. Laura falling over. Then we reached a giant hallway, its walls covered in eyes, and they were staring at Laura Croft in an evil way. I got Laura to ignore all of this and press onwards, but it was hard. Laura had to catnap now and again to regain energy. She was sleeping at this point in an ancient Aztec bedroom when an Aztec death owl came in and holded a hideous hoot. The death owls that were the Aztec gods of death. A for death till A for tell death, I'm thinking. But whose death could it be? Laura's? Oh God, she might die in childbirth, or could it be her baby's death? Or maybe it's the death of all mankind, and this game is predicting Armageddon. Either way, I could not let it go ahead, so I shook my controller to wake Laura, and I got her to waddle over to the owl, and she caught it just in time. Then she pulled out its heart and ate it. This is the true Aztec way of dealing with such things, and it is good that Laura now knows it well because she needs it to survive. In the next part, Laura was getting more movements in her belly and had to watch as her belly distorted and moved like a violent storm beneath her skin. And this now was happening at least 10 times a level. This area also had 400 rabbits hopping around, and some of them were drunk on tequila. Hey, let's go. I managed to get Laura to avoid upsetting them when she reached another area, and there an Aztec computer scanned. Aztec computer scanned Laura's belly and gave a picture of the baby, and it was truly evil looking. My God, this is what Laura's about to give birth to in a week. It is the very spawn of the devil himself, clearly. Week 39, part 2. Then Laura came to this room, and there are these bright-like spirits, which are clearly blah blah blah, and they scare Laura real good, and they scared her so much that her spirit flew out of her body, and the timer started because I only had a limited amount of time to get Laura's soul back in her body before it is lost for good. Are you kidding me? I also had to get her soul to avoid soul traps and creatures that would eat her soul. Soon I got it back, and Laura Croft was alive again, and this was good. She then framed her off with her guns. Now Laura Croft was comforted. Okay, I'm gonna try and pronounce this. Now Laura Croft was comforted by the Chikatsu, the Aztec goddess of childbirth. I'm gonna call her Stupid. We told her that it was not much longer now, so then Laura walked to the next area, and then week 40, part 1. So now Laura was in a huge chamber and had to move up to the end of it. There was also tribes of blah blah, the frog warriors in this area, and Laura Croft had to face them off with their weapons and arms. There was many of these frog warriors. I'm like kicking my leg back and forth on the chair now, just now realizing it's making a sound. I hope that's okay. I doubt anyone got this far in the story. And Laura Croft had to face them off with her weapons and arms. There was many of these frog warriors in different parts of the maze-like structure, and Laura kept running into them and having to fight them while performing puzzles or lining up jumps. Then the door opened up the next area, and Laura Croft waddled through it. This R was covered in skeletons. Then the door opened to the next area, and Laura Croft waddled through it. This R cover was what? Damn, even reading it slow. Waddled through it. This R was covered in skeletons and bones. The amongst those bones, Zitsumoto appeared, and it was at that moment I realized that these Zitsumoto creatures, the creatures that protect pregnant women but also are dangerous in times of instability. Which one was with these fellows, I wondered to myself aloud. They were coming after Laura to hurt her or help her. I didn't want to find out. Move her as fast as she would go out of this area. When Laura was safe again, she suddenly stopped and screamed in agony and cried in pain, and then thought that Laura had gone into labor at last, but she moved around a bit. The contraction stopped. It was then I realized that this was Braxton Hicks, or practice labor, and Laura still had longer to go. I was wondering why Laura hadn't gone into labor yet. Then I remembered hearing that very athletic women like go in labor later. I knew this because I had been reading up on this stuff because of this hack, so I could make sure that Laura gets through her pregnancy smoothly. Week 40, part 2. Then Laura had to move onwards as she's being chased by serpents being coming out of the sky. It was then I realized that these were the sentient mimics of... They were probably here to kill Laura, so I got her to waddle away at top speed. She reached a place of safety as she was guided by Stupid, that's right, I said Stupid. She was guided by Stupid to reach the next area, but this wasn't much better. And there were stomach swamps again that were consuming animals. These were the most difficult to avoid than they ever had been before. Then a giant stomach swamp emerged. It was the king of all stomach swamps, and I had to get Laura to avoid the acid it shot at her. And also, shot at her. I already forgot where I was. Jaws of the stomach that were trying to grab and eat her. This was a hard battle, just as hard as the mother lung tree. It took all of Laura's weapons to take it down.
Alright everybody, today we're going to be looking at link shorteners. Now these are made to make a link shortened, obviously, exactly how it sounds. But they're also used to track how many times people click them or go to the link. Link shorteners basically redirect you to a website without you visibly being able to see what the website is. Also, at the same time, it can be used to redirect someone to a website that they don't want to go to. So today, we're going to be going and looking at random link shortener URLs just to see where it goes. Maybe it'll be bad, I have no idea. At least a popular link shortener that we're going to be starting the link with, and then all we have to do is just type something random after the slash. Let me just do Roblox, see where it takes me. Oh my god, what is this? Paste Hold on, bro. We're in a random paste bit link. What the hell? Is this someone's folder path right now? Okay. Something about a webcam? Other people in the comments did the same thing. I just searched bit.ly /Roblox. By the way, I want to give a massive shout out to the person that gave me the idea for this. I have no idea how I never actually came up with this myself. So I'm going to give credit where it's due. His name is someone. I know nothing else about the guy, but I appreciate you for sending this in. What about fart? Need a destination. Okay, so bit.ly actually tells you where it's going to go sometimes. Didn't tell me about Basebit, but we're on GameStop right now for some reason. I just typed /fart. Is this doxing me? But kind of is doxing me. GameStop is fucking doxing my location right now. bit.ly / anyway, Dude, the possibilities are endless. Sandwich. I'm a little hungry right now. Atticus. Couldn't find the page you were looking for. Okay. Sudo make me a sandwich robot. We're gonna have to Google search what this is. Command line to make a sandwich? That's actually incredible. Why doesn't this video have 1 million views? Anyway, we're gonna move right along. bit.ly/YouTube kids. Oh no. Alright, the page ain't available. bit.ly/YouTube. Random YouTube video. Is this a video about when YouTube dropped? Shit, older than me. I'm kidding. This is 2008. It just looks like it was filmed in the 90s, man. Believe it or not, I'm not even 30 yet, so technically not on. Unless over 20 makes me unconvinced. I don't know. Let's do bit.ly.com. Wait, no, let's do bit.ly/meatspin. No. No, okay, we just went to Google News. Don't care. Let's do bit.ly/Russia. Let's translate this page. You know the Ukrainian night? No, you don't know the Ukrainian night. Here, the sky turns black with smoke. Oh my god. Oh, this hits home, bro. Alright, let's keep moving. Let's go to bit.ly/anime. Uh-oh. Okay, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy at all. bit.ly/anime girl. Oh, nah. Drawing here. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Okay. It's really just that. It's just a bathing suit, guys. No worries. That's actually funny though. It shows them drawing. What about bit.ly? FNAF. Okay. Shit and fart. Fair enough. A little too niche. About big. Nothing crazy. bit.ly/cookies. The Dropbox link for a JPEG cookies. Yeah. Nothing crazy. No worries. YouTube video. Stanley Pixel, by the way. He predicted the humanoid robot. What the fuck? About Zelensky. Oh, that's pretty cool. What? I'm on Paramount Plus for bit.ly/poop. Okay. Washington Post. About boobs. Rudolph the boob-nosed reindeer. Yeah, we're a little early for that. Not December yet. It's Google image search. Rudolph the boob-nosed reindeer. Alright, could have predicted that. Okay, yeah, I'm actually reading the article. Thank you for calling the blank company. This is my name in the breast aesthetics department. Okay. I got a boob job at 2 million subs. Subscribe. I'm not doing that. I'm kidding. But you should subscribe. I need water. I was sick for almost a week. Sorry about that, guys. This video goes up a little late. That's where I've been sick. Trying here. Let's go to review. I'm trying to find something crazy. What about tiny URLs? It's just tinyurl.com/Fortnite. Oh my god, Google deleted. Hey, what about random YouTube video? Oh my god. Thank god I got an ad. We're getting out of here. Random. That was nice for me. What's that? Oh my god. What the fuck? Right? Where is this? This is a random, like, horse route? What is it for? Is this a route to ride your horse around Arkansas? That's pretty cool, man. I'll keep this in mind if I ever get a horse. 195-mile ride. I'm gonna kill your damn horse doing that. At least it was that, though, and I, also my type though. Okay, let's do a random word. Crackpot. Let's see. Ritual. Oh no. No, please don't do anything bad. Please don't show me anything bad. Dude, it's taking forever to load. Oh, nah. Ooh. Oh, we're gonna get on the dark web for a second. Fever. Oh, that one. Let's see. Come on. 5. Let's try that. We're gonna load it on here. Oh, look at that. Let's just see where it takes us, I guess. Okay, I guess we can't even get on it. Whatever. If it didn't do anything crazy, stop. Okay, not interested in the /cap. Oh, shit. And a random Google Maps. Wait, why have I never seen it like this? The word was cabin, and it's pointing to a random cabin. Wait, where is this? Above Sacramento. They just pointed a random cabin. Why? There should be a fucking dead body in that shit. Oh, nah. I am not driving all the way out there just to see for sure. Hell no. There's a guy in that cabin waiting for someone to pull up. Oh, nah. That's actually fucking creepy. I'm not gonna lie. It's not even showing a cabin, actually. It's in the water. That is actually so sus. /virus. Don't take me one. Oh, no. Of course it takes you to a fucking pop-up. Okay. That's where it takes me. Safe domain guardian. How do I have to download it? See if this file is weird. Scan it. This website is made to scan you. It wants you to download this exe so bad. Undetected. I guess it's fine. Why does this not count as a tab at all? It's not even showing that I have this open down here. It's weird. Definitely a weird method to get people to download that, but okay. bit.ly/toilet. Oh no. Icon, that's it. Convert plain text or hashed input to any other format. Validate hashes and underline input. text. Let's go on Google real quick. So we can find a bunch here too. We just typed site and then bit.ly, and now these are just a bunch of link shorteners that exist. So we're just gonna click a bunch of them on this one. All right, where are we at? Salary transfer offer. Start to go. Transfer your salary and enjoy cash back of up to 60,000. Is that good, guys? Why would anyone ever transfer their salary? I would not put my entire salary in someone else's hands. Sorry, never mind. I'll trust that. Look at this wholesome ass. I'll fucking do that again. I don't have look at these fucking. Why do I low-key feel like Tiny URL might have worse ones? Not seeing anything crazy. StemX chats. Fuck. My IQ's too low to be on this channel. I'm sorry. Nah, I'm too dumb for this shit. Never mind. What is these? Random photo of a bug. Where are we? How did I find this? This is like weird. I should not be here right now. I don't even know what any of this is, bro. At least there wasn't anything crazy in there. I don't want to get scammed. You never know with these links, bro. Alright, we're on Yandex now. Searching bit.ly. See what they have over here. What is Untitled? Genome editing. Alright, bringing back the fucking woolly mammoth. About this one. Oh, wow. I don't know what any of this says. Let's do bit.ly/shrimp. Say what you want to say. Animated movies made by you. What the fuck is this? In the actual hell? What do you even do with this? Create videos? We're gonna try this out. I'm curious. What does this do? My email's probably gonna get fucking hacked because I know I have shit downloaded on here and it's spying on me. I didn't get an email for it. It's weird. It doesn't fucking work anywhere. Okay, we're gonna do credit card. A1 synthetic oil. Oh my god. Wow, guys. I just typed bit.ly/credit card to get here. That reminds me, I do need an oil change soon. I have to hit this guy up. Don't prank call Jeff, okay? He's just trying to sell oil. I mean, this is public information. Just leave Jeff alone, though. bit.ly/oil change. Well, recommended time to get oil changes. Why did someone have a short repair? Wow. Medical center. Why is repair taking me here, though? Let's do money. The same thing. This guy has credit card and money going to this oil change website. Fucking Jeff, man. Without cash. Better not be Jeff. Think surveys, get more. I don't want to do all that. The shout box. Or taking here like a week ago. So weird how people are just talking on this website. It's like a chat room for real. Just found a random chat room for a points to shop website. Why do they have that feature? bit.ly/cheese. Oh, that's cool. Hey, internet, look at this cheese. No way you're eating that by itself. Right? The shred cheese on its own. It's actually insane. Unless you got some aesthetic shit. Right? God damn. It's got good photos. Hamburger. What is Quill Theory? Quill is the cutting edge. The advances in the field are